I'm Art Bell, the guy who's usually on in the morning, so it's hard to get rid of that habit. And in some cases, in fact, Dreamland does air in the morning, as it is repeated across this nation. It's good to be here. As the opening told you, we discuss things that are not quite so easily put in a box every week, and that will be the case this week as well. It should be intriguing. Don't you want to know about the origins of the human race? Well, I do and have for a long time, and we've got a man with another theory this evening, Michael Primo, and he'll be coming to us all the way from Florida. First, however, as we do every week, coming to us from Philadelphia once again, it is Linda Howe, home once again in Philadelphia. Linda, good evening.
Hi, Art.
Hi. How's everything?
Well, it's been spring today, and I think there's some hope of getting out of all this water and winter that everybody's been coping with, and that's a good step.
Well, everybody in California has the same wish with regard to water.
That's right. And remember back in September, I announced that my book, Glimpses of Other Realities, was going to be carried by Barnes & Noble.
Yes.
Well, dozens of our Dreamland listeners called in frustration to tell me the book wasn't in the Barnes & Noble system then, as I was told it would be. Recently, however, I had the pleasure of walking into a large Barnes & Noble bookstore in Philadelphia and discovering copies of Glimpses displayed on a shelf. So the book is finally and officially in the Barnes & Noble stores and system, and to our Dreamland listeners, if you can't find a shelf copy, all you have to do is order through the computer system. My goal in doing the books and documentaries has been to share with as large a general audience as possible the difficult and complex information about non-human interaction on our planet. So I'm grateful for this larger bookstore connection and hope all our listeners will encourage Barnes & Noble to keep carrying books like Glimpses as we try to deal with these difficult subjects.
Hey, Linda, I'm curious. How does it feel to go to a big bookstore and see your own books sitting there?
Well, it was so, to use the phrase, it made my heart sing, because I don't think anybody could possibly know how difficult the last 15 years of my life have been, because I have chosen to explore these subjects.
I'm certain that's true. But, I mean, to see your own work there in a major bookstore must have been a serious thrill.
It was. It is, and I hope our listeners will continue to call on Barnes & Noble and their other bookstores, because the more that people ask for books like Glimpses of Other Realities and Alien Harvest, the more we'll be able to sustain keeping those books in these bookstores.
Sure.
Now, this week I was also a guest on the NBC weekly television show The Other Side, which in this case was a show about investigators of the paranormal. That program, The Other Side, is broadcast after the morning news show on NBC and is focusing on some of the same subjects that we cover in Dreamland. So I encourage our radio listeners to look for The Other Side in their TV guide. They've asked me to come back, and when I know that next date, I'll let everybody know.
All right, so are you saying it's already aired?
Yeah, it aired this past week, and I did not know precisely the date when we were on last Sunday, and it turned up that it was on that Wednesday, and I've gotten so many calls, and apparently they're going to try to do another show, and I'll for sure find out and let you guys know.
Oh, please. All right.
Now, this past week, I also received a call from a retired police officer named Bill Hill, who worked for 25 years in the Peoria, Illinois Police Department, and then retired to Salmon, Idaho, a very remote wilderness area of northern Idaho. Mr. Hill owned some horses and had bought a new buckskin on January 12th. 2 weeks later, on January 26th, he was shocked to find the horse dead and mutilated. He was very frustrated. He did not know that there were people like myself and Dr. Altshuler and others investigating cases like this, and he finally contacted me this week because he, the law enforcement there, and the veterinarian who examined the horse are completely baffled. This is Mr. Hill's eyewitness account.
When I saw the horse laying there, I saw a large wound in the side of his neck with blood on it, and the blood was still steaming. snow was still melting on the horse, so he was fairly warm. So I told her not to go near it, and I backtracked. I didn't go within 10, 15 feet of the horse.
Could you see any tracks on that moist ground?
Absolutely none. It was a fresh snow, and the other horses hadn't been down in that lower pasture, and there were no tracks down there, and there was no tracks when I walked up to it. So we went back to the phone, called the sheriff's department, and a deputy come out, and when he came out, we got our flashlights, and we walked a little closer, and at that time I also observed there was a large patch of skin off the belly towards the rear end, and it was probably a foot to a foot and a half in diameter, and it went around behind the base of the penis, and there wasn't any skin on his penis either.
So it was as if the hide had been removed high deep down to the surface of the muscle, and that the surface hide of the penis was removed also. Right.
It was just the stomach hadn't been penetrated. It hadn't gone into the stomach cavity or anything. It just took the outside layer of skin off there. So my first impression when I saw the hole was that somebody shot it from the highway. And he's a buckskin horse and an elk-colored, and during hunting season we have a lot of accidents where cattle and horses are shot, or sometimes it's just vandalism. So when I saw the damage done to the horse, I thought it was strange that if somebody had shot it from a distance, that they would come up this close to our house and do what they did to the horse. This is only about 300 feet from my house. It's out in plain sight, out in the pasture, and it's right across, my neighbor right across the road from me is approximately the same distance. We live on a dead-end road, and the road ends about 300 feet up before where the horse was.
So if anybody had been out there an hour before you arrived, which was broad daylight since the horse was still steaming, you would think that it would have been obvious for someone to be in that pasture with that horse.
They would have had to walk several hundred feet in the open to walk up to this area. And if anybody would have been in our house or at the neighbor's home would have seen it, why, it would have been obvious. And they obviously spent some time down there skinning it and to take the skin off of it for the job that they did. So we made a big circle around the area where the horse was. We walked into the neighbor's pasture between the highway and our place. The highway's about 500-600 feet away. And we made a big loop all the way around, and we walked down into a pasture behind us, and we found no tracks at all, no evidence where anybody had been on the property at all. It probably had been snowing maybe an hour or 2 hours. There was a couple inches of snow on the ground. It was a wet snow, and for the way that the blood was steaming coming out of the hole in the neck, it appeared very warm, and the snow was still melting on the horse. When I looked at it, I didn't really realize it until I went up to the sheriff's office and got the pictures of it today. There was snow underneath the horse, and there was snow in places where the horse couldn't have been laying there, and it snowed over him. There had to have been snow on the ground where the horse was laid down. It was pretty obvious to us that he died right where he dropped. But the only wound that we could see was the hole in the neck.
And this removal of the hide.
Plus the removal of the hide. And so my first thought was that it had been shot in the neck. And the head was taken to a veterinarian here, and they cut it off to examine it. And they x-rayed it, and they could find no bullet fragments or wadding from a shotgun shell or anything inside it. And the veterinarian that autopsied it said that she'd never seen anything like it. It definitely wasn't a gunshot wound. It only went into the neck about 2 to 3 inches. And the x-ray didn't show any lead fragments or anything where a bullet would have done any damage or broken up inside the neck.
And Mr. Hill also learned that the Salmon, Idaho Sheriff's Department received a report about a UFO in the area around the time of the horse's death in January.
Oh, I was going to ask about that, and there it is, the connection.
Yep. And I think that you can't stress enough the bizarre high strangeness of a horse found lying on 2 inches of snow with this kind of a hole in the neck with the hide in a very clean cut, only hide deep across the belly and taking the skin even of the scrotum and the penis very thinly, without any sign of any tracks anywhere in the entire pasture or around that horse, and with no signs of any fluid or any blood on the snow.
Give me a guess.
What do I think happened?
Yep.
Well, I think it fits into these other eyewitness reports that I have brought to Dreamland this past year from people like Mr. McKnight in Oregon, who encountered the mutilated animal out in Sand Springs and found a rancher there who was living in a trailer who described for him how he had seen white glowing spheres in the sky come over the pasture, send down beams of light, had watched animals from the pasture rise in those beams of light, and then when they were returned, they were either returned down the beam of light or were simply dropped from some kind of an object in the sky. And when they dropped, they were there dead with these excisions. Now that could explain what happened to this horse in Idaho. And that is what could explain these other cases where cows have been found on wet sandbars with no tracks around them either.
How about why?
Well, then we get into what I have been trying to investigate for the last decade or so, the motive, the intent behind some non-human intelligence interacting with the plant, animal, and human life on our planet. And as Bud Hopkins keeps walking into the same seeming motive in the human abduction syndrome, genetic harvesting, that is one area that the abductees themselves have said that in the few cases that have involved both abductions and animal mutilations, that they understand that there is a harvesting of genetic material by something off-planet to create some sort of hybrid species that is part life on our planet and part something else out there, and that still does not answer the bigger question, why? Which is what we're all trying to find out.
At least it helps, I guess. All right, Linda, a lot of people want to contact you for various reasons, including your books, your publications, to write you letters, to fax you. So why don't you give us your fax number and your address? Thanks,
Art. I really, really do value the communication I'm getting from the Dreamland listeners. And I am Linda Howe at Post Office Box 538 in Huntingdon Valley, Pennsylvania. That's an English spelling, Hunting, D as in dog, O-N, Huntingdon Valley, PA, zip code 19006. And my fax number is area code 215-491-9842. That is definitely the fax number. And again, Post Office Box 538, Huntingdon Valley, Pennsylvania, 19006.
Excellent. All right. I'm sure you'll get a number of communications from all of this. Once again, fascinating. Thank you, Linda. Next week, Philadelphia?
Yeah, I am going to be in Philadelphia this month till the end of the month, and then I'm going to be going to Tennessee, and I'll be doing reports from there, but I'll let you know.
Excellent.
So I will be here next Sunday, and I agree with you that the forbidden history of man, which is what I think we're dealing with, is going to be one of the continually emerging subjects over the next few years.
My guess as well. Great. Thank you, Linda.
Thank you, Art.
Take care. Linda Howe. Actually, it is the hidden history of the human race, but my guess is by the time we're done, we'll find out it is forbidden as well, as in forbidden knowledge. Michael Cremo, or is it Cremo, we'll find out in just a second, has written a book called The Hidden History of the Human Race. And basically, I think he is going to suggest that our history as a human species is not as the scientist would have us believe. Perhaps not even close. He is a research associate with Bhaktivedanta, which is an institute that specializes in the history and philosophy of science. His persistent investigation during the 8 years of writing his widely acclaimed Forbidden Archaeology has documented a major scientific cover-up. He's currently researching the companion volume to Forbidden Archaeology, entitled The Descent of Man Revisited. It is a startling new explanation of human origins. So let's go, I believe, all the way to Florida, and say hello, Michael. I'm going to be cautious here and just say, Michael, how do we pronounce your last name properly, Michael?
Cremo.
Cremo.
That's right.
So I had it right the first time. Very good. Michael, is a very provocative title, The Hidden History of the Human Race. How wrong do we have it about our origins?
Well, if you listen to the current scientific establishment, they will tell you that human beings like you and I have only been on this planet for about 100,000 years.
Right.
And before that, you would have had more ape-like ancestors. But what I did was look into the entire history of archaeology and anthropology, look at every discovery that's ever been made over the past 150 years, and what emerged from that study is that there is a huge mountain of evidence suggesting that human beings like ourselves have been on this planet literally for hundreds of millions of years. But this evidence has been suppressed, it's been forgotten, it's been ignored, and I think the people of this country need to know about it.
Where do we start? Then you're saying that those who believe in evolution, scientific evolution as it has been laid out for us, those who believe in creation the way it's been laid out for us, both are wrong?
That's right. In other words, I'll give you some examples.
All right.
How this process of what we would call knowledge filtration has been going on for about 150 years. Now, I can give you examples going all the way back to the 19th century, all the way up to the present. Let's start with the present. In 1979, Mary Leakey, who is one of the most famous archaeologists of this century,
indeed,
she discovered in Africa, in a country called Tanzania, some human footprints. And every expert who has looked at these prints has said they are no different than the footprints that you or I might make if we were walking on a beach today. The unusual thing about these prints, however, is that they were found in rock that is 3.6 million years old. Now, I just told you the standard scientific doctrine is that human beings capable of making such prints have only been around for about 100,000 years.
Yes.
Somebody might say, well, maybe the ape men who lived at that time could have made those prints somehow. No, because the fossil foot bones from those ancient ape men are in the museums. They do not fit those prints because they had very long, curved toes.
How do we know that the prints were made as long as you're saying, as long ago as you're saying they were?
This is the information that is given to us by geologists. Now, you could always say, well, perhaps those dates are wrong, but what Richard Thompson, my co-author, and I did as part of our methodology was accept, for the sake of argument, the dates that scientists give.
All right, well, okay, that makes sense. Michael, we're at the bottom of the hour here, and we've got to pause. We've got a lot to do and a long way to go, so stay right where you are, and we'll be back to you in about 4 minutes.
All right.
Michael Cremo is my guest. The Hidden History of the Human Race, his book, and we will probe.
From the Kingdom of Nye, you're hearing Dreamland with Art Bell. To participate in the program, call toll-free 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-8255. First-time callers, area code 702-727-1222. Or the wildcard line at 702-727-1295. This is the CBC Radio Network.
It absolutely is. Good evening, and Dreamland underway. Welcome. The Hidden History of the Human Race, the entire human race. Michael Cremo, you're back on. Hi.
Hi, Art.
Okay, Michael, it seems to me that if the history is not what the creationists say, and if the history is not what evolutionists say, scientists, then it seems to me there's a whole group of people out there, experts of all kinds, who would like to take you and grind you into little pieces. Am I about right?
Oh, I mean, this book, The Hidden History of the Human Race, has been causing shockwaves in the scientific community. We have Richard Leakey, for example. You know Richard Leakey.
Indeed.
He says your book is pure humbug, does not deserve to be taken seriously by anyone but a fool.
That's exactly the reaction I expected.
I mean, that's exactly what you would expect from one of the architects of this whole paradigm. But on the other hand, we do have some more independent researchers who are really cheering us on. Virginia Steen McIntyre, a geologist who had the misfortune to discover some of these unusual things, says this book is a real eye-opener, and that even she herself didn't realize how much evidence there really is out there. So we're getting, as I said, a lot of positive reaction and a lot of negative reaction, and I think that's what you have to expect from a book like this, The Hidden History of the Human Race.
All right. I've got a little sheet from you, and it suggests some myths that we suffer with traditional views, one of them being that we evolved from apes. That is indeed the traditional view, is it not? Ape became man?
Yes, it is. If you go to any natural history museum, I mean, you'll see those little displays, the little ape-like creature, and then a slightly bigger ape man, and then a bigger one, and a bigger one, and finally a human being right towards the end at about 100,000 years.
That's right. That's what I've always seen.
Textbooks, you look on the television specials, Walter Cronkite, Carl Sagan, they'll all be saying that. They'll all be repeating the standard dogma. But the actual facts that scientists have uncovered over the past 150 years simply don't support that.
All right, well, let's say Michael Cremo were to set up a demonstration, a little demonstration of the same exact thing, except following what you believe to be the case. During that whole span, with all those little beings slowly becoming man, what would Michael Cremo's display look like?
Well, we would have humans like us coexisting with these other creatures, just like today. You have human beings, you have apes, you have monkeys, and this will get us into a very interesting subject, but if you take very seriously the reports of the Sasquatch, the Bigfoot, the Yeti, it would appear that even today we are coexisting with some of these ape-man-like creatures. Now, we don't say there were no ape-men.
All right, now, does that mean Sasquatch, in your view, is the caveman simply reduced in numbers but still barely here?
Could be a survival of the Neanderthals or the Homo erectus-type creatures. Now, I will say that in many cases, these creatures do seem to have some powers that ordinary animals don't. And this will get us into a whole other subject. But physically, the descriptions of these creatures appear to match the ape-man-like creatures we've heard about from science. And I'll also say, now, you were mentioning I'm with the Bhaktivedanta Institute, which is the science studies branch of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, and we get a lot of our inspiration from ancient writings of different civilizations, for example, India. And in some of those ancient writings, you do find descriptions of human civilizations going back hundreds of millions of years on this planet. You also find descriptions of very primitive ape-man-like creatures who use stone tools. And when you look at the evidence, it really appears that we have coexisted with these creatures and with apes and monkeys for as long, as far back as you would care to trace.
Would it be your theory that we all arrived on the planet in whatever manner our arrival together?
Yes, that is what the facts actually suggest. And how we got here, that's a subject we intend to go into quite deeply in our next book, which we call Human Devolution.
Devolution. In what manner do you suggest we got here if we all arrived at the same time? How long ago?
Well, here's an interesting fact. The oldest artifact that we record in our book is 2.8 billion years old.
Billion with a B? I'm sorry, billion with a B?
Billion with a B. This is a grooved metallic sphere that was found in South Africa by miners. They're mining near a town called Ottosdalen in South Africa, a mineral called pyrophyllite. And when the miners go into these deposits, they're finding perfectly round metal spheres. And this metal is very hard. It's so hard that you can't even scratch it with a steel point, which means it's about as hard as diamonds. And one of these spheres in particular had 3 parallel grooves going around its equator, and no one has come up with a natural explanation for how these things could have been formed. Now, a lot of them are kept in a natural history museum in a little town called Klerksdorp in South Africa, and the Rolf Marx, who is the curator there, sent us some photographs of these objects, which you can see some in our book. But the mineral deposits in which these things are found, in which the miners found them, are over 2 billion years old. Now, so that's taking us back quite far.
Sure is.
According to your standard accounts, you wouldn't have you would just have some maybe one-celled creatures living in the ocean at that time.
Mm-hmm.
So we think, and this is something that the standard scientists recognize. For example, William Howells, who's, again, one of the big anthropologists of this century, one of the architects of the current paradigm, when he read the hidden history of the human race, he said, well, Michael, what you've done here is you've called into question not only our whole picture of human origins, but our whole picture of how life could have arisen on this planet. What you're suggesting is that no evolutionary idea that you could possibly think of could work, and that's a fact. So where we're headed is towards some kind of extraterrestrial.
Well, I was going to get to that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, are you believing then that some sort of extraterrestrial source is responsible for our creation, our placement here, and is still to this day watching over us? Is that?
Well, I'll tell you what we're looking at. Right at the present moment, you've got 3 main theories of human origins. You've got, number 1, the Darwinian idea, that we evolved from some simple one-celled creature.
Yes.
You could call that descent with modification, but starting with the simple things. And then gradually all the other plants and animals, and finally the human beings come.
Yes.
Then you have the standard creationist idea, which is that God pops it all into being somehow right in the beginning.
Right.
Then you have what I would call the extraterrestrial hypothesis, which places us as members of a kind of cosmic hierarchy, and there are contacts between different planets and solar systems.
Yes.
Now, from what we can see, my co-author and I, Richard Thompson, and drawing on some of our sources in these ancient Sanskrit writings, we're going to be taking elements from all 3 of those ideas and making a new synthesis. We think there's something, and Darwin had a little bit right, that there's some kind of descent with modification, but from what we can see, the descent is from higher beings, not on this planet. In other words, not starting out with a one-cell creature, but starting out with some very powerful human-like creatures in this cosmic hierarchy. And there is some kind of process of descent with modification going on. Now, from that creationist account, which is the second main explanation, we would put some kind of God or a supreme intelligence and designer at the top of the whole system, but he's not popping everything into existence at once. He's using a process which may involve extraterrestrial contacts as part of it. And the whole thing has been going on for hundreds of millions of years, so that if we want to untangle our history, we may have to be dealing with all three of these.
Isn't there some danger, though, in drawing from each one of the separate hypotheses that you will almost surely then get some part of it wrong?
Well, we want to look at what the evidence actually suggests. And, of course, we could discuss that, but there is evidence for extraterrestrial contacts. There is evidence for some kind of supreme designing intelligence.
Okay, Michael, let us say that it is so, that our beginnings were extraterrestrial in origin, and that there is some part of evolution that's in play as well. In other words, they started this, but we are evolving or devolving, depending on how you look at it, and that's some sort of natural process. I'm not quite clear on the creator part of it. In other words, you feel there was some sort of creator even beyond our extraterrestrial parentage.
In a higher spiritual dimension, starting the whole thing off. Right. And this supreme intelligent being would be the source of what we would call a cosmic hierarchy of beings, which if you look at what people have thought and taught down through history, they pretty much have this hierarchy where you have human beings on the terrestrial level, more powerful types of beings on a middle level, a celestial level, you might call it. If you go back to the time of the Egyptians, for example, they had their gods. The Romans, the Greeks, the Australian Aboriginals, the American Indians, they all had this hierarchy of human beings and then beings a little bit higher on the hierarchy with greater powers.
Yes.
What evidence is there for that? I think we get in where that evidence comes from. The physical evidence that we can see is the sort of thing that Linda Howe was talking about.
That's exactly where I was going.
A little bit earlier. This is showing physical evidence for creatures a little bit higher up.
Okay, is that, in your opinion, evidence, then, that those who created us of extraterrestrial origin continue to monitor not just us, but the animals and all of their creations here on Earth?
Yes, this process of descent with modification, as far as we can see, it involved a supreme being operating through these other creatures. You could call them extraterrestrials, angels, demigods, spirits, whatever you want to call them, but there is some process involved. It's not an instantaneous creation in the beginning. There is some kind of descent with modification going on, some kind of, you could call it, consciously directed genetic engineering of some kind, but it's not the type that the scientists are currently telling us about, because that's a purely random, accidental process.
Michael, then who was Jesus?
Oh, I think he would be one of the, if you look at what all cultures and traditions have said, in this cosmic hierarchy you find a level of compassionate beings who come from time to time from their higher level, wherever it is, to come and spread knowledge about these higher things to the people on this planet.
So he was some sort of angel? Convenient word, or would you use another?
Yeah, a compassionate being, the Buddhas, the Christ. There have been, this is a very common theme in practically every culture and religion.
This compassionate being, angel, whatever. Then what are all his teachings? How do you deal with those? How do you deal with the Bible? I'm going to ask you before my audience does.
Oh, well, I think in the Bible you definitely have the picture of this cosmic hierarchy. You have the supreme being on top. You have various categories of angels. You look in the first parts of Genesis, you have apparently some descriptions of some extraterrestrial contacts with Earth, and even some of these beings mating with terrestrial humans. Seeing the daughters of the earth as being fair and having them as wives.
Okay, so you find support for all of this then in the Bible.
Oh, and not just in the Bible. As I said, if you look through the Jewish Kabbalah, you will also find this cosmic hierarchy. You'll find it in the ancient Sanskrit writings of India. If you look at the Egyptians, the Aztecs, the American Indians, the Australian Aboriginals, you will see basically the same pattern. And I think this is very significant, that all of these peoples in different times, in different places, talking about the same pattern, the same cosmic hierarchy. What that tends to suggest is that they are contemplating something real. They may be contemplating it from slightly different perspectives, but they're looking at the same thing, it would appear to me.
Well, how could they have gotten it that wrong? Jesus viewed himself the Son of God.
Oh, Son of God that's fine.
That's fine?
Yes. I think he would have said, we're all sons of God. Of course, he's a very special one, being given so much power to teach about these things on this planet.
Well, I'm sure there are a lot of people who would sort of take you on. An awful lot of what's in the Bible is very specific and would not at all jive with Michael Cremo, right?
Oh, I'm sure there are those who will want to take a view like that. I'm sure there are others who will be able to appreciate the similarities between what you might find in one book of knowledge and another.
All right, Michael, do species come and go? In other words, do we have species that, in effect, exit the Earth, as it is said dinosaurs have done? I think you argue with that, don't you?
From what it appears to us, if you look at various sources, be it physical evidence, writings of different ancient civilizations, it would appear that no species really goes extinct. It will always be existing somewhere, either on this planet or perhaps some other in some other part of the universe. Now, you did mention the dinosaurs, and it's quite interesting that although the standard scientific doctrine is that these creatures are extinct, there are people even today, some very competent researchers, who say they appear to still be living in some parts of this planet.
Where?
For example, there have been sightings of dinosaur-like creatures in Africa, in the Congo region. There's quite a huge body of literature about that. Not very well known, but you have, for example, some French researchers have published a very massive book about these sightings.
All right. We're going to hold it right there, Michael. We're at the top of the hour, and we will soon get the telephone lines open. And I feel as though I ought to have a special dinosaur line, just in case anybody's got a line on a dinosaur out there. Fascinating. He suggests, indeed, they have been spotted possibly in the Congo. I had no idea. All right, we're going to break here at the top of the hour, and we'll be back. Michael Cremo is my guest. His book, The Hidden History of the Human Race. And indeed, it is very different than I have imagined. We'll be back with more. You're listening to the CBC Radio Network.
From the Kingdom of Nye, we continue with your calls on Dreamland with Art Bell. Call Art now, toll-free at 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-TALK. First-time callers, area code 702-727-1222. 702.
Once again, I am here. And a very good evening to you all. This is Dreamland. My guest is Michael Cremo. Michael has an intriguing theory, or actually he feels it's a lot more than theory, and we're going to get to some of the evidence here shortly. He's written a book called The Hidden History of the Human Race. And apparently, quite a hit it is. Some of the evidence coming up. And, Michael, just before we get into the evidence aspect, I've got a couple of faxes here that I would like to ask you about. One is from a great faxer named Doc Barry down in Phoenix. And the question is, how does the immortal soul theory fit into the author's cosmic hierarchy theory?
It fits in very well. That would be a big part of it. And I would say the physical evidence for that would come in the form of the medical reports, well-documented medical reports of the out-of-body experiences, the near-death experiences, and also transmigration or reincarnation memories, such as those studied by Dr. Ian Stevenson, who is a psychiatrist at the University of Virginia. He studied thousands of cases of small children who report past life memories. Now, children, they can't go to the library and make up a very elaborate past life story. These children tend to report very ordinary past lives, and he's been able to document the previous incarnation of these children in hundreds of cases.
I too find children to be very, very credible in these areas. All right, I hate to rush you, but we've got to do that. Here's another one. Is it possible that life has been brought to this planet numerous times, and like plants hot, we keep dying as a species? Our sponsors, the ETs, I guess, may not want to waste a perfectly good planet and have continued to recycle this place for millions of years. Good theory?
Well, the part, I don't know that I could agree with every detail of it, but the first part that was mentioned, that we've got multiple origins on this planet. We didn't come just once. It's an ongoing process. That is something that I fully agree with, and I think the evidence supports it, especially if you look down through history at what different peoples have reported. You get a lot of evidence of different extraterrestrial contacts, different descents of human species on this planet, and I think that's very well supported by the evidence.
And that's a good place to break into evidence. If I were to ask you, Michael, what is your best evidence? What is the evidence that supports your theory that man, along with other creatures on the planet, have been around so long? Give me the best stuff you've got. What would you give me?
Right. And I think we really have to pay this attention to this evidence, because if we're going to an alternative explanation to the evolutionary doctrine that is now so dominant, we have to show that evidence is not, that theory is not supported by the evidence. Otherwise, why even talk about these alternatives? So let's look at some discoveries that were made by some California gold miners back in the gold rush days. They were digging tunnels thousands of feet into solid rock in the sides of mountains. Now, I've talked with geologists in the state of California, and they say that this rock in these mountains is at least 10 million and as much as 50 million years old. Now, inside these tunnels, these miners were finding human skeletons. They were finding obsidian spear points. They were finding all kinds of human artifacts. these were collected together by a man named J.D. Whitney, who was the state geologist of California at the time, and he wrote a massive book about them, which was published by Harvard University in 1883. Now, my question is, why don't we hear about these anymore? Why aren't they on display in the museums?
That's right.
They were suppressed. The evidence was suppressed. There was a very powerful anthropologist named William H. Holmes in Washington, D.C., at the Smithsonian Institution, that institution that's still there on the Mall in Washington, D.C., and here's what...
And I might add, Michael, in the business, in my view, of distorting or trying to even recent history with respect to World War II. But that's another story.
All right. But you can see there's a whole history of how that distortion goes on. So this is what this Dr. Holmes of the Smithsonian Institution said to Whitney out in California. He said that, and the exact quote's in our book, but this is a good rendition of it. He said, if Dr. Whitney had understood the theory of human evolution as we understand it today, then he would have hesitated to announce his conclusions, despite the imposing array of facts with which he was confronted. In other words, the facts don't go along with the theory, then the facts have to go, and Dr. Whitney has to go, and the artifacts have to go. So there you had some very good evidence showing you had human beings up to 50 million years ago in California. Going back a little bit further, we had in 1862 a scientific magazine called The Geologist that told how in Macoupin County, Illinois, which is right here in the United States, at 90 feet deep below the ground in coal, in a layer of coal that was below 2 solid feet of slate rock, an entire human skeleton, no different than ours. In other words, not an 8-man skeleton, but a skeleton no different than ours was found in the coal there.
It just seems impossible that this could have happened, and I realize where you're going with respect to then the age of that being, obviously, but it seems impossible to me that the traditional scientific community could either suppress, ignore, or lie about evidence of this magnitude.
Well, it does happen, and it's still happening today. We shouldn't be so surprised that evidence can be kept secret. For example, we find that governments they can keep secrets.
Well, I know that's true, Michael, but the origins of the human being, it's such an important question that you would think that even scientists with egos regarding previously established theories would not be blind to really significant evidence like a skeleton in coal. Now, how are they able to just dismiss, and how can they call themselves scientists if they do?
Well, I just gave you the example of this William Holmes of the Smithsonian Institution just bluntly dismissing a huge body of evidence, human skeletons, tools, all kinds of things, from California, just because it went against the idea of human evolution.
Well, he's but one scientist.
A lot of power, a lot of prestige, a lot of money is involved in all this. There are some of the big foundations, like the Rockefeller Foundation and the Carnegie Institution, are involved in this.
So you're saying
governments are involved in this. We see that basically this idea of Darwinian evolution is being enforced on the American education system by the full power of the United States government through its judicial system. In other words, the scientists have got the United States government suppressing this evidence. Now, this is and preventing it from being taught in the schools. So, to me, it's not at all surprising how a very powerful elite group of people making use of every resource that they have can keep this evidence suppressed. And I could give you some very good examples of that are going on even today.
Well, still, it's incredible, Michael.
Of course it is. That's why I wrote this book. It is incredible. It is shocking, and I think people need to know about it.
But it is saying that all of these organizations and all of these scientists, instead of being devoted to a search for the truth, you're charging are devoted to maintaining a cover-up. That's right. And this is going on in many areas. Well, I can tell you a person that I know personally who was a victim of this kind of treatment. It's Virginia Steen McIntyre, a geologist who was working with the U.S. Geological Survey. Now, in the 1960s, some anthropologists went down to Mexico at a place called Huayatlaco, which is near Puebla, which is just near Mexico City. And they uncovered some human artifacts there, some advanced stone tools. And when the anthropologists dig up something like that, they want to know how old it is. So what they do is they call in a geologist. Right. Because the geologist can tell them how old the strata of the earth were in which those things were found. So they called in Virginia Steen McIntyre of the U.S. Geological Survey. Yes. And she and three of her colleagues dated that site with 4 different methods, and each of the methods gave an age of about 250,000 years, which is unusual for 2 reasons. First of all, no human being should have been in existence 250,000 years ago, anatomically modern human beings like us. Indeed. And what to speak of in Mexico, because the standard idea is that human beings didn't come over to the New World until about 20,000 years ago, when the Indians supposedly came over the Bering land bridge up in Alaska from Siberia and wandered down into America. Yes. So to have this evidence at 250,000 years in Mexico was shocking. Now, the anthropologists, they were shocked because it would ruin their careers. They were expecting, we'll get a date. So Virginia Steen McIntyre, she decided she was going to stick with her dates. Now, here's what happened to her. She couldn't get them published. She couldn't get the reports published. She was labeled a maverick and a publicity seeker in her profession. She lost the teaching position that she held at an American university, and finally she was forced out of her job, and she couldn't work as a geologist again. So what did she do? Change it all? What did she do? No, she still maintains. She is still sticking by her guns, and she and I were both actually on a show called Sightings a couple of weeks ago. I know Sightings, of course. Right, and she's trying to get that message out. Now, this is one example of some very direct suppression that's going on. In another field, this Dr. John Mack, who's a psychiatrist at Harvard. He's been a guest on the program. Right. Now, here's what's happened to him recently. We've received some communication from his attorneys who have told us that of course, you know what he does. He has investigated reports of alien abductions of people under hypnosis. And Harvard University has convened a secret academic committee, and the report that this committee is delivering has said that he is acting irresponsibly as a scholar. Really? And his attorneys say that this report will be used to attempt to take away his tenure and perhaps even to institute a malpractice suit against him. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. No, this is, it's like the Galileo case all over again. So when we hear that, science is an objective process. I take it that there is some procedure in place to give Professor Mack an opportunity to defend the legitimacy of his views and research, correct? That's correct. And what procedure is that? He has until, according to the communications I saw, he has until March 15th to offer a defense, and I think
researchers around the country who are sympathetic to him are being asked to write to the administration of Harvard University in support of him.
I'm so sorry to hear about that. I'm so sorry to hear about that. I thought we had taken a step forward, and this sounds like one, maybe two to the rear.
Yes, Art. And this is, these are the things that convince me that it isn't so hard to see why evidence that goes against the standard views can be suppressed in other areas as well.
It's a pretty good example, all right, and I'm sorry to hear it. All right, I would like to begin taking some calls, if you would. Boy, that's really shocking news about Professor Mack. When did you get that news?
This arrived in the mail a couple of months ago here at our offices, and it was directed to my co-author, Richard Thompson, who is the author of a book called Alien Identities, which deals with UFO questions.
Mm-hmm. All right, let us begin taking a few calls, Michael. On west of the Rockies, you're on the air with Michael Cremo. Good evening.
Good evening, Art Bell. This is Ed. I'm in Larkspur, California.
Hello, Ed.
A very good evening to you. I've been very interested. I've been following your program off of other stations and it got shifted off of KSFO. I picked you up in my car. I don't have a phone there and I can't get it in my house, but that's where I'm calling you from.
I understand.
My friend, I have something that perhaps you'll laugh. But about a year ago, I came across a series of books beginning in 1982, published by a credentialed person in Southern California who is a transcriber. The astounding thing about it is, and I'm shaken to even tell you this because I don't expect it to be believed, but there has been in print now since 1991 something called The New Revelation of the Lord Jesus Christ. It is 760-odd pages in quotes. It's not a channel job.
All right, can you give us a brief idea of what it is about?
Yes, sir. It starts with the premise that the spiritual progression in what is known as the multiverse, universe, planet Earth, everywhere, is now such that a direct revelation can be put into plain English instead of the language of correspondences that is used in the Bible. Because at that time, humanity and much else was in its infancy and had to be told, like, don't touch this radiator. It was or else and no explanations. The astounding thing is that it sets forth, in quotes, as I say.
Gotta hurry here.
Yeah. Okay, it sets forth the whole history of the human race, of humanity in general, its place, the extent and degree to which our guesswork has been nothing much more than that. And it confirms that we are a splice job and probably 9th or 10th or 15th one down the line.
All right. Are you aware of this, Michael?
I've heard similar things. I'm not aware of that exact book, no.
All right. Well, all I can say is you should, sir, share the source with us. We're at the bottom of the hour. So please feel free to share the source, fax or write to me. Let me know how to get hold of it, and we will do some investigation. That's all I can promise. Michael Cremo is my guest. The Hidden History of the Human Race, his book. We'll be right back. Now, Michael Cremo. Michael, here is yet another fax. Your guest's theory on the origin of man is nearly identical to the descriptions by Randolph Winters in his book on the Pleiadians. That's from from John in Richland, Washington. Now, Michael, does that sound familiar to you? Do you know about Randolph Winters?
I'm not familiar with all the details of his idea. What I will say is, I think one of the characteristics of what I'm presenting is that it is not unique. As I've said, it's something that you will find mentioned in channeled communications. You will find it mentioned in this idea of the cosmic hierarchy, in, as I said, practically every cultural and spiritual tradition that's ever existed.
How much credibility do you give to channelers, Michael?
Well, It all depends. Practically every communication that we have from higher dimensions, you could say, is in one way or other channeled. Now, you may call it divine inspiration or the Holy Spirit speaking through someone, but I think channeling as a phenomenon, as a way of getting information from the higher levels in the hierarchy, is a very well-established fact. Now, what may be coming through those channels, I think we have to, judge, because sometimes you may be getting disinformation. I think this happens in many of the UFO communication.
Well, it happens in all related fields, I'm sure.
Right.
Michael, I'm sure. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Michael Cremo. Good evening.
Good evening. I have two quick questions.
All right, where are you?
Tacoma, Washington.
Tacoma, all right, go ahead.
Okay. Earlier, you guys said that we've been, as humans, existing on the Earth with all the creatures, including Bigfoot.
Yes.
And I was wondering what he thinks of some of the stories that I've heard about Bigfoot in connection with UFO sightings.
All right.
Yes, well, I was alluding to that before. I was saying that we can't consider these creatures simply to be just sort of like big apes. They seem to have, some of them have powers that go beyond what normal animals would be expected to have, and there is indeed quite a literature on reports of these creatures in connection.
Well, as long as we're on the subject, Michael, you keep taunting me with that powers. They seem to have powers. For example.
Well, it's very unusual that none of them have ever been captured.
So you mean powers of eluding hunters?
Right. Powers for eluding hunters. Also having been cited in connection with these UFO objects. Also, if you look at traditional accounts from the American Indians of these creatures, they tend to manifest some mystic powers, as do many of the other animals that may be mentioned.
Okay, well, with respect to the UFOs, I guess it would make sense, Michael, that they would keep track of one species, or Bigfoot, along with human beings who have been abducted, and animals that we consistently hear are abducted for one reason or another. So if your theory, if one accepts your theory, then it would make sense that UFOs would monitor these creatures as much as they might monitor us, only there would be far fewer of them. So I guess all that would make some sense. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Michael Cremo. Hi.
Hello, this is Jack from Charleston, South Carolina.
Hi, Jack.
Hi, I wanted to ask your guest if he knows the air date of the sightings program that he said he taped a couple of weeks ago.
That's a good question.
And
that show, I'm sorry, that show has already aired. It aired this past winter. I forget what day it aired.
I usually check.
It's already been on the air.
All right, already been on.
I will mention, however, that I'm now working on as a consultant for one of the major networks for a television special. I can't reveal too much about it, but it'll be coming out in the fall.
All right.
Also, I want to ask quickly, I went to tell someone in my house what you were already talking about, and it came back, you mentioned about something about too bad about Professor Mack. Is that John Mack, the one who did alien investigations? What were you saying about him?
Well, okay. I hate to have to go over it again, but basically, Harvard is challenging Dr. Mack's credentials and area of investigation, and there's going to be some hearings or something. Is that about right, Michael?
That's right. Yeah, he's the charge is that he's been acting irresponsibly as a scholar in suggesting that there may be some actual truth behind these stories of alien abductions.
So there you are. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Michael Cremo. Good evening.
Hello, this is Fritz from Phoenix.
Yes, Fritz.
Well, over and over again, there's one mystery that baffles mankind for so many years, and I'm sure every one of you listening, these radio audience here, is aware of it, that the Yeti or the abominable snowman, Sasquatch, or the Bigfoot definitely has a connection with UFO. In my opinion, they're all under the umbrella of the extraterrestrial presence, and they were brought here to our planet for whatever reasons. Michael, can you accept that?
Well, that is Michael's theory of how we got here.
I would say that we all have an extraterrestrial origin if we trace it back far enough. All of the creatures on this planet, and it may be quite a complex series of events that led to all of the creatures on this planet being placed here.
I wonder why the extraterrestrials decided to put so many varieties of human beings here. Any thoughts on that?
Well, it would appear that now, from ancient Sanskrit writings, we learned that there are 400,000 human species scattered throughout the universe. So we may and it would appear also from the UFO literature that there are many types of aliens. There are the standard grays, there are the so-called Nordic type. It would appear there you also have a variety. So it doesn't surprise me that we may have been visited many times, and that human history may be much more complex than we've been led to imagine.
Michael, when you stick with simple archaeology, when you simply challenge traditional scientific theories regarding how long we've been here and how we developed, it seems to me you're on one ground.
That's right.
When you jump to an explanation that involves extraterrestrials, then you put yourself in exactly the same position as Dr. Mack is now in, and it makes it much easier for the traditional scientific community to throw fertilizer on your whole theory. Yes?
Well, they'll also try to object to even the archaeological evidence, as you were suggesting earlier.
Well, I know, but they hardly even have to bother with that, Michael. If,
right.
Given what you've given them, I mean, it makes it easy for them, doesn't it?
Well, I think there's another whole area of knowledge suppression going on, and that has to do with anything connected with the paranormal or the extraterrestrial or the supernatural, whatever you want to call it.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
And I think now what I want to do is directly confront the scientific community on those points, and I don't think I'm alone in this. We're seeing, for example, you have in existence today an international society for the study of subtle energy medicine, which is composed of about 1,200 medical professionals and biologists that are looking at subtle healing and subtle energies. In other words, if we're going to have an alternative explanation of human origins, the first thing that we have to show is that there is more to the human essence than can be explained by biochemistry.
Indeed, it's a very good point. Yes, sure.
And you have the Institute for Noetic Sciences. You have many individual scholars who are courageously investigating these things. So I see that there is, and it may sound like a cliche to say it, but there is a paradigm shift underway, and I think it's making a lot of progress.
Well, I thought so too, but hearing about Professor Mack makes me wonder. And maybe you're underestimating the resistance that the traditional scientific community will put up. It will be stiff, it will be strong, and it will virtually ridicule people like yourself and John Mack and others.
Well, these are the standard tactics. The first line of defense is to try to ignore something. When you can no longer try to ignore something, then you ridicule it.
That's right.
And then if that doesn't work, then you get the heavier kinds of suppression. But I think we have to look and see what happened in the case of communism, for example. Right up to the last minute, they were in charge.
Yes.
They were still in charge, but there was so much going on underground and around the sides that eventually the system collapsed, even though right up to the last minute.
So you're saying traditional science will collapse the way communism did, all at once, nearly with no warning. Boom, the fences come down. Is that right?
Because there are so many people who do not believe in it anymore. There are so many cracks in the consensus. There are so many independent scholars investigating these things and and as I said, so many organized attempts by scholars who are a little bit more independent to investigate these subjects. So I think the combined weight of that will eventually bring about a collapse of the current paradigm, the current consensus.
All right,
which has only been around for about 200 or 300 years.
I understand. All right, Michael, let's stay with the phones here. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Michael Cremo. Hi.
Hello?
Hello. Where are you, sir?
Sarasota, Florida.
Excellent. Go ahead. You're on the air.
Okay. What comes to my mind, I admit I missed about half hour of your show here, but I'm thinking about a photograph I saw that claims to be a sandal print with a crest trilobite underneath, which predates most life forms on this planet by several million years.
Yes, sir.
To recall...
What you're talking about is the Meister footprint discovered by Robert Meister in Utah. Mm-hmm. And my co-author, Richard Thompson, went and visited Mr. Meister. He's no longer living, but at the time he was living. And we obtained photographs, our own photographs of those footprints. Now, those footprints were discovered in Cambrian shale in Utah. And that rock in which those sandal prints were found is roughly 600 million years old. And as I've pointed out several times, according to what the scientific elite will tell us today, human beings like us have only been around on this planet about 100,000 years. As a matter of fact, 600 million years ago, they would say there was no life.
Something was wearing shoes
on the surface of the Earth at all. Maybe there would have been some marine creatures, just life in the ocean.
Michael, what about
those prints are there? And we did a computer analysis of them. We found that the shape of that print did not deviate in the slightest from a modern human shoe print.
Michael, what about the possibility that print was somehow put in that older rock in more recent times? How do you discount that possibility?
Well, from the testimony of the person who discovered it, who said he was a rock collector, and he was going through an area with one of those little geologist picks.
Yes.
And he was breaking open. He was looking for trilobites. So he was, which are those little fossils of these little shellfish.
Sure.
And he was breaking open solid pieces of this rock. So it was not something that somebody could have carved into.
I've got you.
Into a rock like that.
Okay, I've got you.
Yeah.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Michael Cremo. Hi, where are you calling from, please?
This is Dave in Wichita.
Hello, Dave.
I wondered if Michael had heard about the age of the Sphinx being at least 10,000 years old, and that some evidence in the Purnas, the ancient Indian writings, say that it's about 100,000 years old.
All right, the Sphinx.
Dave, I'm very familiar with that. You're talking about the work of Dr. Robert Schoch, who is a geologist at Boston University. He analyzed the Sphinx, the weathering of the Sphinx, and determined that it was far older, many thousands years older than current Egyptologists would say. And here's I'll tell you about how this knowledge suppression factor operates. He wants to go back and conduct further studies, but the Antiquities Department, the government of Egypt, the department in charge of those monuments will not let him go back right at the present moment. Now, the Egyptians themselves, if you look at the ancient Egyptian writings themselves, they have a list of pharaohs going back 400,000 years. The Babylonians also have king lists going back 400,000 years. So this is, most people are not aware of these facts. You read in your standard textbooks about Egyptian history, it only goes back a few thousand years.
Huh. All right. First-time caller line. You're on the air with Michael Cremo. Good evening. Hello.
Are we on the air right?
Yes, we're on the air, sir.
Oh. Yeah, I didn't mean to get on the air. I just wanted to find out...
All right, if you don't want to be on the air, I'm going to have to go to the next call.
I just wanted to find out what times Dreamland is on.
It's on right now.
Yeah, but through the week.
Dreamland is not on during the week.
Only weekends?
Yes, that's correct.
What time?
7 to 10.
Saturday and Sunday.
7 to 10 Pacific time, Sunday.
And not on Saturday?
No.
Okay.
All right, thank you. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Michael Cremo. Hi.
Yeah, good evening, Art. My name's Ed from Albuquerque.
Yes, sir.
I have a question to ask him. He's familiar with Scientific American publication, isn't he?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. About 4 years ago, there was an article that was written about the genetic study that was trying to correlate orangutans back to humans, and the study concluded that this wasn't feasible, but the genetic study put man all the way back 150,000 to 200,000 years ago, and the origin took place somewhere near Egypt. And this was a very, very precise scientific study. And when they were ready to release their findings, they found out that Japan had done exactly almost an identical, similar study. And the data, was very, very comparable to one to the other. And it stated that they didn't know how man started, and they were kind of tongue-in-cheek by calling it Eve as a starting of origin of man, 150 to 200,000 years ago. And this was done on a very, very scientific genetic basis. Could you answer on that, please?
Well, it's very interesting. What happened was that a couple of years later, that African Eve hypothesis was shot down because other scientists came and proved that the statistics that were used in those reports just did not work.
All right, on that note, we've got a break right here. It is the top of the hour. Relax for a few moments, Michael, and we'll come back to you. Michael Cremo is my guest. His book, The Hidden History of the Human Race, and there's a lot. We'll be back. This is CBC.
From the Kingdom of Nye, we continue with your calls on Dreamland with Art Bell. Call Art now toll-free at 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-TALK. First-time callers, area code 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. Or the wildcard line at area code 702-727-1295. 727-1295 in the 702 area code. Now again, here's Art Bell.
The listeners to my regular weeknight program no doubt will appreciate this. Art, after listening to you and your guest and given our warlike disposition not to get along with each other, could Earth be your Dahmer Island? Fred Kogo. Yeah, sure it could, Fred. Dahmer Island is sort of an invention of mine, a place where criminals would be taken. Obviously, his theory that that all of Earth is some sort of Dahmer Island, that we are prisoners from some other place or time. One never knows. Let me begin this hour. We're going to take care of our commercial content here. The Sea Crane Company sell... Now, Art, could you ask your guest if he's heard about the rock that was found in Death Valley by some rock hounds that when cut in half contained a ceramic diode? The rock was dated somewhere around 500,000 years ago. Michael?
I've heard about it. I haven't been able to get any very detailed information about that.
The clear implication of that would be either alien technology or technology once before developed by man long forgotten, and now, of course, full circle. But it would suggest one of those two.
Well, I think you're absolutely right there, and the whole idea of cyclical time, things coming and going, is an idea that I'm very much in favor of. Actually, if you look at Aristotle, back at the time of the Greeks, he had the same idea. He said the great inventions of human civilization have been made time and time and time again in the course of cyclical time.
Yes, you don't find that to be in competition with your hypothesis?
Not at all. As a matter of fact, it tends to match up with it. What we find, if you look at the entire history of archaeology and anthropology, is that you've got a very bewildering mixture of advanced artifacts and simple things, human bones and ape-man-like bones, all mixed up going back hundreds of millions of years. And this is really what you would predict if there were a kind of cyclical pattern to this whole process that we're involved in.
All right, back to the phones. On the wildcard line, you're on the air with Michael Cremo. Hi.
Yes, sir. From the Tri-Cities.
Tri-Cities, Washington, yes.
Yes. There's an anagram for some of these different, for these artifacts. Artifacts at a time or something like that. I've read several books about this. The gold chain found with 2 lumps of coal at either end. And like an art school in France where you could see where somebody had made correction lines and stuff. And there were normal people wearing trousers and shirts with buttons and stuff like that. I was wondering if he had heard about any of this.
Yes, I have. Of course, that anagram you're talking about is OOP arts, out-of-place artifacts. And the gold chain, I've got a case of that in the book, The Hidden History of the Human Race.
Michael, how do they generally dismiss what you're calling OOPs art? How do they dismiss it? How
do they dismiss out-of-place artifacts?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, do they call it fantasy of people at the time, or what?
Well, in many cases, this has been so effectively suppressed that they hardly even know about it. Usually they will try to say it's a hoax, it's intrusive somehow or other, it's slipped down from some higher level down to some lower level, which is why in our book, Hidden History of the Human Race, we tend to concentrate on cases that are very well documented and where all these possible counter-explanations are dealt with.
All right, look, it really sounds like it's worth a read, and you haven't done it, so I will ask you to do it. Plug your book. How do people get a copy of The Hidden History of the Human Race?
Well, it's available in bookstores, and if it's not in a bookstore, we have an 800 number, 1-800-443-3361, that you can call during business hours during the week and order the book that way.
Let me give the number again, 1-800. How much is the book?
$22.95.
And it's a hardback, very nice book. I've got it here. 1-800-443-3361. And increasingly, it sounds like it's well worth the read. I'd like to say I've read it already, Michael, but I will now dive into it. You've intrigued me. On the wildcard line, you're on the air with Michael Cremo. Hi.
Hi there. Mr. Cremo, you mentioned technology, or we were talking about technology just a couple minutes ago. Do you have any detailed information or any kind of information about what different kinds of technologies were used by man in his more advanced stage as he was planted on the planet?
From the reports that you get from many ancient writings, it would appear they had some very advanced technologies.
Right.
From the ancient Sanskrit writings of India, you find what are called vimanas, or spaceships of various kinds.
Right.
We've actually got reports from coal mines of polished stone walls being found in coal mines 2 miles deep underneath the ground. So from varieties of sources, whether we're talking about archaeology or ancient writings, it would appear that civilizations in the very, very distant past may have had technologies superior to those of today even.
Okay, and those technologies, would you know if they were more tied in with the natural forces of the Earth rather than an artificial type of technology?
All right, that's good. In other words, were they in tune with the planet in some way that we were not, or presently are not, Michael?
Yes. Even if you go back a little bit in recorded history to the times of the Greeks and the Romans and personalities like that, you'll find that many times they got their technologies from higher beings. They didn't build factories on this planet to build them, but they would communicate with higher beings and receive technologies, more advanced technologies from them. So that kind of technology exchange has a long history on our planet and may still be going on today for all we know.
Faxed question for you, Michael. Do you think there's any indication that these extraterrestrial intelligences have guided or interfered with human history? Are you familiar with a book called The Gods of Eden by William Bramley?
That is a very common hypothesis. I think you'll also find it in Zechariah Sitchin and others.
Yes.
Where I might disagree with some of these accounts is that it's been going on much longer than they would suppose. In many cases, they tend to accept the standard idea of human evolution as it's printed in the textbooks and then say at some fairly recent point in time you have some alien intervention that resulted in our human species as we know it today with our advanced civilization.
Could you give me a couple of examples of where you think they may have interfered, in effect, with human history?
Oh, if you look at the whole history of the human race, you'll see many accounts of divine interventions. Practically, the origin of every religion on this planet is attributed to some kind of intervention from some extraterrestrial source.
All right, well then, here's a hell of a question for you, Michael.
Okay.
If everything went to hell in a handbasket in Russia, which frankly is very unstable right now, with, as you know, at least 30,000 deliverable nuclear weapons, and somebody over there went out of their mind and did the unthinkable and launched their weapons against us, if there would ever be a moment for intervention, that would be it. Would you think the launch and the war would be successful, in other words, in ending the human race, or would there be intervention?
It's a very good question, Art.
Yes.
And I think this is something that comes up all of the time. I think there's something pretty much of a cosmic paranoia when we're confronted either with the type of event that you've described or the fears of what different kinds of alien beings might do.
Michael,
what I would say, this is where the cosmic hierarchy comes into being.
Right. Well, let me add to it, Michael. Any species-threatening event, let's say that Ebola Zaire became airborne and it threatened to end the species. Same question. Would there be intervention prior to a species-threatening event?
In the case of any particular event, I couldn't say, but in general, in the ultimate sense, the forces in the cosmic hierarchy are at the top good, they're well-wishers to us, and in the end, in the final analysis, the powers of good that are watching over this whole hierarchy will prevail. And I think even now they are limiting the influence of elements in the hierarchy that may not be so benign. And I think this is something we can all take comfort in.
All right. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Michael Cremo. Hi.
Hello, Art Bell. This is Roy from Everett, Washington.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to ask Michael if he's seen any evidence of Atlanteans in his work.
Atlantis. Yes, Michael. Your view on that?
Yes, of course, Atlantis is familiar to us from the ancient Greek writings as a sunken landmass that was previously inhabited by a race of people who had some advanced civilization. In the ancient Sanskrit writings with which I'm familiar, there are also descriptions of sunken landmasses that were previously inhabited. I think there's been some very good underwater archaeology done in the area of Bimini and the Bahamas, and where there do appear to be stone structures found deep in the ocean. So yes, I would be prepared to find evidence for sunken land masses that were once inhabited.
All right. East of the Rockies, your turn with Michael Cremo. Good evening.
Hi, Art.
Hi. Where are you, sir?
I'm in Oshkosh, Wisconsin.
Oshkosh. All right. Welcome to the show.
My name's Renzo.
Yes.
How are you doing?
Fine.
Well, Michael, I was wondering, actually, I think that people feel that Bigfoot is connected to aliens because he's so hard to find.
All right.
I was talking about that a little bit earlier. That's exactly what I suggested.
Yes, and, I would give you my theory that if the UFOs or the extraterrestrials, Michael, are keeping track of all of us, they've got plenty of opportunity to do that with human beings, with cattle, with many of the things we hear about being abducted, but perhaps few opportunities to interface with Bigfoot because there are, I think arguably, very few Bigfoot creatures. So obviously anything connected to a UFO and a Bigfoot would be not a great surprise. There would be very few of them they could monitor. Wouldn't that be true?
They appear to be rare, although you do get sightings around the world in varieties of locations, and even on the east coast of the United States.
Well, I'm sure you do, but I mean, how many have you seen?
I have not seen any myself.
Same deal with me. So at least they've got to be fairly rare.
Right.
Uh-huh. All right. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Michael Cremo. Hi.
Yeah, I'm calling from Kogo.
Yes, sir.
And, okay, Mr. Cremo.
Yes.
From what I understand, okay, you're saying that, extraterrestrials have been coming down and affecting the evolution of man or actually creating man?
Very, very good question. It's a, as I was suggesting towards the beginning of the show, I think we are part of a cosmic hierarchy of beings, originally spiritual, and we've come down from an original position, original higher dimensional spiritual position, and we've been placed in a position in this hierarchy. And the way that we've gotten here is that we've been given bodies by beings higher up in the hierarchy by a process of reproduction. In other words, these beings higher up in the hierarchy, from descriptions you find in various ancient writings and also from evidence that we can see today, have bodies made of more subtle elements than we do.
All right, I'm trying to listen.
By a process of reproduction.
Yes, I'm trying to listen very, very carefully to what you're saying here, Michael. Are you saying that we were created by those beings? In most senses.
Well, our bodies have been, in other words, there's a process of reproduction that's going on.
If I could say one thing, the problem I have, we have vestigial parts in our body, like a tailbone, an appendix. I mean, useless stuff to us as Homo sapiens. And another thing, too, if man's been around this long, why isn't there a fossil record of actual bodies back, 500 million years ago?
Well, but there is, according to Michael Cremo, right, Michael?
Oh, that's, we were talking about that human skeleton found in the coal mine in Macoupin County, Illinois. We got in touch with the Illinois Geological Survey, and we asked them, well, how old is the coal in that mine? And it's over, it's 300 million years old. So we do have, skeletons going back that far. And as far as these similarities with other creatures, that might just be a good design process where you start with a template and then you simply modify it to get different creatures rather than building each one up from scratch. I think that's a very common thing in engineering and software, computer software. You don't try to invent the wheel every time, but you start with some template or model and vary it slightly. So you might expect to find, if you do have, say, as the ancient Sanskrit writings say, 400,000 types of human beings.
So we would simply then, in essence, be the Rembrandt work of some greater intelligence, some extraterrestrial intelligence. We would have been the final grand work to date of that intelligence, correct?
That may be giving too much credit. I'd say the higher.
Okay, Michael, I'm sorry. We're at a break point. We'll be right back. This is CBC. Well, on May 13th, we're going on vacation. Going to Hong Kong, China, into Red China, if you'd like to come along on that side trip, then Bangkok, and then back home. The whole thing will last about 8 days. Unfortunately, it is now on a space-available basis, which means you call the number I give you if there is any space left, or if they can find any, or if they have a cancellation, they will get you in. It's the name of the game. It's getting late. So if you would like to come along, I'll be there. My wife will be there. Bob and Sue Crane will be there. A lot of people are going to be there. If you'd like to come along, call 1-800-633-2732. That number is good at, I think about 8 o'clock in the morning Pacific Coast time. 1-800-633-2732. My guest is Michael Cremo. His book and his theory, The Hidden History of the Human Race. Actually, he represents it really as more than that, because he says he has evidence of man being far, far older than anybody else can guess. And we'll get millions of years, or even hundreds of millions of years, or even billions of years, and we'll get back to him in just a moment. The human race has been around for over several million or billion years. Would it be out of the realm of possibility that we achieved advanced space travel before? And if so, why would we not leave the planet in time of disaster and later return to rebuild and bring that same technology? Therefore, we should be more advanced. Roger. In Sparks, Nevada. He's saying, why haven't we been back? In other words, if there was an earlier civilization that achieved space travel and went somewhere else, why have we not been back?
Well, I'd say to Roger, this has to do with the whole idea of cyclical time. As a matter of fact, from what we can see, and this appears to be even true geologically speaking, is that the Earth has in fact been through a series of devastations. We find this mentioned in many ancient writings, including the ancient Sanskrit writings of India. There are periodic devastations where advanced civilizations are wiped out. And then after that, there has to be a process, again, an extraterrestrial process of bringing the humans and civilization back to this planet again. And it just may be that right at the moment we're in a downswing in one of these vast cosmic time cycles where the level of civilization tends to be going down rather than up.
Well, let me sort of back that up, Michael. I do a daily talk show that deals with events going on a daily basis, politics, human behavior, and all the rest of it. And many times I have observed, and I feel many times. Now, I realize my observation span is very short. We are all mortal, and we don't have a lot of time to look at the bigger picture. But a lot of times, Michael, it seems as though our social behavior is deteriorating, as though socially we are devolving, not evolving. Would you comment?
according to the ancient Sanskrit writings, we are in what is called the Kali Yuga, which is, in this cycle of time, a period in which human behavior is predicted to devolve. So I wouldn't be surprised, and I've noticed some of the same things that you have in terms of these social trends over even short periods of time.
Well, I'm not sure that we have a long enough span to really make a valid observation. It's kind of shooting from the hip, but it does look that way at times, Michael, as though we are devolving. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Michael Cremo. Hi.
Hi, this is Steve from Seattle.
Yes, Steve.
And I was just wondering if the human race was supposed to be around for millions of years, that wouldn't we be more advanced now than we are?
It's a very good point. And, Michael, to add to what he just said, why has most of the technological development come so quickly here in the last 50 years, let's say?
Okay, so, Steve, I think we have become conditioned to what I would call the linear progressive time sense.
Yes, of course.
Where we think that everything goes from the simple to the more complex without a break. In other words, if it was older, it must be simpler, and if it's newer, it's more advanced, and in the future, things are going to become more and more advanced. This idea of cyclical time that I was talking about may be a more accurate reflection of what happens over the long term in human history. And as I was suggesting just a moment ago, we may be in a little bit of a downswing right at the moment. Now, as far as what you were mentioning, Art...
Well, socially, Michael, it seems like socially we may be in a downswing, but technologically we appear to be chugging right along, and that's a fairly recent development. The last 50 years, technologically, it's really taken off.
Well, one way to look at this is that previously, a lot of the things that we do now with machines were previously done directly by people. In other words, they had the ability to see things at a distance. Now, some people appear to have that even today as one of the extrasensory, powers. Now, we may be duplicating that now that people are no longer able to exercise these powers through their physical organisms. We may be trying to duplicate them through technology. And that may not be an improvement.
It seems as though the powers we have, for example, precognition is a good example. I've had one example of it myself, Michael, an experience of precognition. I definitely knew an event was coming. There's no question about it. Only one in my whole life. I've talked to other people who have had similar events. Is this a talent once held, now only occasionally to rise to the surface, or is it a talent we are now developing for the future?
It appears to be, if you look at the broad sweep of human history, even as it's recorded in our history books, that these powers were apparently much more common in previous ages. And if you look towards the beings that are a little bit higher up in the higher cosmic hierarchy in human beings, they seem to have these powers to a degree that we can only imagine. So it would appear that now we are in a condition where these powers, which are natural on one level, have become weakened, but they could be developed again.
Okay, wildcard line, you're on the air with Michael Cremo. Good evening.
Hello.
Hello.
This is Roy in Everett.
Everett, Washington. Hi, Roy.
That's right. I'd like to ask Michael Cremo if he believes that the mammals of the sea were brought from outer space.
All right. The mammals of the sea.
Roy, I think all the living things on this planet have an extraterrestrial origin ultimately. And this is an idea that, the ancient Greeks had as well. For example, you had Plato talking about forms, ideal forms of all creatures originally existing on some higher dimension, and they're projected somehow down to this dimension and given physical form.
Let me throw a little.
So I think we've got to look off of this planet for the origin of all the species, whether we're talking about the mammals in the oceans or the ones walking around on the land, and I think there are all kinds of extraterrestrial contacts that have taken place.
Okay, let me throw a little monkey wrench maybe in all of this.
Okay,
Michael, how would you account for new species? Not only do some species, according to scientists, become extinct, but there are new species that appear on the planet. Now, are these carried down by our extraterrestrial friends, or are they just a product of nature and the evolution of mammals and all matter on this earth? In other words, how did these new species get here?
On the wider cosmic scale, from the information that I've gathered from various sources, including the ancient writings of various countries, including the Sanskrit writings of India, is that there's a fixed number of species, numbering in the millions on the universal level, and these may be imported to the Earth that we know on different time scales. In other words, somewhere, all of the species are always existing, but at any particular time and place, only some of them may be visible to us.
And through what means do they arrive here?
Sometimes by extraterrestrial means, sometimes by, you might call it, intradimensional means. It gets you into a whole area. We may not even be able to penetrate all the regions of this Earth. That is something that we've heard down through history. For example, the Hopi Indians say that they've come up from 4 different levels below the Earth. In other words, there's some subterranean regions there that normally human beings and animals can't penetrate. So there may be dimensions even to this Earth that we're not able to penetrate, and perhaps some of these creatures enter and leave the world of our experience from these nearby regions.
Dimensional portals.
Right.
Mm-hmm. All right, east of the Rockies, you're on the air with Michael Cremo. Hello.
Hi, my name is Nick.
Yes,
I live
Nick.
in Rockton, Illinois.
Yes, Nick.
Well, Michael, I tend to disagree with you. I think it's obvious that evolution happened by itself. Look at dogs and cats, and what's a hyena? You know what I'm saying? There's no animal, there's no plant. I would say that plants and animals evolved from one being that I would call God. And
well,
I love
we might
your show.
not have a disagreement if we see what the process is. If you're talking about because I would agree with you that there's God at the top of the hierarchy, and there's a process of descent with modification by which, from one generation to another, all the creatures that we're familiar with on this earth, including ourselves, have been produced. Now, but that's not the kind of evolution that you'll find described in
the Bible,
in the textbooks, the Darwinian textbooks, or
Darwinian or the Bible. So it argues with both. And I take it, caller, you're uncomfortable with that.
Well, I'm looking at the Sex Contract right now by Helen E. Fisher. Have you read that?
I haven't. If you could tell me about it, I'd like to hear it.
Well, it's very informative. I like it a lot. It's kind of feminist view of how evolution went, but it's about sex as it went and how we evolved. But it basically, what I think is that if you look at chimpanzees and gorillas and orangutans in the regions they are today, you would see that the orangutans are near Asians, and the chimpanzees tend to be more like white people, and gorillas more like black people. And if you look at, say, Asians today and Indians, American Indians, and then look at Eskimos.
Well, I've never heard it quite suggested that way. That's very interesting. How would you respond to that, Michael, that there appears to be that connection to some of the major racial variations on the Earth today?
Well, first of all, I don't accept that we have come from monkeys or orangutans or gorillas. The fossil evidence, the actual physical evidence that we document in our book, The Hidden History of the Human Race, shows that simply we've coexisted with these creatures for millions and millions of years. There's no physical evidence at all that we've evolved from them. So right from the start, I would have to respectfully disagree with the hypothesis being presented.
I am curious, Michael, see if you can answer this straight out.
Okay.
Do you find more fanatical resistance to your hypothetical, or I guess you could even suggest the evidence of the evolution of the human being? Do you find more exception to it from the scientific or religious community?
It's very interesting that I've been finding that I've been able to go all over the world, and I have been. I've been able to make these presentations to... I've been on Christian radio shows and television radio shows, and I find they're very receptive to the fact that I disagree with Darwinian evolution.
Okay, the question again, from which camp do you think you find more stringent objection, scientific or religious?
The most objection I have been finding is from those who are in the mainstream scientific establishment. That is where the most opposition that I have encountered has been coming from.
I would imagine that would be true because at least your theories involve a concept of creation that the religious folks might be able to be more comfortable with than the scientific people. I see. All right. First-time caller line. You're on the air with Michael Cremo. Hi.
Hi, this is Joe up in Reno.
Hi, Joe.
And it's a pleasure to call you, Art. I listen in every now and then whenever I can. And
Thank you.
I have a thought on this. We're electrochemical devices. We're perfect androids, biochemical computers, if you really look at us in a big picture.
Sure.
And the electro being the spirit, the android, the movement, the device that moves around is the chemical. Who knows where it goes in stores, maybe in the ozone layer or whatever, but you could see how things could be, spirits could be implanted or beings could come into us through something like that. It's a very tangible and logical way, and I wondered if Mr. Cremo had any experience in dealing with it in that logic.
All right, it may be the last answer we have time for. Go ahead, Michael.
Yes, Joe, I think you mentioned something that's very important. It seems like if we want a good metaphor for the entire universe and our place in it, it may be like a virtual reality system on a computer. Now, if you know how those operate, that means you take somebody who's outside the computer and you hook up different devices to their senses, like you put little, what they call iPhones over their eyes, small video monitors.
That's right.
So that it creates the sense of being involved in the computer world, even though they're outside of it. So in one sense, you could say that the person is being implanted into the virtual reality system inside the computer. So I think you're mentioning soul, and I think what we really are is we are souls who have been implanted by some system into a virtual reality.
All right, that is where we're going to have to end it, Michael, very quickly because we're out of time. Where can they get your book?
The book is available by an 800 number, 1-800-443-8255. 3361. It's also available at Barnes & Noble and other book chains.
All right. Michael, it has been an absolute pleasure having you on the program.
Art, it's been a pleasure for me as well. Hope we get to talk again sometime.
Thank you, my friend. That's Michael Cremo and his version of the hidden history of the human race. Thank you all, and we'll see you again next Sunday at 7 Pacific Time. From the high desert, good night, everybody.
This has been Dreamland, a program dedicated to an examination of areas in the human experience not easily nor neatly put in a box. Things seen at the edge of vision, awakening a part of the mind as yet not mapped. Yet things every bit as real as the air we breathe but don't see. Please join us again next week at this time for Dreamland. Welcome to Dreamland, a program dedicated to an examination of areas in the human experience not easily nor neatly put in a box. Things seen at the edge of vision, awakening a part of the mind as yet not mapped, and yet things every bit as real as the air we breathe but don't see. This is Dreamland.
Sunday evening, and indeed, this is Dreamland. Good evening, everybody. I am Art Bell, and we've got, I think, a very interesting show this evening. As usual, Linda Howe, she tells me she's got quite a report for you this evening. Linda Howe, generally regarded across the world as the preeminent expert, I guess, in crop circles, animal mutilations, and their connection to UFOs. So we'll do that, and then we'll follow it with John Rhodes. John Rhodes has been investigating the human-reptilian connection. And aside from knowing some individuals that I might put in that class, or at least descended from that class, I don't know very much about the subject. He will also talk to us about underground bases a little bit. Now, that would certainly make sense if you're talking about the reptilian connection, I guess. At any rate, we will explore all of that this evening, so I'm looking very much forward to it. And in just one moment, Linda Howe, Philadelphia, our expert on crop circles and animal mutilations, and she's been looking into it for years. She began doing regular journalistic type documentaries and moved from that into the area that she is now such an expert in, which in my mind has always added greatly to her credibility. Here is Linda Howe. Linda, hi.
Hi, Art.
Well,
one of the mysteries long associated with the animal mutilation phenomenon
right,
has been the Bigfoot or Sasquatch creature.
We've never talked about it.
Well, I think it's time, because there's been a long history of association between these appearances of these large animals and other phenomena. In the 1970s, in Colorado, Montana, Washington State, Oregon, Pennsylvania, South Dakota, and other parts of the United States, ranchers and others reported seeing 8 to 12-foot tall, hairy, brownish-red creatures that were breaking down pasture fences in areas where mutilated animals had been found. In one famous Cascade County, Montana case, a rancher was out hunting with his .30-06 rifle. He suddenly came face-to-face with a hairy, brownish-red creature who towered above him. The rancher fired at this Sasquatch, and it disappeared in a bright flash of light, raising the question, was this creature strictly biological, or perhaps some kind of technological presentation like a holographic projection? That was the 1975 to 76 time period in Montana, and that rancher reported his Bigfoot encounter to the Cascade County Sheriff's Office in Great Falls, Montana, which is how I got that report.
Gee, Linda, you would think if it was a holographic presentation of some kind, that it wouldn't even be effective. You know, I mean, a bullet would pass through a presentation, wouldn't it?
Right. It's always been an interesting question. Why was there any reaction at all that would be translated in a flash of light from the firing of a bullet. It is a very puzzling phenomenon, but it did make the sheriff's files because the rancher was so startled by what had happened, and he called up the sheriff's office. And then a year later, in 1977, in the wilderness area of Snohomish, which is northwest of Seattle, Washington, Bigfoot investigator Peter Gattilla interviewed eyewitnesses who not only had seen large hairy creatures, but associated their presence with silver discs that they saw with their own eyes in the sky and animal mutilations that they were finding in the ground. In one case, a man named Stephen Unzelman was traumatized by his encounter with a silver disc in the sky that made a sound like a spinning turbine, which he recorded on audio tape and gave to Peter Gattilla. Stephen Unzelman also saw a giant ape-like creature associated with the UFO. And not far away in that Snohomish forest lived a woman with her family named Linda Williford. She and others saw Bigfoot creatures around their house, and she recorded a series of eerie, high-pitched screams during the 1978 to 79 period. Neither eyewitness has ever been willing to speak publicly, but they have given Peter Gattilla permission to share their experiences and their audio tape recordings. So tonight we will hear first Stephen Unzelman's recording of the turbine-sounding UFO, which reminds me of so many people's descriptions of hearing something that sounded like a turbine, which is a different description from the people who have described the buzzing of bees. Then Peter Gattilla will introduce Linda Williford's recorded excerpts of the Bigfoot screams near her house. And I'm going to begin now with this turbine-sounding UFO that will continue on with Peter Gattilla's description of going into the Snohomish Forest a few years ago to meet and talk with Linda Williford and to get her audio tape, which we'll also hear. So right now, this was the sound of a silver disc that Stephen Unzelman described as having what looked like a dark lens right in the center of it. That's how close he was. Here we go.
Actual recordings of a UFO. Wow.
Right. Steve Unzelman recorded it. His situation was interesting. He was alone, and all sorts of things were going on at the time around him, and he had absolutely no support from anyone, although his neighbors reported it, including the Willifords. Linda Williford told me at once when I got there that her folks had come to visit, and while they were driving out of there in the pitch of night, this loud whirring noise followed their car. It scared the wits out of them.
When did they start hearing the Bigfoot or Sasquatch sounds, and did she see one of the animals in and around the time that she actually recorded one?
Oh, yeah. The sounds actually started, I believe, in 1977. Mrs. Williford was fairly isolated there. Her husband worked nights, and she was left alone frequently. As a matter of fact, on the full recording, you can hear her frantically dialing the telephone. And because she was trying to get connected to her neighbors across the valley to ask them if they heard anything and just to get a friendly voice. But her husband worked nights, and she was left alone there often. One night, she finally had it. The scream was right across the road from where she lived. She lived in a little mobile home there. It was a single-wide mobile home. And she threw the door open, and the creature was standing literally right across from her door looking at her. And
how did she describe it?
Well, she described it as kind of an auburn color, very tall, very broad, typical Sasquatch, a typical Bigfoot description.
Long hair?
Well, actually, as a matter of fact, it was long hair, somewhat long. I mean, we get reports of hair length anywhere from, a foot long to just a few inches.
Mm-hmm. And what about the face? Did she describe anything unusual about the face?
Yeah, she did. And this was what I found to be very interesting. The face was ape-like. The eyes were almond-shaped, wide apart, and glowing red.
And they were glowing red.
Glowing red, luminous. Self-luminous. Now, we're not talking about reflectivity, but these were self-luminous, sort of a bioluminescence kind of thing, and this was very clear to her. She could see it clearly, saw the eyes glowing. They moved a little bit. It stunned her. She turned on the porch light. They had a fairly bright one there, and that's when she got a pretty good look at the overall figure. Arms were long, almost to the knees. It had one arm up on a tree, I believe she told me, and it just stood there. Now, there have been mutilations in the area. As a matter of fact, Linda Williford told me about one, and there had been down fencing. Things you mentioned all had occurred there in that spot. So something definitely was going on. You could feel it in the air. I mean, it literally rippled,
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And now, Art, I'm going to play these 1978 to 79 excerpts of this high-pitched, eerie scream that she and the neighbors associated with the presence of the Bigfoot. And it is difficult. You're going to hear a kind of constant understatic, which I think was the fact that she had a not very expensive tape recorder that she was trying to pick up these sounds, but you will hear this very high-pitched, very bizarre sort of screaming above the lower noise that I think is her tape recorder. And here we go now.
All right. Maybe the sound of Bigfoot. Jeez. Now, that one gave me the willies.
Yes. Did that translate out pretty well, do you think?
Yes, that translated just fine. Whatever that was, Linda, I don't want to be anywhere near it.
Well, I'll tell you, when I was working on the first documentary I did, A Strange Harvest, and was traveling with a crew in Wyoming, New Mexico, and Colorado back in 79 to 80, I interviewed a rancher who told me that he'd had 3, 4, maybe it was 6 mutilations in the same area in a ranch in eastern Colorado, and said that he had, with his own eyes, had seen a tall, huge, he said it had to have been 8 to 9 foot tall, hairy creature come out of the woods and crash right through his fence. It was a wood kind of lodgepole pine fence. And that he said it made a sound that he described as the combination between a woman screaming and a baby crying. And I've always remembered that description. Now, what we heard, I would say, was more of a high-pitched, you might compare it to some kind of a musical scream. I don't know, but I'm very curious if any of our Dreamland listeners anywhere in the country have ever heard anything like this recording or any description that they have associated and never told anyone.
Hey, if you're able to, can you rewind that thing a little bit?
Yeah, I can rewind it.
And
we can play it again.
Give me a little more of that. That's what I call blood curdling.
Yeah, no, it is. I think it is too. Now let me see if
it's one of those kinds of things that you know that if you met whatever was making that sound, you're going to die.
Well, and that's the interesting thing is that Gutera actually encountered, and maybe one of these nights on Dreamland, I'll play that because it's a long story, how he actually came face to face in the dark with what he considered to be about a 12-foot long creature, a high creature. And there seemed to be some kind of a force field that he could not walk through. It's a whole other story, but he's never felt harm. And the other people said they've not been harmed, but they've been associated with animal mutilations. It's very strange. Well, here we go again.
Okay, let me hear this one more time.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
Okay. Well,
amazing sound, isn't it?
I don't like that sound, Linda. I think that's terrible.
Well, it would be chilling in the dark of a forest. I must say.
Well, it wouldn't have to kill you. You'd have a heart attack first, and it could just eat your dead body.
Yeah, well, I'd sure like to know if anybody else out there has had something like that happen around their ranch or house or somewhere. And I think now is definitely we have an audience that is reporting things that they've encountered and maybe not talked about before, and Dreamland is certainly the program to share this on.
All right, I'm way short on time because we did that again. So give your address to everybody. We'll be playing your commercial here in a bit.
Okay, thanks, Art. It is Linda Howe at Post Office Box 538 in Huntingdon Valley, Pennsylvania, zip code 19006. My fax number is 215-491-9842. And Art, I can give this out again later in the program. And
yes.
Thanks, Art. See you next week on the air.
Thank you, Linda Howe. And, boy, I'll tell you, that was, maybe it just got to me. I don't know. But I didn't like that sound. We'll be right back. 03. Now, I got a letter from John Rhodes, and I'll read to you in part what he said. Art, in recent years, I have been researching and lecturing about UFOs, underground bases, and occulted archaeology. I've also placed the emphasis in my research on the connection between the ancient and intelligent bipedal race of serpent beings called reptilians and human beings. These investigations have yielded numerous religious, cultural, and genetic links that provide extremely compelling evidence to the fact that we are genetic descendants of a highly technologically advanced race of alien reptilian beings living on our planet. Now, that ought to be tease enough for you, and I'll add a little something to that. I've received information from a number of guests that we are going to book in the future that also maintain that if not reptilian, certainly there has been a very advanced, and there is evidence of, a very advanced civilization that has lived here on Earth previously. And that's always interesting since we're here now, and I assume we'd prefer not being relics of some future civilization's examination. So we'll get all into that in a moment.
From the Kingdom of Nine, you're hearing Dreamland with Art Bell. To participate in the program, call toll-free 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-8255. First-time callers, area code 702-727-1222. Or the wildcard line at 702-727-1295. This is the CBC Radio Network.
It is indeed, in one moment, the human-reptilian connection. And I think most of us would like to hope there isn't one. Many of you people who know about being health-conscious humans know about antioxidants. Some of you, I suppose, don't. Vitamin C is an antioxidant, and that is good. UCLA scientists found that antioxidant vitamin C can help avoid cancer, strokes, heart attacks, increase life expectancy an average of 5 years. Now, there are some new antioxidants on the market. They are 20 times the power of vitamin C. They're called pycnogenols. Now, you might ask in the first place, why do I care about antioxidants? Well, simple. You're getting bombarded with all kinds of bad stuff called free radicals. And actually, I would sum it up by saying they make you old. Stiff joints, premature wrinkling, degenerative disease like arthritis, circulatory disorders, diabetes, and heart disease. Antioxidants fight that. Something 20 times the power of vitamin C, well, I shouldn't have to say more. The brown spots on my hand are disappearing. Almost gone, actually. If you would like to try pycnogenols, call Natural Health. Please, at 1-800-856-1119. That's 1-800-856-1119. And now, coming from not very far away, actually, Henderson, Nevada, here is John Rhodes. John, welcome to the program.
Thanks, Art.
It's good to have you.
It's good to have you, too. And by the way, happy birthday. I got wind that it was your birthday on Saturday.
It was, indeed. Oh, it was a wonderful birthday, John.
Great.
Wonderful. John, I don't know where to start. Tell us a little, if you would, about yourself, I guess, first.
Okay.
Who is John Rhodes?
John Rhodes is a gentleman of about 34 years of age. When I was younger, I lived most of my life overseas. My parents were, one was a swimmer, my mother, and my father was a pilot that used to work for Air America, which was an old CIA operative.
That's right.
And I had the opportunity as a child to live a lot of different places overseas, including Vietnam when I was 6, 7, and 8, and over in the Middle East in Beirut, Lebanon. And then I came back to the United States here, of course, completed my education. And it wasn't until about 5 or 6 years ago I started getting interested in what was going on as far as the UFO field and unexplained phenomenon, because I felt that there was just something that wasn't right as far as the reality in which we were living.
Well, you heard me say, I'm sure a little while ago, I've had a lot of guest information lately from people who have been studying for some time the possibility that a civilization existed here on Earth long before we ever did, and that though there are artifacts, they are few, and most of the evidence of their existence has been erased. Does that fit in with what you believe?
That fits in. They've either purposely been erased, in my opinion, or else they've been erased due to natural geological changes, including being sunken into the Earth underground. And I think most recently we started as human beings being aware of the actuality of these civilizations, not only by seeing things above the surface, such as the Great Pyramids and the unexplained pyramids of Mexico and Central America and South America, and all the beautiful pieces of architecture left behind that really we sit here in awe with, even with today's engineering skills. But when we started, I think, getting into looking underground as far as geological exploration for oil and also subsurface use of space for storage for oil fields and gasoline and food, etc., that we started finding a lot of things underground that left even more of a mystery than what we had above ground.
Again, I've got to stop you for a second, John. It's really interesting that you should be saying that, because there is a project ongoing now in Alaska called HARP.
Right.
I'm sure you've heard of it.
Yes, I have.
And it's supposedly got a dual purpose, and one is to heat up the ionosphere to see what will happen. I'm not sure about that one. And the other purpose, supposedly, is to try and map underground tunnels and caves. And I thought, underground tunnels and caves. Now, why are we wanting to look underground? What do we think is underground that we don't know about?
Apparently, there seems to be more underground that's worth looking at than above our heads in space with the NASA program. I've read about HARP, and I've also looked into the shuttle bay experiments in which they were using ground-probing radar. They said to help study the Rwandan ape because of the war in Rwanda.
Right.
And that just kind of hit me as kind of funny. And I think that because of today's technology, with the ability to burrow underground with thermonuclear boring machines that have been patented in U.S. patent books by Los Alamos Laboratories, I know before you had a really great researcher on the air, Richard Sauter, and
That's right.
He's done a lot of studies on this and brought a lot of information forward to the public, declaring that the United States and other countries by now have very easily been able to penetrate the Earth with these thermonuclear boring machines that literally vitrify the rock, and what's left over is about 25% of mass. And since it's molten lava, they compress it towards the tunnel walls, and it permeates through the tunnel walls, creating a self-lined tunnel. This is great when you look back at a lot of the old stories of people in caves and caverns, even when you're talking about books like Etadorfa and other stories like the Smoky Gog, in which people talk about the Hollow Earth. These stories were coming out long before we were even aware of the technology about glass-lined tunnels And that's exactly what the technology is available today, is to leave glass-lined tunnels behind. And these people reporting them way back in the last century.
But these are tunnels, John, that we would have created, so we would therefore, for the most part, know they are there, certainly at high government levels. The implication of HAARP is that we're looking for stuff that we don't know is there.
Right. Well, if it's very simple in terms, I mean an engineering term, due to this technology to be able to burrow underground, then that leaves us a whole new issue. Not only would NORAD have to worry about missiles coming from overhead from the north, and also be able to look out for any kind of missile attack from above, now we've got a whole new issue about how do we prevent other countries or other species from burrowing under the ground into our continent, into the North American country, and coming near sensitive facilities or near sensitive government buildings.
There's an awful thought.
So, I mean...
you know, that you're right. I mean, it would have national security implications,
Absolutely.
And now I suddenly understand, even the alien question or the reptilian question aside, there would be national security reasons. Suddenly it dawned on me.
All the billions of dollars they had spent so far, now they've just figured out that they've only done 50% of their job. So there had to be this large launch into being able to see who and what is underground at what depth and who they are. If, as I believe, there are other alien species coexisting here on this planet with us, they want to make sure not that these species are telling them where they are, but they want to be able to make sure of being able to verify themselves exactly who is where. And also when you start looking at the fact that in 1988 they created a National Cave Resources Act, which prevents people from going into a cave.
That's right.
With a $10,000 fine and 1 year imprisonment for each entry.
That's right. And it's supposedly to protect the natural resource of the caves. Isn't that correct?
That is correct. There are some caves, absolutely, that have been defaced. But the majority of caves across the United States, most people don't want to go near a cave, you know, because there's a certain amount of superstition and a little bit of spookiness going into a dark, hollowed-out piece of the earth.
Sure, I'm one of them. I wouldn't do it.
I had to overcome that fear due to my own research and looking around.
Oh, now, wait a minute. You mean you actually have made some trips?
Yes, I've been into cave systems and also into mines, and I can tell you one thing, that there is certainly... I had to do it because, look, I'm afraid of climbing, I'm afraid of going into a cave, yet I had to confront my fears in order to fulfill my research that I'm doing.
Right.
And believe me, in some instances I've been shaking. I mean, I used to watch people climb a mountain, and I think these guys are crazy.
Yeah, I still think that.
You see, then I'm faced with the position of having to go out and learn how to do it myself. But yes, there's been instances where I've gone into certain caves because I've heard that they are. One instance in particular was a reptilian outpost very near Las Vegas. As a matter of fact, Las Vegas has almost overrun it.
Oh, really?
And yeah, and when I went in there, a friend of mine told me that this cave had a steel door down a shaft. It was really an old mine. It had a steel door down a shaft after you went down a vertical pit. So I went in with my friend. In order to get in there, you had to crawl horizontally on your belly for about 20 feet before you could even stand up, because the cave ceiling was right at your back. And then I went in there. I looked for this door. It wasn't there. And then I was feeling kind of odd. I scraped my knuckles and my fingernails into the wall because it looked kind of wet. And I could feel mud go underneath my fingernails, and I saw like a scrape of mud. But when I retrieved backwards, I thought, well, I have to take a picture because this door isn't here, and I want to be able to show my friend who told me about this. And when I took the picture, I saw a streak of light come up. And I looked down at my hands. After I turned my flashlight back on, I looked down at my hands, and there was no mud underneath my fingernail, nor was there any mud on my hands.
Ooh,
and when I got the actual photograph developed, there was a streak of light going from the bottom left to the top right with a huge wall of light underneath it, diffused off to the right-hand side. I have a feeling, and I'm not any technical expert in this area, and it's just my opinion, but I have a feeling that there was holographs at work there. And with the flash of the camera, it was trying to adjust for that instantaneous change of light level, and it couldn't quite do it. And this is one of the recent photographs I have of anomalous activities underground.
What? By the way, I would give my eye teeth to get hold of one of those photographs, John.
Well, I'll send you a copy.
Oh, you will?
Oh, sure.
All right. I'll tell you, John, I'm right in the middle of writing a book, and I'd be glad to give you credit. So if you want to include permission to publish it, I'll stick it in there.
I don't think there will be a problem.
All right. Wonderful. I mean, I really love being able to get these photographs out, and
Absolutely.
I've got a bulletin board system, by the way, where we do that. We take special photographs like the one you're talking about and make them available, so I'll do that as well. Boy, that's fascinating. I don't know if I could have overcome my fear, and I sure don't know that I could crawl through a space just barely big enough for me to crawl through. I wouldn't like that at all. Earth above, Earth below, Earth to each side. There's something about that that would be very claustrophobic.
It is a little bit of something to overcome.
Yeah.
But one thing is I've realized through doing all the research that I have is that the old phrase from, I think it's out of the Bible that says, as above, so below, it really does encounter pretty much the question of the UFO phenomenon.
All right, what is it that you believe is down there, John?
Well, when I started thinking about the one question that really started narrowing me into my field of research which was primarily getting into the reptilian area, which is I started questioning as to why is it that the majority of contactees who meet the Nords and who meet these other wonderful beings from craft are told that they have some sort of a non-interference clause where they're not allowed to interfere with us. Yet at the same time, through that contact, there was a form of interference, but not on the scale of which the Greys, what you see now is the Greys, the 4 foot, 4.5 foot tall, standard Grey, which is the alien with the large black eyes and the thin extremities and the large head. Why is it that they, along with less frequent but still reports of contacts with them and the reptilian beings who have been reportedly been the ones giving them orders or commanding them, why is it that these two particular species have repeatedly been talked about in the field? What gives them the right where others do not have the right to interfere with us, even when they're talking about doing the experiments with people on craft, as they do? And that started making me look more into our own historical perspective as to what is there left, what's really left of our own history that hasn't already been hidden or just naturally lost, that could explain to us the existence of these beings. Number one is, when you look at the Greys, the oldest reference I can find to anything that's like a Grey is that the Hopi Indians refer to these Greys as ant people.
Ant people.
And from our own visual perspective now, we can see why they would maybe refer to them as ant people. Say, for instance, what if this being came from underground, or you had knowledge that they lived underground? Mm-hmm. They had large eyes, as do ants, thin extremities, as do ants, large cranium, as do ants. And, of course, now we can understand that they might have just said, well, this is an ant person, Or
it would be their easy reference, yes.
Exactly.
Sure.
And
you're right about the features. When you consider an ant, those similarities are quite striking. John, hold on just a second. We'll be right back to you. My guest is John Rhodes, and now I'm beginning to make a bit of the connection myself. How about you? I couldn't quite understand the human-reptilian connection, but I'm beginning to get there, I think.
First of all, I started noticing that I believe that they are a species that are off the original trunk or the tree of life, the first genetic creation that took part on this planet. And this may or may not be so, but this is, from what I've been able to gather, this is my perspective. And we are further genetic chains or genetic branches off that original trunk.
In a process, John, of evolution or creation or both, or do you not?
I think it's both. I think originally it was divine creation, and then shortly after that there was intervention of sorts. And when I started, what really clued me in on this is starting to look at the antiquity of the serpent and serpent worship around the world. There is no animal on Earth has been revered so highly and taken both ends of the spectrum, whether it's negative or positive, into the influence of man and his religion, than that of the serpent or the snake.
True. That's true.
You can also include in that category dragons, lizards, and any of the reptilian species, but primarily the serpent, the snake, and or the dragon.
John, are there not some religions, it strikes me back in the Appalachian Mountains particularly, Christian religions, serious thumper religions, where they use a snake as a demonstration of how they can overcome, and I hesitate to use the word evil. I don't know if evil is right, but overcome something or another, and they use them in religion.
Yeah, they dance with the snakes and they tempt them almost to fight them.
That's right, as though you cannot harm me.
Right, and
yes.
through their own faith in God, they think that once they are bitten, that they'll survive. And in fact, when many people, when they're bitten, do in fact swell up, because of the venom.
Right.
But yes, the serpent actually exemplifies both the positive and negative religious implications. We look at, first of all, the Japanese and the Chinese revere the serpent or the snake and the dragon as being something very benevolent, while at the same time we're told through our own religions that the being who stood in the Garden of Eden, and remember, it was the only reference in the Holy Bible that we could even talk to animals, was that of a reptilian. And this reptilian was smart enough to start teaching us. And when you look at the connections between the Sumerian text talking about Enlil, or E, having been a divine being from an extraterrestrial being who was involved with the genetic manipulation of man, and supposedly he lived in a place called Snake Marsh, and he was the one that had taken a branch of the mammalian man and mixed it with some of the reptilian being. And the place where he lived, of course, was Snake Marsh, like I said, but you could think of a place where snakes live as a den. And then we come back to looking at the biblical explanation in Genesis, where they talk about the reptilian being in a place called Eden and giving man knowledge.
Eden. Yes.
Right, Eden. And these types of little pieces of information are all over the place, and it's just a matter of being able to make the connections. I believe that one reason that it's really interesting to note that amongst many of the religious cultures of the world, it's a common rule or law, religious law, that they are not allowed to draw or make anything of that which is in heaven.
All right, John, we've got to pause here at the top of the hour.
Okay.
We'll be back. Relax for a few moments. Eden, that's quite a jump, huh? A little emphasis, but big meaning. We'll be right back. As we can. Somebody who's an expert on underground, I've got a lot of questions, and I know that you've heard about this. I have a good friend, John, who built a porch here in Pahrump, Nevada, other side of the valley. He sank big beams into the ground in order to do this. After he built it, he had such a bad hum, John, that he could not sleep at night in his house. That's how bad it was. He ended up having to redo the whole thing in a different way. Something was being picked up and transmitted into his home from underground. What have you heard about this?
Well, I know that the underground hum that's been heard, like in Taos,
yes,
is not limited to just the Taos area, but has actually been heard in different countries around the world as well. And it's been happening for longer than most people realize. My own idea of what it may be, we've heard the theories about using ELF and loop antennas to be able to communicate, through the water and over the atmosphere with submarines around the world.
That is correct.
I know that the the Colorado Bureau of Mines patented a device that actually uses ELF to communicate through the rock. In other words, it doesn't need any cables or anything. It just uses the rock to carry the signal. And the lower the frequency, the greater the coverage area.
Huh.
And when you start talking about, see, all I perceive now as my reality is moving atoms and frequency. And all we really have to live by this time around in our lives is this mass or different combinations of frequencies combined together to create different objects and different light. And when you start talking about the Taoist hum, you're talking about a frequency that's being put through the earth, but yet at the same time, there's a lot of natural crystal formations within the earth that could take certain branches of this frequency and, I guess you could say, change it or mutate it so we may have some sort of a sympathetic resonance with it. Around the meninges of the brain, which is the sheath covering the blood-brain barrier, we have a high quantity of what they call magnetite crystal.
Mm-hmm.
And what this is that Dr. Kirschving, Caltech, had started looking into this, thinking that there's higher concentrations of magnetite crystal. Now, magnetite, mind you, is a naturally forming magnet ore. It's like lodestone in the earth. We don't eat it, but our body actually manufactures it. So when we have magnetite crystals surrounding our brain, that means that we as humans have everything necessary to make a transmitter or receiver, which is crystals, magnets, and energy and minerals. So if you're getting these different frequency fluctuations, I don't doubt whatsoever that we are somehow sympathetically resonating with those frequencies. As to what they could be, well, like we said before, perhaps they are some sort of a subsurface radar around these sensitive facilities looking for anything that may be coming near them.
Oh, that's fascinating.
Because a lot of these reports have actually come in from areas where previously people have said that there's some sort of anomalous activity happening with clandestine black book operations. So that's one possibility. The other is, of course, the communications. And the other one is, of course, and I've thought about it, and I don't know how true it could be, that the people who are hearing them have implants. And somehow these implants are being triggered. So these people are being able to hear a sound. Because they're not quite hearing it, but they're sensing it all over. Now, I've heard sounds like that have continued for a period of 2 or 3 weeks, like a clicking, but then that clicking has stopped. I've also found out that other people associated with the group have heard the same sound at the same time, and it all stopped at the same time.
All right, this is from Sean in Yucca Valley. Then I'm going to give out the numbers, and we're going to answer some phones. Art, I have often heard it claimed there is only a 2% difference between humans and chimpanzees' genetic material. This seems to argue against any human-reptilian melding. Would you please ask John to comment on the point? In other words, as we look at genetic connection, I think the facts is correct. There's a very close relationship to chimpanzees.
Oh, absolutely.
But genetically, not so close to reptilians.
Well, like I said, the connection is definitely there to reptilians. I'm not saying the primary connection or the most evidentiary one is, or the most dominant connection is. I do believe, like the caller had called in or faxed in, that yes, there is a high degree of connection with regular mammals like the primitive apes. However, it appears to be that the most dormant form of a connection that we have, coming from the archaic part of the brain, is that of a reptilian. So, which came first, the chicken or the egg? Which came first, the monkey or the reptile? So, when you're talking about, I guess you could say, Paul McLean says that he's been able to excise like laboratory rats parts of their brain, or laboratory animals parts of their R complex. And what he's realized is that R complex dominates our behavior patterns as far as hierarchy, territoriality, ritualism, and aggressive behavior. And this is how he was able to find that out. So when we're talking about like who are we, it makes more sense to me that there's some sort of an important connection there with the reptilians, because I haven't heard too many stories of abductions by monkeys.
That's a good point.
Where I have heard the abductions by reptilians.
All right, John, let me quickly give out the numbers, and we'll take some calls. Fascinating topic. Gee. First-time caller line, area code 702-727-1222. The wild card line, several of those available. Area code 702-727-1295. Toll-free west of the Rockies, it's 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, it's 1-800-825-5033. Just one other quick thing, John, then we'll pick up some calls. The natural magnetic material that you say surrounds our brain.
Right.
Wouldn't that, they're doing a lot of studies now about electromagnetic fields and how they affect us. And when I say that, I mean even radio, television, and microwave transmission. Would this be, do you see a connection, in other words? If we are receptors, then it seems to me that sort of energy might be received and or might be affecting us.
Right. Well, there's so many forms of energy that we're aware of, but I believe that there are so many forms of more subtle energies that we're not aware of, and I think we catch the full spectrum. I think it's very unhealthy to live around power lines. As a matter of fact, they say that when people go into caves or cave systems or underground, there's a natural insulation there provided for them, so they're no longer walking on the surface as just regular human antennas.
That would be true.
You just have to stick up a good antenna, and you can figure out that, my God, there's thousands of frequencies shooting straight through us all the time. Thousands.
Yes, well, they're also doing a lot of work on intense magnetic fields, and I hate to admit this, I'm a ham operator.
Right.
And I've been doing so since I've been about 12 years old, so I've been getting exposed to close-in, large electromagnetic fields, RF, all my life. And frankly, and I'm sorry to have to report it, but they've done a lot of reports indicating that amateur radio operators and people exposed to a lot of RF do tend to have a higher cancer rate. So there may be something to all this.
But then again, just to comfort you, I know that the mind is so much more powerful than we've ever been allowed to previously conceive that it is or believe that it is.
Well, thanks for the comfort, John. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with John Rhodes. Hi.
Hi.
Where are you?
I'm calling from Oklahoma City.
Okay.
I've been listening to your show, and I just caught in on the latter part of your show this evening. But one of the things I had in question when we were talking about reptilian is I have a large amount of paperwork and work that's been gathered for the past 10 years from a friend of mine who believes she's an alien or a part alien. And she's given me her work, and it has hundreds of drawings and cryptic writings. And I'd like to know whom I can get in touch with to show this work to.
Well, cryptic writings, aliens, does it seem to relate to some sort of reptilian connection?
To some degree, in some parts of her notes it does.
It does.
I went and bought a particular book on cryptic writings from past centuries, trying to decipher some of the information.
All right. Listen on the air. John, it's a good opportunity. If somebody like that or anybody else wants to get hold of you, or maybe have you written a book, John?
Well, no, the book's in the works. I've just made a recent, we'll get into it a little bit more if you want. But
all right, then let me try this avenue. If they want to get hold of you and get you information.
Okay, this is what you do. First of all, if it's something that you're really, really frightened of somebody interfering or intercepting, the way to do this is to take it and fully register it and heavily insure it. This way, if it's ever missing in the mail accidentally, then you stand to make a little bit of money from it.
Sure.
Okay, now, I've had so many things missing through the mail. This is the only way I really, truly get things where I want them to go. I figure if they're going to end up missing, I might as well make a little living at it. Now, I'm going to give you I'll give you an address, and the address is John Rhodes, RHODES.
Right.
And that's Post Office Box 50381, Henderson, that's Henderson, Nevada, 89016-0381. Now, I also have a voicemail system set up.
Do it again, though.
Okay. It's John Rhodes.
Right.
Post Office Box 50381. Henderson, Nevada, 89016-0381. And I have a voicemail also, which, if you don't mind, in case anybody needs to or would like to receive a package of information regarding this research and other related research, if they do a money order or check for $10 and send it to me, I'll get them off a comprehensive package. And if you'd like, go ahead and send it to that address. My voicemail, in case you want to notify me of anything or need some further information like the address again, is area code 702-391-3335.
Okay.
That's 702-391-3335. And one other thing I have available in case people are interested in is I've done some psychoacoustic and psycho work. I've done some work with sound, and I've been able to create a subliminal self-hypnosis tape for abductees. And the reason I did this is because so many people are feeling like they've somehow been touched, and they don't have the money to go spend $90 an hour.
That's right.
To go to a psychiatrist to get hypnosis. So I've used some very ancient metaphysical tones that correspond with the chakra, and I've gotten together with a very famous hypnotist out here in Las Vegas by the name of Helen Balcom.
Right.
And we designed this self-hypnosis tape that teaches people how to get themselves into the self-hypnotic state, as well as empower them through their experiences instead of allowing them to sit in the victimization role, and recall some of these events if they so choose.
All right. If it's not,
go ahead.
I was going to say, if it's not $90 an hour, how much is it?
It's $10, and once you buy it, I just welcome you until I otherwise tell you to go ahead and copy it, and please hand it out to your friends. Because part of my job here, not only am I a spokesman for a group of people who have spent their lives working on subjects such as this, but my job here right now is to help people and empower people. And that's one of the reasons I also sometimes, when I go out and give lectures, I'll spend an extra day, take a handful of people, and teach them to investigate for themselves. Because we all need to put at least a little bit of work into it. And the more people who put work into it and forward the information to someone like myself, which is like a pivot point, then the more ability we have to be able to get a clearer perception on what's going on.
All right. Glad you got all that out, and we'll be back to John Rhodes in just one moment. Here's something that's... In other words, this prisoner, instead of the normal, has seen a human who has small holes on the side of the head near the top of the ear and in slightly toward the temple. I have exactly what I describe on both sides of my head and have yet to see this on any other human being. If your guest has no such experience, can you refer me to somebody you might know? Barbara in Santa Barbara. No, I certainly can't, John. Have you ever heard of such a thing?
I hesitate to answer simply because it hits so close to home. This last year, our 5-year-old girl had recently awoken one morning and was worrying about her ears and scratching at them. And I looked inside, and just on the inside of the ear, but still within the actual outside fleshy piece against the temple, was a perfectly circular cored-out hole. Now, that in itself would not be so remarkable if it weren't for the fact that when I looked in the opposite ear, 180 degrees around, on her other side of her head, was another perfectly cylindrical hole, right in the exact same location. So, yes, I haven't heard very many other people talk about it, but it's really strange that your caller should happen to ask that question.
What?
I mean, that's really odd.
Yeah, okay. What would you say to her? I mean...
all I could say is that...
Do you want her to contact you?
Well, yeah. I mean, she's more than welcome to contact me, as well as I invite anybody out there whatsoever who may have information regarding any experiences or any other information regarding the reptilians or reptiles or any sort of a contact or abduction to contact me and send me a copy of the information. I'd really appreciate it. That way it would enable me to be able to get a little better perspective on what's going on.
Here's a quick, crazy question, because we're about at the top of the hour. A lot of people, when they were abducted, some have actually reported underground experiences. Others have reported that they are in the interior of something. Now, I wonder if it could be, John, that in many times they are not in a craft at all, but in some sort of underground structure.
Excellent point. That's an excellent point. And I think the best thing we could do is try and get to that at the top, after the top of the hour, because that's an area in all itself. I can tell you that in the very few experiences that I personally have had that I can consciously remember was one in particular in which I was sitting in a craft that was like the interior of a Hopi Indian or Pueblo Indian kiva.
All right, hold that thought. We'll be right back to you. I want to remind everybody our bulletin board service is up with...
From the Kingdom of Nye, we continue with your calls on Dreamland with Art Bell. Call Art now, toll-free at 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-TALK. First-time callers, area code 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. Or the wildcard line at area code 702-727-1295. 727-1295 in the 702 area code. Now again, here's Art Bell.
Now again, here I am, my guest, John Rhodes, the human-reptilian connection, and it sounds kind of strange at first, but as you listen, it begins to sound a little less strange. This, of course, is a program where we examine different sorts of things you don't hear about elsewhere. In a moment, I've got one very good facts and a question for John. Now, you could be sending me a fax if you would like. As a matter of fact, if you have a question for John Rhodes, my fax number is area code 702-727-8499. 702-727-8499. An earthquake in the Sierra Nevadas, between Nevada and California, of about 4.5. And before we continue with what we were doing, John, I want to ask you, this is just the latest in what has seemed like a worldwide swarm of earthquakes. I mean, it seems, John, they've been getting more frequent. Earthquakes are underground affairs. I just saw
that the lower magnitude earthquakes between 1982 and 1993, some of them, like I think it's from 2 to 3, 2 to 2.9, had increased over 8,000% in frequency. So when you start looking at something laid out in a graphics form as telling you how often these earthquakes are happening and how much more they're happening every year, it tends to make one sit back and worry a little bit.
Yes, that's what I've been doing. And I've been doing, John, talk radio a long time now. And it is to the point now where I'm reporting 1 or 2 earthquakes a day most times. So you say there's an 8,000%?
In some cases it is. The larger magnitude earthquakes have not increased in frequency. They're beginning to, but overall the lower magnitude earthquakes have over a 10-year period or 12-year period. This shows that it's building up for massive energy release because it's got to snap somewhere along the line. When we look at the fact that FEMA, as an organization, 10 out of $11, according to some of the reports in newspapers that were reported, said that FEMA spent 11 out of $12 preparing the United States for Armageddon. I think that, yes, there's a definite worry about nuclear weapons getting into third world countries' hands and terrorist hands, but there's also a very logical precaution that our government would have to take in order to ensure its own survival. And that's one of the reasons that, like, since the 1950s, they've been heavily, heavily involved with building very, very deep underground bunkers.
Well, all right, here we are underground once again. It seems to me if there were an underground civilization of either creatures related or not related to us, if they had that kind of mobility underground, they might have the ability to manipulate in some way the tectonic pressures and releases and so forth and so on. Is that too speculative?
Well, no, I believe that could be utilizing some sort of Reichian or Tesla technology, or even other technology that we couldn't even put a name to.
Mm-hmm.
But, from my own perspective, I think the Earth is somewhat of a living organism. And just as a human being goes in to get needles put into their head through acupuncture to relieve certain stresses and strains, I think that it's very possible to do that to the Earth. However, it's only a temporary remedy. The overall problem has to be cured, otherwise the remedy itself won't last.
All right, here's a fax. Dear Art, greetings from a fellow Gemini. Your guest is interesting about the reptilian-human connection. Whenever you have a guest about alien species or ancient history, I frequently recall the 5-part, 2-hour movie named V. The movie was on TV, back when I had a TV. It's about an aliens coming to Earth to help us with many of our problems. But as the story progressed, one investigative reporter had a suspicion that all was not as rosy as they put out for one aspect, even though they looked human. The investigative reporter found out that beneath the disguise, they were reptilian who ate mammals, including humans. Have you and or your guest seen the movie?
Yes, I have seen the series and the film. I've also seen very many other reptilian forms recently come into the media in order to make us either afraid or love them. In the case such as E.T., we were made to feel very good and secure about the alien that is what we could refer to as like a gray.
Yeah, but
very small and not intimidating.
Or even cute. You know, they managed to get E.T. cute.
Right, and one scene, as a matter of fact, in that movie, it was even cuddled up with all bears.
That's right. Cute, it loves children, dogs, that kind of thing. But somehow I get the feeling that a lot of... Well, for example, the report Linda did before you came on the air, did you hear that sound?
Yes, I did.
That would not come from something that I would describe as cute.
I kind of agree with that, but then at the same time is that, we all have our perspective. I mean, to perhaps another being, that was celestial music, and to us it's not. So, and when you look at the programs like V and such, take, for example, I believe that we have been seeing a lot of the grays. The grays, from what I've been able to learn through other researchers, such as what I consider the great researchers like Bill Hamilton and Bruce Walton and Tom Adams and Cherry Hinkle and Tal out in California, from what we've been able to gather as a group is the fact that these 4.5-foot tall grays are an intermixture between genetically hybrid beings that used to be intermediaries between the reptilians and the humans, because if the reptilians came out full form, as they could and as they will in the future, it would be much too frightening for us now. So they use something a little less intimidating, which are these grays. With the media, when you looked at programs recently like Stargate.
Oh, I just saw Stargate. Gosh, what a movie.
Okay, now, when you start looking at a program like Stargate and realize that here's this being that made its presence known on a planet and had its association with ancient history, like the pyramid, and then said, I've come down here and I was part of that which created you.
Yes.
And you should pay homage to me. The last image we saw when this being was obliterated was that of a reptilian, a standing reptilian. And it comes very fast, but you have to look at it. And that made us, on a very almost subliminal level, think of a reptile as something to be afraid of.
Yes.
We've heard abductions where humans have been abducted through UFO experience, in which they have been forcibly raped by reptilians, large, 7-foot tall beings with that are bipedal, bifocal, and have the regular scales and eyes that look like flame. And that statement itself can be taken back to a lot of ancient writings. and that are forcibly raped. And when I started thinking, wait, I don't understand this. If the reptilians are like that, but yet they're trying to make the Greys look good, why, if they're going to all come out someday, how could that be when we've had just the reports of the Greys being presented to us as something that's really not?
Okay, what do you think the Greys are? Are they biological entities? I've heard them described as that, and possibly machines.
Well, I believe that they're both. I believe that the original gene, or the genetic strain by which the Greys originated from, they are just like we are, natural beings, and some of them are good and some of them are bad. But then again, I believe that maybe due to the scarcity of them, or not having too many here, that certain parts of their genetic strains were taken and chained up and linked together with human chains and or other chains, and became what you consider biological robotoids, who perhaps don't have a soul. But then again, we look at some animals and think that can't have a soul. But I think the main question here is that we've been so conditioned as a human species to be able to take what's visually presented to us and make very quick judgments. And as there are good humans and bad humans, so must there be reptilians who are of certain physical characteristics, say like a reptilian, right?
Yeah.
That is good as well as bad. There have got to be Greys that are good as well as bad. That is one of the laws of nature.
All right. I also find quite a bit of religious underpinning as you discuss your philosophy of who you believe these beings are. Is that about right?
Well, you can't avoid it. I believe that if they've been here for as longer than we have, then obviously in some ways they have had the opportunity to manipulate our religious perspective.
So the argument then is, are they the creators, or is there a creator beyond? And the impression I get from you is you believe there is a creator beyond.
Oh, I definitely believe that. Okay. Just as the laboratory rat might turn to us and look over the edge of the cage and say, "Are you it?" Right?
Yes.
And anyway, to get around to the connection that we had between these beings, I started looking into a book called The Dragons of Eden, written by a very intelligent man called Carl Sagan. And in Carl Sagan's book, he theorizes on the evolution of human intelligence. And in that book, he refers to a gentleman by the name of Paul MacLean, who's a neuroanatomist. Now, Paul MacLean has said, through his own research and investigations, that the most ancient part of the human brain is called the R complex. And the R stands for reptilian because we share this same configuration of matter with reptiles. And it is the most ancient part of the human brain that rests above the spinal cord. The neocortex and the limbic system are built around it. In other words, they're adaptations to this very ancient part of the brain. Well, if you believe in the regular creation theory in which or the evolutionary theory, which we came from a pond as fish and waddled up on the surface and we evolved from there, that would make sense because we would see the connections with ourselves and reptiles.
All right. Well, thankfully, there appears no further connection, for I feel no draw to go out by my porch light where there's lots of bugs, and thrust my tongue out and grab a few of them.
A fork tongue, I'm sure.
On that note, we'll pause for just a moment. Forked, I hope not, for I'm about to do a couple of commercials. Here is a deal you cannot refuse.
But on top of the fact that the neuroanatomists say that the most ancient part of the human brain, the most central part, an archaic part, is called the R complex because it stands for reptilians and we share it with reptiles. There's also other striking connections that have been recently brought to my attention. And one of them was that in Omni magazine, September 1994, they had written an article, May 1994, called Lizard's Love. And what they discovered is that male iguanas were getting extremely, let's put it this way, they were starting to love their owners, the female owners anyway, the women who owned iguanas.
Really?
And it happened during the menstrual cycle. And they discovered that it's because that female humans secrete a pheromone that is absolutely chemically identical to that of a female iguana. Chemically, it's an absolute identical match to a female iguana, and that's why the male iguanas were getting so amorous. And on top of that, you have many other connections, just as
you would say that as sort of a hormonal connection.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And then when you start looking about, well, this most ancient part of the brain and all these connections, what does it mean? Well, when the human embryo is in the female womb, it undergoes, probably during the first 7 weeks, certain changes in its formation. As a matter of fact, what happens is genetic history starts replaying itself through the embryonic growth.
John, all right, I'm sorry to stop you again, but what about the gigantic difference between our systems, mammals, warm-blooded, reptilians, cold-blooded? I mean, that really is a big, seemingly gigantic evolutionary difference.
Yes, but at the same time, even paleontologists today, some paleontologists are starting to think twice as to whether all the dinosaurs back in the age of the dinosaurs were in fact cold-blooded.
Oh, you're right. I've heard that. You're absolutely right. That's been some of the later news. Right. I'm sorry I didn't recall that. Thank you.
And according to Dale Russell, who's a scientist, anthropological scientist with the Canadian National Museum of Natural Science in Canada, he said that a dinosaur by the name of Stenonychosaurus equalis, if it had not undergone such a catastrophic change as apparently took place and killed out the dinosaur age, that because of its brain-to-body mass ratio, which was extremely close to those of primitive mammals, and the fact that it was bipedal, that if it had been allowed to evolve as the dominant species that it was heading towards being, that nowadays it would have resembled that of a walking, talking, what we consider through looking at the abduction report, reptilian being.
All right, John, hold it right there. We've got a break at the bottom of the hour and something I've got to get done very quickly, so let me do that. We'll take our break and come right back. My guest is John Rhodes. The subject, fascinating, the human-reptilian connection. Many of you health-conscious folks know about 60G. MX. Now, back to John Rhodes. John, I know I'm skipping around a lot, but when I have somebody who's an expert on underground, I've got a lot of questions, and I know that you've heard about this. I have a good friend, John, who built a porch here in Pahrump, Nevada, other side of the valley. And he sank big beams into the ground in order to do this. After he built it, he had such a bad hum, John, that he could not sleep at night in his house. That's how bad it was. He ended up having to redo the whole thing in a different way. Something was being picked up and transmitted into his home from underground. What have you heard about this?
Well, I know that the underground hum that's been heard, like in Taos, is not limited to just the Taos area, but has actually been heard in different countries around the world as well. And it's been happening for longer than most people realize. My own idea of what it may be, we've heard the theories about using ELF and loop antennas to be able to communicate, through the water and over the atmosphere with submarines around the world.
That is correct.
I know that the Colorado Bureau of Mines patented a device that actually uses ELF to communicate through the rock. In other words, it doesn't need any cables or anything. It just uses the rock to carry the signal. And the lower the frequency, the greater the coverage area. And when you start talking about, all I perceive now as my reality is moving atoms and frequency. And all we really have to live by this time around in our lives is this mass or different combinations of frequencies combined together to create different objects and different light. And when you start talking about the Taos hum, you're talking about a frequency that's being put through the earth, but yet at the same time, there's a lot of natural crystal formations within the earth that could take certain branches of this frequency and I guess you could say change it or mutate it so we may have some sort of a sympathetic resonance with it. Around the meninges of the brain, which is the sheath covering the blood-brain barrier, we have a high quantity of what they call magnetite crystal.
Mm-hmm.
And what this is that Dr. Kirschvink of Caltech had started looking into this, thinking that there's higher concentrations of magnetite crystal. Now, magnetite, mind you, is a naturally forming magnet ore. It's like lodestone in the earth. We don't eat it, but our body actually manufactures it. So when we have magnetite crystals surrounding our brain, that means that we as humans have everything necessary to make a transmitter or receiver, which is crystals, magnets, and energy and minerals. So if you're getting these different frequency fluctuations, I don't doubt whatsoever that we are somehow sympathetically resonating with those frequencies. As to what they could be, well, like we said before, perhaps they are some sort of a subsurface radar around these sensitive facilities looking for anything that may be coming near them.
Oh, that's fascinating.
Because a lot of these reports have actually come in from areas where previously people have said that there's some sort of anomalous activity happening with clandestine black book operations. So that's one possibility. The other is, of course, the communications. And the other one is, of course, and I've thought about it, and I don't know how true it could be, that the people who are hearing them have implants. And somehow these implants are being triggered. So these people are being able to hear a sound. Because they're not quite hearing it, but they're sensing it all over. Now, I've heard sounds like that have continued for a period of 2 or 3 weeks, like a clicking, but then that clicking has stopped. I've also found out that other people associated with the group have heard the same sound at the same time, and it all stopped at the same time.
All right, this is from Sean in Yucca Valley. Then I'm going to give out the numbers, and we're going to answer some phones. All right. I have often heard it claimed there is only a 2% difference between humans and chimpanzees' genetic material. This seems to argue against any human-reptilian melding. Would you please ask John to comment on the point? In other words, as we look at genetic connection, I think the facts is correct. There's a very close relationship to chimpanzees.
Oh, absolutely.
But genetically, not so close to reptilians.
Well, like I said, the connection is definitely there to reptilians. I'm not saying the primary connection or the most evidentiary one is, or the most dominant connection is. I do believe, like the caller had called in or faxed in, that yes, there is a high degree of connection with regular mammals like the primitive apes. However, it appears to be that the most dormant form of a connection that we have, coming from the archaic part of the brain, is that of a reptilian. So which came first, the chicken or the egg? Which came first, the monkey or the reptile? So when you're talking about, I guess you could say, Paul McLean says that he's been able to excise like laboratory rats parts of their brain, or laboratory animals parts of their R complex. And what he's realized is that R complex dominates our behavior patterns as far as hierarchy, territoriality, ritualism, and aggressive behavior. And this is how he was able to find that out. So when we're talking about, like, who are we, it makes more sense to me that there's some sort of an important connection there with the reptilians, because I haven't heard too many stories of abductions by monkeys.
That's a good point.
Where I have heard the abductions by reptilians.
All right, John, let me quickly give out the numbers, and we'll take some calls. Fascinating topic. Gee. First-time caller line, area code 702-727-1222. The wild card line, several of those available. Area code 702-727-1295. Toll-free west of the Rockies, it's 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, it's 1-800-825-5033. Just one other quick thing, John, then we'll pick up some calls. The natural magnetic material that you say surrounds our brain.
Right.
Wouldn't that, they're doing a lot of studies now about electromagnetic fields and how they affect us. And when I say that, I mean even radio, television, and microwave transmission. Would this be, do you see a connection, in other words? If we are receptors, then it seems to me that sort of energy might be received and or might be affecting us.
Right. Well, there's so many forms of energy that we're aware of, but I believe that there are so many forms of more subtle energies that we're not aware of, and I think we catch the full spectrum. Yeah, I think it's very unhealthy to live around power lines. As a matter of fact, they say that when people go into caves or cave systems or underground, there's a natural insulation there provided for them, so they're no longer walking on the surface as just regular human antennas.
That would be true.
You just have to stick up a good antenna, and you can figure out that, my God, there's thousands of frequencies shooting straight through us all the time. Thousands.
Yes, well, they're also doing a lot of work on intense magnetic fields, and I hate to admit this, I'm a ham operator.
Right.
And I've been doing so since I've been about 12 years old, so I've been getting exposed to close-in, large electromagnetic fields, RF, all my life. And frankly, and I'm sorry to have to report it, but they've done a lot of reports indicating that amateur radio operators and people exposed to a lot of RF do tend to have a higher cancer rate. So there may be something to all this.
But then again, just to comfort you, I know that the mind is so much more powerful than we've ever been allowed to previously conceive that it is or believe that it is.
Well, thanks for the comfort, John. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with John Rhodes. Hi.
Hi.
Where are you?
I'm calling from Oklahoma City.
Okay.
I've been listening to your show, and I just caught in on the latter part of your show this evening. One of the things I had in question when we were talking about reptilian is I have a large amount of paperwork and work that's been gathered for the past 10 years from a friend of mine who believes she's an alien or a part alien. And she's given me her work, and it has hundreds of drawings and cryptic writings. And I'd like to know whom I can get in touch with to show this work to.
Well, cryptic writings, aliens, does it seem to relate to some sort of reptilian connection?
To some degree, in some parts of her notes it does.
It does.
I went and bought a particular book on cryptic writings from past centuries, trying to decipher some of the information.
All right. Listen on the air. John, it's a good opportunity. If somebody like that or anybody else wants to get hold of you, or maybe have you written a book, John?
Well, no, the book's in the works. I've just made a recent, we'll get into it a little bit more if you want. But
all right, then let me try this avenue. If they want to get hold of you and get you information.
Okay, this is what you do. First of all, if it's something that you're really, really frightened of somebody interfering or intercepting, the way to do this is to take it and fully register it and heavily insure it. This way, if it's ever missing in the mail accidentally, then you stand to make a little bit of money from it.
Sure.
Okay, now, I've had so many things missing through the mail. This is the only way I really, truly get things where I want them to go. I figure if they're going to end up missing, I might as well make a little living at it. Now, I'm going to give you I'll give you an address, and the address is John Rhodes, Rhodes,
right?
And that's Post Office Box 50381, Henderson, that's Henderson, Nevada, 89016-0381. Now, I also have a voicemail system set up.
Do it again, though.
Okay. It's John Rhodes.
Right.
Post Office Box 50381, Henderson, Nevada, 89016-0381. And I have a voicemail also, which, if you don't mind, in case anybody needs to or would like to receive a package of information regarding this research and other related research, If they do a money order or check for $10 and send it to me, I'll get them off a comprehensive package. And if you'd like, go ahead and send it to that address. My voicemail, in case you want to notify me of anything or need some further information like the address again, is area code 702-391-3335.
Okay.
That's 702-391-3335. And one other thing I have available in case people are interested in is I've done some psychoacoustic and psycho work. I've done some work with sound, and I've been able to create a subliminal self-hypnosis tape for abductees. And the reason I did this is because so many people are feeling like they've somehow been touched, and they don't have the money to go spend $90 an hour
That's right.
to go to a psychiatrist to get hypnosis. So I've used some very ancient metaphysical tones that correspond with the chakra, and I've gotten together with a very famous hypnotist out here in Las Vegas by the name of Helen Balcom.
Right.
And we designed this self-hypnosis tape that teaches people how to get themselves into the self-hypnotic state, as well as empower them through their experiences instead of allowing them to sit in the victimization role, and recall some of these events if they so choose.
All right. If it's
And
not,
go ahead.
I was going to say, if it's not $90 an hour, how much is it?
It's $10, and once you buy it, I just welcome you until I otherwise tell you to go ahead and copy it, and please hand it out to your friends.
That's
because part of my job here, not only am I a spokesman for a group of people who have spent their lives working on subjects such as this, but my job here right now is to help people and empower people. And that's one of the reasons I also sometimes, when I go out and give lectures, I'll spend an extra day, take a handful of people, and teach them to investigate for themselves. Because we all need to put at least a little bit of work into it. And the more people who put work into it and forward the information to someone like myself, which is like a pivot point, then the more ability we have to be able to get a clearer perception on what's going on.
All right. Glad you got all that out, and we'll be back to John Rhodes in just one moment. Okay, this is a shot in the dark, John. It's a fact. Ask John if he's ever heard or seen a human who has small holes on the side of the head near the top of the ear and in slightly toward the temple. I have exactly what I describe on both sides of my head and have yet to see this on any other human being. If your guest has no such experience, can you refer me to somebody you might know? Barbara in Santa Barbara. No, I certainly can't, John. Have you ever heard of such a thing?
I hesitate to answer simply because it hits so close to home. This last year, our 5-year-old girl had recently awoken one morning and was worrying about her ears and scratching at them. And I looked inside, and just on the inside of the ear, but still within the actual outside fleshy piece against the temple, was a perfectly circular cored-out hole. Now, that in itself would not be so remarkable if it weren't for the fact that when I looked in the opposite ear, 180 degrees around, on her other side of her head, was another perfectly cylindrical hole, right in the exact same location. So, yes, I haven't heard very many other people talk about it, but it's really strange that that your caller should happen to ask that question.
What?
I mean, that's really odd.
Yeah, okay. What would you say to her? I mean,
all I could say is that...
Do you want her to contact you?
Well, yeah. I mean, she's more than welcome to contact me, as well as I invite absolutely anybody out there whatsoever who may have information regarding any experiences or any other information regarding the reptilians or reptiles or any sort of a contact or abduction to contact me and send me a copy of the information. I'd really appreciate it. That way it would enable me to be able to get a little better perspective on what's going on.
Here's a quick...
Including the modern religion. But the one we can most identify with is the Christian religion for the majority of people.
Right.
And I will only say this, is that all you have to do is look at the reptilian in the Garden of Eden, and when he had interfered originally with the overall plans, God, Jehovah, or whatever, came down and said, you haven't behaved like I've told you, you've interfered. Now get thee underground. I will cast thee underground, and man's heel shall be upon your forehead, and you shall be at man's heel. In other words, they were cast underground. There are many ancient religions that talk about these reptilians being underground. Only one of them is the Hopi religion, where they talk about their ancestors not being human, but being snakes or reptilians. And they call them the snake people. And like we're coming full circle now from like the beginning of the show, the ant people and the snake people. They believe, according to their legends, that at the end of each great cycle, when these devastations happen, they're taken underground to safety by the ant people. And this area that they lived in was the underworld. And they finally came up after the devastation through a hole in the ceiling of this great underground cave or this underworld called the Sipapuni. Nobody has ever known where the Sipapuni is. And they've always thought of it as legend and myth.
In that case, John, this question may answer itself. It's from John up in Seattle, Washington. Given their underground status as of now, how did they survive the catastrophe that wiped out all other higher reptile life forms millions of years ago? And that kind of answers itself, I guess.
Right. If there's something happening on the surface, the immediate response is to try and go underground. Not only with our own government like they're doing now, but it's shown back in very medieval pictures, and it's even reported back in the times like the Velikovskian, series of when they said that the great, the stars fell from heaven and the great earthquake. There's many depictions of people running for caves. If there was a more highly evolved form of intelligence in the age of the dinosaur, then perhaps their immediate instinct was to run for cover as well. Mm-hmm. When you start going underground, there are natural aquifers of fresh water traveling in great rivers in some cases. When this happens, it releases highly charged positive ions into the air, as well as releases a high content of oxygen. Mm-hmm. So you can live down in these areas. There's radium that lines the walls of some of these caves, which gives off a constant light. And there's also many other minerals within the earth itself that you could actually grow from. When this underground mythological Indian place, the Sipapuni, was said to be somewhere in the Four Corners area, they supposed, there was an article written by the Arizona Gazette, the Phoenix Gazette, back in 1909, where it talks about a man by the name of Kincaid traveling down the Colorado River on a skiff, and he had come across an underground city that was built into the walls of the Grand Canyon that was big enough for 50,000 people to live in.
Really?
And when I initially read this article, I started a 4-year search to see if this could possibly be. What I've discovered is that in many outlying areas of where they would have carried that same article, even in the Yuma Examiner where this, he apparently was, the microfilm is all there for every day except those 2 days that it was printed. So there's suspicion by omission.
John, this is also interesting because there have been reports, rumors, myths, whatever you want to call it, some of them fairly substantial, that there's something going on in the Grand Canyon, that some area of it has been cordoned off to the public. Nobody's allowed to go near it. Nobody knows what it is. Have you heard those reports?
Well, they justify it by saying it's just dangerous. However, I can tell you that, honestly, after 4 years of research, I have finally located that exact same location where Kincaid had walked into the cave and found the Egyptian mummies, the metal that nobody could explain where it came from, the hieroglyphics that looked like they were from central Yucatan but not, and the cat's eyes. And then, like I said, they said that there was enough room for 50,000 people to live in. But the question is this, is that if there were, in fact, 50,000 people in the Grand Canyon, there is no evidence on the surface of that area that 50,000 people ever walked that area. Indeed. So where in the world did they go? Now, I have I've recently been in touch with sightings regarding this, and we've talked about doing something on it, and other people off on the West Coast, because when I finally released the full impact of my discovery of this location, it has such implications to it that it has to be done very gingerly, especially when I carry a lot of respect for the Hopi Indians. And this being their mythological place of the emergence from the underworld, it needs to be treated very delicately. And we're currently in negotiations with certain elements on the West Coast to try and get that out on the most widely spread way that we can.
Do you remember the old movie Journey to the Center of the Earth? I'm sure you do.
Yeah, wasn't that great?
Yes. If and who is to know, but could there be portals somewhere on the Earth? Do you believe there are?
Yes.
That would lead, if not to the center of the Earth, very, very deeply into the Earth?
Absolutely. I believe that the Earth is like a human body in a way, that it has veins and arteries. And those veins and arteries are natural and unnatural caverns and tunnel systems. And there probably are some areas of the Earth that are more, highly concentrated with tunnel systems, such as the Four Corners Southwest area, Central America, and the Andes area of Chile and down south in South America. One of the greatest reptilians, you've heard these winged reptilians we hear about.
Yes.
The Draco, and then the non-winged. Well, one of the greatest winged reptilian religious symbols there has ever been, or deities, is that of Quetzalcoatl. And he was a very benevolent being that lived down in the Yucatan area and Mexico. And you're going to love this. This has got to do with a lot of my research. I know you're just probably going to jump off your seat. But revelations, when they talk about revelations, it means to reveal what was once hidden.
Yes.
And during these times, these things will be revealed, as will the reptilian life forms. Quetzalcoatl was the being that lived between 600 and 900 A.D. down in Mexico, and also the upper Yucatan. And like I said, he was very benevolent. He went into an area where the Aztecs were ripping hearts out of people, and he said, no. He said, just put some herbs up on the altar, and he taught them science. He was the one that the Mayans and the Aztecs attribute to teaching them the Mayan calendar, and we know the scientific, significance of that.
Oh, yes.
The astronomical calendar. But then also, there are many relations between him and what we know of as the Christ. As a matter of fact, some people, like the Mormons of today's religions, believe that Quetzalcoatl was Christ reincarnate because he was just so benevolent in a very violent area. Anyway, through my research, I've realized through studying ancient archaeology and architecture, like in the Art and Architecture of Ancient America by George Kubler, he says that the most ancient of all archaeological ruins that are circular in formation are the result of the presence of the cult of Quetzalcoatl. That being, Quetzalcoatl means the feathered serpent, the being of the feathered serpent.
Do you connect all this, John, to the incredible sightings going on in Mexico? And I might add, ongoing in Mexico. Hundreds of thousands of people are seen.
Absolutely. I have plans on going down to the First International UFO Congress in Mexico City in August and having the opportunity to talk down there regarding this, because I truly do believe that Mexico City is going to be the primary point of contact. Because if the Mexican people have already started to be conditioned to the more prominent presence there of these craft, and information outside the United States, if it's real close to us, we have an ability to control it, especially since the governments are so close now with all the monies being passed back and forth and deals being made. But also it's easier to control the information if at first the people don't react properly or as expected. And when they do have this initial contact, if they react unexpectedly, then they can stop the information flow right away, as you've seen they've been doing all along.
Well, they have. You're right. It's interesting, though. From those I've talked to who have been to Mexico and have investigated, they have found the Mexican people are actually beginning to get, I'm not going to say nonchalant, but they're beginning to be accustomed to seeing these things almost all the time.
Absolutely. And
so that process is ongoing.
Oh yeah, and if they land there first, when finally they start reacting properly, or so that when we are finally able to see that they have been there and we don't see people running through the streets, then it'll help us react a little bit more calmly to the acceptance of their arrival. But also remember that Mexico City sits atop an ancient city of Mexico called Tenochtitlan. Tenochtitlan was the initial city created by the Aztecs. And, of course, the ancient god of the Aztecs was Quetzalcoatl. Now, when Quetzalcoatl was done, this winged serpent being was done with all his divine work down there. He said, when he left, I will return one day and I will redeem my people, which is exactly the same promise as you've heard other religious deities throughout all Earth say.
Of course.
Right?
Yes.
So,
but I believe all religions must, as a basic tenet, have a past history and a future promise.
Right. Absolutely. For us to have hope.
Indeed. John, hold on just one moment. We'll be right back to you. Okay. John, I'm telling you, I've got so many faxes here, I could never get to them all. Here is one that says, reptilian experience by a 10-year-old. The following abduction experience by my 10-year-old son had grays showing my son reptilians. Now, there's much too much. This is from Maui, Hawaii, and there's much too much for me to go into here. But with all of this contact and all of this interest, John, I'm going to ask that you again please give out the telephone number and address, would you?
Absolutely. I welcome anybody to send material to me and or just send that $10, and I'll money order a check, and I'll send them a package of material. And the address is John Rhodes, that's RHODES, Post Office Box 50381, Henderson, Nevada 89016-0381. And in case you didn't get the address, you can call the voicemail system. It has the address on it again for you, which is 702-391-3335. And just to let everybody know, I'm not one of these researchers out there that's untouchable or that you can't talk to. I more than welcome people to get me information or to share their experiences with me if they feel that there's something that they can contribute to expanding my idea of what's going on. And time allowing, I'll try and get back in touch with you.
All right.
And then, of course, we have the tape that's $10, and then just add $2 in shipping and handling in there if you want to start finding out for yourself and you'd rather keep that experience a little more quiet.
All right.
That self-hypnosis tape.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with John Rhodes. Hi.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Hi.
Recently, about a year or so ago, in Northern California, extremely Northern California.
Where are you, sir?
I am calling from the Ozarks.
Okay.
But in extreme Northern California, actually Fort Smith area, there was a lot of land, off-road land, rugged terrain, that was made off limits to the public. And for one reason or another, I think one government agency made it off limits to protect another one for whatever they were doing. And the reason for this is what appeared to be forest rangers were heavily armed with shoulder-strap machine guns. Now, it made no sense at all, and I know they weren't looking for marijuana.
Well, that's not the reason to cordon it off. That is the amount of security to accomplish it. What do you think they were cordoning off?
I have no idea, but I know that they were not they were keeping it close under taps. Well, I mean, why in the world would they have shoulder-strap machine guns in the first place? And this, like I said, in extreme Northern California up near the Oregon border.
All right. Well, I've got a fax here also, John, about Mount Shasta. There are a lot of stories about Mount Shasta.
Yes.
And are you familiar with the term Lemurians?
Yes, I am.
Is this a group who supposedly lives in or under Mount Shasta?
Well, from what I've been able to discover through my research and through the research of other people like Jerry Hinkle and Tal and the other names I mentioned before, that appears that Mount Shasta is a shared facility, like a neutral base, like almost a Switzerland, for many different races and beings. And that's why there's such a variety of different reports coming out of there of various different looking beings. As far as Lemuria and Mu and Atlantis, I do believe that, yes, I do believe that there were past continents and other words, past civilizations that were destroyed through their own cataclysms, and some of them did escape through the tunnel systems. Because the tunnel systems crisscross the world, not just here.
All right, fascinating. Hold on, John.
From the Kingdom of Nye, you're hearing Dreamland with Art Bell. To participate in the program, call toll-free 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-8255. First-time callers, area code 702-727-1222. Or the wildcard line at 702-727-1295. This is the CBC Radio Network.
Boy, it sure is. A lot of interest around what John Rhodes is discussing, the human-reptilian connection. Underground tunnels, bases, perhaps even civilizations. Back to it in a moment. Anybody who knows anything about health, those who actually study it, know the benefit of vitamin C. UCLA scientists found that vitamin C and the antioxidant value in it can help avoid cancer, strokes, heart attacks, and increase life expectancy, an average of 5 years now. That's a lot of time. There are people paying $100,000 to get liver transplants that on average will give them 5 years more time. So what's it worth? What's it worth to feel better? Well, antioxidants fight free radicals. Basically, they make you old. They cause you to age faster, develop stiff joints, premature wrinkling, even degenerative disease. All that comes with getting older. Those are free radicals. Antioxidants clobber free radicals. Now, I know it's a strange name, but pycnogenals are antioxidants, strong ones. They work. Nick Jeromish of Wallace, North Carolina said, quote, "Several doctors wanted me to have open heart surgery, but after taking pycnogenals, the pain has disappeared in my chest and my hands and my feet are warm again. I can walk about 2 miles without getting out of breath, and the brown spots on my hands and forehead are clearing up. I feel so much better," end quote. To order pycnogenals, this food supplement I'm taking, call Natural Health at 1-800-856-1119. That's 1-800-856-1119. Now listen, these are the best. 95% pure grapeseed extract, purest on the market. 1-800-856-1119. Back now to John Rhodes. John, a lot of people want to talk to you, so let me take a couple of calls very quickly.
Great, okay.
All the way out to Maui, Hawaii, you're on the air with John Rhodes. How are you doing?
Hi, John. Thank you very much for the excellent information. And, Art, thanks for a great program.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to mention that initially when I was listening to your show tonight, I was my guard was up and I started resisting the potential of having any connection with reptiles. But then I remembered an experience that my 10-year-old son had just a couple years ago, and I'll quote him on it. He, first of all, had experienced an alien abduction experience that described grays, entities with oval dark eyes, did not blink, etc. But what it is important is these entities showed Joshua, quote, bad aliens that had dark skin with many small bumps on them like a reptile. And the key point is the aliens said they did not fight them with weapons or try to destroy them, but they kept them at bay with their minds. My question is, has there been any other reports that reptilians are hostile, or are they more benevolent and friendly toward the human race?
All right.
Well, I believe that there are those that are benevolent, and I think there are those that are evil. It is the common law of nature, and it cannot be disregarded, that there's the positive and negative polarity of absolutely everything. Even an atom has a positive and negative pole to it. So when you're talking about human nature as well as nature of a living life form, I think that we are able to fluctuate between the negative and the positive polarities of whether we want to be good or evil as a matter of free will. Just as there are some people who may live in foreign countries under a crazy dictator who support perhaps, public executions of large masses of people, there are those beings like Mother Teresa. And I think you bring up a very good point, and that point is this great deceit that we come into that everybody's worried about, is that we have to look within ourselves and know within ourselves exactly who or what we're looking at. They say, there's an old saying, is know thee by thy deeds. Know somebody by what they're doing, not by what they're saying or what they look like.
Well, it sounds like that man should personally communicate with you.
Oh yeah, I openly invite you to. I think there's a lot to learn between the two of us.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with John Rhodes. Where are you calling from, please?
Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Yes, sir.
I've studied reptiles for many years, and one of the things about reptiles that's rather interesting is that the males' genitalia are located in most species, on both sides of the tail. There are two, and they have very unique shapes in such a manner that they will uniquely fit the female of that species and no other. There was a comment earlier about rape of abductees, and it seems to me that this would be one interesting way to try to validate those.
Well, that's an interesting point you're bringing up. I don't know the particulars of what you're talking about as regards to the sexual genitalia of the reptile as opposed to the human being. That's something that I haven't really looked into, so I couldn't give you an informative opinion on that.
Well, if for no other reason that most reptiles have two, that ought to be an interesting cross-check, and the fact that these things are very oddly shaped, very, very oddly shaped.
And probably quite popular.
They would probably be very painful, as a matter of fact.
Well, I know that there are the reports of the forced rapes, and I'm not sure if there are different reptilians as far as different physical species of them. But then again, there's human differences of our own species, like you have the pygmy, and then you have the tall people of Africa, and then you have the albinos. So I'm not willing to say at this time as to whether they are just of one type.
All right, here's the facts for you. Yes, the primitive brain positioned on top of the human spinal cord has long been referred to as the reptilian brain by academics. This information is not news. The primitive human brain, often referred to as the reptilian brain, performs the usual and ordinary biological functions which are common with the reptile and higher vertebrates: breath, hunger, thirst, excretion, sex, and so forth. Would your guest not agree the great developmental divide between the reptile and the higher vertebrates is the affection of the parent for the young? The reptile and lower animal classes abandon the egg or young upon discharge. The reptile does not protect, feed, or care for its young. The higher vertebrates, beyond and above reptilian biological divide, care for the young in varying degrees.
God, that I couldn't have said it better myself. And that facts, the person that said that facts, and it's right on target. This possibly explains the large amount of abductions with people where they're being made to hold the children. Because if it's in fact the case that they are looking at our affection for children, as they apparently are doing, through abductions where these ladies are made to hold the babies.
Yes, oh yes.
And then they sit back and watch, and they're really amazed at it, and they're just taking in everything they can.
I've heard many stories.
This would make total sense. It really would.
It really would.
And we've got to remember that the reptiles, primarily people think of them as giving birth to an egg. Well, there's the reptile like the adder, the snake that's the adder that actually gives birth to its young without the egg. So, I think that, whoever sent that fax in, please get in touch with me.
Well, the person sending the fax is named Don from Redmond, Washington, so be so notified, Don. He'd like to hear from you. On the wild card line, you're on the air with John Rhodes.
Yes, this is Michael in Wichita, Kansas.
Hi, Michael.
Hi, Michael.
And I have like to hear your comment about blackouts in the coast, both coasts, and if that has anything to do with Project HARP that I've heard related to on your show before.
Okay, I would answer that. I think not. I don't know that for sure, but I don't think the blackouts relate to HARP. They occurred actually prior to HARP's beginning its activity, so I will leave that one there. First-time caller line, you're on the air with John Rhodes. Hi.
Hi, Art. Congratulations for a great show. This is New Orleans calling.
New Orleans, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Art, several weeks ago you had a UFO guest on that talked about UFOs, and he brought up a particular incident where the United States military had surrounded a downed craft, went on board, discovered that the occupants were reptilian-type occupants on board, and went in, apparently in a alcove of this spaceship, discovered human remains, human bones, and I was wondering if your guest had any knowledge of that incident or any similar incidents.
John?
Well, I don't have any knowledge of that particular incident. As far as reports of them having the remains of human beings on board, it's quite possible. I wouldn't say that they were the cause of that person's demise, but they could have been.
All right, I'm going to ask you about two. I'm going to give you two weird questions. You can ignore them if you like. We mentioned Journey to the Center of the Earth earlier. If you had an opportunity, John, to travel very, very deeply into the Earth, if you found a porthole that would take you there, would you go?
Yes. I would not go without deep prayer beforehand.
But you would go?
Yes.
The next question involves an Associated Press story a number of years ago that has always stuck with me. Somewhere in Scandinavia, I can't recall where it was, they drilled what they thought to be the deepest hole ever drilled by man. And maybe you can update me. They lowered microphones, sound microphones, into this hole. And they heard sounds of human agony and screaming and torture. Thousands of voices, or what appeared to be that. And they actually ran that on the Associated Press. Now, I remember the story and held it in my hand off the wire and talked about it. It was really weird. And then you never heard anything more about it. How deeply have we ever gone into the Earth? Do you know?
Well, I do know that according to RAND Corporation documents and the documents from DARPA and such agencies, they've said that there have been studies to actually build underground bases as far as 8,000 feet underground. Now, that's quite a bit distance.
It sure is.
It appears from what I've been able to see that as far as tectonic plate shift and earthquakes, most earthquakes happen on a fairly shallow level. And there is a theory out that the deeper you go, it is safer for you to be. And that if anything did shift over you with the current technology, with the nuclear boring, tunnel boring machines that they have, that you could just drill your way out. As far as the screams and everything.
Had you ever heard that report?
Yeah, I'd heard the report. I mean, did they drill through the ceiling of hell?
Well, that's the obvious implication.
Right? And it could be maybe that everybody was imagining that that's what they were going to do. So, and that's just what they heard. Maybe it was a collective, hypnosis of some sort.
Maybe it was. The only thing about it was they claimed they had it on audio tape.
Well, I haven't heard it.
And I would love to. John,
yeah, I would
we'll
too.
have you back on Dreamland again. And B, I might think about having you on one Friday night, Saturday morning, if you have the time on the regular syndicated program.
That's the marathon program you have?
You call it the marathon program.
It's great.
Yeah, 5 hours a night. That's right.
Yeah, it's great.
It is great. It's a lot of fun. And if you ever do you ever stay up late?
Well, I try not to, but I tend to be up at many times 2, 3 in the morning at my computer doing my research and writing.
I understand.
So I do enjoy your shows.
Okay, well then maybe one night we'll plan ahead, and on a Friday night, Saturday morning, you can go get a nap on Friday, and we'll do a show.
I think that could be possible.
It is fascinating, John, because of I think there's a natural human curiosity about what is below us. We almost know more about what is above us at this point than what is below us, don't we?
Yes, and it's been very difficult for researchers such as Tal and Cherry Hinkle and Bill Hamilton and the others to be able to put this word out about we have to start looking underneath our feet. I think the majority of the reason why it's been so hard to have other researchers in the field take it seriously as it should be taken is, number one, with the advent of video cameras, it's easy for us to start getting hooked on looking above our heads because it's just right there for us at times.
Sure.
And when it's underground, we really don't have anywhere to go with that other than to look at the logic and listen to the information that's being provided. Many of these installations and natural cavern systems are very inaccessible. The one, for example, in the Grand Canyon that I discovered is extremely dangerous to try and get to. And I wouldn't suggest that anybody, should they find something like that, just go alone.
Don't try this.
Absolutely not.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with John Rhodes. Hi.
Yes, I'm calling from St. Louis.
St. Louis, yes, sir.
Yes, I have a friend of mine. I read a book once about underground caverns and stuff, and this one guy I was talking to here at work, he grew up in an area, I believe it's Creve Coeur, but there's a lot of caves out in that area, and he said that twice he's seen some odd-looking creatures out there around these particular caves, and he's offered many times to take me out there to the area where it was at. But he says he knows exactly where they were coming from. And he said the one night that he got the best look at them, he said that he had pulled off the side of the road in his car, because he was changing a flat tire.
Right.
And he said that with his brake lights, he's seen these two creatures. He said they were about 4 foot tall or something like that. He said they ran across one side of the road. He said they were like in this farmer's field. And he said they ran in like a kind of hobbling fashion. And he said they jumped, across the road over to these weeds on the other side toward the caves. And he said, with the brake lights, he could see them, And he said that one of them stuck his head up through the weeds, looking at him. And he said it was only like 40 feet away. And he said it had large heads and had large black eyes. So he said he jumped up and took off running, and left the car there,
I think I would, too.
Yeah, have the tow truck driver go get it.
That's right. That's right.
But he's offered many times to take me, to the area where he said they're at. And also, I know another guy.
Sounds like you have not yet taken him up on that.
No, I didn't.
All right. Well, I don't blame you, sir. We don't have much time. We've got to run. John, given an opportunity to actually be abducted by some of the creatures that you suspect exist, or not be abducted, would you be curious enough to say, okay, take me, I'm out of here? Or would you be more tempted to run like hell?
I think it's one thing talking about an alien species. It's another thing looking at one eye to eye.
You betcha.
I mean, a lot of us don't understand that. We can give lip service to, oh, yeah, well, we're ready, you were ready, I'm ready, but when one's sitting there close enough for you to feel its breath upon your forehead because of its size.
I agree.
And its muscular structure is so much more, much more profound than you could ever imagine. You'd feel so small and out of control that the first thing that goes is your knees. So, no, I wouldn't say that I'd be open for just anybody. I still feel that that's a violation. However, I believe that if we call upon our divine being within us during that time of an abduction, we can actually command in the name of that power within us for it to stop. I would not say that we're all victims. I think that many people, starting at childhood, give permission initially to be abducted because they have no fear and they have this great wonderment. As
all right.
Children do.
Look, we're out of time. There's never enough time. Give out your address and phone number one more time.
Okay. If you'd like to receive a package of information concerning this, send $10, money order or check. And if you'd like to receive the self-hypnosis cassette for abductees, the same amount, please add $2 additional for shipping and handling to John Rhodes, that's R-H-O-D-E-S, Post Office Box 50381, Henderson, Nevada 89016-0381. And if you need that address again, just call the voicemail. That's area code 702-391-3335. And I'd like to take this opportunity to really thank you very much for all the great work that you've been doing through all the years. You really have stepped out on a limb when you first started coming out with this information, Art, and you've actually created waves that have felt repercussions not only locally, nationally, and internationally, but I'm sure dimensionally as well.
John,
you will be remembered.
Thank you. I live on limbs. John Rhodes, we'll have you back. Thanks for being here.
Thank you very much, Art.
Take care. From the high desert adjacent to Dreamland, good night. This has been Dreamland, a program dedicated to an examination of areas in the human experience not easily nor neatly put in a box. Things seen at the edge of vision, awakening a part of the mind as yet not mapped. Yet things every bit as real as the air we breathe but don't see. Please join us again next week at this time for Dreamland. Welcome to Dreamland, a program dedicated to an examination of areas in the human experience not easily nor neatly put in a box. Things seen at the edge of vision, awakening a part of the mind as yet not mapped, and yet things every bit as real as the air we breathe but don't see. This is Dreamland. Good evening. It is another Dreamland, and as promised, Gordon Michael Scallion in just a moment. A lot of people have been waiting for his appearance this evening. I'm one of them. Now, I want to preface this entire program with a bit of a warning. If predictions of natural disaster, earth changes, earthquakes, big time in the news recently, bother you, I would recommend that you tune out now. If you have small children in the room, I recommend you spirit them away. Because some of this material is no doubt going to be disturbing in view of the recent earth changes that have occurred. So in just one moment, Gordon Michael Scallion, we're going to take care of a little bit of business here. First, WIBX AM in Utica, New York. Welcome to the network. Dreamland topping now, I think, 92 stations as we continue to grow at just an incredible rate. So that's WIBX in Utica, New York. I think you're going to enjoy this program, and it will take you a little while to figure it out, so just sit back, relax, and prepare yourself. Gordon Michael Scallion is the author of The Future Map of the United States, 1998 to 2001. He is an internationally known and respected futurist and a spiritual visionary, now considered by many to be one of the most accurate intuitives of our time. Educated originally in electronics, Mr. Scallion experienced a health crisis. We'll ask him about that. And subsequent spiritual awakening in 1979 that left him with the gift of prophecy. Some of his more notable published prophecies are the April 22nd, 1992 Los Angeles, California quake, the June 28th Landers and Big Bear, California quakes, the January 17th Northridge quake, as well as three of the most significant natural disasters of our times: Hurricane Andrew, the blizzard of 93, and the Mississippi floods of 93. He has appeared on the Fox television programs Sightings and Encounters, and the NBC television special Ancient Prophecies. He will also be featured, or was, in Ancient Prophecies 2. That was a 2-hour prime-time follow-up special. Mr. Scallion's prophecies are updated monthly in his newsletter, The Earth Changes Report, and we will be telling you how to get it. So, in just one moment, and after these commercial messages, Gordon Michael Scallion. Many changes, almost earth changes, have occurred in Mexico, and I guess most of you know about it. To imagine that a currency devaluation could never occur here in the United States is naive. It could eventually occur. Lots of things could happen. Gordon Michael Scallion to the telephones. Mr. Scallion, welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening, I guess it is. What should we call you?
Gordon is fine.
Gordon, you've got, do you prefer the term intuitive?
Intuitive is a term that I'm comfortable with, or futurist.
Okay. Futurist or intuitive. They're both good. Now, there was a brief reference in the little thing I read, the bio at the beginning, to how all this occurred to you. Can you give us a brief history?
In the 70s, I was living in Florida, and my real-world job at that time was electronics. And in 1979, while I was with a client, I lost my voice. It would be like someone had turned a switch.
You mean it just stopped?
Just stopped right in the middle of a presentation that was about a $250,000 presentation.
Oh my!
And the client thought I was having a stroke. I didn't know what I was having, and so I was then taken to a hospital. I wasn't in pain. It was more of a fear and just being very, very frightened, not knowing what was wrong. And while I was in the hospital, they were going to keep me overnight for observations and do tests in the morning. And so that night, I was watching television and just writing some notes, just trying to pass the time and not think about it. And the room filled up with all forms of light, colors, and rainbows. At which time, of course, I thought that indeed there was really something terribly wrong with me. And I reached for the nurse call button and went to grab it and pulled, and the call button ended up swinging on the end of the bed, and I couldn't reach it.
Oh, my.
And I had IVs in both of my arms, and the bottle started swinging back and forth. And so I looked up and was trying to figure out how I can disconnect these bottles and go out into the hallway. And then something just came over me, and I calmed down for some strange reason, and a person appeared, or at least the form of a person, and proceeded to tell me to write down some things. And I don't know if at that time if I was totally terrified or whether I remember at that time I was thinking that maybe it was something in the IVs that I was reacting to, some kind of a hallucinatory experience.
Of course.
So I wrote down what she had said, and about 20 minutes later, a nurse came through the calls, and I asked her if there was any kind of equipment being used in the hallway or if there was anything going on. I'm really afraid to even tell her what had happened. So I stayed up a good part of that night. I did not sleep. The next morning, the nurse came in, the doctor came in, asked me how I was, and I was able to speak. I responded. And so he ran through some tests and suggested that I might want to see a different kind of a doctor. And that doctor, of course, was a psychiatrist. He thought that maybe I was going through some stress, at which time I was living on a 30-foot sailboat. I didn't think I was. So after the test, I left the hospital, went outside, and I remember there was an Irish setter dog sitting waiting for his master, I assume, and I could see all these rainbow colors on this dog. And then I looked at people, and I can also see these various colors and the trees, and so I just shook my head, and I went back inside, and I said, look, my voice is okay now, but there's something wrong with my eyes.
Gordon, just back up for a second. What did the psychiatrist say to you? What was his conclusion?
I went to him the next day, the day after I got out, and he suggested that I go through at least a battery of three exams, and then he also thought that I might want to do some other things. And so after the first exam, he said, I really don't see anything that would indicate deep stress in your life. And he said, but I really think you should get a drug test and stuff like that. He said, I know you don't take drugs, but I really think you should do that to see if there's something that, maybe on your boat because of the fumes or something.
Sure.
So I went through that test, and then I said, well, why don't you look at these notes? And he said, no reason to do that. He wouldn't do it. And so I finally...
well, that's odd, isn't it? Because you would think that he would imagine there would be a clue there to the origins.
Yeah, so I dismissed him, and I had a friend I used to go sailing with who was also a Gestalt therapist. And so I called him up, and I told him what had happened, and he just loved to sail. So anything for an excuse to go sailing for him and get out of his practice. And he says, well, I think that you ought to have a session with me on your sailboat. And so we picked up a case of beer, and out we went sailing, and we talked, and he says, well, let me see your notes. And I said, well, I don't have them now. And he says, well, when we go back, let me see them. So I took the notes, and he says, I'll think about this, and I'll call you tomorrow. He says, we'll have to go sailing again, though.
Yeah.
And
it'll take several sessions.
Yeah, so the next morning he called me up bright and early. It was like 7 o'clock. And he said, have you seen the morning paper? And I said, no. And he says, well, he says, the thing on your list is here. He says, we better talk. And so he gave me some encouragement, and we did a lot of talking for the next week or so, but the phenomena got so strong that I just couldn't deal with it. I had a lot of early life religious background growing up, very strong religious background, and I just felt that maybe the problem was that I was having too good a time in life, and every guilt feeling in my body started to come out, and I just decided that I just had to leave the area. I just couldn't. I figured if I moved away, the phenomena would stop. And so I packed up everything and went back to New England, and it did stop for about 2 months.
Your steps are logical, and I think anybody in your position would have done exactly the same thing: change your life, change the phenomena. And so then it was quiet for a couple of months.
A couple of months, very quiet. Nothing really was happening, and then other kinds of phenomena started happening. At first, it was, seeing streaks of light out of the corner of my eye, like in my periphery vision. I would see these streaks of light, and it was almost like seeing a piece of a moving picture, but I couldn't quite pull it into focus.
Yes.
And so every time I would do that, I would end up with these severe headaches that would literally put me in bed for a good part of the day. And so over the period of the next month, I was seeing all kinds of things that I now know are auras. I would see them on everything. And then I started noticing a pattern that certain colors seem to indicate certain things.
Gordon, you may be more of a student than I am, but I seem to recall that Nostradamus and others also suffered severe headaches.
I think my experience now, after being in this field for 15 years and meeting some very gifted intuitives and healers out there, is that that's a common trait that seems to go through it, especially if you push hard, trying to develop the ability, whatever level you're doing it. When the body is not quite ready for it, you push too fast, these headaches. And I have observed that literally with hundreds of clients of mine and numerous very gifted people, as I said.
Gordon, is it your view that the gift that you have is exactly that and relatively unique to you, or do you think that you've somehow simply developed what all of us may have?
I think that the gift was given to all of us by our Creator, and I think what happens is that depending on how you're wired, we have to get in here to astrology and other belief systems, but in a capsule, I can only explain what my rationale from what I've been through, and it was that each of us come wired a certain way, and it's like we all have these abilities. Some of us can do it more easily. I've met people, for example, who are what I would consider extraordinary intuitives. I mean, these people are so gifted, and yet I know them personally, and they'll never use that gift because there's some part of their background that just will not let them use that gift.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think it has to do with how we're moving through life, and I think once we recognize that this is not a negative thing, that this can be used for good and for service to our brothers and sisters, then I think it flourishes. It kind of blossoms.
When did you turn the corner from being frightened of it, which certainly would have been my reaction, to trying to mull over what was happening to you, to the point where you said, aha, I guess I've got a gift and we're going to start using this positively? Where did you turn that corner?
I wish I could say that there was a point where I actually made that conscious decision based on a whole bunch of rationale and just good, warm feelings. But what happened was that two men appeared at my door one day. I was living in a very secluded place. No one knew where I was, not even my family. And my family did not know until recently, in fact, after all these years of what I do. The only reason they knew it is because I was on national television, and then they found out that way. And so these two men came to the door, and they said they knew who I was. They knew about my experience. They knew about my losing my voice. There were things that I hadn't told anybody. And one person said, look, my friend here is ill and he's dying. And he says, and we don't know what to do about it, but we were told that you could. And I kept saying, well, who told you? I said, how do you know this? And I said, I can't do any of these things. And after about probably a good half an hour of this kind of conversation going back and forth, the man finally said to me, he says, look, he says, if you just hold on to his hand, he says, and just allow things to flow through you, he says, you'll be able to help him. And finally, I think he literally badgered me into it. I finally made the statement. I said, look, I said, I can't help you. I said, I don't know first thing about any of this. I said, I'm really going through a hard time right now. And he said, well, what do you see? Just what do you see? Quick. And I remember I said, I see mercury poisoning. And then they both looked at each other, and he said, well, tell me what else you see. And then I told him, I said, well, I see men in white jackets kind of working in some kind of a laboratory, and I see the equipment looks very old, like it was in the 30s and 40s and 50s. It looks like, an old time period. And then I said, I also see it affecting liver, and then all of a sudden I started saying medical names that I absolutely did not know. I remember one of the words was the parasympathetic system, and I just started babbling on. And finally I caught myself, and I said, wait a second. I said, I'm sorry. I said, I don't know what I'm talking about. I said, you really need to go see a doctor. And one of the men turned to me, and he said, I am a doctor. And he said, this is my friend. He's been my partner for my whole life. And he said he's dying. And so we talked a bit more. I gave him some suggestions. He left. And then everything was quiet for maybe a couple of months, 6 weeks. And then all of a sudden he came back. And he said, I just want to let you know that my friend is well. And then he just started sending people to me. And then for most of the 80s, people from around the world started coming. And that's how I got through it. I got through it literally by being forced into it. And as I got into it more and more, it seemed like it was something that was helpful, but it was certainly was taking a toll on me physically and mentally. And then in 1991, after doing thousands of various consultations, it stopped. I no longer could see things for people, and it was like a rest. And I thought it was like a blessing. I just said, finally, this stopped.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden, I started seeing visions of the earth as a living consciousness. Just like the same way I was seeing these individuals going through pain and trying to get them back on path, I saw the same thing with the earth. I mean, the earth all of a sudden became a living being to me. And this was not part of my, aware consciousness. My thoughts weren't environmental at all. I was in a different place. More technical is kind of my thought process and how I work.
Yes.
And that's when I kind of shifted my whole focus, and then began to say that people need to know about what's going to be happening, so they can prepare, or hopefully, if enough people get together, we can modify what's going to happen.
We're going to move quickly into Earth changes. Do you still retain the ability to, in effect, call a human condition to was there any healing involved, Gordon, or was it just the intuitive ability to call what it was that was wrong?
It was diagnostics. I was kind of like a giant X-ray machine. I could diagnose what was going on and give corrective remedies for it. So some part of my super consciousness had this knowledge from someplace. And but as far as the actual healing, that's not something that I've ever done or that I'm aware of. I mean, many people have said to me, and I literally had hundreds of letters of people saying that I had shook their hand or something, but that is not something that I consciously am aware of.
Yes. So you don't claim it?
No, I do not.
Okay, good. I guess everybody out there knows that lately we have had some extreme. The Japan earthquake is just awful. I was talking to you before the show about it, and we both feel the same way. It's horrible. The death toll up now around 5,000 or over. It may be over by now. And just tremendous human misery. And so earthquakes are on many, many minds out there. I have your predictions for 1995. And I must say, Gordon, this kind of scares me a little bit, and I don't scare that easily. And I guess you would say, don't be scared, be prepared. So we're going to talk a little bit, if we can, out of the bottom of the hour here, about what you believe is coming, and about how you feel about all of this. There must be a terrible, weighty feeling of responsibility to be able to diagnose people's ills, or even more so now, being able to predict earth changes. It must be a crushing responsibility. Have you learned to deal with it?
No, I haven't.
No.
Very selfishly, there isn't a night that goes by when I don't say a prayer that I wish that I would see something different. I mean, there's so many positive things in the world, and I really, given my druthers, I would focus a lot on
the positives.
On the positive, and in particular on children, which is
all right,
an area.
Gordon, I understand. We've got a break right here. We'll be right back.
With your calls to Dreamland with Art Bell from the Kingdom of Nye.
Well, inevitably, that one always comes up. We're not continuing with calls. We may or may not get to them with Gordon Michael Scallion. We'll see how the time goes. We've got a lot we've got to get in. And once again, in just a moment, Gordon Michael Scallion, a gifted intuitive. Now back to Gordon Michael Scallion. And, again, I want to warn, we're about to get into the predictive segment here. And there are going to be some predictions, I feel, that will disturb some people. If you are disturbed by this sort of thing, please now tune out. With that caveat, back now to Gordon Michael Scallion. Gordon?
Yes.
I guess I would like to get into the predictive area now. There are things you would like to warn people about. What's ahead?
Okay. Before I begin, I'd like to preface it by indicating that one of the jobs of a futurist is to present their visions with the understanding that they're not always correct. They're not 100%. I see my role much as a weather person. I see things coming. I can warn. I was a sailor when I was in Florida. I always listened to the weather reports, because if there was going to be a storm or a hurricane blowing or a spout or something, I wanted to know about it so that I could prepare for it.
Sure.
And that's kind of the role that I see. Having said that,
well, let me interrupt you again.
Sure.
Having said what you just said, I have to ask, what is the rough accuracy percentage? I note that you keep careful track of your predictions, so I would assume you track the accuracy.
We have a staff that does that, and there are other people who do it as well. We just completed 1994. It was done back last Friday, and I just saw the drafts of it this weekend.
You mean 95? I was. Oh, 94. I see. Accuracy on 94.
Yeah, what we do is we publish in the month of February in our Earth Changes Report. We publish all of the hits and misses that we did. So if we say something, we publish it, and we say we were right or we were wrong on this.
Right.
And we're trying to establish that there's a pattern here or a track record.
Of course.
And we found that for each 100 that we had predicted, there were 13 errors. 13 misses out of each 100.
All right, that helps us judge what we're going to hear. That's incredible. That's absolutely incredible. And that was for 94. I have here your 95 predictions.
Right.
And I'm not going to read them. I'll allow you to go ahead and give us the highlights or the stuff that's really important to know.
Okay. Probably what would be helpful is to get an overview of the year first, like a little capsule. 1995 is going to be perhaps the most dynamic year. It's obviously already started that way from a geophysical point of view, but there's a lot more dynamics coming this year. In the 14 or 15 years that I've been seeing visions, the ones that I saw in December, which is the ones that I published in January, were so vivid, so clear, and there's some. It's not all gloom and doom. There's some very positive things that are going to happen this year. The things that are going to happen that people need to know about is that the weather patterns that we've been seeing, this erratic weather patterns,
yes,
these are going to increase significantly. So people who, especially in the Northwest, Oregon, Washington, coastal areas, and also Southern California from L.A. down to San Diego, those areas in particular, weather-wise, are going to go through a constant stress conditions. Rain is the keynote that I see for 1995. Massive flooding. Instead of when we had the floodings in the Mississippi, we're going to see floodings now throughout the country. We're also going to move to 3 seasons in many parts of the country in 1995. So instead of having 4 seasons,
3 seasons.
Like New England, for example, has 4 seasons. We're only going to have 3 in 95. The weather is going to change that much. The temperatures. One of the predictions I had made back on December 7th was that we were going to see a winter where we were going to break weather records day after day. That it was just going to be running warmer and warmer and warmer, followed by rains, and so we're going to see that. We're going to see that in the Northeast. We're going to see that in the southeast part of the country as well. So major weather pattern changes. And the keynote, if we were to look at in 1996, looking back, and we were to say what was 95 like, we would say it was the year of the wind, because all I see visions of are constant rain driven by strong winds, massive tornadoes. Whatever we experience, the total number of tornadoes and cyclones and things of that nature, and any year in recorded history, 95 will exceed those significantly so. So we're going to be seeing a lot of wind damage. So the weather elements are all going to change, and it's going to be a constant thing rather than a sporadic thing.
Those things have already begun to occur, of course, in the Northwest and even Southern California and here in the desert where I am. It's been a very strange year, Gordon.
Yes. Yeah.
When you see these things, when you see wind and rain and flooding and tornadoes, do you see them vividly as one of us would observe a movie, or in what manner do they become apparent to you?
They come one of 3 ways. One is that it'll occur in a dream state, which is a lucid dream, and I can see it in full detail, and because it's lucid, I can actually interact with it. The other way is I see it consciously. It'll just snap into my mind wherever I happen to be, and it's kind of like watching 3 television screens. There's usually three visions showing some aspects of the same scene. So, for example, I might be watching a scene that's on a beach, and the second scene might be more colorful, and I might see waves coming in. And then in the third scene, I might see waves and wind and everything, you know. So what I've learned is that these 3 visions are 3 aspects of the same prediction. And the one that's the most colorful out of the 3 is usually the one that I pay attention to. I think what it's showing me is that not everything is a reality that will necessarily happen. It's the potential of a reality happening.
Do you interpret, then, the brightest one as the most probable reality?
Yes, and then eventually what happens is that if I see many visions that I don't see again, and I don't publish those. I only publish the visions that I see at least 3 times. If I see the same vision 3 times over a period of weeks or months or even years, then I will publish it. I've learned. Usually by the time I see it for the 3rd time, it's usually just one screen, and the other 2 screens are kind of a grayish color and kind of washed out and less detail. And what that tells me is that the other 2 probabilities no longer are there, that what I'm seeing is probably going to occur.
Can you force it? Can you force seeing something, or does it just come involuntarily?
If I'm with a group, for example, if I'm doing a class or I'm doing kind of a public presentation, and people are there and ask questions about a particular subject matter, very often it will induce the vision. The difficulty always is interpreting the vision. They're not symbolic. The visions that I typically see are actual experiences. I have to look at all 3 of these visions. And then, again, I've trained myself to look for the ones with a brighter color.
If you were to begin to have one right now, how would it affect you? Would you suddenly stop and pay attention to it? Would you be able to continue? In other words, how disruptive is it to your immediate environment?
I've had to literally train myself to be able to shut them off. Because after the 2nd or 3rd time where I almost had major car accidents, I literally had to work to train it. So what happens is the visions are still running, and I kind of see through them. It's kind of like I fix my eyes in kind of a stare glaze, and I'm able to see right through the vision and then focus on something farther away. Because typically the visions that I'm seeing them, even though they're in my mind's eye, to me, they appear to be 3 or 4 feet in front of me when I'm looking at them. So I can even see periphery vision of these trees. So I've learned to be able to tune around it. But the vision will just keep running, and then if I don't pay attention to it, the vision will come back.
As though it's not finished, it's going to play to you either now or later.
Right.
Fascinating. One more question. When you see, for example, flooding, high winds, all the rest of that sort of thing, how are you able to identify when it will be and where it is?
That's probably the most difficult thing, but I've had some help along the way. Usually what I do is I look for some things. I've trained myself to look for details, and that's why I wait three visions. Like the first detail I might be able to tell, I'll give you an example. The recent the Japan quake that occurred in Kobe.
Yes.
I published and predicted that there was going to be a quake that was going to occur, and I gave the magnitude range because in the vision I actually saw the needle swinging back and forth, and so I knew that it was going to be somewhere in the mid-7 range. And then I saw the islands of Japan, and I saw the big sign. I saw like a map. I saw Honshu, so I knew it was somewhere in the region of Honshu, but I didn't know the timing of it. I just knew that it was there. And I looked to see the terrain. Was there snow on the ground? Was it warm? Was it cold? And that's where the difficulty comes, because with Japan, for example, I've had before December 7th, when I did my predictions for 95, I probably had 10 predictions for different pieces of Japan, different quakes entirely, and 3 of those have already occurred. Since December 7th, I've had over 20 visions of Japan. And so there are multiple ones, and so it becomes very difficult. Occasionally what will happen is that I'll, if it's something very, very important, I've noticed, if I think about it, like if I'm searching, wondering, is this going to be in the wintertime?
Sure.
Sometimes I'll actually hear a voice, an inner voice in my head that will, in fact, on the April 22nd, 92 LA quake and the June 28th, a voice told me a range of a week. It gave me a week range, and the same thing with Hurricane Andrew. So I had some kind of an inner voice said it's going to occur between this date and this date. That doesn't happen very often. It seems to happen maybe 1 in 100 times. Otherwise, I just have to really pay attention, write every detail I can about the vision, wait for it to occur 3 times, and hope I have enough information.
All right. right, now comes one of those predictions that I warned everybody about. This is a shocker. And with the Richter scale reading of the earthquake in Japan in mind, tell us what you're predicting for the Palm Springs area.
I see a quake greater than magnitude 9.
This year?
I see it this year.
That is a 9 earthquake. I'm sure I don't need to tell you, but that's of catastrophic proportion.
What we also need to know is that what probably most of your listeners and most of us don't know is that when they publish an actual quake event, like let's say it's a 7.0 quake, the 7.0 quake is usually an average of many sensors scattered throughout an area.
Sure.
And so, for example, at ground zero, the quake may have been greater than 7. Now in Northridge, many of the sensors, and I was able to get a printout of the actual recordings off of the seismograph, it hit 9.1. So it went all the way from a low of 6.2 to a high of 9.1, and then we came out with an average. So I believe we've already seen, at key points a 9, but a sustained 9 is what I'm talking about now. I'm talking about something where the seismographs, if we were to measure a 50 to 100 mile radius, we would see that kind of an impact. I really believe we're not talking about the San Andreas Fault now flipping. I don't see it as that at all. What I actually see happening is the tectonic plate itself bulging. And I think we'll have a few warning signs that people can watch for before that happens.
For example?
I've been predicting for 2 years that we're going to have a birth of a new volcano in California, Mammoth Lake. There's indications now that something is going on there. There's enough geologists working in that area right now trying to figure out what's causing all the trees to die and things that are going on. If that should become a reality, that's a signal, and we would, if all of a sudden we start seeing on the news that this volcano is beginning to break the ground, start to come out with some venting and some steaming, then probably within weeks, we would see the quake. Another warning sign, I've been given kind of a sequence scenario. The scenario was that the quake would hit in Japan first. This would be within a period of about 2 weeks, we would see 4 quakes in the world in specific places with magnitudes that would be greater than 7. The sequence was that it would happen first in Japan. Mm-hmm. The next sequence would be is that we would see something that would occur in the Indian Ocean someplace. The third sequence would be is that it would go back to Japan. And then the fourth sequence is that it would hit the west coast of the United States. And specifically here, I've targeted Palm Springs, but I really see this almost as a fracture in the ground. So I see it much larger than that. So if this sequence starts, now this sequence may have begun, but my sense is that at least I'm hopeful that this quake will come later in the year rather than earlier, because I haven't had any visions since the Japan quake other than more quakes in Japan. So those are 2 scenarios to watch for. That would be early warning signs. Yeah, if the sequence starts of the 4, these things will all occur within a matter of 2 to 3 weeks.
It sure feels as though the sequence is underway now. You say you're hopeful it'll be later in the year. It would seem to me to be kind of a stretch to say this is not the sequence, because it's going to have to roughly repeat itself if it's later, isn't it?
Yes. Right now there's nothing significant going on in the Indian Ocean, so that would be the next thing to watch for. I have felt that there is going to be a quake this year in Japan greater than 8. So that's I'm quite certain that will occur in the region of Honshu this year. That hasn't occurred yet.
All right.
There's triggers that there's like 3 triggers, and the triggers that I see are early February. If we miss that, we go to maybe the early summertime, like June, and if we miss that, then we look into December. So those are like three potential windows for this sequence to happen.
Gordon, what's the range of damage? Can you tell us about that at all? The extent and range?
I'm not sure that I even understand what I see. I can only describe what the vision that's indelibly marked in my brain, because this particular quake, the prophecy in 1989 that was given to me was that there would be 3 quakes in California before even larger things happened. The first one, they said, would be, about a 6, and it would occur, in the LA area, and I defined where it was, the magnitude and the epicenter. Then it said it would follow by a quake that would be larger, in the 7 range, and that would occur a few months later. And then the third one would be larger, which would be in the 8 range, 8.3 range. Now, that has not occurred yet. The first 2 quakes have occurred.
Mm-hmm.
So the one that I've been watching, or this Palm Springs area quake, rips all the way to Bakersfield. So it goes from Palm Springs to Bakersfield. If you get your map out and draw a line between those 2, you'll have a pretty good idea of the terror that I'm seeing. What I saw was that it was clearly Los Angeles, and I've been there a couple of times, and so I'm familiar with the city. And the thing that disturbed me was that when I saw the vision, all I could see was this glitter everywhere. And I thought it was water at first. I thought water had come in. Glitter. And then when the vision repeated itself, I realized that what we were looking at was 10 to 15 feet of glass in the street. So the buildings themselves, the windows had all popped out and had fallen down to the pavement and literally had filled up and covered cars. What had happened is that whole area had almost become isolated. Like Santa Barbara was kind of like an island. So part of California had become flooded. So when this thing had cracked, coastal water had rushed in and filled it. So the actual terrain itself had shifted and dropped to a good portion of California, or at least that good portion of California had lost its land and had become reclaimed by the sea.
Holy mackerel. Gordon, we've reached the top of the hour, and maybe it is well that we have. What a moment. Stay right where you are. We'll be right back to you. We're going to do some news and a couple of things. We'll be right back to you. You're listening to Gordon Michael Scallion. I'm Art Bell. The program is called Dreamland. We'll be back.
The Kingdom of Nye. This is Dreamland with Art Bell on the CBC Radio Network.
My guest is Gordon Michael Scallion. The predictions are very ominous. If you are frightened by this sort of thing, then your best bet would be to tune out. And again, if there are small children in the room, you might want to spirit them away. We'll get back to Gordon Michael Scallion in just a moment. Gordon Michael Scallion. Gordon, I guess we've got to move fast because there's a lot we've got to get in. Palm Springs and the Los Angeles area, you predicted a 9-point-plus quake and saw glass as one would see water from a high altitude.
Yes.
Gordon, I'm going to ask you a very selfish question. I'm located near Death Valley and west of Las Vegas. Should I not be comfortable about that?
Your state will experience earthquakes this year, and in the short term, the area that you're in, based on my future map, would indicate that in the short term here is the next couple of years, there wouldn't be a concern that I would see. Right. From 98 to 2001, my visions show your area to be at high risk. So the things to watch for is my future map shows things occurring in stages. I have an inset that says this is the first thing that will happen, and the second thing, and the third thing. And so if the first thing does not happen, then you simply forget everything I've said. It would not have any validity.
All right.
But if they do happen, then the conditions are such that it may very well happen.
In other words, pay attention.
Yeah.
Briefly, for the Portland, Oregon area, we've got a lot of people listening there. Within 50 miles, you have predicted to be hit by a magnitude 7.2 earthquake, plus or minus 0.3. Is that correct?
Yes. That area, I went up there. Usually, if I get enough visions on an area, then I try to at least one time go to the area. When I'm there in the area, the visions come to me while I'm there, and they're very intense. I assume it's because I'm in that actual energy space. The warning there was that there would be a quake to the south and southwest of Mount Rainier first. And that would bring Mount Rainier to eruption. This is an old prediction. This is one of my first predictions I did back in '92. Mount Rainier is not officially active. There's some things going on there, but it's still not active.
Right.
My sense is that I expected that to go off last year, the last quarter of last year. In fact, I thought that the visions were getting so bright that I figured that we were very close. The visions haven't changed, so I still see that. There was a small quake there in that region of around in the 4 range, but the 7 has not occurred. So I carried that forward to 95. I still see that as something to watch out for. When that happens, it's going to blow out to the southwest part of the volcano, and it will put Seattle under ash.
Moving east, you have predicted, brace yourselves, everybody, on the New Madrid Fault in the 95-96 band to be hit by a magnitude 9.0 earthquake, plus or minus 0.5, yes?
Yes, and that one I may have to update soon because since I published that particular prediction, it's been several months, and I have seen visions very recently that are getting intense. I think it will be a larger quake than that. Now, that area in 1812, I believe it was, in that range anyway, they had a tremendous quake there. So it's an area that's waiting to go. I believe it will occur after, however, the LA quakes begin. So I see that later, and that's why I thought 96.
You additionally see political changes. You see eventually 13 states seceding from the Union, beginning with Texas. Is that correct?
I see 13 colonies, not 13 states seceding, but I see, when I look to the future, 98 to 2001, I see that there's been a complete change in our geophysical structure of the United States, which would require new maps, and I also see a new economic structure and a new political structure. And what I see is colonies where several states band together. This happens and is created because of 2 factors. One is that the United States can't, and even now it can't handle the debt service that it has. Every time one of these natural disasters occurs, it's another $10 or $20 billion. You can't get insurance in many places now in the West Coast, and this is going to just get worse. So I see it as part of that, and also part of the fact that earthquakes have just caused such a condition that states have to band together, and they become colonies. We still have a presidential figure, but the colonies are independent, and we move more to a different. There's new commodities exchange that's not in New York City anymore, and colonies actually barter between each other through this exchange. More for real goods, which is silver, gold, or commodities of one form or another.
Precious metals, yes.
Right.
Circling back for a second to the New Madrid Fault, can you tell us what specific areas will realize the greatest damage?
It'll, if you were to take a pin and put it on Missouri, just put it in the center of Missouri, and then if you were to take every state around Missouri, each one of those states will be hard hit as a result of it. So it isn't an isolated area. This is entirely... The quakes that I'm predicting, the first one has occurred. I had predicted to watch for a vertical thrust quake. I was on a program called Sightings over a year ago, and more than a year ago, and I said watch for a vertical thrust quake that will occur in the Los Angeles area, and that's going to signal that a change of the quake. A vertical thrust is when the land is thrust up very sharply, very quickly, rather than a rolling action where a quake kind of rolls like a wave. What I see happening is that the that the magma of the Earth core itself, is shifting its position. I believe it began its first shift in 1932. And it's accelerating it now. It's kind of sloshing around like water in a bottle that you would move around. And it's going to cause large sections of land to be distorted in one places. So some places you're going to see land thrust upwards. In another part of the world, you'll see land that will actually thrust downward. And this is, if we follow any mythical studies such as lost continents like Lemuria or Atlantis, this is what my visions have indicated and actually indeed did happen. And this is a cycle that's repeating itself again. So we're going to see a very large area, and the new meteor thought will be one such area where the landmass will be pushed upward very fast, and then it will settle back down very fast.
So really, the world as we know it is about to change.
Yeah, and it seems like we have a lot of indications. In 1991, when I made my first public appearance, and I said these things. I said we're going to see erratic weather, we're going to see fires, we're going to see quakes. And I mentioned all these things, and at that time there wasn't a lot going on in the world. But if we look at from 1991 to now, we see that the world has really changed. We have this electronic media system that immediately focuses on and shows us major things. What we're not seeing every day is what I see on all of our computers here. We're tied into every news service in the world just about.
Right.
And so I'm aware of so much that's going on that just isn't being published. And right now, unless there is a major loss of property or a major loss of life, these things just aren't getting published, but they're very significant events. The world is changing.
What you have summed up with in your predictions is 95 to 97 will be seen as the beginning stages of what will become known as and fulfilled as Armageddon.
Yes.
That's what this is, Gordon?
No. It begins at Armageddon. It's from the biblical text and from both testaments, but most of the biblical work or the Quran, for that matter, or any text is open to interpretation. Scholars really aren't sure. It was written in such a way as to force you to really think about what's being said. And I can only share what my understanding is it based on my visions, because many times I see visions of the past. I don't see it just of the future. I see it of the past, and sometimes these visions can last for an hour. It's like me attending a lecture. And so I've learned an awful lot about ancient cultures. I just got back from Egypt, where I learned all about the Great Pyramid, the Sphinx, what's going on, and why that's probably the most important thing in 1995 that's about to happen.
What is going to happen there?
There is going to be major discoveries made momentarily here. I am involved in it in a small way, but we are going to find the records that were left, like an archive, like a time capsule that was left there. And what it's going to show is that the site there, the structure, is much older than anybody could imagine. And it's also going to have prophecies for our days, for the years, for the 90s, literally, up to the year 1998. So we're going to have prophecies for our times, plus we're going to have a record of the people who built them, where they came from, their knowledge that they knew that the changes were going to come, that earth changes were going to happen during that time period. And so they archived this information to be found at a later time. And this is all going to come to the surface, and it's going to completely change history, and it's going to change our understanding of who we really are. We've really been here a lot longer, and we've gone through earth changes before.
You predict 12 volcanoes worldwide are going to go off.
12 new ones, yes.
12 new ones, yes. And I guess there have been a lot of studies with regard to nuclear warfare about the upper atmosphere and what would happen and the nuclear winter and all the rest of that. Well, it seems to me mankind, even with all his bombs, is not going to be able to compete with 12 volcanoes going off at once, and the world, it seems to me, would enter a sort of nuclear winter, would it not?
Yes. What we're going to see is Pinatubo itself was responsible for changing weather more than a half a degree. And so we saw a major change in the amount of usable light just from one volcano. The ones that I see occur around the world, some of them are smoldering now from the first eruption, others will be quiet. The kind of fallout that I see is going to cause, there'll be one particular case, there'll be 3 days of total darkness, pretty much globally. And then some amazing, it'll be called a miracle. No one will really know what happened. But all of a sudden, the third day, the blackness will go away, and the sun will come out again. So we go through that, but I don't see it as a nuclear winter. But we do change our weather patterns. Some countries, we end up having a dust bowl repeat itself here in the United States as a result of it. And so this happens in 96, 97 time frame. Is when the results of all this will happen. But we'll start to see the volcanoes here. The one that I've been predicting for 2 years to watch for to signal this beginning of this was a volcano in Mexico called Popocatépetl. And that began to be active, seriously active, and they actually evacuated about 75,000 people there in the past month. So that's getting ready to go off, and that will signal the start of this.
What advice would you have for people, and there are massive numbers of people affected by your immediate predictions, really all of us, but in the most affected areas, Gordon, what advice would you give them? They're listening.
Mm-hmm. Some of the things that I'm saying are, people will hear this one of two ways. They'll either hear it and immediately go into a denial, and other people will hear it and panic, and then another group will hear it and want to know what we can do. Should I pull up my stakes and move? Should I do this and that?
I guess I'm asking, representing that group and asking.
Okay. I think that the most important thing that people can do is pretty much what your show is about. It's learning to trust that inner part of us that has answers for all these things, that is able to sort out truth from fiction and right from wrong and just guidance and direction. And I'm convinced that the only thing that I can really tell people and to encourage them to do is to begin to really trust your intuition and begin to listen within. I can tell you things like get an emergency preparedness kit, which I think everybody should do anyways. Our family, all of our family here, we have one in each of our cars. So we have enough for 3 days if we got ourselves isolated. We have a lot of things put away, emergency rations, generators. You can do all of that stuff, and I've done it, and then I forgot about it. I did what I could do. But I know that the possibilities are that when something happens, I might not be in my car, or I might not be in my house where I can have access to this. I might be on the road someplace. And so I know that in the end, it's going to have to be some form of inner spiritual guidance that's going to allow me to get through these times.
What about the way man will treat man during this time? Gordon, in other words, with even minor disturbance, Los Angeles generally breaks into riots and people are doing each other harm and violence. With the kind of changes you're talking about, what will the social implications be?
In many cities, we're going to see martial law. We'll see the National Guard first, and then next, we'll see the military. And this will occur. We're also going to see the best of people. We're going to see people do extraordinary things, and people open their doors. We're going to see the best and the worst of us during these conditions. Cities themselves are going to be the most difficult place to be. Rural areas are going to fare better. So there's lower numbers. If you take a place like Los Angeles, for example, everything is connected by bridges. All water comes in from a long distance through aqueducts.
Yes.
We look at Manhattan themselves, and Manhattan is going to be devastated before the end of this decade. Everything comes over a bridge or an aqueduct. You lose water, and all we have to do is just look at what's going on in Kobe. I mean, here was an earthquake preparedness country. And they had drills, and they really worked at this. And yet all of that, I'm convinced that many of the people who were saved from an intuitive flash, to maybe be away that day or to pay attention to your dreams that are constantly giving us guidance.
So much of it came to naught. The earthquake buildings that wouldn't fall down, the highways and railway trestles that wouldn't fall down. Gordon, they all fell down.
Yes, they did. And the same thing is going to happen in the Bay Area of California, and it's going to happen in New York, and it's going to happen in L.A., and it's going to happen in San Diego. These things will happen. We're talking about a whole new type of Earth movement that we haven't seen before.
Gordon, short on time, you have a newsletter. All of these predictions and much more, this sort of thing is in the newsletter. Why don't you tell them how to get it?
The easiest way is that you can call our 800 number between 9 o'clock and 5 o'clock Eastern Time, and that's 1-800-MATRIX-3, 1-800-628-7493, 1-800-MATRIX-3. Or they can write for a free information package from our institute, and they can write to Matrix, P.O. Box 336, Chesterfield, New Hampshire, 03443. And either one will get some information out your way.
That is where you are, is in New Hampshire?
Yes. This is one of my visions back in 82 rather, guided me to come up to this area.
Is New Hampshire, through all of this that's coming, Gordon, a good place to be?
Parts of it are. The 50 miles from where I am would not be towards the coast. Anything near a coastal area or any kind of a tributary, a river, major rivers, like the St. Lawrence Seaway or the Mississippi, which will break all the way and go down to the Gulf. So you want to be away from water. And personally, I love water. So given my choice, I would still be down in Florida. But the place where I am is my visions have indicated is a solid long-term area.
Well, you mentioned Florida. Just before we go, you predict 100-mile-an-hour winds hitting the south, hitting Florida, I guess, the Florida Keys, Georgia, the southeast.
Yeah, that has occurred since I published that back in early December. But there's more. I see a lot more wind coming, and it's not just in the hurricane season, but I see it occurring in the spring and continuing. Like I said, 95 is going to be the year of the strong winds, and you're going to see that everywhere, not just in Florida, but it's going to be across the country.
Gordon, it's an incredible immediate future you have drawn for us. Very sobering. I want to thank you for being here. You've agreed to come on perhaps later in the year. We desperately want to have you on again. Sorry this is all the time we have, but boy, what a pleasure.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Gordon.
Okay, good evening.
Take care. Well, there's a lot for you all to think about. Gordon Michael Scallion. And I guess I have no comments on the predictions made. They're really not needed, are they? Good evening, I'm Art Bell, and this is Dreamland. We'll be back.
From the Kingdom of Nye, you're hearing Dreamland with Art Bell. To participate in the program, call toll-free 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-8255. First-time callers, area code 702-727-1222. Or the wildcard line at 702-727-1295. This is the CBC Radio Network.
It certainly is. Good evening. Dreamland underway for a Sunday night. Gordon Michael Scallion was our first guest. That hour and a half speaks for itself. We're going to, in sort of a reverse order here, go now to Colorado, where Linda Howe, you never know where Linda's going to be, and this week it happens to be Colorado. So we're going to go get a quick report from her, and then we're going to proceed west to the Santa Barbara area, and yet another futurist who's been on the program before, who I know that you're going to enjoy, Michael Lindemann. So from something, by the way, called the 2020 Group. Right now, though, to Colorado and Linda Howe. Linda, good evening.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
This week I have been in Denver, Colorado for the Colorado County Sheriff's Association's annual meeting. The association asked Dr. John Altshuler, a pathologist and hematologist, to present data from our 1994 animal mutilation research grant that we've been doing for the last almost 12 months. Dr. Altshuler and I are now preparing a written summary of our 1994 work, which clearly has shown in several unusual animal deaths, including 2 buffalo in Colorado, that disease and predators were not the culprits. In approximately 1/4 to 1/3 of the cases this year and in previous years, we have been able to see that the excisions reveal cooked hemoglobin, meaning the tissue was cut with high heat, as I've reported before on Dreamland. We also showed the sheriff several tissue samples from the mutilator's excisions, meaning tissue was cut from where the excision had been made in the first place, and we let the sheriff handle them to see how hard that tissue is, almost like plastic, compared to normal cowhide, which is soft and pliable.
Yes.
The sheriffs themselves said that it was one of the best demonstrations that they had seen, because when you can feel tissue that it feels like plastic versus normal raw hide, you know that something unusual has happened. And when Dr. Altshuler looks at these hard tissues under a microscope, the cellular changes are consistent with the presence of high heat. Another finding from our research was to confirm that biochemical and biophysical changes in pasture grass under or near mutilated animals has shown the impact of some kind of an energy field. I have interviewed Dr. W.C. Levengood, the Michigan biophysicist, in the past, who has examined the plants and has concluded, even from current cases this year, that an intense energy field is involved at the mutilation sites, which suggests an advanced technology. The research that we've been doing will also become part of the dialogue and the library source material in our new Institute for the Study of Contact with Non-Human Intelligence on America Online. ISCNI has been created and organized by my colleague, Michael Lindemann, who you are going to introduce in a moment.
Yes.
And I would just say that I think that we share a goal, which I know that our Dreamland listeners do, is that if in a year from now we have a crossroads for reporting, for people to interact in an electronic way in computers about unusual phenomena, and they know that when they plug in to ISCNI, they are plugging into some of the most reliable and up-to-date information, the hard news, instead of speculation, then we will, I think, be achieving one of our goals, and that would be a crossroads that people can come to, report, and get reliable information.
Excellent. All right, Linda. Where, with regard to animal mutilations, having established that, it's not predators, where do you go next? Where does the research head from here?
Mm-hmm. One of the big problems is how do we make the link between the evidence of technology interacting with plants and animals and what is the technology and who is applying the technology? Well, that has been all of our frustrations, and we do have eyewitnesses, and one of the goals that I'm going to have in the next year is to try to have more documentation of eyewitnesses who in the past have said, I'll tell you off the record, but I won't go on film or in some public record. One of the benefits of something like Dreamland, of ISCNI, of increasing very straight reporting about unusual phenomena is that more and more people are beginning to feel comfortable to say, well, look, if this will help someone else to report, then I will go on the record. And if, even though this may not be hard proof, if I can get 4, let's say, of the 7 people who have talked to me about their either broad daylight or total conscious night encounters with beams of light in which they have seen animals go up, or the discs that they've seen in pastures and they've been reluctant to talk about, I think at least it's building a stronger circumstantial link. And who knows, in this next year or so, maybe someone somewhere in the world with the prevalence of camcorders is going to be able to capture something that becomes harder. I have heard recently a report that trying to get the videotape that someone in the Northeast has on videotape what looked like a helicopter and that it changed on the tape into a disc. Those are not hard-proof, but they are going further because we now have more people with things like camcorders out there that may catch something. And then we have this hard physical medical data that is saying we're not dealing with predator and disease in many of these cases, most likely not satanic cults. We've got a worldwide phenomenon. It appears to be tied with an energy field that is related to a technology. Now we have to find out where the technology is.
Linda, give us your address and phone number, and I want everybody to know we're very short on time, but Linda, has a number of books out. In fact, tell them about your books, Linda.
Well, the newest one, Glimpses of Other Realities, Facts and Eyewitnesses, is focusing on some of the harder data in crop circles, the investigations there, the animal mutilation abduction syndrome, or animal mutilations and the human abduction syndrome, and what abductees have had to say about why there is this strange animal mutilation phenomena apparently linked from their point of view with something off-planet. And the pattern of different types of entities, non-human entities, that people have reported around the world for the last 40 years. That book is out and available along with a brand new documentary that I did this year called Strange Harvest 1993, and that looked at cases in the United States and other parts of the world just in the year 1993. Prior to that are other videos and books, which in the interest of time I can describe in another program, but people can also write to me for information about this work at Linda Howe, Post Office Box 538, Huntingdon Valley, Pennsylvania, zip code 19006. That's Post Office Box 538, Huntingdon, Hunting, D as in dog, O-N, Valley, PA, 19006, and the fax number there is area code 215-491-9842. And in your upcoming guest, Michael Lindemann, I just want to say I am very excited and enthusiastic about ISCNI. I will be contributing as a faculty member news stories, and hope that our listeners will join us in cyberspace with what may be in the future some very, very interesting dialogue classes and the crossroads where more and more people can come with some confidence that they can have dialogue about facts and with some credibility.
Yes, well, it's a very important resource. All right, next week, is it back to Philadelphia?
Next Sunday, I will be in Puerto Rico, and I'll let you know where.
Oh, now that'll be exciting.
Yeah,
all right.
So by the next Sunday, that Sunday and the next Sunday, I'll have a lot to report, both for you and ISCNI.
Excellent. Linda Howe, as always, thank you, and talk to you next week.
Yeah, my best to Michael.
Okay, take care. Linda Howe, and in just a moment, Michael Lindemann. Lindemann was born in Milwaukee, Wisconsin in 1949 as a conscientious objector during the Vietnam War. He developed a lifelong interest in arms control, foreign affairs, and government policy. He earned a B.A. degree in psychology from Antioch University, followed by 2 years of study at the Graduate Theological Union in Berkeley. He later combined his political and psychological interests as educator, social analyst, and futurist. In 1989, he founded the 2020 Group, a private research organization studying forces that shape the future. Since 1990, Michael Lindemann has earned national recognition for contributions to the study of the UFO phenomena. He first examined the subject from the angle of its possible connection to covert weapons development and social policy, finding substantial evidence in support of UFO claims. He launched the Visitors Investigation Project in 1989 to conduct and publish UFO research, and much more. Just a bit of an introduction to a man who has now opened cyberspace That's right, cyberspace, internet connections, which, of course, connects everybody together and is a vital link in furthering the research that we talk about here on Dreamland. Here is Michael Lindemann. Michael.
Very good to be here, Art. Thank you.
Thank you. And I guess we should begin by telling everybody exactly what this new adventure into cyberspace that you have launched is all about.
Well, of course, I was listening to my colleague and esteemed friend, Linda Howe, speak well of it, and I always thank her for that. Linda has been a marvelous, pivotal contributor already to the development of this project. What we have is an online institute known as ISCNI, or the Institute for the Study of Contact with Non-Human Intelligence. We have an online address at America Online, which many of your listeners will know is the fastest growing general network provider, computer provider in America.
No doubt about it.
It's a fabulous place. We're very pleased with our association with America Online, and in particular the area of America Online that we are specifically sponsored by, which is the Electronic University Network, which places us squarely in an academic framework, which is where we want to be, to position this as credible, reasonable, not jumping to conclusions, but bringing to bear upon the subject of human contact with other intelligence all of the skills of intellectual inquiry, scientific research, as well as personal experience and speculation and philosophy. All of that has a place, all of it together in this environment, which has, for anyone involved with America Online, you can visit it for free, have a look around, join in the message boards, look at our public library, have a look at our bookstore, all of that for the cost of the general America Online membership, which all 500,000 people already there.
Yeah, I think they give people 10 free hours, don't they?
Well, to start up, indeed, you can join America Online for free for a month with 10 free hours to have a look around. And then if you want to go further with ISCNI, as Linda mentioned, she is one of a number of well-known researchers offering courses, classes, special private study groups for people who become our members, and all of that information. I don't want to take the hour talking about this. I greatly appreciate your willingness to let me say this on the air. But if anyone would like more information, there are two easy ways to reach us. If you are already online on the Internet or on America Online, you can contact us at ISCNI. This is our Internet address, ISCNI@AOL.com. If you are on America Online already, simply punch in ISCNI. That is our email address. If you're on the Internet, ISCNI@AOL.com, and I would recommend when you send us email, say you heard about it on the Art Bell Show. We'd like to know that.
Good.
In addition, if you would like to call us on our toll-free number, you can dial 1-800-41-ISCNI. That's 1-800-41-ISCNI.
Right.
You will get an answering system. If it is busy, it's because it's clogged up. Please try again. It runs 24 hours a day, but if it's clogged up, you'll have to call again. We would be happy to send information. We can send free software for anyone who wants to try it out on America Online, and we can send any kind of information. And I'm sure that people, some of your listeners will want to try this.
All right, Michael, good. Tell us now about 2020. What is 2020 besides a great name and the name of a TV show and the name of an organization? What is 2020?
The 2020 Group, Art, was and remains my private research and publishing company. I founded it in 1989 with not a thought in my head about UFOs. What I wanted to do in 1989 was examine forces shaping the human future. I still want to do that today. That's exactly what I'm about as a futurist, as a social thinker. What I found out, to my great surprise, and I still to this day, 5.5 years later, I pinch myself every couple of days. I say, "Are you nuts? What's going on here?" I found out that the UFO phenomenon and the whole constellation of phenomena associated with human claims of contact with other intelligent life is going to be one of the fundamental forces shaping the human future. I would go so far as to say it will rank among either at the top or very near the top of the most important forces shaping the 21st century of human existence. That was not something I expected to find. It was not something I wanted to find. It is still something that makes me uncomfortable.
I can imagine, sure.
I believe it's a fact.
I can absolutely imagine that it would be a road that you would go down from the center that you began with very hesitantly.
Absolutely. In fact, there are days, and I've had this conversation with Linda Howe, and I've had it with other people who have essentially devoted their life to this. None of these people started out to do that art. Linda Howe is a gifted filmmaker, winner of several Emmys. Other people, Bud Hopkins, a world-class artist with art hanging in various great museums. Stanton Friedman, a propulsion expert, a nuclear physicist. These are people who didn't need or want UFOs in their life art.
That's right.
These are people who didn't need UFOs to feel complete or special. They were already accomplished. They already had the recognition. They already had the job. They didn't need UFOs. So, to me, one of the most impressive things going in was the quality of the people who have made it their business to look into this. One of the most impressive things about it. People have a very wrong idea that most of the people associated with this subject or who are taken in by the subject are, airheads, wear beanies and stuff. Nothing could be further from the truth. These are among the most capable people.
Well, even in my career field, Michael, I do a regular weekday show, as you know, deals mostly with very terrestrial topics.
Yeah.
And it's a risky business, don't you know, and invites a lot of ridicule, and I get it, and I let it just sort of drop off of me. I don't mind it. I'm willing to take the heat because I think this is a very, very important, these are important areas to investigate. It's an important part of our humanity, and I won't turn my back on it, and I know you have not.
Well, I know you won't turn your back on it. I commend you totally for the amount of attention you've given it and the platform you give people like Linda Howe and myself and others to talk about this. The reach of your program is certainly a testament not only to your own dedication, but also to the fact that out there in the world there are lots of people, Art, who already have made up their mind this is important. That's the good part. That's the good sign. But on the other side, there are people taking risks, more and more people taking risks, and some of them run afoul of the sort of the status quo, the inertia that says this is nonsense, leave it alone, it'll go away. We have an example, for example, this book called The Fire Officer's Guide to Disaster Control is an example of what can happen to capable authors when they take a risk. The Fire Officer's Guide to Disaster Control in its first edition was one of the most often used training manuals for fire departments around America. In 1992, the authors, Kramer and Bame, brought out a second edition in which Bame, in particular, an attorney and a well-known author and educator, took an enormous risk, personally and professionally. He put in this popular training manual for fire officers a chapter, a subchapter, a portion of a chapter, in which he dared to say that the UFO phenomenon is absolutely real and could pose detrimental impacts on society. And therefore, it was high time for fire departments around the country to recognize that they could not hide from the possibility that there would be UFO events in which the fire department would be the first line of defense.
God, I bet he took a flash fire of criticism. Michael, we're at the top of the hour, so relax, get another cup of coffee or whatever it is you're drinking, and
okay.
We'll get back to you in just a very few moments. Michael Lindemann is my guest from the 2020 group. This is Dreamland.
The Kingdom of Nye. We continue with your calls on Dreamland with Art Bell. Call Art now toll free at 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-TALK. First-time callers, area code 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. Or the wildcard line at area code 702-727-1295. 727-1295 in the 702 area code. Now again, here's Art Bell.
Now again, here I am. Good evening. Dreamland underway. Michael Lindemann is my guest, and we'll get back to him in just a moment. Michael.
Yes, Sir Art.
Sir Art.
Sir Art.
Sir Art. Michael, we had Gordon Michael Scallion on.
Yeah.
And some of the predictions were shocking and dire.
Yes.
As a futurist who deals with, I guess, present trends in predicting future trends as opposed to having visions.
Yes.
I'm sure that you've looked at, talked to, and kept track of a lot of futurists and a lot of people who do make predictions.
Yes.
What comments do you have?
Well, I would have to comment like this. Number one, there is a strong likelihood of major earthquakes along the west coast of the United States. That's simply a fact. Very straightforward scientific organization known as the Southern California Earthquake Study Council, or whatever it's called, Earthquake Center, just the other day predicted an 86% chance of a quake measuring 7+ within the next 25 years. Now, of course, that's extremely tame compared to what Gordon Michael Scallion is saying.
Yes.
But we know that we live in an earthquake zone that is overdue for major quakes. One of the things they pointed out is that over the last century there has been only one quake in Southern California measuring 7+, and that happened a year and a half ago, the Landers quake, which was mysteriously non-destructive.
Yes.
Because of being in a weird place and an unusual kind of quake. But there should have been, according to statistics, 7 quakes of 7+ magnitude during that same period of time, which means we're way the heck overdue, and we can expect it. At the same time, we see devastation in many other parts of the world, the so-called Ring of Fire, which is so named because of a tremendous amount of volcanic and seismic activity that circles the Pacific Plate, which is the plate which is literally crashing into the coast of California and causing the mountains and the seismic activity that we have in this part of the world. All of that activity is definitely on the rise, and as far as that goes, straight science says Scallion's right about big quakes. On the other hand, the redrawing of the map of the United States has no precedent in known history.
Mm-hmm.
If we look at what we think has actually happened in the way of continental drift, we see, for example, that the shape of the continent of Africa, the shape of the continent of South America, the shape of the subcontinent of India have not substantially changed in hundreds of millions of years, despite the fact that they have migrated thousands of miles across the face of the planet. In other words, it is more likely that whole land masses will move intact than it is that large pieces of that landmass will suddenly disappear into the ocean. Now, this is a fact of geologic science. Okay, it is a fact that we can corroborate going back close to 1 billion years in terms of what we know about the apparent movement of continental land masses, and therefore, as regards the redrawing of large portions of the landmass of the planet, I have to say science is flatly and strongly opposed to Gordon Michael Scallion's vision.
All right. Having said that, Michael, I'm telling you, I don't get nervous that easily, particularly about this kind of thing. But with what just occurred in Japan and a long trail of recent earthquakes, something is going on.
Well, there is a great deal of seismic activity on the planet. And I started by saying that is true and that is predictable. Therefore, we can say that there is likely to be additional seismic activity. I myself am not particularly happy about living in Southern California. I have no plans to be here much longer. That's a fact.
As one who studies human behavior,
yes.
Just for a second, playing with the idea that Mr. Scallion's predictions are accurate.
Mm-hmm.
Should such a major earth change occur, what would you predict, Michael, with regard to a social behavior?
Well, there will be several things that have to be taken into account. what we've seen in Kobe, Japan is a good example. In fact, we saw it here last year with the quake that happened literally 1 year ago, the Northridge quake, which is said to be a 6.7. The Kobe quake, therefore, about 5 or 6 times more powerful.
Yes.
But I, being 100 miles from the epicenter of the Northridge quake, was thrown out of bed at 4 in the morning. I was quite stunned. I had no idea. I really thought the thing had happened down the street. I was quite shocked to learn that it happened 100 miles away. The first thing I learned, however, was that I was flat broke because I hadn't had the good sense to pull any money out of my ATM the day before.
Right.
And the first thing I found out was we had a 12-hour power outage. Well, people have to realize is a lot of things go haywire right away when the electric grid goes down.
Yes.
Therefore, even a moderate quake turns into a devastating social phenomenon very, very quickly. People should not underestimate this. Even a quake substantially less than what Scallion's talking about causes devastating ripple effects, and people have to know if they're anywhere near a quake zone, you've got to do more preparation probably than you've done. You will find yourself in bad shape if you don't. And that, I think, is just prudent. As regards a quake of the magnitude Scallion is talking about, there is no real precedent in modern times for the kind of devastation that could occur.
Well, that's why we have people in groups like the 2020 group. If you were to project, based on a tragedy of that magnitude, what would you think? Let's concentrate on this country. Now, the Japanese, interestingly, because of their culture, I suppose, reacted in a very different way. Flashlights that cost $12 before the earthquake cost $12 after the earthquake because people would be ashamed to do anything else. There was no looting. There was no problem. Here, you just can't imagine that, can you?
I think I can imagine it, Art, and I think there will be there will be some of both kinds of behavior. There will be people who find themselves in a situation where it's easy pickings, and there will be lots of other people who look around, as they did in the Northridge quake, as they did in the aftermath of the Hurricane Andrew thing. They looked around and they said, hey, my neighbors have lost everything.
Yes.
Hey, time to get serious and be a human, I think the American people have been sold short in terms of the so-called loss of morality and all the rest. I would look to the American people to rise to the occasion, in all honesty. And I would, of course, like you, expect there would be a certain amount of looting, a certain amount of taking advantage. But I would not expect to see a lot of gouging of prices.
Mm-hmm.
I would not expect to see a lot of wholesale plunder. What I do think there would be, though, is over time, as days tick by, as resources literally run out, that is when people begin to realize that they are actually in a life-threatening situation. They've survived the quake, but their nerves are on edge because there are aftershocks, probably many aftershocks.
Yes.
They discover, the very first thing they find out is there is no way out of town because everyone's trying to leave at the same time. And so lots of cars are having accidents, lots of cars are running out of gas, lots of cars are overheating, and what happens is the freeways, which are half devastated to begin with, become clogged with useless vehicles, and
very
that
quickly
becomes a very big problem.
All right, Michael, I'm going to ask you to comment on this. I've heard reports and rumors, and I don't know what you want to call them, that a certain degree of ability to forecast earthquakes is now present.
Mm-hmm.
With that as the working hypothesis here, if the authorities were to learn, say, 12 hours or even 24 hours ahead of time that there was going to be a scallion-sized earthquake in the Los Angeles area, would it be worth warning the people?
Very, very hard call. I think the 12-hour time frame is right on the edge of almost not enough time. If it were 24 hours, if it were 36 hours, if they really thought they could take the risk of giving people that much warning, I think it would probably behoove some kind of organized evacuation. But nobody wants to go to the enormous trouble of that kind of an evacuation if there's a 50% chance of being wrong, of having that much egg on their face, of going to that much cost. I think that it's going to be a while before their confidence level is high enough. Now, if there were if there was an 80% or a 90% chance that the earthquake would hit in 6 hours, I think it would be highly risky to try to pull off an evacuation like that. And if I were in the situation of having to make that call, it would be a very hard day. I don't know if it would make sense.
So in other words, you might actually get more people killed by trying to evacuate in the short term than you would by just saying nothing. And I think that makes sense, Michael, and I'll bet you if they had such a prediction, they would keep their mouths shut.
I think that they would. I think the window of 6 hours or so is too short. If it starts to turn into 24 hours, it becomes a possible evacuation. But, you know, we have found that these very sudden, high-level movements of people are just horrendously difficult.
Right.
We don't have any way of coordinating it. All of the civil defense training and everything that we've been through when we were kids, we find out in the aftermath, it was all baloney.
So in other words, you would be faced with a horrid decision. In other words, you would think, well, I could warn them and get people off terrible locations, get people off the side of cliffs at least, that sort of thing. But you wouldn't be able to do that because there'd be no way to avoid starting the panic that we're talking about here, and the balance would be in more lives lost there, so you would make the decision not to say a word. What a godforsaken decision that would be.
It'd be a very, very hard decision. Again, I think it has a lot to do with time frame. I think it has a lot to do with what the prediction really is, where they think the thing is going to hit. I'm not aware that they have the kind of predicting capability that you say, although I have heard rumors to that effect, as you have. I know that they're looking for a bigger window of warning than 6 to 12 hours. That's the most difficult place or time frame to make the call, because it's like you're damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Boy. Is there any way to weave these coming predicted Earth changes by Scallion and others into the whole UFO phenomenon, which you have accurately said will be one gigantic story and one great effect on mankind? Both would seem to have a great effect on mankind. Is there any way to weave the two together?
They are being woven together. And despite the fact that I feel that science cannot rationally support the very extreme parts of Scallion's prediction, I will say that there are many UFO contactees and abductees who have been told that there will be great disasters on this planet. Exactly. This is one of the most robust themes that comes up time and again when people are reporting the content of their abduction. This has become, I think the signal is more strident and more consistent today than it was even a couple of years ago.
Yes.
I hear it time and again that the abductees are being warned. They are being shown graphic images. They are seeing earth disasters. They are seeing war. They are seeing riots, starvation. They are seeing many very unhappy images. So there's a definite correlation. Why this is occurring, I don't know. Is this symbolic? Because we don't understand what abduction truly is. I am not ready to say that abduction is literally what it appears to be, though I can say with absolute certainty that something profound is happening to people, no doubt. Why are they being visited by these visions? That is a real mystery.
Yes, I've talked to a number of abductees who tell terribly similar stories to Mr. Scallion's. So from that avenue and from every avenue available, psychic avenue, we seem to be getting roughly the same story, and it's not a very pretty one. It's earth changes, political changes, social changes, exactly the sort of thing that your group studies.
That's right. And, of course, there are people who will point to that, Art, and say this is exactly what is meant by so-called millennial fever, that we are approaching the millennium, that people get a little unhinged at the millennium for reasons that can, that trace back to the collective unconscious or the Jungian archetypes or whatever you like, and that it really doesn't amount to a hill of beans. We're going to survive, we're going to coast on through, and we'll look back on it and say, wasn't that all a bunch of silly business?
Gee, I hope they're right.
Well, I hope they're right, too. On the other hand, I think very rationally we have to say we are in a time of great uncertainty. We are in a time of great upheaval. There are good signs on the horizon. There are not good signs on the horizon. You said in just a minute ago when you were talking about gold and so forth that yes, the currency calamity that is occurring today in Mexico could have ripple effects around the world. Well, that's just straight economics. There's no magic about that. It's true. We are in a time of great uncertainty in our own country. We are in a so-called recovery, but a lot of people don't feel it. We are in a time when the political system has taken a very startling turn to the right because a lot of people are I think that's a signal essentially that people are feeling extremely insecure and want a party that represents good, solid conservative values that says they can bring back a better time. And I'm not saying that the Republicans are liars. I think they're absolutely serious about what they mean to do. I don't think they're going to succeed, not because they're bad or stupid, but because it's a very hard nut to crack, and I think we're up against some extremely powerful forces that have nothing to do with being a Republican or a Democrat.
Michael, aren't we in a way, as we propose the $40 billion in loan guarantees to Mexico, aren't we at kind of a fork in the road with nationalism going down one road and internationalism going down the other? Isn't it finally to the point where economics is forcing the hand of politics in the international arena?
Well, that is certainly one thing that is occurring, without a doubt. And of course, anyone who looks at the international side knows that they're doing everything they possibly can to cobble together an international economic order, bringing down tariffs if they can, having a more universal currencies and currency exchanges, and an interlocking of currencies so that no one country can go into a tailspin the way Brazil did some years ago, the way Mexico is today. All of that is very much part of the economic order that is emerging at this time. At the same time, there are powerful nationalistic forces, and this is one of the things that threatens to tear the world apart.
Yes, it is. Hold it right there. That's a good place to hold it. Michael Lindemann is my guest from the 2020 group. I'm Art Bell. This is Dreamland. Remember, to get a copy of this program with Visa or MasterCard, you can call 1-800-917-4278. They're there right now. I'm Art Bell. My guest is Michael Lindemann, and we will take some calls this hour. Sorry it's so late to be getting to the phones, everybody, but it's been a busy night. Let me give you the East of the Rockies number as well. If you're east of the Rockies and you have questions for Michael Lindemann, the number is 1-800-825-5033. Repeating, east of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. On the line as we can with Michael. Michael, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, there's a lot of people out there, Michael, with questions about predictions, with questions about what you think is coming, and who knows what they want to know, but let's get to the phones. Are you up for it?
You bet.
All right, good. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. On our East of the Rockies line, you're on the air with Michael Lindemann. Where are you calling from, please?
Allentown, Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania, yes, sir.
I'd like to know, as far as your predictions, what you predict as far as the future of the human race.
Yeah, all right. That's a good overall question.
We'll take a quick shot at it. Try to answer the future of the human race. We're going to go through some very rocky times. I believe they will last anywhere from 10 to 25 or 30 years. I believe we will come out of it relatively good, but I believe it will be a time of learning a lot of lessons about how to live more sanely on this planet. And I believe that if we don't learn those lessons, if we really are as pig-headed as we've been in the past, it could go very hard on us. And I believe that this is a time when people are going to have to make some very tough decisions about more rational living on this planet, but I believe we're going to come out okay.
Well, in other words, there is a happy ending somewhere out there.
Yeah, it's a ways out. There's going to be some tough times.
All right. On the East of the Rockies line, you're on the air with Michael Lindemann. Hi.
Yes, hi.
Where are you, sir?
I'm in Campbell, Ohio.
Okay.
And I just wanted to know, basically, the abduction theory.
Yes.
Yes. I went to bed one night and woke up the next morning with a funny scar on my arm and some strange memories of something that I really don't remember actually happening, but I can't explain it. And I was just wondering,
How much credibility he gives to these abduction things?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, let me say, in your particular case, sir, we would have to do a lot more talking before I could determine if there was any likelihood that you experienced an abduction. Sometimes people do come up with scars overnight which have nothing to do with abduction. But let's just say that in a general way, I have become convinced over a period of a number of years, starting very skeptical and quite ignorant of the subject, I have become convinced that there is a phenomenon, a legitimate phenomenon, which we call abduction, which seems to involve highly anomalous events in people's lives. They do not invite these events. They are perfectly rational, sane people with nothing to gain by creating this hideous distortion and distraction in their life. It appears that it is associated with a form of intelligence that is not known to us, and we term that alien, but I think alien has connotations which may be inaccurate. But I would like to say there is a genuine phenomenon. It is affecting many, many thousands of people. That is my personal opinion.
I'm just curious, sir, does that comfort you or frighten you?
Neither. It more or less confuses me. Basically because during that brief, like overnight, it seems like I lost 12 hours.
All right. Thank you very much. Lost time. A lot of people reporting lost time too, Michael.
That is correct. Yes.
Okay.
I'd like to comment for just a second on the abduction phenomenon, because the most unusual thing that is occurring in abduction research today, in my opinion, is something that I was not expecting, but it is very obviously occurring, and that is that many people who even a year or two ago, Art, would have said to you that their abduction experience was very traumatic, very unwanted, very negative, have changed their mind or are in process of reevaluating their abduction experiences into something that they now term transformative, important, special. They feel singled out. They are on a mission. They have been picked, chosen for something extraordinary. It is a spiritual awakening. This is a trend in the attitude of the abductees themselves, which is the most puzzling thing I've seen yet, and it is happening to a lot of people.
All right. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Michael Lindemann. Hello. No, my guess is they're not there. On the West of the Rockies line, you're on the air with Michael Lindemann. Hello.
Yes. I was wondering what, if any, role the crop circles are playing in the prophecy.
All right. Where are you calling from?
Tacoma, Washington.
Tacoma. Crop circles. I take it you looked into crop circles along with Linda, Michael.
Well, I must confess I haven't done anywhere near the work that she has done, so I key off people like Linda Howe in terms of trying to address the crop circle. But what we can say with certainty about the crop circles is some of them are not explained by any of the customary explanations, starting with the explanation of hoax, and there have been a bloody lot of hoaxes. We have to acknowledge that right off the top. But some of them are not adequately explained by any known explanation to date. What they are remains to me a huge enigma. I am not going to comment beyond that. I do not know if they have anything to do with signals being sent to us by some alien intelligence. Some people think that's so. I'm not ready to say so.
All right. On the wild card line, you're on the air with Michael Lindemann. Hello.
Hello, Art. This is Bill the Fugitive calling from Seattle.
Yes, Bill.
And, Michael, you're one of my heroes.
Oh, thank you.
Talked to you a couple weeks ago in regards to your video countdown to Alien Nation.
Yes.
And the question I have tonight is, what information do you have about an underground base located here in Bothell, Washington, and associated with FEMA Region X?
All right. Underground bases in general, too.
Okay. I don't know specifically about the base you're referring to, but what I do know is that there are underground bases littering the landscape. There are many, many underground bases. They have been built over a period of more than 50 years. They were begun under a program known as the Continuity of Government Program. They have continued to this day. The level of sophistication is unexpectedly high. The size, the number, the cost, and everything else about underground base construction in this country is literally off the scale in terms of the general black budget and the general, public expectations. Now, we go the next step and we say, as many people do allege, aliens are in some of these underground bases. Hideous, grotesque experiments are conducted in these underground bases. I know nothing about that. My personal opinion is I tend to doubt it. But the existence of the bases themselves, there is no doubt whatsoever.
No question, huh?
Absolutely none.
No.
And there are There are hundreds of them at a minimum.
All right. Good morning. You're on the air. Good evening. I'm sorry. You're on the air with Michael Lindemann.
Hello.
Hello there. Where are you?
Phillipsburg, Pennsylvania.
Yes, sir.
I was just wondering.
Turn your radio. Sir, turn your radio off, please. Everybody's got to do that when they get on the air. Otherwise, it's going to hopelessly confusing.
Okay.
All right. Go ahead.
To what effect would Pennsylvania be affected by all these abnormalities?
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Pennsylvania is, I think, in a rather good position, actually. Pennsylvania is made primarily out of solid granite, as far as I know. It is not. It remains, as far as I know, on all of the maps that have been redrawn after the disaster. That doesn't mean you're not going to feel the effects, because I don't think anyone is going to escape feeling the effects. But even in the worst-case scenario, as far as I know, most of Pennsylvania rides it out pretty well. Congratulations.
Sounds like a good place to be.
Not a bad place at all.
All right. On the West of the Rockies line, you're on the air with Michael Lindemann. Hi.
Hi there, how you doing?
Okay, where are you?
Phoenix.
Phoenix, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I'm calling regarding underground base theory and such. Are there underground bases located in Phoenix, if you know, like maybe Glendale area?
Let me say, I really cannot pinpoint the location of very many underground bases. What I do know for a fact is that the former director of the sort of leading underground base in America, a base called Mount Weather, which is the presidential underground bunker in times of nuclear war. That base exists a little bit outside of Washington, D.C. A man by the name of J. Leo Barraza, who was the director of that base for many years, went on the Larry King Show about a year and a half ago and said that he knew for a personal fact that there was at least one gigantic underground base in every state of the Union, and that was a very, very conservative estimate. But what are we talking about here? We're talking about an underground base, Mount Weather being an example, with a 200,000 square foot floor plan, built out of solid granite and capable of withstanding a direct nuclear hit at ground level.
How far would that be located from where I'm at?
Well, the one I just mentioned is in Virginia, but what I am saying is that this gentleman said there was at least one such base in every state of the Union. I know for a fact that those are only the bases associated with the so-called continuity of government.
Okay, and with these underground bases, do you think experimental aircraft would be tested from them?
That is not their principal purpose. Their principal purpose is to ride out times of grave disaster, such as nuclear war or other grave disaster, but nuclear war was certainly the principal motivating factor. There are underground laboratories which are needed, which are built specifically to house them or to shield them from, for example, cosmic radiation, if that kind of radiation would cause a problem in the experiments being done, and so forth. There are bases that are underground simply because that is the best place to get uniform temperature and humidity, which some laboratories require. So these are other reasons. Another reason is underground bases are used for the storage of sensitive materials, currencies, sensitive chemicals, and so forth, as well as underground nuclear waste. There are many reasons to build these bases.
Michael, a sociological question here. I had a guest last week talking about underground bases, and what he basically said was he's opposed to them. He's opposed to the secrecy surrounding them. He's opposed to the entire concept of them, and as far as he's concerned, it makes a nuclear conflict all the more likely. What would be your view of that?
I would say that there was, throughout the period of the Cold War, a fabulous conceit, let me put it that way, that an elite group of people, numbering some tens of thousands, would ride out any conceivable disaster, and that because they knew they could do that, they took risks which today appear to be totally insane. I do believe we have at least gotten almost out of that mentality, but there are certainly people who still believe it, and there are certainly people still preparing for it, Art. We are not out of the woods.
All right, and we're not out of time, but we're close. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Michael Lindemann. Hi. Hello there. No, you're not. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Michael Lindemann. Good evening.
This is Eagle River, Alaska.
Hello, Alaska.
Yeah, I'm looking at my National Geographic Atlas here, and I see that the Pacific Mid-Atlantic Trench runs right smack into California at the Baja Peninsula and goes right into the continental United States. Why wouldn't that permit some kind of a very large earthquake?
Oh, you
I'll
bet.
listen for your answer.
California is a sitting duck for an earthquake. There's going to be an earthquake, no question. Probably several, no question.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Michael Linneman. Hello. Hello there. Going once, twice, three times. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Bob in Phoenix.
Hello, Bob.
Seems we ought to keep our eye on our public officials. If they all of a sudden take off for a coffee break and never come back, they're probably headed for the underground tunnels.
Well, that's an interesting point. As a matter of fact, there has been a so-called brain drain to some of these underground bases. There's talk, for example, that a lot of these people are being relocated to the center of Australia, to a wonderful place known as Alice Springs. There is a huge underground facility there, jointly run by several of our agencies and some international agencies. That may be the spookiest underground base on the planet, but there is some talk of that. So your idea is a little bit science fiction-y, but not totally.
Any chance that the earthquakes are man-made?
I have no technological reason to think so. I have heard rumors to that effect. There are certainly people who think so. I have no proof.
What do you think about the rain, Michael, and its relationship to Earth movements?
The rain that we're having?
Yes, tremendous rain.
Well, what we have to notice is that weather in general is becoming more extreme. This has been discussed for some years now. We are seeing, for example, great windstorms of higher magnitude than we've been seeing in the past. We are seeing record rains in various parts of the world. We are also seeing record droughts in various parts of the world. All of this looking like a more extreme weather conditions than we've seen before.
Okay, okay, Michael, and this is important to me. The extreme is real. I sit here as a talk host reporting on this kind of thing all the time. Mm-hmm. I say, hey, look, the weather is stranger now. The earthquakes are more now, but I'm never sure, Michael, and I know that you do this kind of work. So in other words, when we say it is getting more extreme, we're right.
Yes, you are right, and we have to be very careful because, having said we see a tendency toward more extreme, for example, we see a tendency toward higher mean global temperatures. Yes. Only a few tenths of a degree, but it is there. We have to ask ourselves, is this within natural variation? Because there are cycles. They run a long period of time. They do not necessarily mean we're heading for, global catastrophe. These cycles have a way of turning around. The planet is highly absorptive of these changes. So we don't know yet whether this really points to disaster, but we have to say if, for example, human behavior is contributing, as it may be, to the so-called global warming effect, and there are people who say that's not really happening. I happen to think it is, Art, but it's up for grabs. We don't have proof. Mm-hmm. Okay, so we have to just say, well, okay, how does the data fall today? In my book, the data says we are contributing to the changing climate toward more extreme. And we should behave ourselves in a way that would ameliorate that. That's what I would say.
All right. Michael, time is so short. For one, we're going to book you for an entire show shortly.
Okay, I'd love it.
Two, I want to give you an opportunity to plug whatever it is you want to plug right now. ISCNI or whatever else you would like to plug, go right ahead.
All right, thank you very much. I would like to just say again to your listeners, ISCNI is the Institute for the Study of Contact with Non-Human Intelligence. It is a new online information service on America Online. I'll give you two ways to reach us. If you are already online on the Internet or on America Online, our email address is iscni@aol.com. That's iscni@aol.com. Send us an email. We'll send you information by email. Mention the Art Bell Show. Let us know you heard it on Art Bell. If you don't have a computer and want information, or if you're not online yet, call our 800 number. It's 1-800-41-ISCNI. It's 1-800-41-ISCNI. We'll send you information.
My guess is you're going to get a lot of response.
Well, I appreciate it very much to be able to tell your listeners, Art.
All right. Is there any last thought you would like to leave everybody with?
I'd like to say this. As it's often been said, watch the money. And this year we are seeing money going into UFO research on a scale that has never been seen before. This is something I want to pursue with you next time we're together, Art. There are millions of dollars of private money going into UFO research today, and that says to me that, the fix is in.
Michael, it has been a pleasure.
Thank you, sir.
It always is a pleasure, and we will have you back again soon. We'll contact you to arrange a date.
Would appreciate it and look forward to it. Thanks again.
Thank you, Michael. Michael Lindemann of the 2020 Group, and now a new online service called ISCNI, as the power of the Internet grows. I'll leave you with these thoughts. If you would like a copy of this program, you can call right now or 24 hours a day with Visa or MasterCard 1-800-917-4278. That's 1-800-917-4278. If you would like to come along in May to Hong Kong and Bangkok with us at 8 o'clock in the morning, call 1-800-633-2732. 1-800-633-2732. What a dreamland it has been. We'll begin once again next Sunday at 7 o'clock Pacific Time. Good night. This has been Dreamland, a program dedicated to an examination of areas in the human experience not easily nor neatly put in a box. Things seen at the edge of vision, awakening a part of the mind as yet not mapped. Yet things every bit as real as the air we breathe but don't see. Please join us again next week at this time for Dreamland. We have just one extra moment, so I guess I will take this time to once again say thank you for all these many, many months of Dreamland. It has been a great pleasure bringing this kind of material to you. It is an alternative kind of radio that you'll not hear anywhere else. So one more time around the horn here, because we're getting so many calls on it right now. I understand with the nature of the program with regard to Mr. Scallion's appearance. Tapes of the program with Visa or MasterCard may be purchased. 1-800-917-4278. 1-800-917-4278. Once again, on behalf of everybody, and there are many people who bring this program to you, Dreamland, good night. This is Dreamland. This is Dreamland, Sunday evening once again, and we'd like to welcome KMJ in Fresno. KMJ Radio in Fresno, 580 on the dial, and a monster with a signal all over the place. Welcome to Dreamland. I'm Art Bell, and we're going to have a bit of a change-up this evening. Linda Howe, normally here at the top of the program, may or may not be with us nigh onto about the middle of the program. She just landed in Philadelphia, back home again from Puerto Rico. And so she's got to make it home and get in position before she can report. It'll be interesting to see how the rest of Puerto Rico went. In the meantime, with us this evening is Sean David Morton, a very popular guest on the program. And it's been some time since Sean has been here. Just in a brief bio sketch, he's got a BA in political science, 16 units shy, I guess, of a degree in organic chemistry as well. A Bachelor of Fine Arts in Drama. Attended the London Academy of Music and Dramatic Arts for an advanced degree in drama. The British University of Cairo in Egypt, spent a year studying Arabic, Egyptology, and Middle Eastern political science. A postdoctorate degree in theology, lived in a Tibetan monastery at the foot of Mount Everest for 7 months, studied Buddhism, and has a fairly extensive television and, of course, here in other locations, radio background. So that's Sean David Morton, and Sean will comment in areas, for example, things connected to UFOs. Sean has done, for some time, predictions, of which his record looks pretty good. The Northridge quake, epicenter, magnitude, date missed by 10 days. The Malibu fires, the flooding in Texas and Georgia, the election of Bill Clinton by the exact percent, the re-entry of Ross Perot into the presidential race, the 1989 San Francisco quake, and the 1992 Landers 7.6 quake. So that's not at all a bad record. And in just a moment, Sean David Morton. Psychic cooperation for these predictions, or not, but he's talked about a 9-point earthquake in Southern California. He's talked about a 9-point earthquake along the New Madrid Fault in the center of the country.
Yes.
And I guess I'd just like to ask, are you getting any of those vibes?
No, sir, I'm not. I have a great deal of respect for Mr. Scallion. I think he's a pioneer in a lot of different ways. His Earth Changes Report newsletter is certainly a very worthy publication. I think that Gordon is a very, very gifted psychic. He's had some spectacular successes when it comes to predicting very specific quakes. However, Gordon in his newsletters, and we do actually trade newsletters back and forth, has been talking about a 9+ megaquake in Southern California since May of 1993, and it has yet to materialize. Not only myself with the Delphi Associates as somebody who does meditations and is sensitive to these types of quakes, but also a network of people that I have contact with, which is why I call it the Delphi Associates, is because we try to work with a group of people and can get as much of a consensus as possible as far as these types of earth changes. If it was going to happen anytime soon, a quake of that magnitude, we would certainly be feeling it. I have never seen that kind of quake for the Southern California area. I do believe that the major quakes, in other words, quakes that could actually destroy entire cities or take out economic centers, are going to begin to occur in 1996, in the beginning part of 1996. And I've always contended that I've seen a substantial San Francisco quake that starts about 150 to 200 miles south of San Francisco and then moves up and destroys a pretty substantial portion of San Francisco, but not until 96. Now, what I am picking up, and I made these predictions on the NBC program The Other Side a few weeks back, is that I was getting specifically that that much of California, specifically right now, is very, very hot. I feel that there is a substantial heat in between the Palm Springs, in a triangle of land, between Palm Springs, San Bernardino, and Barstow.
Well, that is the area that Scallion's talking about.
Well, what I'm picking up is that I'm picking up a series of quakes in that area around February 16th, 17th, 18th, or 19th, that week. And then about the first week in March, epicentered, I'd say, plus or minus 5 days of around the 6th of March. What I'm getting is a substantial series of quakes, not only in that area, but also north in the Lancaster area, also in the Vallejo area, in a triangle between Vallejo, Concord, and Napa up in Northern California. I'm also picking up Redding, and in the central part of California, in the central northern part of California, Redding and Mount Shasta are also very warm for quakes right now. Now, the February quake, and you can also see how the weather in California right now is gearing up for a substantial quake, but I do not think that the quake will be greater than a 7, even though that is a pretty big quake, but we have weathered quakes of 7.6 and greater in that particular area. If you remember the Landers quake of 1992. The way the weather is acting up is you have a specific pattern that's also kicking in. We've had substantial quakes in the Eureka area directly off the coast of Northern California, where you've got a number of quakes that come together, the top part of the San Andreas, the Mendocino Fault, and usually whenever you have big quakes in Eureka, you have a pattern that occurs where between 60 and 90 days, you usually have substantial quake activity in Southern California. Now,
Sean, how are you relating the weather patterns to earthquakes?
Specifically because in Southern California, it being a desert, I've simply noticed from living here that the pattern is that you will get. We've just had the massive rains, which have, of course, soaked into the ground. We're now having a very unusual heat wave, which is beginning to dry everything out, and at the same time, when it's very hot during the day and very cold at night, the land masses are actually expanding and contracting, which makes them very, very susceptible to various types of lunar movement, full moons, new moons, astronomical alignments of planets that pull on the gravity of the Earth. And specifically, that particular area, that's what I'm picking up when I do my meditations in front of the map. That triangle near Palm Springs, San Bernardino, and up to Barstow is particularly active as far as the fault lines go. It's still reacting from the Landers quake back in 1992. And that area of the desert, even though it also got a great deal of rain, is actually expanding and contracting with the very hot days and the very cold nights, and of course the water drying out the area.
When you say that you do meditations before a map, I take it that's how you divine geologic problems?
Yes, I get a map of the United States and also specifically a map of California. There's a specific Tibetan meditation that I do that I was taught in the monastery in Nepal, where one becomes sensitive to the planet, and by focusing in on where energy is beginning to erupt from out of the planet, I get very specific visions of things as they occur. And they're not limited to geological visions. They're also limited to political predictions and visions of things that go on across the country that are affecting large masses of people, like economic collapses, assassinations, deaths of world leaders, et cetera, et cetera.
Mm-hmm.
So in this case, as I said, I have a great deal of respect for Mr. Scallion, and I don't want to sound as if I don't. We sort of agree to disagree. It is, as I said, my belief.
Well, for one thing, it seems as though you have a general agreement. Both of you were saying California is very, very hot right now.
Yes, in those specific locations that I was just talking about, and I do believe that there are going to be a series of quakes that will occur, that will actually begin in 1996. There will be a quake, as I said, substantial quake activity late February, the early part of March, both in Southern California and in the Vallejo area just north of San Francisco. But I don't think anything greater than a 7, and I do think that they're going to be epicentered well outside of the cities. Mm-hmm. It is also my belief that there has been a spiritual veil of protection that has been thrown over California, specifically because of the fact that there is a great deal of spiritual development that is going on here, a great deal of political activism, and the whole point of making predictions like this is to warn people in advance so that they can do the proper prayer and meditation that can actually avert many of these catastrophes from occurring in advance. The whole point of this type of earthquake prediction is that people have a tendency to gather and build cities upon planetary ley lines or dragon lines, if you will, lines of force. And as this energy begins to rise up out of the planet, depending on how people process the energy through their own bodies and process it properly through prayer, meditation, brotherhood, love, community, and all of the positive aspects, that energy then moves through them and creates a benefit in the planet around them.
You called it a spiritual veil of protection. What power is this, Sean? Where does it come from? It comes from the people, you're saying.
I think it comes from the people themselves. I think enough of the people themselves are starting to behave in the proper manner that they have created what I call biorelativity. And there's not a single religion on earth, not Buddhism, not Baha'i, not Islam, not Judaism, not original Christianity, that does not believe in what's called a biorelative aspect, that the way in which you behave in a certain moral fashion, in a certain honorable fashion, in a certain aspect of your own happiness and your own peace, has a great deal to do with what occurs in the planet around you, and that human beings are very much an interconnected part of that ecosystem, that biosphere, if you will, that is a biorelative aspect of how human beings interact not only with each other but also interact with the land.
That's a kind of a spiritual collectiveness.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. Exactly.
What about how individuals affect themselves? Do they have the power, for example, to control their own health?
Absolutely, 100%. You see, as a matter of fact, most diseases and maladies have a great deal to do with the fact that people are not participating in life, and that health is an aspect of participation, and that when they participate in their lives and also with the lives of others, that's an aspect of health. When you love what you do, you rarely get sick. When was the last time you had the flu, Art?
It's been quite a while.
Well, it's because you love what you do. You really enjoy what you're doing. But people
I agree.
I'm sorry?
I do agree. I think it bears on your general health. What about specifically? I mean, if somebody, for example, comes down with cancer. I had a very good friend who did. And he gave up everything he was doing, moved up into the high mountains near Santa Cruz, California, meditated, ate well, went on special diets, did all kinds of things, and I'll be damned if he didn't come clear of cancer. And they gave him no chance to do that. So that's kind of why I asked the question.
Well, it's that change of attitude that is actually taking energy that manifests itself around the individual spiritually and then will metastasize as various types of diseases, cancer being the specific aspect of that, because it's everything starts in the auric field first, works its way inward, and then metastasizes itself as a reaction to a particular emotion.
What is the auric field?
The auric field is simply an energy field, a spiritual field that surrounds the body. Every living organism actually gives off a field of energy. We have on the very outer plane, we have the causal field, and then you can work your way into what's called the etheric body, the spiritual body, the astral body, and then of course the mental and emotional bodies, which are much closer to the person themselves.
All right, hold on just one moment. We'll be right back to you. My guest is Sean David Morton. He'll be right back. When it comes to UFO phone free catalog, here it is: 1-800-350-4639. Call right now. Mention my name, Art Bell, and you get a free copy of Voyage to the Planets with your first purchase. 1-800-350-4639. UFO Central Home Video. Well, okay, let's talk for a second about telephones. If you own an old stuff, back again. With what time we have to the bottom of the hour, Sean, if you would update us, we'll kind of skip around here. Update us on the UFO community. What's going on?
Well, what's happening at the moment, and I assume that this is one of the things that Linda Howe is going to be talking about in the next hour or so. There was quite a big flap going on down in Puerto Rico, specifically about an alien body that was supposedly found down there.
Right.
I do have a report that if your listeners are interested in picking it up from me, it was written by Jorge Martin, who's the editor of OVNI magazine down there. And in this report, it's about a 30-page report that's got actual photographs of this body. It's got some 22 different types of photographs. It's very, very unusual.
Can you? I take it you've seen them. Can you describe this alien body?
It's approximately between 18 and 24 inches tall. Let me see. Sorry. Did you say specifically? It's well. Okay, I've got the report here in front of me. 22 inches tall.
Mm-hmm.
It has a very large skull. It has no ears. In other words, slits or apertures on the side. Very long arms with extended forearms. 4 fingers with an opposable thumb. A webbing inside, in between the fingers itself. The skull is very large. The skin is sort of a mottled grayish color with very, very large occipital eye holes. No teeth, with very hard gums. Very small mouth. And the case was interesting because it was supposedly a young man who was in the military who was actually hiking in the woods outside of the capital city of Puerto Rico.
Mm-hmm.
And according to the story, and it's actually funny the way it's told, he claims that a group of these beings actually came out from underground from a cave. In other words, a group of about 20 of these things knocked him down and were dragging him through the woods, dragging him towards this cave, this underground passage. He apparently woke up during the middle of the abduction, managed to grab onto a tree, pulled a branch off the tree, and then turned around and whacked one of these things in the head and managed to fight off the rest of them, and apparently they ran back underground. Now, he then takes this body, puts it in a carton or a drum of formahol at his home, and then over the next 2 weeks or so had claims that he had to defend his home with a shotgun, that these beings were trying to actually break back into his house and try to get this creature back. And so the body then went from hand to hand, being passed to different neighbors, and eventually, supposedly now, is in the hands of a Puerto Rican police officer down there. And the goal here is, and this is why I'm interested to hear what Linda Howe has to say if she's been down here. The goal is that myself and another gentleman named Michael Hesseman, we're going to go down, get in contact with the people that we knew that had possession of this thing, try to get a piece or a slice of skin or bone from this creature to see if we could have the RNA DNA analyzed both here in the United States and also in Germany, and see what it is. See if
how good is the photograph?
They're excellent. As a matter of fact, I'll mail you a report if your listeners are interested in getting a report. Basically, I think $10 just covers my printing for the report, printing and postage. So.
All right, we will get the address on. We're here at the bottom of the hour. Sean, stand by, and we'll see what we can do about getting photographs of this creature. Fascinating. Puerto Rico, huh? All right, we're going to pause here at the bottom of the hour. You're listening to Dreamland from the high desert on a Sunday night. I'm Art Bell.
From the Kingdom of Nye, we continue with your calls on Dreamland with Art Bell. Call Art now toll-free at 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-TALK. First-time callers, area code 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. Or the wildcard line at area code 702-727-1295. 727-1295 in the 702 area code. Now again, here's Art Bell.
Now, once again, here I am. We're going to try and take care of the commercial continuity here at the beginning of the half hours. Fascinating about Puerto Rico. There sure have been a lot of rumors coming out of Puerto Rico. A lot of strange things going on in Puerto Rico and elsewhere in the world where currencies have been not exactly stable. Mexican currencies. John David Morton is the president and founder of Prophecy Research Institute. He has penned a couple of books, one called The Millennium Factor and the other The Gulf Breeze Prophecies. And he now has a newsletter called the Delphi Associates Newsletter. And we were kind of on that when we left the bottom of the hour. Sean, are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right. So you've got a newsletter, and I'm sure you would like to tell people how to get it.
Absolutely.
First, tell us what's in your newsletter. What kind of stuff is in there?
Specifically, political predictions, economic predictions, updates on earthquake predictions, earth changes, commentary on what's happening all around the world, specifically with inside information that I get from very, very high-level both military intelligence sources and sources within the media. So it's a heck of a bargain. I've got a lot of your listeners who subscribe to it. I was inundated by your listeners the last time I was on the show with hundreds of new people that subscribe to the newsletter. It's $45 a year for 12 issues. It's 12 pages long, comes every month, and it's just jammed with all of the information and all the stuff that you can't get anywhere in the establishment media. And of course, is a perfect complement to your program, specifically because we talk very much about the same things that you cover in your program in the newsletter every month.
Mm-hmm.
And
you, like a professional baseball player, are held to a standard, your batting average, so to speak.
Yes.
How are you doing?
Pretty darn good, actually. I mean, let me see, to give you an example, the Northridge quake, the infamous October issue of the newsletter predicted the Malibu fires. The Northridge quake missed it by 10 days. I predicted that the quake would happen between the 23rd of December and the 7th of January, and it was actually the 17th. To give you an idea of a miss, I had predicted that I thought that there was going to be a 6.6 quake in Landers, specifically on the 19th of November, and instead the quake was only a 4.7. But it was still a substantial quake on the exact date in the exact location. And I've had some spectacular hits as far as misses go. I try to be very, very specific in my predictions. The visions are usually I would say 95% correct. Sometimes my interpretations of the visions, however, leave something to be desired.
All right, I would like to understand the context of your visions. When you have a vision, I take it that it comes after a period of meditation. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
What form does it take? You've got to draw. This is radio, so you've got to kind of draw a mental picture for us. What do you see?
Well, I'll be drawn when I'm doing specific geological predictions. I'll be drawn to a particular area of a map, where I'll feel energy coming over the map and run my hands over the map to the point of where I feel energy coming out of it. Then I'll meditate on that very specific point of the map, and I will then get feelings in my body specifically as far as maybe earthquakes or hurricane, wind, rains, floods, which is how I predicted the flooding in Texas. And when it comes to political predictions as well, I begin to get names. I begin to get sometimes letters and numbers from the predictions. Just recently in the newsletter, I was talking about the first 10 days of December were going to be a very dark time around Washington, D.C., and that I specifically was seeing death at the White House. And my interpretation of that was that someone was going to do something to Bill Clinton, and instead there was a man shot on the sidewalk right in front of the White House. So that gives you an idea of how sometimes the visions themselves are correct. It's my interpretations of them sometimes that are a bit off. So we actually had the death at the White House the first 10 days of December. It wasn't the person that I expected it to be. However, it was a person who, of course, was shot down by a security guard who was wielding a knife directly in front of the White House.
How do you try and perfect the process of interpreting what it is that you see?
A lot of times in the newsletter, I'll simply put it down as to what the vision is, and then specifically point out what it is I'm looking at, and then what the vision looks like, and then I will separately put what my interpretation of the vision is. At the same time, because we are called the Prophecy Research Institute, I have some very excellent people that work with me. The head of my research department, Robert Egan, as an example, is sort of a Nostradamus buff. So he's constantly analyzing various quatrains of Nostradamus, and we put those analysis in the newsletter as well to give people an idea of the overall trend. At the same time, I've studied the Great Pyramid in Cairo that is quite literally a time coding in stone that once you understand the coding of the pyramid gives very specific dates and times for major world events that are about to occur.
Okay, are you by the way, familiar with the recent finds in Egypt? They think they've got the tomb of Alexander the Great, and there have been predictions of more finds in Egypt this year. What do you think?
Well, here's the interesting thing about Egypt. Having lived in Egypt as a kid, and also having just come back from there last September, October, there's a lot of stuff in Egypt that there's a difference between finding things, and they've known that things have been under the Sphinx for a long time. I believe that they're going to find the entrance to the Great Library of Atlantis, and I mean I can tell you where it is. If you go off the right paw, there's a gazebo, sort of a town square that's just across from the Sphinx, where there's a fountain on a raised hill, and it's literally the only raised object between the Sphinx's paw and the Nile. And for many years, the townspeople have known that there's something under there. The problem is that once you report that there's something, say, under your property and it's an antiquity, the farmer will usually lose his property because it comes up to it becomes the property of the state. And they basically come in and bulldoze your house and take away your farm and start digging everything up. So there's been they'll find massive new things, I think, in Egypt, because I think that the people are ready to begin talking about some of the history and some of the culture, and allowing the government to come in and have a little bit more of a hand, because they see that Egypt is desperately trying to break away and become independent, specifically based off its tourism. And, of course, the best way to do that is through these archaeological finds. But they will find underneath an entire catacomb, which is what Edgar Casey talked about for many years, spoke of the fact that there was an Atlantean library left over from a previous civilization, at which the Sphinx is the actual entrance to this. And now they just did a documentary called Mysteries of the Sphinx, and Robert Watts, who was the producer of that, was a very good friend of mine. And using this new ultrasound technique that was developed by Dr. Jim Delatoso, who became famous for analyzing all of the UFO photographs in the Billy Meyer UFO case. Using this technique now, they're ultrasounding underneath the ground and finding all sorts of fantastic new caverns and chambers and relics from Egypt's past.
Wow. So much to talk about. You've got a prediction down here about Bosnia as the beginning of the Fourth World War and the destruction of a U.S. aircraft carrier in the Adriatic. Now, I must have missed the Third World War, or has that still not happened?
Well, technically, you can actually look at the the war Desert Storm as literally being the Third World War, because the Third Great World War was literally 150 some odd countries allied against Saddam Hussein. Every single country in the world was represented in that war, and so technically one would count that as a third world conflict, simply because there were so many countries. NATO was involved, the United States was involved, England was involved, France was involved. I'd hardly call it a world war, but it was in fact a skirmish in which every country in the world was specifically involved. And Saddam Hussein is going to be very important in the next 2 years or so, because I believe that Hussein is going to be removed from power. And when Hussein is removed from power, you're going to see a bloodbath in the streets. Some 50 to 60,000 people that are directly connected with his political party are going to be torn apart by the Iraqi people, and that will be the beginning of the alliance of Iraq and Iran. And those are the two specific countries that need to be watched as forming the beginning of what's going to be known as the Islamic Jihad. And this Islamic Jihad will begin to link all of the various Islamic countries together using flashpoints like Grozny and Bosnia as battle cries, quite literally, to begin an attack upon Europe that I see beginning in July of 1999 with a nuclear attack on the United States from a submarine, specifically at New York City.
A nuclear attack from a submarine, an attack on New York City?
Yes, in July of 1999. This is one of the very specific predictions that Nostradamus gives that's very much a linchpin for many of his prophecies. And information that's just come to me as of yesterday was a very good friend of mine who's very high up in military intelligence was raving on the phone yesterday that there is a very clear and present danger right now from submarine attack to the United States, because they've dismantled something in the Atlantic called SOSUS, which is the Sonic Oceanic Submarine Underwater Surveillance System. It took us almost 25 years to build this submarine surveillance system. We used to have hundreds of people at listening posts, primarily listening for Soviet submarines, and now it has been so defunded by the Clinton administration.
Wow.
All of these cuts that he talks about are virtually all military cuts, and now we have, out of, I think, a staff of almost 1,000, which were manning these listening posts, both in the Atlantic and in the Pacific. Now we're left with 4 guys that are basically listening to this.
You're telling me then the SOSUS system, for all intents and purposes, is not even operating?
Correct.
And again, that is a system that detects underwater submarine activity. It's how we track Russian submarines, submarines in general. Do you have any idea where this attack will come from? What nation?
It'll be Iran.
Iran.
And Iran is going to be where the third great Antichrist is going to come from. And when I say Antichrist, a world leader specifically that will link the Islamic countries together, that will be involved in the last great world war against the United States. What I'm seeing for what's going to happen in Bosnia is there's going to be peace in Bosnia specifically until late June or July. There's going to be a massive effort to try to get out the American, well, actually the UN troops out of Bosnia, who are going to be caught primarily in Bihać. There are 2 aircraft carriers that are going to be stationed in the Adriatic. One is going to be the Eisenhower, and the other one is going to be the USS Enterprise. And I see the Eisenhower being either sunk or crippled by Serbian missiles. Hard to do with a United States destroyer, but
yes, it is.
Literally you are going to see the Eisenhower in the news as being attacked by Serbian positions. At the same time, this is going to link up with what I see going on in Russia with the removal of Boris Yeltsin from power, possibly by as early as May, and the replacement of Boris Yeltsin with Viktor Zhirinovsky.
No.
And that's what's up right now. And I believe that with Zhirinovsky in power, the relative peace that has existed between the United States and the Russians will pretty much end. And you're going to see in just Bihać in the northern part of Bosnia, and there'll be very specific numbers. I keep getting 300,000 either dead or imprisoned in that one particular area.
Right.
And basically Bosnia is going to suck us into this war.
All right. Now, you made these predictions on NBC's The Other Side last Thursday. Is that correct?
Not these predictions specifically. We were talking specifically about earthquakes. I was talking about the...
Okay. So you confined what you said on NBC to geologic activity?
Well, yeah, and they had me on at the end of the show, actually, after, I think, a psychic earthquake-sensing dog. So it was...
I see.
It was a little bit difficult to take the whole thing seriously, but specifically what I talked about on the other side was that I felt that... Eureka continues to be dangerous in Northern California, and that I was picking up activity in Redding near Mount Shasta.
Mm-hmm.
I see quakes in a triangle in Northern California between Novato, Napa, and Vallejo. Cloverdale and Parkfield are very hot, so you need to watch for a 6.0 or above in the Parkfield area by the end of June, and this is a precursor to megaquake activity in California. This triangle of land I see heating up in Palmdale, Redlands, and Northridge, a 5, no greater than a 6 there. But the 18th, 19th, and 20th of February, I believe, is going to be the beginning of much larger quake activity out in the desert area, the Palm Springs, Barstow, San Bernardino triangle.
All right. Gordon Michael Scallion predicted accurately an earthquake about 50 miles from Mount Rainier.
Yes.
He said this is the precursor to Mount Rainier going. And he thinks fairly soon. You also have a prediction about Mount Rainier, but again, yours seems to go off to 1996. Is that correct?
Well, Mount Rainier has been really difficult because Mr. Scallion and I have agreed on this. I was probably the first one to talk about quakes in the at the foot of Mount Rainier, of quakes in the 5.5 to 6 range before Mount Rainier goes. Mount Rainier is a very important trigger for a series of prophecies because if Mount Rainier blows, the mountain itself is about 15,000 feet high, and it has a huge mantle. And if Rainier goes, it has the potential of dumping so much soot and ash into the atmosphere that it would have the capability, and actually weather experts are claiming that the very expected likelihood that the ash from Mount Rainier will lower the temperature of North America by almost 3 degrees. Now, to give you an idea of this, when Mount Pinatubo exploded in 1991, Pinatubo dumped so much soot into the atmosphere, which was then carried into the United States, that it lowered the temperature of North America by about 0.5 to about 1 degree, which is what started causing a large number of these of the massive weather-related catastrophes that you've seen, the record winters, because of all of this there. Now, I've been talking about Mount Rainier for some time, and
what about the immediate consequences for people, for example, in the Seattle area?
Well, it'll be a lot like what happened in Mount St. Helens. I mean, obviously they're going to be under a great deal of soot. I'm not exactly sure how dangerous gases coming up out of the mountain will affect the people in Seattle. There is going to be talk about evacuating sections of Seattle. The real tragedy is that they're at the bottom of this volcano, and Seattle has absolutely no earthquake preparedness, no volcano preparedness. They were rated in a report by the United States Geological Survey as being the least prepared city for this type of natural catastrophe in the world. And the Chinese have a saying that when you build your house next to a dragon, it should not matter that the dragon is sleeping. And so many of these people have built their homes and their entire city at the foot of a volcano, which is very, very dangerous. And there's an old Indian legend also which states that when Little Sister speaks, that Big Brother will answer.
Yes.
And the American Indians have always talked about Mount St. Helens being Little Sister, and that Mount Rainier was Big Brother, and that it was only a matter of time before Mount Rainier actually blew. And a quake, as I said, of about a 6 to a 6.5 or so in the Seattle area will be a precursor to the eruption of Mount Rainier.
All right. We're on the air on KVI, of course, in Seattle, and so I'm sure they're listening rapidly to what you're saying. Sean, if you lived in Seattle right now, what would you do?
Well, the thing about volcanoes is that unlike earthquake prediction, which is somewhat of an arcane psychic science, there's a great deal of warning that comes before a volcano. They have sensors all over that mountain, and so now this is of course if the government agrees to actually warn the people in Seattle before something like this occurs. But they knew well in advance before Mount St. Helens blew, and were able to evacuate much of the towns of Mount St. Helens there in Washington and Oregon.
What do you know about policy with regard to warnings? For example, if there was going to be a catastrophic quake and they had 24 hours notice in Southern California, Would they tell everybody or not?
Well, they didn't here in Southern California. The calls that I got here was that, and I got calls from friends of mine who were paramedics, and they were in the air 24 hours a day in emergency mode 8 days before the Northridge quake actually occurred. And they were calling me on the phone saying, look, I don't know what's going on, but something is about to happen. It's costing the city $75,000 to $100,000 a day to have these emergency paramedics up in the air, and we don't know why we're up here. At the same time, there were military maneuvers, moving in water, moving in certain types of food supplies. There were a lot of trucks that were leaving with government files, specifically IRS and tax files, moving them to the eastern parts of California and into Arizona. So I think that the Northridge quake, not only did they have substantial warning of it and did not inform the populace, but there is also, and I don't know if we have time to get into this tonight, I think we talked about it on a previous show, but there was also some, well, I think a great deal of evidence that the Northridge quake was somehow artificially induced, and that the quake was induced specifically to relieve the kind of pressure on the San Andreas Fault that so many people have been talking about, to relieve the 9+ mega quakes that were building along the San Andreas, up in Lancaster, Palmdale, all the way up into Parkfield and Cloverdale.
How do you induce a quake?
There were 3 ultrasound ELF frequency stations in Beatty, Nevada, right outside of Area 51,
yes,
at Edwards Air Force Base, and at Moffett Field.
Yes, but is that not to monitor ELF activity prior to an earthquake as opposed to the causative fact? Look, we're at the top of the hour, so we'll have to pick this up next hour. Okay, Sean? All right, stay right where you are, and we will try and get lines open in this next half hour. We'll also find out how it is you cause earthquakes. We'll be right back.
Continue now with your calls to Dreamland with Art Bell from the Kingdom of Nine.
All right, updating you on our numbers, and we're about to get the phone lines open here for Sean David Morton. If you're west of the Rockies, the number is 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-8255. Anywhere east of the Rocky Mountains, it's 1-800-825-5033. East of the Rockies only, 1-800-825-5033. And in just 1 second, we'll open those lines. Sean David Morton, you're back on the air. Let me ask you how you cause earthquakes.
Well, specifically, and we talked about a lot about this on the last show when I was on, and I've spoken about this in my newsletter quite a great deal, that specifically the Northridge quake, that fault, which is also called the Camarillo Fault, was only discovered May 26th of 1993. And less than 8 months later, you have one of the most damaging, most costly quakes in U.S. history occurring right along that particular fault. One of the few quakes, I might add, that actually relieved a huge amount of pressure from the San Andreas Fault, right, and what experts felt was the only quake that they'd seen that actually relieved a lot of pressure in Southern California, because most quakes like that build up to larger quakes, except that one. And what we had talked about, and we had a lot of people that called on the show the last time, that there are specifically ELF frequency towers, and they're not exactly towers. They look like long railroad ties that are in Beatty, Nevada, which is right outside of Area 51, Edwards Air Force Base, and Moffett Field. Now, for the last couple of years, there have been very mysterious hums. One is called the Taos hum in New Mexico, where many people are hearing these very, very odd radio frequencies that some people can hear that other people cannot.
Right.
Harvard went out there and said, well, there is something there, but we can't figure out where it comes from. There's another interesting thing that was reported on CNN, which they call the Monterey heartbeat, and that there is a thumping, pounding heartbeat sound that's being heard directly off the coast of Monterey.
Are they still hearing that now?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, no kidding.
And,
I didn't know that.
And one of the reasons I was able to pinpoint the Northridge quake is because in my meditations, I kept getting man-made, man-made, man-made. That word kept flashing across my mind. And when it came to my attention that these ELF these very, very low-frequency antennae were located at these three places. I then began to draw concentric circles around the locations, realizing that if sound was going to be used to induce some kind of quake, that it would have to be where the sound waves interconnected, and they interconnect in three places. The first place is Flagstaff, Arizona, and of course there was a 5.6 quake in Flagstaff in April of 1993. First time there'd been a quake there in, I think, 40-some-odd years. The second location is Vallejo up in Northern California, which I'm picking up as being very, very hot right now. And the third location is Northridge, at the exact epicenter of where that quake is. If people in the Southern California area were paying attention, suddenly after they found the Camarillo fault, there were a whole series of military operations that went on directly off the coast. There was the first one was called Operation Ship Shock, and this was a testing of the stealth submarine called the Sea Shadow. And the cover story was that the Sea Shadow was going to be sent into these trenches and that they would explode 50 to 200,000 pound ammonium nitrate bombs, what they called cheese cutter bombs. That the Sea Shadow would then move near the bombs, and that when the bombs went off, this was to test the ability of the Sea Shadow to live through some kind of nuclear attack. You know, basically the shock and stress structures of the submarine. Wow. The second wave that went on was called Operation Shockwave, and Shockwave was just completed here, where the United States Geological Survey, in league with the U.S. military, I might point out, for the first time ever, did a seismic survey in which a series of bombs were buried from Seal Beach all the way up to China Lake Naval Weapons Test Center, and then from China Lake all the way down to Landers. Now, just as a side point, what a lot of people don't realize is the exact epicenter of the 1992 7.6 Landers quake was, in fact, the southwest corner of the 29 Palms Marine Corps base. It was on military land, suspiciously enough. And because of the information that I got from the paramedics who were up in the air 8 days before the quake, because of the meditations I was getting, because I knew where these sound waves were happening, and they announced in the newspapers that they were going to be setting off bombs, which just so happened to be at the end of the Camarillo fault line, which when it comes off the coast is actually trident shape. It goes it goes out in three directions. And there were very mysterious quakes, all of which were exactly 3.7 on the Richter scale, and USGS sort of scratched his head and said, gee, that's odd. It's rare that we get quakes that are of the exact same magnitude. And the U.S. Geological Report said that seem to have an effect of explosions, like undersea detonations going off, unquote, from the USGS weekly report that they put out.
Okay, so the upshot is you think Northridge was man-made.
Specifically man-made because the United States Geological Survey teamed up with the military. They basically got together and said, well, look, if we have a 9+ megaquake that's going to be building in California, we know it's coming, we know where the stress points are. It's not like you can go to the governor of the state and say, well, we need to induce a 6.5 to a 7.5 quake so that your state doesn't fall into the ocean. And I believe that Northridge was artificially induced specifically to keep that event from occurring.
It's quite a charge. All right, I want to get to the phones, but briefly, I've got a fax here from Hawaii, unrelated to anything we've been talking about, but interesting. Dear Art, I just heard on the local news, KGMB Channel 4 Honolulu, that there have been multiple sightings on Oahu of mysterious lights. Last night between 10 and 12 midnight, no, make that 10 in the morning and 12 p.m., two bright objects were seen and videotaped by several people. These objects had lights coming from the bottom, shooting down over the water. This part did not show up on tape. Regards, Bill in Hawaii. So there's some sighting stuff going on now in Hawaii.
Well, one of the interesting things about UFO phenomenon is that UFO phenomenon will almost always increase exponentially directly before some sort of major natural catastrophe. There does seem to be a link between not only the sightings of UFOs, but also religious apparitions. In this country, the Virgin Mary. In Egypt, she's sometimes seen as Isis. In India, she's seen as Durga Mata, the Earth Mother there. These sort of psychic phenomena and this kind of UFO activity usually always occurs en masse, anywhere between 2 years to 30 days before some sort of massive earth change, a war, or a major natural catastrophe.
All right, here we go on the phones. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Sean David Morton. Hi. Hello there. Yes, sir. Turn your radio off. Oh, well, instead he hung up. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Sean David Morton. Good morning. Evening.
Yes, hello.
Hi, where are you?
I am just northeast of Seattle.
Okay.
Yes.
Hi.
Hi. My name is Starla.
Hi, Starla?
Yes.
Go ahead, Starla.
Am I speaking to Art?
Yes, and Sean, so
Hi.
Go ahead, Starla.
Hi, Art and Sean. Yes, I'm calling just northeast of Seattle, as I said, and I did feel the quake that we had the other day. The comment that I have is that I have had a vision myself of I believe, earthquake-related volcanic eruptions. I have seen 3 of them occurring in rapid succession. One of them was Mount Rainier, the other one was St. Helens, and another one was a volcano which I lived at the base of for a number of years. It's a smaller one, but it's a dormant volcano called Mount Si, which is just east of Seattle, going over the pass towards Spokane.
So you're saying that you see Mount St. Helens actually erupting again?
I see all 3 of these erupting, yes. And I think it may be a kind of a chain reaction thing. I'm not sure if the earthquake is going to hit first and then the volcanic eruptions, or if there's going to be volcanoes and then the earthquake, but I think it's going to be, it's going to be like real close together.
Just as a matter of curiosity, ma'am, how do these visions or predictions come to you, please?
Okay, well, they actually they come to me in a series of ways. Sometimes they come to me in dreams. Sometimes they come to me while I'm awake. They're very vivid. They're always in detail. I've had a lot of visions come true ever since I was a small child.
All right. Thank you very much. Sean, a general question about people who have themselves visions. I've had a lot of people calling me up on the phone lately saying things like the psychic hairs on the back of my neck are standing up.
Yes.
And so a lot of people are feeling it. Do most people have the ability to receive these visions, Sean? Are we just blocking it out, or?
The ability is basically growing more and more, because as the earth changes become more severe, humanity, in order to survive, is going to have to pay attention to this ability, and every single person on the planet within the next couple of years, as these earth changes get greater and greater. I don't care if you sit on the couch, watch TV, drink a 6-pack of beer, and eat pork sandwiches all day, you are going to get more psychic and more sensitive, and you're going to start listening to your body, and your body is going to start telling you, or spirit as well, is going to start telling you where to be, where to go, and where to move.
Well, is it really human beings becoming more psychically sensitive, or is it a matter of the psychic scream becoming louder?
I think it's both, actually. Humanity is moving into an entirely new phase of its evolution. We're moving out of what I call the 4th dimensional space of height, width, breadth, and time into a 5th dimensional space of mind, where that which you think is going to become virtually instantaneous reality. And the biggest message that I have for the people out there in Seattle, and for all those people that subscribe to my newsletter out there, and for all my friends there, you must begin to pray, to meditate, to go out to Mount Rainier, to begin to bring that energy onto yourself, process it through your own bodies, and try to calm that area down, because it is so very, very hot right now. You've already seen the first phase of the eruption of Mount Rainier with the massive fires that have taken place, which were caused by freak, aberrant electrical storms, where the energy itself from the sky was being pulled down to start those massive fires on the area. The volcanic activity is simply a symptom of the earth being out of balance, and each element going out of balance, the air element, then the fire element, and then, of course, the earth element as well. And if the people in Seattle can process the energy that's literally coming up through the planet, to live in an aspect of love, of prayer, of meditation, of humor, of companionship with one another, that's the most important thing. That's the link that can either lessen these catastrophes when they occur, or when they do occur, lessen the human destruction in the form of social and civil unrest, rioting, looting, etc., people actually pulling together to help each other. That's going to be the key to this whole thing. It's going to be what you know and who you know. It's going to be knowledge and family. That's what's going to be the 2 most important things, is that aspect of community, of people coming together, is what's going to save us here in the United States.
Yeah, to use a 60s metaphor, good vibrations. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Sean David Morton. Hi.
Oh, hi. Good evening. Art, this is Jim in St. Louis.
St. Louis, yes.
Sean, how's it going?
Good, buddy.
Glad to have you back on again.
Thanks.
I'd like for you to comment on two things primarily. One, if you could, please explain for all the listeners why it is that, in fact, we do not live in a democracy, but rather behind a facade of democracy, and how the Pentagon and the international bankers really run the secret government.
Well, there's a lot of people that are a lot better on that subject than me. My grandmother, who was from Ireland, used to have a funny saying where she used to say, if voting really changed anything, they would have made it illegal a long time ago.
Yeah, caller, we're kind of concentrating on Dreamland associated subject. Sure.
Could you go into as much detail as possible about what you see happening with the fall of the entire economic system of the West and how martial law will be implemented with the Delta forces?
All right. Thank you,
well, there was just a couple points that I wanted to touch on that were specific predictions that I had. This government source that talked to me last night talked about that there is going to be a coming currency exchange in the United States, and he gave me very specific details on this. He said originally the currency exchange was planned for this year, that it's been postponed until the late spring, early summer of 1996, which would be an excellent time, by the way, to invest in gold coins. The reason that he gave was that apparently the Iranians are practicing a form of economic terrorism against the United States, where the Iranian government, has actually bought the exact same printing presses, using the exact same type of paper, same pressure plates, same ink, same strip in the $100 bill, and they are flooding the world market with $100 bills.
I've been hearing very much the same thing.
You can't even cash or break a $100 bill in Europe now because one out of every five $500 bills outside the country specifically are fake, and that the Iranians are flooding the world market.
Are you fairly sure of those numbers, 1 out of 5?
I'm quoting this government source, and he said two things. He said a number of things. One, the currency exchange will occur where the money will be called in, that there'll be a new form of currency where you will use red, they'll have a laser design on them, and you'll use red $100 bills outside of the United States specifically, that the currency that was being generated by the Iranians was specifically used for the World Trade Center bombing, and that there were a number of terrorist actions planned across the United States, many of which the NSA has in fact stopped and you've never heard about. To answer a second question, this is another prediction I have, the Mexican economy in free fall. You will see by June the removal of President Zedillo. You will see massive riots in Mexico. The bailout that Clinton is trying to do right now, I believe, is going to be stopped. He's already been sued for it, which puts it on hold for 30 days, the $20 billion where he's raiding the Federal Reserve Bank to flush out Mexico.
All right.
And the loans actually come due in 2 weeks. But you'll see the removal of Zedillo, massive riots in Mexico, overthrowing the government, and, of course, the series of natural catastrophes there, beginning with quakes around Mexico City and the eruption of Mount Popocatépetl.
Wow. Now, Sean, as we go along, don't be afraid to make controversial predictions, all right?
Well, okay.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Sean would have been. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Sean David Morton. Hi.
Hi, Sean.
Where are you calling from, sir?
From Kelso.
Kelso, Nevada?
Montana.
Montana.
All right. Say hi to the people in Montana for me.
Okay. I just want to know, Sean, do you believe in reincarnation?
Yes.
Because I think I've been reincarnated with Hitler's spirit.
Oh. Well, how sorry I am for you.
Well, me too, and I think I've had calls from him before. Interesting, Sean. We only have a second here before the bottom of the hour. I just want to ask this. People will call up, and we'll get them yet tonight, I promise. They will say, Sean, where does the power for your predictive ability come from? Does it come from God, Sean, or does it come from the devil?
Oh, gosh, well, I certainly hope it comes from God. All I'm trying to do with this is try to warn people, try to talk to people about what I see coming. It has nothing to do, I'm nothing.
Yes, Sean, but the Christians would say you're being misled by the devil who's whispering evil little things into your ear that you're spreading. doing the devil's work, Sean,
well,
they would
then
say.
at the same time, one can say the same about Jonah, about Isaiah, about Ezekiel in the Old Testament. The whole point of prophecy originally had nothing to do with really predicting the future. The point of prophecy was the word prophet meant a teacher of righteousness. When a person...
All right, on that note, we'll have to hold it right there. I just wanted to get your response, Sean, and we will be back. Sean David Morton is my guest. This is Dreamland.
From the Kingdom of Nye, this is Dreamland with Art Bell on the CBC Radio Network.
Good evening, everybody. It certainly is. I'm Art Bell. My guest is Sean David Morton, but we're going to, as I mentioned at the top of the program, do things in slightly a different order. Linda Howe, who would normally do her report at the top of the program, will be here in just a moment to give us her report. She was literally just getting in to the airport at Philadelphia, so with an additional hour and a half, she is now back at Report Central in Philadelphia, and in a moment, we will indeed have Linda Howe.
Ever fan of today and ask
known, internationally acclaimed, roving all over the place, wherever the action is. Here comes Linda Howe, all the way from Philadelphia, and I presume just back from Puerto Rico. Linda Howe, good evening, Linda.
Yes, Art, that's right. I was flying in from Puerto Rico tonight, and the plane was late. That's why we're doing this a little later. It has been an extremely rich and full week in which I have interviewed men and women all over the island of Puerto Rico, and especially in the Cabo Rojo area at the far southwest corner of the island, where many people have described seeing discs and lights go into and out of the ocean and a lagoon there called the Cartagena Lagoon. I also have interviewed several people who have described seeing what they describe as non-human creatures, totally conscious, either day or night, including a woman who moved to Puerto Rico in 1986 from New York. 2 years later, in 1988, while she was getting ready for work at 4:30 a.m., she saw a non-human being standing across the road not more than about 12 feet from her van that she was getting ready for work. In the following excerpt, she compares the being to a 5-year-old kid. That's the word you will hear, kid, about 3 feet tall.
All right, and here it comes again from Puerto Rico.
I got up about 4:30 in the morning to get some things in the van because we have a cafeteria, a van. So I had to put the stuff in the van to go about 6 o'clock in the morning to sell. And I saw this little kid about 3 feet tall, white, real big eyes, real nice eyes, and he was looking at me from the rocks. And I said, no, it can't be a kid at this time outside. That must be a crazy mother. But then, you know, he got scared of me, and I got scared too. I said, no, this is not a kid. I went inside, and I told my sister that if I tell her something, don't tell nobody because they're going to think I'm crazy. But I just saw a little guy with beautiful big eyes, and he was white. He wasn't great at all, you know, like very white, but you can see it because he showed up in next to the rock, and I have the lights on the van on. That's why I get to see him.
When you say the eyes were beautiful, can you describe them in some detail?
Yeah, because they were big and bright, and they looked to you straight in the eye, but I was scared. I won't look too much. I just looked once and changed my look to someplace else.
Compare them to human eyes.
No, they're not like ours because they don't have no the middle part. They don't have no middle part in it. There's only black.
All black. Can you show me the shape on your face? Show me what you were looking at. How big?
Oh, it was like a kid, about 5 years old. That's it.
But of the eyes, how big?
Of the eyes, real big and like going back, no hair, and I can see only, you know, when he showed like that, he only showed one hand, but I can see too much of the hand. Only that he grabbed to the rock, he looked at me, he got scared, and I got scared too. That's all like.
And the color of the skin, was it absolutely white?
Yeah, like a white kid, like pure white, but not so white or gray. I guess it was because of the light or something. I don't know, but he was there. I don't know where he came from.
Okay.
So that is a typical description of what people for at least the last 10 or 15 years throughout the island in various places have said that they have encountered. And it raises the interesting question that we're all trying to understand. This is an island that is made out of coral and limestone with a lot of caverns underneath. Is it possible that there is some kind of a non-human creature based or living under or in the caverns below the surface island of Puerto Rico? And could it explain why there seems to be such a frequency of sightings of both lights, discs, and in several cases encounters with beings just as this woman has described? And that's what we're all trying to figure out. Now, jumping from an eyewitness conscious encounter about a non-human creature, which there appears to be a pattern of such descriptions there, you and I have discussed a videotape that we received concerning a possible mysterious Puerto Rican creature. And while I was there, I went to a library in a place called Lajas near the ocean. And the librarian had a book about the it's called The Devil's Face or The Devil's Claw, and in it were several photographs of an alleged creature in a book that Salvador Freshito from Spain had put together in the 70s concerning it, and with a question mark, is this an extraterrestrial creature in Puerto Rico?
Indeed.
I took the book to an ichthyologist who is one of the world's foremost ichthyologist, means a scientist who studies a variety of fish at the University of Puerto Rico. As soon as he saw it, he said, well, that's a dried up ray, stingray. And he got out one of his large ichthyology books and turned to the drawings of what rays look like on top and on the bottom, and we looked at an X-ray of the alleged extraterrestrial. The X-ray was even almost more clear than the color photographs. His guess is that somebody, with the idea perhaps of a scam, decided that a dried-up stingray would look like something from outer space, especially if you turn it upside down to the bottom of the ray, and you put, in this case, they use something that looks like cat eyes in the actual air holes on the bottom of the ray, and below the air holes, interestingly enough, is an area that looks like a pug's nose with a mouth underneath it.
That's right, yes.
And this is precisely what the drawings and the photographs of the rays in the ichthyology book looks like. It includes the long, what are called clappers, which in the book on the so-called extraterrestrial, they look like somebody had made them as to be legs. The clappers on a stingray are used when there is some sort of sexual intercourse between a male and a female stingray. And there's also a long tail on the stingray, which when you look at these creatures from the side, in some of the cases, the tail has been doubled up on the back into an odd bent shape, which the ichthyologist immediately identified as being the curled-up tail of the ray. And I personally, after comparing the library book from the Lajas Library with the ichthyology book, my sense of things and the ichthyologist's is that somebody has tried to pawn off by putting artificial eyes in the ear holes at the bottom of the stingray, something that they passed off as being something from outer space, and it's not. It's from the ocean.
From wet space.
That's right.
All right. So there it is, a hoax.
From the ichthyologist's point of view, it definitely is.
All right. Linda, let us get out your phone number and your address. I'll give your phone number. Well, that is to say, if you want me to.
Well, my fax number has been working well, so if we could give out my fax number.
All right, why don't we do that? Give us your fax number.
Area code 215-491-9842. And And my address to hear from people about your own encounters and events, as well as for the many people who write wanting to know how to get my books and the documentaries that I've done about a variety of phenomena. It's Linda Howe Productions at Post Office Box 538, Huntingdon Valley, PA, Pennsylvania, zip code 19006, and again, Post Office Box 538, Huntingdon, English spelling, Hunting, D as in dog, O-N, Huntingdon Valley, PA, zip code 19006, and I look forward to hearing from our listeners.
Wonderful. Linda, are you going to be in Philadelphia, or is it off to some other spot in the world?
Well, I hope the rest of February that I'm going to be here. I've got several writing projects, and then I'll begin traveling again at the end of March.
All right. I have one other thing that I wish to read you and everybody else at the same time, and Sean is listening as well, and just get your reaction to it. This is a letter written by Mr. Rose to NASA. I'm sorry, it's a response from NASA to a letter written by Mr. Rose, an awareness branch of NASA. Dear Mr. Rose, thank you for your recent letter. We appreciate your interest in the space program. We are unaware of a large mass, as you have described, which is approaching or in our solar system. You may be referring to the theoretical possibility announced of late about a 10th planet, also known as Planet X. Some astronomers speculate that the unusual orbital paths of some of the outer planets are the result of a large unknown gravitational source. This source, they postulate, may be an unknown planet, perhaps 4 times the size of Earth, that is following an orbital path considerably angled to the orbital plane of the other planets. At any rate, NASA spacecraft, the pioneers and voyagers to the other planets, and astronomers around the world are looking for Planet X. This is being done by computational methods, optical, infrared, and ultraviolet studies, and by measuring gravitational influences on the pioneers and voyagers, which are now exploring the limits of our solar system. Someday, we may have an answer to the question. And he adds, at the bottom, Mr. Rose does, do you dare reveal this on Dreamland? Well, of course I do. I just read the letter. But that is interesting, Linda. It seems almost an acknowledgement, or it is one, that NASA is indeed busily looking for the 10th planet.
Well, who was Mr. Rose, and is he NASA?
Mr. Rose is just a listener. This was signed by Carl Christofferson of the Educational and Awareness Branch at NASA.
And what is the date of that letter?
Let me see. February 9th.
Well, I'm very interested in that, and I will, let's see, we're at February 5th today, so was that a year ago?
1988.
Oh, long time.
I'm sorry. Long time ago, but it did indicate that NASA was interested in and pursuing the possibility or the 10th planet postulation.
Well, 7 years ago, if they were looking into that, the question would be, where is their state of knowledge today? And I am going to continue to stay in touch with the astronomer from the Shoemaker-Levy investigation at MIT, and I will talk with her about this, and also about Mach-Holtz 2, which really is a comet broken up into 5 pieces coming into our solar system, and see if I can get any update on this issue of some large mass in the solar system.
I would appreciate it. Many of my guests have talked of it. Linda, we will speak with you next week.
All right, and thanks.
Thank you, Linda. Good night. That's Linda Howe, of course, and from Philadelphia. She is normally with us at the beginning of the broadcast. Now, I think it would be interesting to get a reaction. Let's go back to Sean Morton. Sean, are you there?
Yes, I
am. Sean, well, wait a minute. Let me put you on hold and over in another place here. Let's see if I can do this. Okay, I think we've got you on now, Sean.
Okay. It was great. It was great to hear Linda. She's got fabulous stuff. She's a very nice lady. She's an excellent investigator, and she's the best there is. And she's one of the people that's really done a huge amount from the creation of the TV program Sightings, which I had the pleasure of being on the premiere episode of. She's anyway, she's doing great work, and I'm glad you have her on your show every week.
Do you want to react at all to what she had to say about the supposed creature photograph?
I don't think she was talking about the same photograph. I mean, what I'll do, Art, is I'll send you a copy of the photograph in the report called Alien Activity in Puerto Rico by Jorge Martin.
All right.
I'd be happy to send any of your listeners copies of the. It's about a 30-page report. Basically, if they want to send me $10, that just covers postage and handling and copying the report. And later on tonight, I'll actually fax you a copy of fax you a photograph of it.
All right,
and you tell me what it is. Manta rays, unfortunately, do not have little tiny fingers.
All right, I will be able to immediately tell you because I have this other photograph in a high-resolution computer picture, so I'll be able to tell you right away.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure. She didn't have. It might be that she might be looking at a different thing. She didn't specifically talk about the fact that it was in Formahall, that this policeman had it. I wasn't sure if we were talking about the same thing or not.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Sean Morton. Hi.
Hi, how you doing?
Fine. Where are you, sir?
I'm at home.
Where is your home?
Shamrock, Texas.
All right, Shamrock, Texas. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just called to say I don't see how people can cause earthquakes.
Well, it's not a question of people causing earthquakes. The ability to induce earthquakes has been studied by, and the three premier scientific communities that are studying it now are the United States, Red China, and Iran. A lot of this information came out when Colonel Oleg Kalugin, who was the former dirty tricks master spy of the KGB, when Russia fell, he began to dump massive amounts of files on the West about specifically different types of scientific knowledge that the Russians were investigating. Kalugin was the one, many people might remember him from the headlines, because he embarrassed Bill Clinton when Clinton was trying to open up normalization of relationships with Vietnam. And it was Kalugin who came out and said that not only was it routine for American POWs to be taken to Russia from North Vietnam, but in fact that there were still American POWs alive in Russian gulags.
How does all of that relate to man causing earthquakes?
Specifically because Kalugin related that he bragged about the fact that the Soviet Union caused the earthquake in Armenia in 1989, which killed 45,000 people by detonating an underground nuclear device in Semiplovatsk.
No kidding.
He talked about the fact that this technology was being very intricately studied by what he said then were the highest bidders, the United States, Iran, and China.
All right, well, we don't have much time to the top of the hour. Caller there in Texas, had you heard any of this before?
No, I haven't.
I hadn't either.
Well, Kalugin is probably the best intelligence source that's come out. He's been interviewed in Time magazine. He's given a number of interviews where he talks specifically about earthquake technology. And if you want to go back also just very quickly to Nikola Tesla talks about the fact that he could, with a 2-horsepower device, actually split the Earth open like an apple by pulsing a pounding sound down into the planet using a seismograph that picks it up at the top of the wave and then tapping it again. And it's no more difficult when you know how to do it and have the devices to do it than tapping the waves at the top of a bathtub and then making the bathtub overflow. It's all based on sympathetic resonance, that when you can pulse a wave into the Earth and then tap that wave when it comes back, it's just a matter of tapping a wave at the top, and the wave, of course, grows exponentially each time it's tapped.
All right. Sean, hold it right there. We're at the top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Continue now with your calls to Dreamland with Art Bell from the Kingdom of Nye.
We do, and this just in, we're just getting word that there's been a 7.5 earthquake in New Zealand. Says my faxer, John, wow, 7.5 earthquake in New Zealand, yikes, just in. And I believe that is an accurate report. I've got it from one other source, though not yet from the networks, so... There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get back to Sean, David Morton, more predictions, more questions, many of them coming in, which we'll get to in just a moment, by fax. Time to learn the 8-7. I'm back now to Sean. And Sean, We too frequently, we've got affiliates in Alaska and Hawaii, and here's a fax from John, who wants to know, how about some predictions for the states of Alaska and Hawaii from your guest? All we hear about are predictions for the continental U.S.
Well, in my newsletter, and I might also say that so many of your listeners have called in and subscribed from Alaska and Hawaii. Very specifically, just in the last couple of newsletters, I ran a number of predictions of the return of Hawaii to a substantial sovereign kingdom. One of the individuals that I know of who's actually in a federal penitentiary in Florence, Colorado, is King Kamehameha IV, who is the rightful heir to the Hawaiian throne, and he's actually under, he had a dispute with the government claiming that because he was, in fact, a sovereign in Hawaii, that he did not owe federal income tax because he was a sovereign under treaty to the government, and the federal government decided to basically put him under lock and key because the sovereign movement in Hawaii was growing by leaps and bounds. One of the major problems that Hawaii specifically is going to have is going to be the fact that hurricanes are going to increase dramatically in size and speed. This is going to be due primarily to a flux in the hyperbaric pressure on Earth, and a lot of this has had to do with Shoemaker-Levy 9, the comet actually striking Jupiter. Now, even though the radiation effects of that comet, in other words, these waves of radiation that are coming off Jupiter after the effects of the comet, are going to take at least another 6.5 to almost 7 years to reach planet Earth, the gravitational effects of the solar system were felt virtually right away. And what Hawaii and specifically Florida have to worry about in the next year and specifically later on this year are going to be hurricanes where the average hurricane is going to have speeds of 150 to almost 175 miles per hour. They're not even going to be called hurricanes anymore. I coined the term hypercanes a while back because I felt that these hurricanes were going to be so massive that they were going to take out large chunks of American cities, specifically mostly in Florida, but also in Hawaii as well.
Why are hurricanes getting stronger?
It has to do with an increase in the hyperbaric pressure because the hyperbaric pressure has fluxed, I believe, as a direct result of the Shoemaker-Levy 9 comet actually striking Jupiter.
Well, I don't know what hyperbaric pressure is. I know there have been scientists, Sean, that have theorized that we're warming up. The planet is warming up. And, of course, as the planet gets warmer, there's more energy available for hurricanes to build.
Yes.
And so I've heard that, but I'm not familiar with hyperbaric pressure.
Well, that has to do with not only the global warming aspect, but it's the best way I can describe it is quite literally there's almost with the assault of this comet on Jupiter, there has been a flux rather substantially in the gravitational field of the entire solar system. And I believe that this is one of the things that is going to lead to these massive hurricanes. Now, as far as the scientific explanation, I'm at a bit of a loss. All I can tell you is that these hurricanes are going to get bigger and larger and much nastier, and the average hurricane is going to be about the size of Hurricane Hugo. Gone are going to be the days where we'll have hurricanes of 50, 75, 80 miles per hour. As I said, on the average worldwide, we'll have hurricanes of between 150 and 200 miles per hour.
All right,
hitting Florida and Hawaii.
All right, I don't want to leave Alaska out. They've had one large earthquake, as you know.
Well, Alaska's not in too horribly much danger simply because the massive Alaskan earthquake in the early part of the 1960s, when they had, I believe it was like the 8.5 up there, has rearranged a lot of the landmass in Alaska to the point of where, Alaska's always going to be active. It's always going to be active because of the volcanic activity there. You're going to see volcanoes and earthquakes increase all around the Pacific Rim, increasing exponentially, I believe, once again in the next 5 years. As far as most of Alaska goes, you have to remember that the majority of people live specifically on the coast. Mm-hmm. They are going to have some major readjustments of the tectonic platelets. They will experience probably a quake as high as a 7 to a 7.4 or so, I believe, within about the next 2 years. But remember, Alaska's been pretty well rearranged. There's been a number of very, very strong quakes in Alaska that have rearranged the tectonic platelets up there. So I don't think Alaska has a huge amount to worry about.
All right. From DJ in Phoenix, ask your guest, please, what he sees in the way of the status of the food supply, disease, epidemics, and nuclear detonation in the next 6 or 7 years.
Well, let me tell you that this year is going to be very much about volcanic eruptions, and it's going to be very much about atomic accidents, nuclear supplies going, nuclear reactors that have been built improperly, and also stored nuclear devices. One of the things that I do see is that I saw, and I think I wrote this in the, it was one of the things that I wrote to you in the facts earlier, is that I saw problems with atomic radiation in Texas, specifically the northern central parts of Texas. I also saw problems with Albuquerque at Kirtland Air Force Base with a large number of nuclear devices that are being stored at Kirtland Air Force Base right outside of Albuquerque. You have something interesting astrologically happening this year as well. You have Pluto moving out of Scorpio, but Pluto moves back into, and Pluto is very specifically the planet of volcanoes, assassinations, atomic energy, atomic explosions, and it's in the sign that it rules, Scorpio. Now, it's just moved out of Sagittarius, which is why, or into Sagittarius, which is why people are finding that they've got a new way of doing things, a new expansion of consciousness, but it is going to move backwards, back into Scorpio again, going retrograde, as of about the 22nd of April.
Well, while we're on the subject, a bunch of European researchers have just said that the whole 12 signs of the zodiac thing is all wrong. There aren't 12. There are 13. They added one. And they also rearranged the dates so that most of us fall into new categories. Had you heard that news?
I had heard of it, but, I mean, there have always been two separate astrological systems, one we called sidereal and the other one we called tropical. The sidereal system was the system that was specifically used by Hindu Vedic astrologers, which was based on the true positions of the stars. So the true positions of the stars are actually 23 degrees off where we use our regular astrology. Like, for example, what sign are you, Art?
I'm a Gemini.
Okay, you being a Gemini, were you born late, when's your birthday?
June 17th.
So June 17th, you would still be a Gemini because you're born late in June, because you would actually have to back your sign up 23 degrees, literally by some 23 days, and that's where you would find your astrological sign, because the Hindu Vedic charts are based on the true positions of the stars.
Well, 23% error is not trivial. It's significant.
No, it's huge. And but the thing is that both astrological systems work. If you're Hindu Vedic, for example, a Gemini is a person that's a master of communication, a person that maybe has a dual personality, multiple relationships in their life usually, but very, very talkative, best on television, best on radio, best on dealing with popular media. Now, if I was to move you back into, say, Taurus, the Hindu Vedic people basically attribute all the signs of Gemini onto Taurus, that Tauruses would be all those things. So you see, it all sort of changes. Both systems work.
Okay, I follow you. I want to get back to the phones. Okay. We've got so many people out there wanting to talk to you. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Sean Morton. Hi.
Hi, this is Alan from Modesto.
Hi, Alan.
Hey, how's it going? I'm listening to you on KMH out of Fresno.
KMJ.
KMJ.
Right.
Hey, nice to have you loud and clear.
Yes, sir.
Hey, I do UFO investigations in this area, and I'm coming across a couple of new groups. One's called the Ashtar Command, and the other's the Solara. That has to do with the 1111. And they're claiming they can remove implants with psychic surgery. I'd like to know Sean's spin on this.
They can remove what?
Implants using psychic surgery.
Psychic surgery.
These are supposedly the people that are abducted, that probes or tracking devices are actually placed sometimes down the throat, up the nose, in the ears. I don't know. I've heard of these people. It's not my job to say anything negative about people. I don't know how they can do it. I mean, the only success that I've seen with any of this, well.
All right. Well, we can read between the lines.
Yeah, I don't. There's a lot of people out there who claim to be channeling, who are starting various religions based on this stuff, and all one can do is sort of be careful. The ASTAR Command has claimed a lot of different things over the years, I don't think any of which have happened.
All right, caller, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Sean David Morton. Hi.
Well, good evening, Art.
Hi.
Fantastic show tonight, guys.
Where are you?
I'm calling. This is Security Steve calling from Albuquerque.
Yes.
Got a couple quick questions. You got me on the edge of my seat tonight. Actually, first question is a two-part question. I'll make it quick. About you said about the solstice warning nets, how they're pretty much being taken out.
Yes.
Does that mean? Do you think that might be a smoke screen at all?
Well, just as I said, I talked to. I've got a lot of family that's in the military. My uncle was an admiral in naval intelligence. My dad was a PR director for NASA. This fellow that called me last night, basically, we were just sort of chatting about a couple of things, and he was just outraged at the fact that all of the cuts that the Clinton administration has made. When Clinton stands up and says we've cut the size of government and cut personnel, he's saying, look, not a single bureaucrat's been fired. It's the fact that we're scaling down the military. We're taking whole battleships that we've spent billions of dollars on and just pouring cement down the cannons, we're sinking them to make reefs. They're talking about turning them into apartment buildings for the homeless, and our entire submarine early warning net, which took us 25 years to build up, that had hundreds of people on it, that could track Soviet submarines all around the world, could track a submarine, send out a plane, drop a torpedo. This torpedo would then hunt it down and basically kill the prey. But this whole thing has been completely dismantled, and that most of the sensors have been turned off, and that now we've only got a handful, he said 4 guys, protecting both coasts of the United States, like 2 on the East Coast and 2 on the West Coast.
Essentially, only a shadow of what it once was.
Well, not only a shadow of it, but the fact that we've signed the SALT I and SALT II agreements have basically stated that it's like bad manners to defend cities in the United States from nuclear attack.
Political correctness.
Exactly.
Gone
and we've basically stripped this. And the other thing he was raging about was that the Japanese just sold supposedly 40 decommissioned submarines as scrap to the North Koreans. And these are diesel boats. They do run on electric batteries. They can run much more silently than an atomic submarine can, underwater for some 10 odd days, and the North Koreans took bits and pieces from 40 of these submarines and actually got 2 of them to work.
Wonderful.
So now they've got 2 diesel subs.
The North Koreans who may have nuclear weapons.
Exactly, who have nuclear weapons, who have delivery systems, and he says that, and now, with a sub like this, they can sit 100 miles off the coast of New York and nuke New York and get away with it.
Which is one of your predictions. First time.
Major prediction.
All right. We got to go to the phones. First time caller line. You're on the air with Sean David Morton.
Hello.
Hello,
sir. I had a question for Mr. Morton.
All right. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Oregon, Portland, Oregon.
All right.
Mr. Morton talked about the UFOs. And there's a lot of claim. I don't believe in it. But why are they coming to Earth? Why?
Well, I don't know. I've never met any myself. I've never asked them that question. All we can do is speculate. I mean, the whole field of UFO investigation is very much like a Zen cone. It ultimately doesn't make any sense. You ultimately run into black walls where you can all you can do is speculate what's on the other side of it. I mean, I can tell you my theory.
Go ahead.
And my theory is that I do believe that not only has the planet been visited since the beginning of recorded history, so this is not a recent thing at all. They've been reported in the Bible. I mean, every ancient civilization has a very specific mythology based on this, but that there's the possibility that human beings themselves are a star-spanning race of beings, that we, in fact, come from other planets and other star systems and other solar systems and have traveled here through thousands of years and settled on this planet. It may be now that the Earth itself is a fascinating laboratory. If you look at it from what I believe to be an extraterrestrial point of view, and you look at the fact that on planet Earth, human beings live a very short period of time relative to their lifespans. Remember, human beings used to live 1,000 to about 1,500 years or so back in the bad old days in the Bible. Now we live to be about 100 or so, if we're lucky. We have very short lifespans. We breed very, very rapidly. And we mutate very favorably under a very harsh, very dirty radioactive sun. So we are the perfect laboratory for all of these species and beings to come from all over the universe to do experiments on. They pick people up. They'll do an experiment on the person. They'll put a probe on them, very much like a tracking device, like we put on an animal, put them back, see what their development is like, pick them up at a number of different points in their lives, Other people have put forward the theory that this one particular race of grays is at the end of a genetic breeding curve, and that they are crossbreeding their race with humanity. The abductees that I've interviewed and had close personal contact with claim that they're taken on board the ship and that they are shown dozens, sometimes hundreds of children that are crossbred between our race and theirs, because they claim that their race is in fact dying out. Now, as I said, these are speculations that are based primarily on what I believe to be first-hand contacts with these creatures, and all we can do is speculate. There is no proof.
Yeah, I understand. I really like your characterization of us as beings sort of mutating out of control wildly under a dirty radioactive sun. That's an interesting perspective. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Sean David Morton. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Moki in McChesney Park.
Oh, where is
Illinois?
That? Illinois. All right.
I wanted to ask Sean if there was any one vision that he had about UFOs or anything that made him believe. I mean, one that stuck out more than all the other ones that made him believe that UFOs existed.
Well, the greatest thing for me was, I mean, I'd never seen anything like this before. I grew up with it when I was younger because my dad was a PR director at NASA. You know, Gordon Cooper was a good friend of ours. The astronauts would talk about things that they'd seen, and I'd never seen a UFO in my life until I went out to Area 51 in February of 1991, and we got within probably 500 yards of one of these devices, bouncing between like 50 and about 250 feet off the ground, and we got within about 500 yards of this thing. And then I started going out to Area 51 and taking big gangs of people out there, and we'd all rent a bus, and we'd go camp out, and then I found the mountain peak that looks right down on the base, and of course from my efforts and a lot of efforts like Bob Lazar and George Knapp and some of the...
Okay, that's what you've done in the real world, but what he asked was, have you had any visions that relate to UFOs?
Oh, the visions of it? I thought he was talking about personal experience. One of the major visions that I've had about these, and this is very, very far off in the future because it comes about the year 2034, was, and this is going to be wild. These are projections that I've had, visions that I've had.
All right, give it to us quickly, about 30 seconds.
That specifically what happens is that there is one particular day in which there's chaos on the planet, where the planet has been knocked off its axis specifically by being struck by a meteor, and that all of the various ships and UFOs and motherships and what have you appear for one day. And it's called the Day of Appearance, and it's the day in which all of the calendars, in fact, start over, and we are finally shown that the lights go up in the audience, and this silly passion play that we've been playing on the stage that we call Earth, finally we see that we have an audience out there watching us, judging our actions, and not being very pleased with what's going on.
All right, on that note, we'll pause, and it is the bottom of the hour. This, of course, is Dreamland, which means it's Sunday. I'm Art Bell.
The Kingdom of Nye. This is Dreamland with Art Bell on the CBC Radio Network.
It is, and I'd like to wish you all good evening from the high desert, where it's a beautiful night, bright stars, and all the rest of that sort of stuff. I'm Art Bell. My guest is Sean David Morton, and he'll be back in just a moment with more. And I've got a fax here that I want him to... In fact, I'll read that right now so he can think about it. Sean, I'd like to know your opinion of the chance of UFOs being time travel craft from a technocratic future society where humans have moved underground to escape the environmental disasters and wars prophesied to be coming. I believe this explains, one, why they have not contacted us, and two, their knowledge of geologic formations. And so when he returns, an answer to that one. Fan a fire and watch it heat up. Well, adding... Okay, now, with respect to this fax from Youngstown, Ohio, Sean, time travelers from the future?
Well, it specifically goes back to what I was saying before, is that this is what's so fun and so fascinating and yet ultimately frustrating about the entire field, is that ultimately all UFO investigation is a Zen cone. It ultimately doesn't make sense. You're always led to that black wall in the maze where you can only speculate what's on the other side.
It is true. So it's as good a theory as any?
Yes. It's as good a theory as any. There has to be some explanation as to why they seem to be indigenous to this planet. I mean, they've been here for thousands of years. The argument that's used against ufology is that why would these beings come from light years away and basically do nothing but abduct people and fly around our cities? Why don't they just grab a few people, take some rock samples, and go home?
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Sean David Morton. Where are you calling from, please?
Howdy, this is Jim. I'm calling from Milwaukee.
Hi, Jim.
I wanted to ask him if he had any predictions on Michael Jackson.
Michael Jackson?
No, because, whatever happens to Michael Jackson, I don't think has any real effect or bearing on the future of humanity. And the only reason I got into this in the first place was to specifically warn people about things that I saw coming up and eventually try to help people who start establishing spiritual communities and spiritual brotherhood so that they can be ready for a lot of these things when they happen.
All right. First-time caller line. You're on the air with Sean David Morton. Hi.
Yeah, how you doing, Art?
Okay, where are you?
My name is Jim. I'm calling from Fresno.
Okay, Jim, KMJ.
And how you doing, John?
Fine, thanks, Jim.
I wanted to call about the paranormal occurrences happening, and I feel that there are seven dimensions the Bible talks about, and I believe that the physical, which we're living now, is dimension 1, and the astral world, which is the second dimension, is spinning.
Is the what? I'm sorry?
Is spinning. The veil between these two dimensions are thinning.
Yes, I believe you're exactly right, and this has a lot to do with what we were talking about earlier, about how we're mentally moving out of four-dimensional space, height, width, breadth, and time, far more quickly into a fifth-dimensional aspect of mind. And a lot of the reason for this shift is the fact that we are very much becoming a global consciousness thanks to television, radio, fax machines. I mean, all of this technology that we have now of telecommunications is, in fact, just kindergarten for the real telecommunications, which is, in fact, telepathy, the whole planet.
Maybe it's going along with the ozone, huh?
Yes, exactly. The whole planet all coming together. But, yes, things are very much speeding up, specifically because of consciousness. We're running out of time because time itself is getting shorter as our minds begin to expand and we take in more and more information.
All right. Wild card line, you're on the air with Sean David Morton. Hi.
Hello, hi. My name is Carolyn. I'm calling from Seattle.
Yes, Carolyn.
And my question is, do you see anything happening in Seattle, like any earthquakes in 1995? And if so, how soon should a person move? And what do you see is going to happen in St. Louis, Missouri? Is St. Louis and Denver, Colorado a safe place to go from Seattle to St. Louis or Denver?
Okay. Specifically, what I've been talking about for quite some time is to watch for a series of earthquakes, very severe jolts at the base of Mount Rainier near Seattle, in the range of about a 6. As I said, as high as a 6.5, but no bigger than a 6, as a direct precursor to Mount Rainier, the exploding. The other thing is, too, is that, as we were stating before, volcanism is a pretty exact science, and there will be warnings and steam flumes and ways in which scientists can actually detect whether or not Mount Rainier is going to go. So it's not going to take anybody as any big surprise. Whether or not they'll actually evacuate sections of Seattle before they get the signal, I'm not sure. As far as St. Louis, Missouri goes, yes, you will have a great deal of problems with flooding in the Midwest this year. Problems with dusters, tornadoes in the central part of the United States. I believe that after the quakes in California come later this year, I'm seeing the window being February, but larger quakes happening in October, you're going to have eventually the eruption of the New Madrid Fault, which runs generally through that area.
All right, Sean, we have been, I've just noticed, if you think about it a little bit, the people sitting back on the East Coast right now must feel very smug. We've talked about the Midwest now, the West Coast a very great deal, the Northwest a lot, even Alaska and Hawaii. What about the people back east?
Well, specifically, once again, the areas of Georgia are going to continue to experience a great deal of inundation. Florida, up along the coast, also the Carolinas are going to have very severe problems with storms and much, much larger hurricanes. After a series of quakes in California, also, the continent itself is going to begin to flux back and forth. And New York has already had a series of quakes in the realm of between 3.5 and about 4.5.
the upstate New York area. If New York gets hit with a quake of a 5 to 5.5 or so, you have to remember that the entire New York utility system is all built with wooden pipes that's very, very old and rotted. The specific things that I see happening as far as New York goes is I do see, once again, the atomic attack on New York in July of 1999, which is a linchpin of a large number of the Nostradamus prophecies, specifically a nuclear attack from a submarine by the Iranians, by the Islamic Jihad. Now, the first attack is actually the city is defended. It does manage to knock out a great deal of the electricity in that entire area with bombs that are exploding above land, in the sky, probably 30,000 to 50,000 feet up. Then areas of New York are going to be evacuated into New Jersey and into the Meadowlands. I do see as part of the final phase of the war, and the United States will not be that involved in the wars in Europe. We will be involved in the opening volleys of the wars there, and then we'll decide that it's none of our business, and we're basically going to leave the Europeans to hang out to dry. But I do see in late in the year 2001 a pair of chemical bombs exploding over both Washington, D.C. and New York that drop a snow-like substance. And now, both of these cities, I believe, will be relatively evacuated by that time, but I do see some sort of chemical warfare that takes place specifically because of this final conflict of the alliance with China, the various nations of Islam, Africa, and then Russia, NATO, and the United States.
All right. Well, I'm glad I asked. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Sean David Morton. Hello. No, you're not. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Sean David Morton. Hi.
Hi, how you all doing?
Okay.
Good, thanks.
Yeah, this is Bob Tepe Chico.
Hi,
yes.
Bob.
Yeah, Mr. Morton got to mention Bible a couple of times referring to UFOs. The only thing I've ever encountered in the Bible is the book of Ezekiel.
Ezekiel.
Is that the one and only reference?
Well, it depends on how you interpret them. I mean, throughout the Bible you have references to flaming tabernacles, the flying mountain of God, the wheels within wheels that Ezekiel speaks of, the chariots of fire that are spoken of in the book of Judges and Elijah. You're constantly having very tall, blonde-haired men who are either flying about in these flying chariots or actually visiting cities like Sodom and Gomorrah before entire cities are destroyed. You have the clouds that always seem to precede these, the thunderous music that sounds like trumpets, very, very much like modern-day UFO activity. It's my opinion that much of what you see in the Bible has a great deal to do with what appears to be extraterrestrial contact and visions and dreams and prophecies which are given to people in those days, basically talking about natural catastrophes, massive earthquakes, disasters, relating directly to the fact that unless people behave in a certain moral manner, in a certain way, directly obedient to the laws that are laid down in the first 5 books of the Old Testament, that your country is destroyed over a period of time.
All right, Sean, we have very little time. Let's see how many questions we can answer.
Well, let me just make one pitch here, Art, once again for the newsletter.
Sure.
For anybody that wants to subscribe to the newsletter, and I got such a huge response from your last show, it is the Delphi Associates newsletter. You can call me at 310-217-7579 if you need more information. That's 310-217-7579. What I will do for your listeners is that if you subscribe to the newsletter, it's $45 a year. For an extra $10, I'll send you 10 back issues of the newsletter. That basically just covers my printing costs. They retail for $5. Covers my printing costs, and that way everybody will get caught up. I'll send them from November, the October issues all the way on. And I got such a huge response with people signing up the last time that I wanted to give people a good deal. So once again, $45 for a one-year subscription. Add an extra $10 on, and I'll send you all the back issues. And you can mail that to, the address here is 2207 Hermosa Avenue. That's Hermosa, 2207 Hermosa Avenue, Hermosa Beach, California, 90254. 2207 Hermosa Avenue, Hermosa Beach, California, 90254, and it's $45 for a subscription. For $55, I'll send you 10 issues, back issues of the newsletter.
There you are. All right, East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Sean David Morton. Hi.
Yes, Art, Sean, this is Bryce in Wichita.
How you doing, Bryce?
Hi. The question not so much on the future, Sean, but on the past. Like, what do you know about, like, the occult forces prior to Nazi Germany and then Hitler utilized to start his reign of terror?
Well, there's a couple of books on it that are pretty interesting. There's Morning of the Magicians by Jacques Bergier. There's the
Spirit of Destiny.
I'm sorry, the Spirit of Destiny.
Yeah.
Which talks about the occult influences on Hitler. You know, it was a period or a time of antichrist, quite literally, of world leaders that were trying to centralize power. You can probably throw Stalin and Churchill and Tojo and FDR, you know, all sort of together in that aspect of these monoliths warring back and forth for control. I think you're going to see the same type of thing. The same things that made Nazi Germany possible are basically starting today with what's happening with the breakup of the Soviet Union, each one of those little republics becoming independent, allowing them to possibly be taken over one by one. Certainly the strife in Bosnia, which was a precursor to not only World War II but also World War I as well. I think people, if you go back into our history, back in the 1890s, William McKinley, who was elected in 1890, was shot by a Serbian, assassinated by a Serbian because the United States was involved in the Serbian conflict, exactly the way we are now. So I don't know if that's
yeah, sure does. And where do you see China? And I'll just hang up and listen.
All right.
Specifically, the role that China has to play in this is going to be that there are only two world power structures economically that are not aligned with the Rothschild-Rockefeller economic military-industrial complex, and those are China, specifically, and Islam. They are the only two, basically, power blocks left that are not into the interest-banking Western Rothschild-run system, and eventually the West and China and Islam must eventually come to blows because of the diametrically opposed economic systems of these two structures.
I have always believed that myself, Sean. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Sean David Morton. Hi.
Hi, this is Marianne in Kent, Washington.
Hi, Marianne.
Hi. I have a question.
Yes?
I'm right underneath Mount Rainier, and I felt the 5.0 earthquake.
Yes?
And I'm thinking of moving to Reno, Nevada. What do you think about that?
Good move or not, Sean?
No, I think Reno's good. As a matter of fact, even though there were some quakes, they had a substantial quake, a 6.0 in Gardnerville, which is just south of Tahoe. Reno is going to be a fabulous place. Colorado is going to be a good place. I mean, just to make it clear between myself and between many other people who talk about these coming earth changes, it is not my belief that Colorado is going to be the new west coast of the United States. I personally, in the visions that I have seen, simply flat out do not believe that's going to happen. As of 1996, there will be a series of quakes from 1996 until about 2005 that are going to quite specifically take out possibly between 5 and maybe 20 to 30 miles of coastline in California, with the two cities being the most damaged being San Francisco and San Diego, with large chunks of California literally breaking off and a fissure coming up along the San Andreas Fault between where the crotch point is, between Baja and Mexico, along with volcanic activity in the Bahamas, specifically on the island of Martinique with the eruption of Mount Pelée, that is going to cause a landmass to begin to rise in the eastern part of the United States, which will submerge sections of, pretty substantial sections of Florida and big chunks of the East Coast. This leads to the economic crippling of the United States and the United States turning in upon itself, where the U.S. will then break up into what I have seen as being 13 independent countries, with Canada and Mexico as part of what by 2005 will no longer be called the United States, but in fact the NAU, the North American Union. And the flag of the North American Union is actually the old revolutionary colonial flag. It's a yellow flag. It's called the Gaston flag, and it's got a serpent on it that says, "Don't tread on me." And that is going to be the new flag of what will be called the new states or the new North American Union. And when the economy of the federal government begins to collapse, due to the collapse of the Japanese economy, due to various natural catastrophes, you are going to see various states begin to secede from the Union. And it's going to be a foot race, and this is for your people in Alaska and Hawaii, again, it will be a foot race between Texas, Montana, Alaska, and Hawaii as to who is going to be the first to secede.
Wow. I would have guessed certainly the same states. There are rumblings, of course, in all of those states, Sean.
Well, as we speak now, the Montanans, very noble people that they are in the process of putting an initiative on the ballot for Montana to secede from the Union based on Article 1, Section 3 of their state constitution that basically states that they feel the federal government is in violation of the Bill of Rights because of their because of the crime bill.
Yes, all right. We have very little time. What response would you expect from the federal government, Sean, very quickly, should Montana or any other state secede?
Well, I think you'll see the same response there as you're seeing in Chechnya right now. We have U.S. Special Forces troops in Chechnya acting as advisors to the Russians that are basically doing the urban warfare with the Chechen rebels. Those troops were trained here in the United States outside of Tucson, Arizona, and in Texas to do exactly what it is they're doing in Chechnya right now.
All right, my friend, we are out of time. Sean, we will do this again. It has always, as always, been a great pleasure having you on.
It's always a wonderful experience, Art. You're doing God's work, and I really appreciate it, and your fans appreciate it, and I just hear nothing but great things about you from people who write me who just who say they just wouldn't know what was going on if it wasn't for you.
Thank you, my friend, and good night. Sean David Morton, good night. This has been Dreamland, a program dedicated to an examination of areas in the human experience not easily nor neatly put in a box. Things seen at the edge of vision, awakening a part of the mind as yet not mapped. Yet things every bit as real as the air we breathe but don't see. Please join us again next week at this time for Dreamland. Welcome to Dreamland, a program dedicated to an examination of areas in the human experience not easily boxed. Things seen at the edge of vision, awakening a part of the mind as yet not mapped, and yet things every bit as real as the air we breathe but don't see. This is Dreamland. Sunday evening once again in Dreamland. Hi, everybody. I'm Art Bell. And I think you're going to enjoy this evening as, in a way, kind of a follow-up to what we've done with Gordon Michael Scallion and beyond, of course. But we'll follow up on a couple of those things as well. Because our guest is going to be Dr. Bruce Goldberg. And his specialty is hypnosis, past life regression, future life progression. Wait a minute now. Future life progression. Seems to me if we can look into the future, we can look into the future. So we'll ask him about some of what Gordon Michael Scallion said, predicted. In just one moment, Linda Howe will do an opening report for us, and I understand she's got a very interesting one.
In the Dolphin Island Parkway cattle farm area of Mobile, the only tissue removed from the large 1,800-pound bull was the tongue, cut from deep within the throat near the larynx. Mr. Frazier said that his two cows, found 25 feet apart from each other, both lying on the same side with the same excisions, had 4 of their 6 teeth removed in neat circles. But, as usual, the local livestock investigator told the sheriff's office that it was predator, and that has been the formal conclusion. Since the newspaper did an interview with me and some others, I've received phone reports from local residents who say that they have seen odd lights in the woods back of their homes not far from the pastures where the mutilated animals were found.
Linda, as a matter of interest, which predator is it that removes tongue and teeth?
As far as I know, Art, none of them are capable of doing the kind of surgery I've seen with my own eyes. And when I was in Colorado in January and presented the update on our research about animal mutilations the last 12 months, I showed the sheriffs a whole series of photographs done by Texas A&M and University of Utah wildlife specialists on what predators do to cattle, to sheep, to goats. None of the photographs resemble any of the high strangeness bloodless cases, and it impressed the sheriff, as in Alabama, the rancher knows that what he's dealing with is not predator, but for some reason we are still living in a time when it is easier to deny this strange phenomena than it is to just simply face it, deal with it straightforwardly, and investigate it.
Of course.
Now, if there are any Dreamland listeners in the Alabama area who hear about unusual animal deaths, I would greatly appreciate your calling me at 215-491-9840. There's apparently an upsurge of activity in Alabama, and I would appreciate fresh first-hand reports. My address is Post Office Box 538 in Huntingdon Valley, Pennsylvania, and the zip code is 19006. Again, the phone number for unusual animal death or strange light reports is 215-491-9840.
All right, we're on the air in Birmingham. Is it close to that?
Birmingham and Mobile, I don't know what the mileage is, but hopefully Birmingham listeners, maybe if you hear about something in the Mobile area, you can contact me, because it's one of the big challenges getting information out of even local areas, let alone the states.
Right.
Now, in December, I reported about a man in Atlanta, Georgia, who watched helicopters escort what looked like a darker patch of blue sky that he could see moving against the lighter blue sky. He wondered if the helicopters were escorting some kind of camouflage UFO or new aircraft.
I remember.
Yeah. Well, last week I received a letter from another Dreamland listener who heard the Atlanta man's report and talked to me about a United States government technology that might explain what the Georgia man saw, and according to her, is based on extraterrestrial technology. The woman asked to remain anonymous, even though she agreed to give this first-hand report about her conversation with a Central Intelligence Agency employee who has been involved in a project to make aerial craft invisible.
Oh, my. Shades of the Philadelphia experiment.
He is an engineer, had been an engineer since college, ended up in management in probably by the time he was in his 40s, and somehow got associated with the CIA. He was in Washington, D.C., and very smart man, and my ex-husband had been an engineer, and so we would talk engineering. I had a little concept of what he was discussing. It was fun. And then once we got into some of the things that, well, gee, you're going off to Vienna, and you're going off here and there. You're doing a lot of top-secret things, aren't you? And he'd kid me a little bit and say, no, of course not, Linda. I wouldn't ever be able to do anything like that. And just, enough so I began to realize that he was involved in some things with the CIA, technical type of things that really were none of my business, and so I probably shouldn't pursue it. One night, however, after many, many months of just kidding around, he said to me, okay, tell you what, I'll discuss something with you that's very interesting that I've been involved in for a while, and obviously this is something for you alone, and we were in an area where no one else would have heard. And he told me that they were working on a very top-secret airplane that would be invisible. It would fly over, you would not see it, you would not hear it. Everyone knows there's technology that can, I guess, inhibit sound. That's not a problem. But is there something that literally someone can walk in front of you or something can pass in front and you won't see it? I said, well, how on earth does that work? And he said, well, it's altering of the cones and the rods in your eyes when it passes by. And I don't really know the technology, but taking a picture or whatever else, you've got to have the lens working, and all the little mechanisms have to be working to receive the light into the eyes so that it registers. And something cuts off the light, I don't know. You'd have to ask an engineer how that works. But that is indeed the way they would do it. So it's there. If it flies by, it doesn't do anything to itself. It does something to your cones and your rods so that you cannot receive the light to see it. I just remember him telling me that there was indeed a project, and it did indeed work. So whatever the reasons and the plans for it, I don't know.
But it was sort of precipitated by your asking him questions if he had knowledge about things extraterrestrial?
Yeah, definitely.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. That's an important report. And, you know, Linda, the visual spectrum to the human being is not very much different except in frequency than the audio spectrum. And you can do that with audio. You can virtually cancel audio.
Well, in fact, one of the footnotes to this, what I consider to be a very important report, too, was my own experience at Kirtland Air Force Base in Albuquerque back in April 1983 when I was talking with Air Force Office of Special Investigations Agent Richard C. Doty about extraterrestrial phenomena. And he told me then, now this is 1983, that the government knew that the non-human intelligences that are interacting with our planet could deflect photons so that light would be deflected away from the human retina, thus making the alien craft invisible when desired. And this raises the interesting question that perhaps the popping in and popping out characteristics of the UFO phenomena so often reported by eyewitnesses relates to a photon deflection technology.
Yes.
And perhaps this woman's report is about CIA technology development that mimics that effect. It might be more technology than what people speculate about in terms of interdimensional doorway popping in, popping out. This may be strictly technology. And if any of our Dreamland listeners have any more information about photon deflecting technology or technology that would affect the cones and rods of the human eye by objects flying over so they become invisible, please contact me at my post office box 538 in Huntingdon Valley, Pennsylvania, and the zip code is 19006.
Well, this is liable to get us a contact, all right. Either you or me or both of us by somebody we don't want to talk to.
Well, slowly by slowly steps. I think at least Dreamland, I am becoming extremely convinced that we have a lot of listeners with a lot of solid information and that they are learning that they can communicate anonymously, and we will protect that but still share the information which we all need to know. And just another small follow-up, you have been talking with Gordon Michael Scallion about the future, and you will be doing more so tonight with your guest. Recently, in the last 3 or 4 weeks, I've been getting phone calls and letters from abductees that I have had files and dialogue with over the last few years. And they are reporting what they call these virtual reality dreams that seem more real than life itself. And what they claim that they are seeing in the dreams are volcanoes and earthquakes. It raises a question, which I know you're going to be discussing tonight. Is there something coming up here in the future that is going to involve more earthquakes and more volcanoes?
All right. Well, you're like another source. Then you have talked to a number of people who have said this, or what?
Yes, I have had at least a half a dozen phone and letter reports from abductees who don't know each other. They're in different parts of the country. And periodically, I will get phone calls and letters and what's on their mind. And right now, what is on their mind is upcoming earthquakes and volcanoes.
My. All right. Very good. I appreciate that, Linda. And I assume next week, I shouldn't assume. Will you be in where are you going to be?
I will be in Philadelphia as far as I know. And I look forward to continuing correspondence from our Dreamland audience. This letter and this interview, I think, gives you an idea of how strong the content can be.
Indeed. Thank you, Linda.
And thank you, Art.
Take care. And I'm going to repeat her phone number for those listening to WYDE in Birmingham, Alabama, or anybody else who has information on this technology that she just talked about. God, that's fascinating. Modifying the light and the way it's received in the cones and rods in your eye. Donahue, Joan Rivers, Regis and Kathy Lee, CNN, and CBS News, among others. He's also served as a consultant on the film version of The Search for Grace, which was made into a movie for CBS, starring Lisa Hartman and Ken Wall, and aired in May of 1994. He also, by the way, in December, was on a program called Other Side, The Other Side, NBC television, where he progressed a studio audience member into a future life, and then later guided the entire studio audience into the future of this life and a future lifetime. December 3rd, CNBC reran his 1993 interview with Tom Snyder, and there they talked about physics and progression. So he's been all over the media. Now he's over it a little more. Here, with just a couple of minutes before the bottom of the hour, is Dr. Bruce Goldberg. Hi, Dr. Goldberg.
Hi, Art. It's nice to reincarnate back on your show.
Yes, glad to have you.
I have some good news for both you and your listeners in reference to the topic that seems to be getting a lot of attention these days, and that is that we can discuss this in more detail, of course, but progression is done by my patients, and I mean thousands of them, have shown that there will be no more major earthquakes larger than the Northridge earthquake, anyway, of last year, for the rest of the century. So the gloom and doomers are not going to get it right this time.
That's good news, and I'm glad to have something over on the other side. But I would ask you this. I can understand how one could easily document regression. You could go back and look at history and records, and you could go through careful documentation. I know you've done that, and prove that your information is accurate. With regard to the future, how do you document it?
Well, you can document age progression first, and obviously this is what we did on the three patients that were kind enough to come on the other side with me last 2 months ago for when NBC aired the show, were patients who I had worked with about 5 years prior to the show. Mm-hmm. And what we did was I followed them up. I followed them through. One of them was a case of a woman who had AIDS, and she was able to perceive into the future where she was able to be taken off experimental medication that was not working, and her immune system would respond between, let's say, 4 and 5 times the quality that it would have done had the medication worked. That's exactly what happened. Her CD4 count is now 6 times what it was back about in March of last year.
Wow.
As a result of being taken off the medication.
And she came off that medication based on the progression?
Well, she came off the medication. She chose, we're going to talk about how we choose frequencies. She actually chose her ideal path in which she was told by the physician that the medication was not working and that it's her option whether she wants to stay on it to get the side effects. And she said, okay, take me off.
Okay, take me off. All right, doctor, hold on. We'll be right back to you. Dr. Bruce Goldberg is my guest. We'll be right back.
We're Talk 102.
This hour of Art Bell was recorded for rebroadcast at this time. Please do not call.
Talk with Art Bell. First-time callers to Dreamland dialed 702-727-1222. This is Dreamland on the CBC Radio Network.
It is, and I've got some information just in from USGS, the Alaska Information Center. Brace yourselves. There was a 6.2 earthquake today, felt over a large area of Alaska. I've got a second fax on it as well. It was 6.2 in, let me see. Well, here's another fax. We listened to you on KFAR Fairbanks, Alaska. There was a 6.2 earthquake in south central Alaska today. And that's from Dan and Susan, and then combined with the USGS report that I have, also calling that, and a 6.2 earthquake in New Zealand, probably an aftershock. Northern Peru today, 5.7, and the California-Nevada border, 3.7. In Las Vegas, they had a mild one, 3.3, and 2.2, make that 2 very mild ones. Then this fax, good evening, Art. Please take a moment to welcome KYOS Merced, California, back to carrying Dreamland live, and thanks for listening to their listeners. Yes, indeed. Thanks for listening to your listeners. KYOS back live with us on Sunday evenings. Now, back to Dr. Goldberg. Bruce, are you there?
I'm certainly here.
Okay.
We were talking a little bit about how you can document some of these things, and again, the nice thing about when you work with this, I've been doing this for 20 years now, is that with people who I worked with over many years who I can then follow through on those 3 patients that were kind enough to go on the other side interview 2 months ago. These people had gone forward in time back in 1989 all the way till about 92 when I worked with some of these people. And this was now anywhere from 2 to 5 years after the fact. The perceptions that they had received and the ideal frequency that we're going to talk about how people can actually control their destiny was actually able to manifest themselves. So they actually documented the progressions. Now, if you can document age progressions, then using simple extrapolation principles, you can also then make that a reasonable theory, let's just say, or hypothesis as to the future lives coming true, too.
Sure. Makes sense to me.
In fact, I've worked with newscasters who predicted, in fact, in Past Lives Visualized, in my older book, there was a radio host who predicted a baseball score result. There was a newscaster who predicted, if you will, or progressed himself to perceive actual news items that actually came true. Many of these were local, and they were not logical items, like a small plane crash and a fire in the city and the name of the person who died and things like that. So there are lots of little things that give more credence to the idea that these progressions are, of course, reality.
Well, one of the first things everybody would ask about this, Dr. Goldberg, if you can really begin to predict events, then you could predict the stock market. You could predict all kinds of financial trends and events that, frankly, could get you rich.
Mm-hmm. And the answer is you can do it. The problem here is that you have something called the laws of karma, and this is what it means. It isn't just one future. It's not like, this is what I always have a problem when people tell me about their psychic readings or some of the prognostications or even their own precognitive dreams that they have. Because you're getting a frequency or an option. If you're not on that frequency, then the lottery number you get or the stock market reading you get is not going to be relevant to you. You have to be on the same frequency where that perception or progression is attained.
All right, well, let me tell you just one little bit about Gordon Michael Scallion, what he said about how his visions come. He said, almost like a television screen that plays in front of you, but not just one, 3. He said 2 of them will be fainter. One of them will be brighter in contrast and is the most probable future, but he agrees it could change, it could go another direction. He says he's learned to pick this brighter, more probable future.
Okay.
Does that make any sense? That kind of coincides with...
Actually, it does. What he's saying basically is that in Past Lives Visualized and also in The Search of Grace in the back of it, I give the complete explanation of how the quantum physics space-time continuum works. What I break it down to very simply are 5 basic options people have. And the one that's ideal, if you will, that the one they can choose and be programmed to, is going to be the one that's going to be pretty much their framework of their reality. Now, what that means, for example, let's say that Mr. Scallion and others, and let's talk about people like Casey and Nostradamus and biblical predictions and all the ones that unfortunately show gloom and doom. I'm not saying those aren't going to occur. What I'm saying is that I know I'm not going to be on that frequency, and anybody else who uses very simple techniques of switching tracks can actually be switched away from that track where that negative frequency is a reality to a more positive one.
Well,
I'll give you a good example of this. The best thing I can relate to is that in 1977, when I developed the field of progression hypnotherapy, I decided to do a little research, an unpublished research experiment. I wanted to take about 500 people into the future, specifically going to the end of the century because of the various things I've mentioned, the Casey and the Nostradamus and the Bible and things like that.
Sure.
So what I did was I found out that about 80% of these people showed that on the frequency they were on, that in May of 1988, they came up with the same figure. In May of 1988, a nuclear war began. Now, I don't read the papers every day, but, I don't remember one. In fact, the nuclear war is going on right now on a certain frequency. We're not on that frequency. That's how similar and how different they are. It's on the same longitude and latitude. It's on the same, shall we say, dimension, if you will, out there, except it's the parallel universe that it represents, which is proven, by the way, by quantum physics. Since 1957, we know about parallel universes that has been documented at Princeton University, of all places, that they are that off, just like a radio frequency is. If you change a dial, you're a hair off, you get a different frequency, you get a different show coming in.
All right. Well, you're in California, right?
I'm in Los Angeles, right?
Los Angeles. My advice would be stay on a different frequency.
Well, of course, but my point is that it's not. My point is to choose the ideal frequency and stay on that one rather than just say staying off than staying off all the others. You have to know where you're coming from. You have to know you have to have a scorecard with the players on there. And
sure.
Most people, they don't have that. What they do is they just unfortunately get hit by this gloom and doom. We were talking a little bit before the show about how I remember I was doing a radio interview here in Los Angeles on KFI Radio, a big radio station out here, and I was regressing and progressing the host of the show into the future. And she went to the 23rd century. And it was a great show. But what happened was that she was very nervous during that show because that was November of 1991. And the following month, this seismologist at Caltech predicted a major earthquake in the Midwest, the Mississippi River Valley, covering like about 10 or 12 states. Yep. It was supposed to be the worst earthquake in the world's history.
I remember it, yeah.
And guess what? And the news cameras were there, and CNN was there, and everybody was there. And December 7th, Pearl Harbor Day of 1991 occurred, exactly 50 years, by the way. And guess what? Nothing happened. And this was one of the most prominent men in this field who is not on the news very much these days, fortunately. But my point here is that you can't predict earthquakes scientifically. Now, psychically, of course you can get vibrations, and patients of mine can get progressions showing that. But if you look around and perceive the other four major options, you'll find that there are no major earthquakes on at least one, if not two, of the major frequencies. And if you're on that frequency, the Northridge earthquake of last year here, or some of these others, you mentioned 6.2. I don't like any earthquakes at all, but you know something? 6.2 is not going to put California into the ocean.
No. Oh, no, it certainly is not. There's no question about it. Those are just quakes that occurred today.
Right. But what I'm saying is that people feel that the so-called big one, they had, I remember on the local news here just in Los Angeles about a week or so, or 10 days ago, they interviewed a Caltech scientist, seismologist, and he said, well, there's so much pressure built up, we haven't really had a big earthquake. Yep. I mean, the big one for since 1810 or some crazy figure. So he says, we're really due for one. He says, well, when's it going to be? He says, well, it could be tomorrow or in 75 years.
That's right. Okay. Well, actually, I think they narrow it down to the next 30 years. It could be tomorrow or within the next 30 years. But science is out there also warning right now of a big earthquake. So you're right. You're running against the trend, but that's fine. I hope you're right.
The point is not to be scared by. This is what you call playing defense. And see, my point here as a therapist is empowerment. Number one, I'm not saying, believe me, I'm the last person in the world to do things of complete folly. I didn't move from the East Coast to the West Coast because I wanted to be in the middle of the Pacific Ocean on a dinghy,
Well, maybe this is why somebody accosted Dan Rather and demanded to know the frequency. I don't know.
But what I'm saying is that, look, if you send the energy out that you're worried about the possibility, what if, then you actually create an energy level that can make that a reality. If you take an empowered point of view, and if you take the point of view that, something, I don't really worry about earthquakes, there's not a darn thing I can do about them anyway, I'm going to think positively and program myself and my parallel universe on a positive level, guess what? You now have decreased significantly the likelihood of that disaster occurring.
Well, that's interesting. If that's a universal truth, then those who predict doom and gloom are bringing it on.
Well, they're only bringing it on to themselves. You have to have millions and millions of people actually send that negative energy out to do that. That's why, for example, those of your listeners out there who may have, not that this is a scientific treatise, but if they ever read, for example, the Seth material, Jane Roberts' books in the early 70s, they would talk about Seth, the discarnate entity, would talk about how, well, these earthquakes and these typhoons and all these little things are brought about by the global magnified negative energy. Quantum physicists have actually documented the fact that energy does have a certain effect. In fact, there was a scientist, a neurologist up at Stanford by the name of Carl Pribham, who's now retired in North Carolina now, but when he was there for 30 years, he came up with the holonomic memory theory, or brain theory, which states and combines neurology with quantum mechanics, which says that not only does a thought create a hologram, but that hologram creates parallel universes marrying into quantum physics, and you literally have a three-dimensional representation of your reality and your future and your parallel futures by just having thoughts occur in your mind.
Well, if we can do this with regard to external events, Doctor, then I would think that the power to heal oneself would be overwhelmingly strong.
Well, it is. In fact, in my older book, Past Lives Visualized, I talked about a case of hysterical blindness of a woman who was able to use a regression and cleansing techniques to reverse that. I deal with allergies every week in my office. I have psychosomatic illnesses. I have patients who have everything from asthma, migraine headaches, to colitis, to spastic stomach, and colons, etc. These are people who are making tremendous, and of course the immune system. Let's not forget about the woman who was on the other side with me, Mary. She was able to build up her immune system where she's almost out of the AIDS classification classification now. That's how good her immune system is these days.
Actually, there are quite some number. I've been reading a book called You Don't Have to Die, and I can't remember the name of the author, but there were a lot of similar cases documented in there of people who have literally actually brought themselves out of the AIDS classification by raising their T4 count.
And also people who have remissed cancer tumors, because, see, the research today, I had a call from an old friend from NIH, and she wants me to work on a research project with her, one of the grants in the future in reference to my techniques, just as more of a theoretical backup. And I said, fine, but what they're doing is now they're finding that the classic AIDS research isn't working. Just as in Mary's case, she had to be pulled off the drug because it wasn't working. What they're doing now is they're using the cancer research, because in cancer, the problem with cancer is that the T lymphocytes, which fight cancer for the most part, they won't attack their own cells. That's why cancer, which is nothing but a normal cell that has become abnormal, the immune system doesn't attack its own. So that's why these tumors grow and grow and grow. And they're trying to use some of the ways to stimulate the cancer immune system to deal with AIDS. Now, what's also interesting is this. Carl Simonton, back in the 60s or early 70s, when he developed the visual imagery techniques for fighting cancer by using you imagine the cancer is a piece of meat and your immune system is a bunch of sharks and things like that. What he did was, he did that on a more of a psychological, hypnotic viewpoint, because his wife, Stephanie, was a psychologist. But at Penn State University, among others, I'm familiar with Penn State because of my undergraduate background in biochemistry, is that they came up with, they found out that when patients were exhibiting hypnotic levels, alpha levels, which also includes meditation, that they would actually increase the amount of T lymphocytes produced when they would do these biochemical, they would take certain aspects of their spinal fluid to see what and brain-mind barrier extracts to see what the production of the immune system was, and they found out that in alpha, the production of T lymphocytes was always increased. So therefore, that we have scientific and absolute biochemical evidence to show that when people do things like relaxed levels of alpha, that they actually increase their immune system. In fact, I have a new scientific article coming out later this year, which will be a survey of the medical literature. It's not my research, showing how the medical literature shows that there is an adrenal corticosteroid produced by the adrenal gland called DHEA/S, and what this does, the production of this slows down the aging process. And the purpose of this article is to show how, by using alpha levels like meditation, hypnosis, yoga, biofeedback, etc., that you actually will look younger. In fact, patients of mine that I see in my Los Angeles office, when they come in here and they've been practicing yoga meditation for 20 years, I can tell automatically because they never look their age. And neither do I. I mean, you see pictures of me. I don't look my age either. And
no, you don't.
I don't have a picture in the attic with a sneer on it either. It's done by alpha techniques.
Okay, listen, I'm curious. As you progress somebody toward a future life, wouldn't it be possible to discern their rough date of death?
Oh, sure. You can get the exact date of death, actually.
Do people want to know?
Well, it's interesting. A lot of them don't, of course, but inquiring minds want to know, I guess, is the way of doing it. What they really are more interested in is not so much the exact date, because you can't, certain things you can't prevent. You could prevent getting hit by a car if you didn't leave your house that day, yes, but you can't prevent necessarily dying of old age or dying in your sleep at 3 o'clock in the morning in the year 2020.
So then they want to know the manner of the
They want to know the manner. They also want to know, is this ideal frequency? I mean, did they accomplish what they wanted to, even though we're all going to die, that's a given for the biological body, but the question is, if they had a better frequency and a more fulfilled life, and they left their mark to their children and to the universe on a much more positive note, wouldn't it be better to die even younger, or maybe even more traumatically, if you will, than to live out a longer life and just be sort of like taking up the oxygen?
Oh, that's a fascinating concept. Have you been able to document the death of anybody?
Oh, sure. Oh, as a matter of fact, I'll tell you a very interesting case. So this is one where I was working with this gentleman who is an attorney from the East Coast.
Okay, hold on. That's a good hook. Let me take a break here. We'll be right back with Dr. Goldberg.
Let me tell you what happened. This attorney wanted to know what his ideal future was, so he was using my progression tapes that I always give a patient when I work with them, and he perceived himself having his ideal future where his wife was going to die in a car accident on the Capitol Beltway in Washington in a snowy February night. And he said, doctor, he says, this is a great frequency, but my wife dies. And I said, well, it's your choice. He says, well, is this like murder? And I said, no. I mean, your wife, she chooses her death. If that's what you want, she will choose her death. You don't let the brake line of a car. You're just progressing yourself into the future. Well, as it turned out, he chose that ideal future. And then I moved to the West Coast, and I didn't hear from him for a few years. And finally, he called me. And he said, doctor, he says, my life is completely turned around. Everything is fine. I said, well, how is your wife? And he said, oh, well, that's one thing I have to tell you. She did die in February. This is about a year or two before that, in the Capitol Beltway on a snowy night, just like he perceived in his age progression.
Oh, my God.
Now, the question is, again, did he tell his wife about the thing? As a matter of fact, yes, he did. His wife absolutely hated me. She must have thought I had 3 sixes on my skull. I mean, she did not like anything to do with my work at all.
I'm sure.
She just despised it, so she just rejected everything, so it wasn't a great conversation that he had with her. But at the same time, on the principle here is that, believe me, I don't wish anybody's death, but remember, everybody chooses their own death. His wife literally chose to have that happen. She was informed about the situation and just ignored him. And as it turned out, his progression was extraordinarily accurate, and that's what happened. She's no longer on the Earth plane in this frequency. Anyway, but he is on others, you see.
I understand. What would the implications be of having changed that, do you think? If he'd have said, oh, well, of course I don't want my wife to die, absolutely not allowed her to go out on any of those nights and had changed it?
Well, interestingly enough, if this is a change of the space-time continuum, you would think, and that would cause major problems, some people would say, but something, it really wouldn't. What would happen was that if she lived, then he still would have done his thing, that wouldn't have necessarily changed his other aspects of the frequency. And then because she lived and her thoughts would create a new reality and his thoughts would create additional realities, they would simply just make certain addendums and changes to their frequency in the space-time continuum. I don't think it's the same thing as if you stopped the assassination of President Kennedy or if you stopped the bombing of Hiroshima. Those would be a lot more significant aspects to the space-time continuum.
Would she, in your opinion, have died anyway within a short time?
See, that we don't know because, you see, I don't do that. We don't.
All right, I understand. Doctor, we've got a hold right there. Sure. Fascinating point, too. Dr. Bruce Goldberg is my guest. Good evening, everybody. You're listening to Dreamland on a Sunday night from the CBC Radio Network. And I wish to say good evening to everybody. I am Art Bell. My guest is Dr. Bruce Goldberg. He'll be back in a moment. Another fax in. Dear Art, Anchorage, Alaska. We felled it, too. At least a 6-pointer. P.S. Gurgle, gurgle. Obviously, a little chilled Alaskan humor there from Rocky and Pam. Thanks very much, folks. Very encouraging. Very positive. Maybe if everybody feels that way, we are doomed, according to Dr. Goldberg. Actually, according to Dr. Goldberg, we're not at all. I want to take a second out. We've got a pretty heavy commercial load. We're booked tight, actually, with a waiting list to get on this program to give you some idea of its popularity. Back now with Dr. Bruce Goldberg. Doctor, would changing the impending death of yourself or another be like fooling Mother Nature? Would it be like that?
No, not really. You can't fool Mother Nature. You can just simply sidetrack her. I mean, basically, technically, there are things that you can do. We fool Mother Nature, if you will, or try to disguise it with modern medicine. I mean, people live longer than they ever did before.
That's true.
And so that doesn't cause the space-time continuum to go into some sort of like a reverse zit here. I mean, people still go on. But let me say, one of the things that I think both you may relate to this as well as I'm sure your listeners will, is the idea of a lot of these events like progressions and regressions, our body experiences, etc., are preceded by dreams. In the case that was made into the movie, The Search for Grace, my new book, this was a woman who was murdered by the same man 20 times in 46 lives. And when she came to see me, she was getting these nightmares, these literally post-traumatic stress disorders type of nightmares of being murdered by a man looking differently, but she realized or felt it was the same person. When she went through all these exotic experiences and was able to remove this karmic bond, if you will, this negative karmic trait and karmic debt, if you will, and she was able to break off this relationship, just before doing that, she had dreams of herself being murdered by him in her current life, had she not have ended that relationship. And literally, had she not have done this, I don't take credit for this case, it's really hers. I only train patients to do their thing, But had she not had done that, she probably would have been murdered. He tried to murder her on 3 different occasions. It was a very, very exotic case, but my point here is that she was able to change her future by having some sneak previews by dreams, but also by being able to literally raise the quality of her own soul's energy by using the very simple techniques that we use.
And interestingly, without the world coming apart.
That's right.
All right.
No earthquakes at the same time.
I hate to even bring this up, but I'm going to do it. The O.J. trial, as you know, they talked about dreams in the O.J. trial. He reportedly had one, and they made a big deal out of it. Marcia Clark, the prosecutor, said a dream is your heart's wish, or your heart's desire. I can't remember. She was quoting Disney. Is that what a dream is? What is a dream?
Now, actually, I tell you, Marcia Clark does not have degrees in psychology, I grant you.
Well, she thinks she does.
Although you should see her topless, they'll pick up the Inquirer. But anyway, the idea.
Are you serious? Do they have a topless picture of Marcia?
Oh, sure, yeah. It's censored, but yeah, it's
incredible.
Big topic, sure. This is before she got her briefs. But the point here about dreams, what dreams are physiologically? See, I deal with like real hard science. And what dreams are, when you have a dream, it doesn't matter what the theme is. The dream that you're having is actually a remnant of anywhere between 30 and 50 fragments of dreams. They really do mean nothing. Now, when they do actually come true like a precognitive dream, or when you dream about a past experience that it actually documents and lays out as a past life regression, that's fine. You're getting a nice scenario coming in. But most dreams are just absolute nothing but, you might say, the mind doodling at night. They really don't mean it. They're not necessarily the heart's one. I mean,
I have said that, the random firing of synapses.
Well, I mean, do you think people all want to take a swan dive into some fjord? I mean, a lot of these dreams, which are really nothing but out-of-body experiences, are when people are floating in the air and they feel like they're going to splat on the ground, but they never quite splat. You know, they just sort of like fall, and they keep on falling. And these beautiful dreams, what about the sexual dreams? Does that mean that all these sexual dreams people have, they're trying to do half the county? I mean, you know, it's not quite. Some of them are just wishful thinking, sure. Some of them are actual reviews of real past and future experiences, and some of them are nothing but a big, you might say, antipasto of just things that are going on in different levels. So I wouldn't sell the farm based on
a dream. I talked to somebody the other day, Doctor, who said, we were talking about falling dreams. He said, I actually have come to the point where I'll have a falling dream and I'll wake up, I'll realize midway down, actually realize that I'm dreaming. And in order to have the experience, I willed myself to go ahead and fall the rest of the way.
Yeah.
And he said, I landed, or crashed, more like it, and laughed and got up and shook myself off and woke up.
Well, he had now that you now change the terminology. Now he had a lucid dream, which means that you now know that you're dreaming, which really changes the rules now. The lucid dream is actually almost a somnambulistic, a very deep-level hypnotic trance is really what you're doing when you're doing that. But now he's changing the rules. See, most people, if you talk about their dreams of falling, they never splat. They wake up beforehand. Either they wake up yelling or screaming, or they just wake up and they say, you know, that was kind of pleasant, but I really wish I wasn't falling.
With a start. I usually wake up with kind of a start.
Right. What that is basically it's a conscious remnant of an out-of-body experience. All dreams are out-of-body experiences. This has been documented for nearly 40 years now. So basically, he's now changing the terms by being a lucid dreamer, which is very hard to do. It takes a lot of training, actually, to do.
But wait a minute. You're changing the story on me midway here. You're saying now, first you said all dreams are basically random synapses firing. Now you're saying all dreams are out-of-body experiences.
Oh, yeah. Well, they both. One is not necessarily a problem with the other. I mean, out-of-body experiences simply means that when you're dreaming, the soul, the subconscious mind or spirit, is leaving the physical body. And when it enters into it, the synapses that you're referring to, the firing of synapses and the hypothalamus and all the storage of memories, etc., are simply just retrieving what you did when you took your little trip out of the body. I mean, that's part of the system.
Wow.
But see, the point here is that most people don't dream of splatting or landing. What they do is they simply wake up beforehand. He changed the rules by being a lucid dreamer. Now you're in a different ballgame. Now you're in a you add another gear to the car here, you see. So now he can control that dream any way he wants to. You know, there was a great movie called Dreamscape. I don't remember, it came out about 5 or 6 years ago. where people would dream about, actually the dreams were reality, and they were dreaming about this plot to kill the president or whatever they were doing.
Right.
It was a great movie where the dreams were actually real, and they were implanting real dreams into people to do their thing. Of course, it was science fiction, but again, it's based upon science. But no, dreams are actually, most people, when they die at night, those people that are old, elderly or dying of natural causes, if you will, they will die in the middle of the night in the dream levels, because the dream levels represent a very uptight and very tense area as compared to the unconscious mind, whereas during the waking day, the dream levels or the daydream levels of alpha or hypnosis, or simple daydreams as you would call it, is really the more relaxing part of the day.
When you take somebody through regression or progression, how much of what you learn do you tell, and how much on a regular basis would you hold back?
Well, actually, I hold back almost nothing, because I don't have to hold back anything. They're telling me. I don't tell them. I'm not a psychic. I ask them the questions. It's almost like an O.J. Simpson interrogation here. I ask them the questions, and they say, I see, where are you? I'm on a carriage driving in London in 1921 with rhinestones on the boots, whatever. They tell me everything. Now, the patients who will not be able to recall, where, of course, I will tape those sessions when they have what we call hypnoamnesia, those are people who are in a fairly deep level of trance, and that's only going to be about maybe 20% of the population that will do that. 80% minimum will have complete, absolute memories of everything that they do. So I don't have to withhold. I don't have to have past life regression interrupt this over anything here.
What is the process that will prevent recall, do you suppose?
Well, of course, there are a couple of things. Number one, if a person is perceiving anything that's traumatic and they don't want to recall it, just like a person will not remember, if you ask most people to describe what they were like in junior high school and high school, they will probably tell you they were the captain of the football team and had 17 cheerleaders, when in fact they probably had, pen holders in their pockets and very thick glasses, I mean, people have a tendency to exaggerate their background to avoid the negativity.
Well, then what leads you to believe that they would not exaggerate the existence of a past life or a future life? In other words, to fantasize.
Well, of course, in the search for grace, this was a case where I'm not real big person on documentation. I do have cases that are fairly documented over the years, but this was a case where I turned over to CBS, who then hired an independent researcher to look at the material. As it turned out, not only was the woman accurate on 24 facts that she gave, but two of the things she reported in trance, namely her age at her death. She said she was 32 and not looking forward to her 33rd birthday, and she said the name of her son was Cliff. The newspaper reports said that she was 30 years old and her son's name was Chester Jr. As it turned out, surveying the birth and death certificates, which in New York State where this occurred, you have to get the political permission of the governor's office, and nobody could get that unless you're a family member, and this woman is far from a family member. As it turns out, she was right, they were wrong. So therefore, not only does this case document, but it documented on facts that she should have told me the false data had she just read newspaper reports. It now stands as one of the most documented cases of the century.
Okay, it seems irrefutable, but again, my question, past that case, in how many cases of this sort do you suppose what you get is fanciful?
Well, actually, I'll tell you, when I do the regression, I can't speak for anyone else. When I do a regression, I at times use what we call the federal model to make it as objective as possible. I'm really not particularly worried about the data, because when I do check them out, or I hire researchers to do that when I don't have the time or the ability to go across the country on these things, I find a tremendous validity to it. I mean, when they're dealing with the ancient continent of Atlantis or Lemuria, or they're dealing with the 34th century progression on another planet, obviously, unless you're real patient, you're going to have to wait around for that. But the regressions that I get from other patients, not just Ivy, the one in the Search for Grace, but others are very, very valid. In fact, I've had people who just used my past life regression tape. Here's a very interesting woman who, she heard me on a radio show out of Boston, and she ordered this tape, and she went into a past life that took her into North Carolina in the late 1600s, where she was working in a farm, a plantation for cotton or whatever it was, and she then took a vacation, decided to check this out, went into the court records, and by the way, the court records on the East Coast do have inventory going back to the 1600s. They're actually kept on court files. And in fact, it turned out that the number of bushels of cotton that she read out in trance that she remembered was actually on the court records, and that her name, the dates, the family that she had, all of that verified. So she literally documented her life just by playing a past life regression tape. And she'd never been south of the Mason-Dixon line in her life. She was a good old New Englander from heart. And so here's an example of another case of people actually validating it. So I think the information, if properly done, we're assuming the person is a competent therapist. We're assuming that the patient trusts the therapist, and that this isn't some sort of a game or joke, and that there's, the person is in a decent level of trance. That really isn't difficult at all, and I think the information properly done is extremely valid. So valid that not only am I, but my colleagues are, as a forensic consultant, hypnosis, age regression, just age regression, not past life, is used in all major police departments in this country. Every LAPD, NYPD, all of them, they all have either people like me, outside consultants, or captains or sergeants or lieutenants, or et cetera, people who are trained to use investigative hypnosis to go back to get data that can be corroborated independently in their investigation, and it's done all the time.
It's remarkable. One of the things, again, just for a second, I can't resist on the O.J. trial. One of the things you recall with respect to this dream, the introduction of this testimony was made possible because O.J. had said to somebody, I had a dream of this, and so I think it would affect my lie detector test results. Would you think that to be a valid comment?
Well, actually, I think that, first of all, the dream should never be, if you talk to any attorney, the dream should never be admitted. I mean, this is going to be automatically a case for appeal.
I agree.
It's ridiculous.
I do agree.
Secondly, the polygraph is not admissible either, so you have two inadmissible things that should be inadmissible.
Having said that, though.
All right, having said that, the dream himself, if the dream convinced him one way or another, that's one thing. If the dream upset him, see, the lie detector, or polygraph, which of course is not admissible, only detects emotional spikes in your system. When you lie, you're supposed to worry about it and get stressed, and the BMR, the basic metabolic rate, and the heart rate and the pulse rate is supposed to go up, and that's what the lie detector is measuring. That's all it measures. John Dillinger was infamous for being able to take lie detector tests when it was admissible and pass them. That's true. It's quite true. And he asked an FBI agent. I'll tell you about that. I have former agents who work for me who told me that, and I've also read reports on that. He had no super ego, no soul, literally. He could just simply lie like a trooper, didn't think it was lying, or he could just simply get away with it. So, if anything, if he dreamt about his old TV series being canceled, anything that would upset him, then that would make the lie detector, of course, the spike and jump and make him sound like he was lying.
So he was really right.
Well, he was right, of course, but it didn't have to be the dream. He could have just gone over, one of his games where he only gained 20 yards against the Dolphins in 1972. That could have done it too. It could have been anything. So
I also take it, by the way, that somebody who could consistently pass a lie detector test and lie successfully could have a session with Dr. Goldberg and come away having fooled you.
Well, you know something? I've thought of that myself, and a pathological liar, or maybe a paranoid schizophrenic who's very good at that.
Yes.
It hasn't happened yet, but it did happen to a colleague of mine.
Yes.
The man. Do you know the book Abductions by John Mack?
I talked to Dr. Mack not long ago here on the air, so yes, I know all about it. Yes.
Well, there was a case that apparently got by him, and I don't know the details of that particular situation, but I have never run into that. I mean, I've been on so many television shows with patients of mine, radio and TV shows, that if anybody was trying to dupe me, or whether it be one of these organizations like a certain one in Buffalo, New York, that we both, I'm sure, know very well, who like to plant people in places like that, or research laboratories, to try to say, oh, guess what, this is a magician, and the whole thing's a scam, But I have never had that. I've been doing this for over 20 years, and boy, I'll tell you, I'm a real target. If anybody wants to try to do that, boy, I'm very public with this.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
I've never had that problem, but then again, whether it's good karma or whether it's simply the fact that I really do feel that with hypnosis and with proper techniques, it really would be tough. I think I could detect a liar or somebody who's trying to fake it in a New York minute, because I've had one occasion where a husband of a wife I was working with who was trying to corroborate a past life tie, and he was just trying to patronize his wife, and of course I saw him separately, and he did try to fudge it, and I said, look, I know what you're trying to do here, and I really don't appreciate it. He said, how'd you know, Doc? And I said, it's my job to know, So this was not exactly the good way to prepare for Valentine's Day,
Exactly. Fascinating. Well, we're off on a fascinating track, and what I would like to do shortly is open the telephone lines, maybe out at the bottom of the hour here, and allow people to ask you questions. I didn't realize you knew so much about dreams.
Oh, well, you see, you have to in this field. Remember, my background is, with my medical background, with a dental degree, and, of course, a lot of intensive study in neurology here, dreams are nothing but hypnosis interspersed interspersed between the unconscious dream cycle, the sleep cycle. So if you do this field, if you do what I do and don't know a lot about dreams, then you're really sort of like in the wrong ballpark here.
Can you produce, in other words, in a hypnotic trance, can you in effect produce a dream?
Well, hypnotic trance is a daydream.
Is a daydream.
So basically, the only difference is the person doesn't snore usually, and that the fact that they're interspersing the hypnotic level with the conscious mind proper or willpower or beta brainwave level, whereas at night, the nocturnal dream, or what we call the regular dream, is going to be interspersed with the theta and delta of the unconscious mind. That's the only difference.
One last OJ question, then I'm done.
All right.
I know you deal with obsessive-compulsive people.
Right.
And my take on the OJ thing has been that he was obsessive and compulsive about her, and that she may have broken the straw of the camel by a little bit of taunting. I mean, you taunt an obsessive-compulsive person, and you may well push them over the edge. Is that a reasonable take?
It's a reasonable take, but what you're doing here is you're making the same assumption that a lot of people, both in and out of the media, do, and they assume that he's guilty, and that still isn't something that has been demonstrated yet. But yet,
well, with the amount of evidence, I calculate he is either A, guilty, or B, was framed. No other answer seems very likely.
I agree with that too. But my point here is that he was definitely obsessed. He was obsessed with his football career. If you talk to any of his fellow athletes.
All right, we're going to have to hold it there. We're at the bottom of the hour. But basically, you gave me the answer I wanted. Thank you very much. Dr. Goldberg, back in a flash. You're listening to Dreamland. All right, we're about to open the phone lines, so listen carefully.
From the Kingdom of Nye, we continue with your calls on Dreamland with Art Bell. Call Art now, toll-free at 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-TALK. First-time callers, area code 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. Or the wildcard line at area code 702-727-1295. 727-1295 in the 702 area code. Now again, here's Art Bell.
Now again, here I am. The number given, the 800 number, was for west of the Rockies. That's 1-800. 618-8255. I confuse myself. 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, it's 1-800-825-5033. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. And in just a moment, back to Dr. Goldberg and your calls coming up. Fascinating topic. We're going to try to go through several questions quickly. I've got several faxes, and they're relevant.
Okay.
Art, one question posed on other programs, my programs, is when you die, should you go to the light or the dark?
You always go to the light.
Always go to the light.
The white light.
Mm-hmm. We had somebody who came on the air and troubled me greatly and said, the light is a trick, go to the darkness. And then, let's see, when your guest talked about parallel dimensions, are we each on a different dimension as individuals, or are we all in the same dimension?
Well, there's an infinite number of universes, as we call it out there, but you and your family and the people that that we're talking to right now are on a certain parallel universe. So we are on the same one. However, there are plenty of others out there, too, and if you're able to see those, which you could do with progression techniques, then you can be programmed and switch to your ideal path.
Mm-hmm. Art, the soul only leaves the body at what is called death. When we project out of body, we are extending our consciousness to a point or place, and the soul stays in the body.
Well, that's really not true. Your soul leaves the body a lot, actually. It leaves it during the dream levels. That's 3 hours a night. It leaves it through the 4 hours that you spend in daydreams or hypnotic levels during the waking days. So the soul is out of the body for 7 hours out of every 24-hour cycle.
All right, let's go to the phones. I promised... Call the wildcard lines, area 702-727-1295. Okay, let's try it again. Rod, we don't allow last names on the air.
Oh, okay.
So let's just say this is Rod. Where are you calling from, Rod?
This is Rod calling from Round Lake Beach.
From
Illinois?
Illinois, all right.
Okay. Yeah. I had a dream. I was wondering if Dr. Gold would understand this. Now, I'm a paranoid schizophrenic.
Yeah.
and I have these out-of-body experiences. I have them every night. I go into these deep meditations. And what I dreamt was that I had this girlfriend, and I was walking under these power lines by my home, and my pants started to glow, and they were like under a black light. I seen 3 gold statues coming out of the sky. One of them was me, one of them was my sister, one of them was my brother. I came down, and I got bigger. As they got bigger and they got closer, they got bigger. I could walk and meditate at the same time. I was dark out. The sun had been down for a couple of hours, and my girlfriend wanted $1 for some smokes. I said no. I had $700 in my pocket. She went to the top of the hill. I was at the bottom. Everything got foggy and white. Now, as it got foggy, the only way I could tell my way home was by the trees.
All right, we're almost out of time.
Well, basically, Rod, the fact that you gave me a history of paranoid schizophrenia is a problem in the sense that the actual mechanisms of your brain's functioning with the dream is going to be a little bit distorted than others. However, these dreams mean whatever they mean to you. Remember that these are fragments of 30 to 50 different dreams. It sounds like you're trying to make sense out of it, and what I'm saying is that enjoy the dream, or you go on with your life and don't put a lot of faith in it. All it is just a dream.
Fascinating. But you say paranoia, schizophrenia, would modify the way...
Yeah. The fact that the way he fires his synapses and the way he interprets things and the way he even acts behaviorally will be affected because of the syndrome itself, because it is a psychotic behavior. So therefore, what that means is that the mind levels in the dream levels are also going to be off on more, shall we say, exotic levels than people who don't have that particular syndrome.
Fascinating. West of the Rockies, you're on with Dr. Bruce Goldberg. Hi.
Hi, this is John from San Diego.
Yes, John.
I got a question for Dr. Goldwood.
Goldberg.
It's Goldberg, and welcome to KOGO.
I apologize.
It's all right.
I have a question about nightmarish dreams. The question is that when someone has a nightmarish dream one night and wake up the next morning having this nightmarish dream continue on, and on and on and on until it becomes a memory at times.
Wait a minute, caller, I have a question. When you say continues on, you have the same dream again, or the dream actually continues where it left off?
Well, what this dream I had in a nightmarish dream is that it happened in a nighttime, and it has to do with things with the Army.
Okay, I repeat, caller. I don't need to know the content of the dream, but does it continue or does it repeat?
It repeats itself over and over and over like a memory.
Okay, now this is very important. The repetition of the dream is one of the ways your subconscious mind, or your soul as we call it, is trying to tell you that you haven't dealt with something. That's the key here. When you resolve something, for example, you're talking about something that happened in the early part of this life. You mentioned the Army. I assume you were in the Army?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, there was something about that dream that you did not deal with, or that is representing something that you didn't deal with, and that's why you're having this little sort of like alarm clock going off. Whatever that is, that needs to be dealt with. Once that is dealt with, you will no longer have those dreams. In my particular specialty, when people come to see me and have past life dreams, some of them are very violent endings. When we go through the experiences and when they learn to raise their soul's energy by what we call cleansing techniques, which they're also partially trained to use via tapes, then they no longer have the dreams, just like Ivy in The Search for Grace. She no longer had the dreams of being murdered once she realized who Johnny was and once she was able to overcome that obsession and that attraction to him. So you need to deal with this, is what I'm saying.
But, Doctor, would this help be like in a aggression sort of hypnosis to bring out what this memory was? Or?
Absolutely. It would help you to find out what it is, but more importantly, interestingly enough, that isn't even that important. What's important here is that this is a little complicated, but your soul's energy where you're functioning right now is compromised, which is why you're vulnerable to those dreams. Once you raise the soul's energy, you don't even have to understand the content. You'll automatically be able to rise above the issue, just like building up your immune system.
I was going to make the same parallel. It's just like the immune system then.
Right, it's exactly the same thing. It's an energy immune system, actually. So, but the point is that in your case, I think because you seem to be more intellectually involved with this and want to know what's going on, the laying this out in an age regression would be a way of having you lay out the complete scenario. Once that's done, you'll never have those dreams again.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Bruce Goldberg. Hello. Where are you calling from, please?
I'm calling from Kenosha, Wisconsin. My name's Renzo.
Yes, sir.
I was wondering, well, I have these dreams, but I wake up, I feel like I had slept, I sleepwalked.
Mm-hmm.
That's how vivid it is.
Right. Do you find yourself actually in different physical positions, like in a different room when you come out of these dreams?
No.
Okay, because you actually can sleepwalk even as an adult. It's rare, but it does happen.
Well, the dream, I come back to the bed, and it's a recurring dream.
But do you have other people where you live that might have testified whether you actually did walk and leave?
No, I don't.
Okay.
All right. I'll add something. Doctor, my younger sister did exactly that when she was young. It was absolutely frightening. She would get up in the middle of the night, and she would walk by the way, whatever she was dressed in.
Right.
She would walk. It was really eerie and really scary.
Right.
And a few times she walked right out of the house and down the street.
But I'll bet she grew out of that as she grew older.
She did, yes.
Right. Now, most people will grow out of it. However, some people have other remnants of that. For example, I used to date this young lady who would call me at 3 o'clock in the morning. Sometimes I was actually up. And she wouldn't have any idea what the call was about. She would talk, and very intelligent. She was very bright. She was very articulate. And she would say, listen, I'll see you tomorrow. And then I would say, gee, how come you called me 3 o'clock? And she goes, I didn't call you at 3 o'clock. I swear I didn't call you. She would swear in the Bible that she didn't call me. And, in fact, she did. So this is a form of an adult form of somnambulism, as they would call it. But basically, these deeper dreams, is there something else you're trying to make out? Obviously, you're having very deep dreams. I don't doubt that. But is there anything else going on that you would know if you slept walk because you would have, like, your feet would be dirty or you'd be cold.
You'd have physical signs.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Let's move on. You're on the air coast to coast with Dr. Bruce Goldberg. Good evening. No, you're not. Let's see. Here.
Lost in a dream.
Yeah, that's Lost in a Dream. Dr. Bruce Goldberg is my guest, and you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, hi. I'd like to know, I always have dreams about God talking to me.
Mm-hmm.
So what is that? It's really God talking to me. So
most likely, it's one of two things. We call this your higher self or your superconscious mind, and the other is what are called masters and guides. Those are the two most likely candidates. The problem is that when you have this higher energy or perfect being, if you will, communicate with you, most people will assume it's either God or Jesus or whatever their belief system is, and usually that's not the case.
It's not?
No.
So isn't we all trying to go up to the highest to get to the heavens? Or?
Right. But the problem is that, you see, unfortunately, I explain this more in my older book, Past Life Visualized, which has a complete dissertation about the different plane concepts. We're on the Earth plane. This is the lowest of 5 planes that make up the karmic cycle. Therefore, the 13th plane is what you would call the God plane or heaven, nirvana, whatever you want to call it. There's no communication between the God plane or manifestations and the Earth plane. All you can get are what's on the lower 5 planes. Now, you can, however, access your higher self, which is you in your perfect form, or you can access a master or guide, which is somebody that you've probably known in past lives who has perfected themselves, but instead of going on to the God plane or the higher planes, has decided to stay around and help you and others to perfect themselves. But there's no real documentation or way we can even metaphysically, let alone scientifically, show that a person is actually contacting God. Their higher self or masters and guides are far more logical.
All right, so we are on the lowest plane. Just as a matter of curiosity, when there is an apparition, when there is a ghost or a spirit, or whatever it is that people call these things that appear, and it appears here on Earth, is it in effect slumming?
Slumming, did you say?
Slumming, yes.
Well, yes. I mean, there are times when, for example, I had a woman I just saw from Northern California who was actually being she was influenced by the spirit of her late husband in a previous life who was actually trying to dominate her and causing her all kinds of problems with her current husband, as well as drinking and all kinds of other things. And all it was an attempt at a past life possession, which, of course, doesn't work very well. But, sure, there are entities that float around. There are no real demons or evil spirits, per se. What there are poltergeists or ghosts or astral bodies, as we call them, that simply have not reincarnated, and they simply hang around. Sometimes they annoy people. Sometimes they just simply are wandering and troubled spirits. But you made a comment before which ties into this, which I want to reinforce again. This is a very serious one. When you said that, I don't know who it was, and I don't really want to know who it was, but that person who said that when you see the white light, go to the darkness,
yes,
that's a real, I mean, if anybody has had that experience, if anybody tells them that, please call me at my 1-800-KARMA-4U number, or 1-800-527-6248. I want to speak to you immediately. That is the worst possible advice anybody could ever give you. The white, it always represents purity. If you look around with rituals and all kinds of techniques, white is white is always pure. Or even white magic, which I really have a problem with anyway, but at least they use the term white in that aspect. But whenever somebody says go to the darkness, boy, that is the worst possibility. When a person has a near-death experience, they will always, almost always anyway, if I remember this, they will always be surrounded by a white light. They will go to a white light, and the white light will be the way, they're sort of like escalator, if you will, to the soul plane before they reincarnate. So white light is very, very
note, I'm glad you told me that, Doctor, because it was me that was told that on the air, and of course, along with everybody else, and it has troubled me for years.
Really? Yeah. Well, it's something that, see, to me, had you not, and I'm glad you brought it up because people actually do that, they give that kind of advice. Usually the person giving that advice either doesn't know anything, or more importantly, is that they're trying to get people into the other aspects, like negative projection techniques, black arts, voodoo, hoodoo, you name it. There are so many problems like that around that I face, because I work with people to deprogram them from these influences. And white is always, you'll never lose with white. When somebody sees an aura, and they see a white, golden, or yellow, or orangey kind of aura, that's positive and pure. When they see a grayish or blackish overtone, that person's in trouble. Usually they're dying, or something is occurring that is not really metaphysically positive here.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Bruce Goldberg. Hi.
Yes, hello.
Hello.
My name is Saul.
All right. Just give us your first name and where you're calling from.
I'm calling from Russell, Illinois.
Yes.
Hi. This is Dr. Goldberg. Can I help you?
Oh, yes. I was wondering, well, you know how all science fact has proven that the Bible basically is wrong?
Well, when you say the Bible is wrong, I don't know what you specifically mean. I mean,
what do you mean, Cole?
Yeah.
Well, people would listen to this show and think that you're evil. They don't. In church, they say that aliens aren't real. They're, et cetera, you know.
Well, you have to understand, to me, I don't like the word wrong here. I prefer that everybody's entitled to their belief system, and the Bible, of course, has made certain predictions which are supposed to occur in the next 4 and 5 years, and those will be either right or wrong, I can tell you that, and I can tell you that they're not going to happen. But basically, you have to determine your own faith. See, the spiritual aspects of metaphysics really fits very nicely in any form of religion, if you want to call it that, if you will. But to me, the point is not what you believe in, not whether you're Jewish, Christian, Buddhist, Islamic, or whatever it is what you do with it. And the do unto others is really a karmic principle, not just a Christian principle. So yes, I don't think it's incompatible with that.
Yes, but Doctor, a lot of Christians out there would say the things you deal with, regressions, progressions, you talk of spirits, you talk of spirit levels, and all of that to the average Christian is evil stuff.
Well, but so did Jesus talk about that, and so did the apostles. I mean, spirits have been around forever, and the idea of Easter coming up, if you will, is nothing but reincarnation. So, I mean, it's a question of, I think, the names that we give it, and maybe I come across, you know me very well, I come across from this from a very scientific perspective.
Yes.
And to me, it's a clinical discipline. So to me, although I do agree and believe in the theory because I've tested clinically myself, however, my bottom line as a therapist in Los Angeles here is that patients come to me because they have real issues, habits, phobias. They're victims of negative projection techniques. They have all kinds of things from sexual dysfunction to various forms of psychosomatic issues. And using these techniques and energy cleansing techniques, which, by the way, are backed by hard science, simply helps them to resolve issues, to grow, to empower themselves, which is my main point here, is having people become independent of drugs and of people like me, even therapists, is to go on with their lives. And to me, hey, if that's evil, then, sign me up for it. I mean,
all right.
It works.
First-time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Bruce Goldberg. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, hello?
Hi there.
I'm sorry. The line is not too great.
Okay, where are you calling from?
Oregon?
Oregon, okay. What is your question?
Last week I had my first regression, and to work on a specific issue.
Mm-hmm.
But instead, I found myself as a light being on Alpha Centauri.
All right.
And I was very surprised about it.
Okay, now you bring up something very, very interesting. In my older book, Past Lives, Future Lives, there's a chapter called Bob and the Light People. What you're describing is what we call a light people regression, in which instead of being in a physical body, you are in pure energy, namely light. This is a very relatively rare occurrence. It's about maybe 3 to 5% of my regressions, and my guess is that the information that you were trying to attain was probably very difficult to get, was it not?
Yes.
Okay, a light people regression is actually a very almost like a sensor type of regression. It's very difficult to get, but this is, you are not paranoid schizophrenic here or psychologically disturbed because of this. If anything, what you're experiencing is potentially a very therapeutic experience. I don't know how experienced the therapist that you were working with was in dealing with light people. This is not something that everybody has in their armamentarium, but it's got tremendous potential. The problem is, when I used to practice dentistry, this would be like taking out an impacted wisdom tooth. It's a very difficult situation to get data from.
All right, I'm sorry, we're very short on time, about 20 seconds. Who are the light people? What are you talking about?
The light people basically are extraterrestrials, if you will, who actually came to the Earth and actually created the karmic cycle. What they did was they inhabited the physical body of man before there was Homo sapiens, and actually did a lot of nasty things which caused them to be trapped in the physical body, namely their energy, and that's why we have a karmic cycle. Alpha Centauri, among others, is considered to be one of the sources.
All right, that's it. We're out of time for this hour. We'll be back with Dr. Bruce Goldberg. Boy, I'm glad I've asked. We'll come back and talk more about the light people in a moment. This is CBC.
This is the CBC Radio Network.
Indeed, it is. Sunday night, Dreamland underway. East of the Rockies only, it's 1-800-825-5033. 1-800-825-5033. Fax from Sam T. I want to comment on this from the doctor. Hi, Art. I had an interesting dream that the doctor may be able to help explain. For many years, I've suffered from migraine headaches. A few months ago, I had a headache that lasted for 2 or 3 days. The pain from this headache was in a small area just above my left eye. My dream was of a shaman. He passed his hands over my face until he found the area that my pain came from. He then pointed to the area, drew his hand back, and thrust his forefinger toward the pain. The finger stopped short of my face, but a great force of energy hit the area of my pain. He repeated it 5 or 6 times. When I awoke, my pain was gone, and I've not had a headache in the area since. The dream was very vivid, and I felt the pain when the energy force hit me. Can the doctor give any insight? That's Ray from Santee. Doctor?
I love that fact. That's great. It just shows the power of the energy that the mind can create. This is what I talked about. If you don't think about earthquakes and negative things, then you don't really make that happen. But if you do start worrying about it, you can create it. What he did was in the dream levels, which is where almost all of the therapy that I train the patients do occurs, there you have your subconscious mind accessing your higher self, or what we call the superconscious mind. There are no defense mechanisms around to annoy it and to waste time and to cause interferences. He can access his masters and guides along with his higher self. That shaman image could have been either a master or a guide or his own higher self, projecting beautiful, perfect, positive energy, a white light kind of energy, not a dark light, at him, and literally raise up his physiology, if you will, by causing a constriction of the blood vessels, which is needed to make the headache literally go away. This is beautiful. In fact, I have a headache tape that my corporation markets, which helps people use these simple techniques to help project that positive energy. And he did it naturally by himself, and I think that is great. That is absolutely perfect. And what he just did was show the principle of empowerment. It's a great fact. I'm glad he got the results. And what he did just there, anyone can do.
Wow. All right. Before we get back to the lines, which we're going to do, I don't want to leave the light people. I want to understand the light people one more time, please.
Okay. Now, the light people, remember, evolutionary-wise, the ultimate evolution of our species or of our being is really pure energy. The physical body is gawky on its best day. So, they say in a couple of hundred years we won't have fingers and toes because of the clothes that we wear and things like that. Well, the light people represent, going back literally a couple of million years ago in regressions that I've done, I've had these light people come up over various periods of time from places like Alpha Centauri and other systems, other galaxies. And what these people were, they were pure energy beings, extraterrestrials, if you will, who had no physical body. They came to the Earth and have been coming many, many times, apparently. And what they did was they decided to play and say, it would be kind of nice to occupy that nice physical body of a human being just to see what it's like. To feel the emotions, to almost like just like anything else, and that is apparently one of the theories that I put forth in Past Lives, Future Lives, in my older book, because I've had a lot of clinical evidence to support that these people they came here and they took over the body, and instead of just playing with it and just experiencing it, they misused the physical body. And that originally is how the karmic cycle was created, apparently. And I've done literally hundreds and hundreds of these light people regressions over the years, since I've done over 30,000 of them. And this material comes up over and over again. The chapter in Past Lives, Future Lives called Bob and the Light People is a perfect example of how that manifested and how this man's energy, frequency, vibrational rate was reduced when he entered the physical body, and how he had to work his way out of it in order to perfect himself, which of course he wasn't when he saw me. And this is an example of light people regressions occur in between 3 to 5% of the regressions. If anybody does this a lot, they're going to have these come up, and this is one of the explanations as the extraterrestrial origin of all of us. So technically, none of us are purebred. We're all extraterrestrial in our energy and our origin.
Oh, all right. When somebody is possessed, you remember Linda Blair?
Mm-hmm. Certainly, the Exorcist and
yeah,
Split Pea Soup.
That's right. But there are real possessions, or what seem to be real possessions.
Right.
What's happening? What is that?
Well, what that is, again, as I mentioned before, let's assume that you are an entity, you die, you clinically die, and instead of reincarnating, maybe you died traumatically, physical illness or a car accident or something like that. So what you're doing is now you're a troubled spirit. You don't want to enter into that white light because, like some people have said before, some people say, oh, the white light's evil. That's dangerous. Satan's behind it,
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like the Saturday Night Live church lady routine here,
Yeah.
Well, what happens here is that so people don't enter the white light, now they hang around as a poltergeist or a troubled spirit, and then they say, I don't really want to be this way. Well, there's a body over there. Maybe it's a loved one. Maybe it's someone they knew. Maybe it just isn't. Maybe you're just in the way. And they simply kind of attach themselves to you just like a parasite would be hooked up into your intestinal tract. And they stay with you until they're exorcised away. Now, exorcism really doesn't work very well, interestingly enough, but superconscious mind taps that I've done with patients, like this woman I described in Northern California who was able to literally exorcise away, if you will, or cleanse away this attachment of a man that she knew in a past life, who, by the way, murdered her and got away with it about 150 years ago. You see, and he was still trying to control her from the proverbial grave. And these possessions are simply entities trying to attach for various reasons, usually not very good ones, but they're not necessarily evil spirits. They're just simply troubled spirits. It's almost like you go to a city and you don't know where you are and you're lost. And instead of just trying to find out where you are, you kind of like prevent other people from getting to work on time.
I've got you. All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Bruce Goldberg. Hi.
Hello. I want to ask a question about Alpha Centauri and the light people, but first I want to find out, since listening to the program Gore and Michael Scallion the other night, how can you not think about earthquakes? It's like saying, don't think about a purple elephant.
It's true.
Well, you can think about it all you want to. I'm just telling you that my patients tell me. I'm not a psychic. I'm a therapist. I get information. I'm like a reporter. My patients tell me that by the end of the century, which is only 5 years away, there will be no major earthquakes in Southern California. I'm talking about Southern California because my patients, although they're international, a lot of my local patients are freaking out when they see those network shows about this, or the Scallion and other kinds of predictions.
So
what I'm just saying is that my patients tell me...
You won't think about it.
My patients tell me that there is not going to be that catastrophe in limit. Yes, there'll be earthquakes, but there won't be the major ones that make Nebraska, the west coast of the United States, that some people perceive. That is not going to happen. I'll tell you right now, I'll stake my reputation on it. And I didn't move to Los Angeles from the East Coast just because I want to be, in the middle of the Pacific Ocean somewhere. So what I'm saying is that you can think of anything you want to, but if you project the positivity and ignore all these doomsayers, it's almost like predicting 7 of the last 3 recessions, Okay. You can always say negative things, but the point is that you're only sending out the wrong kind of energy. It's not going to help you, yet it can harm you by allowing yourself to be part of a negative frequency where these things will occur.
All right, caller, you had a question about the light people?
Yes, it seems like when I was wondering what you thought of Shirley MacLaine's writing. It seems, I think she wrote about light people.
Yes, well, Shirley MacLaine really wrote about, driving in Peru with no hands, too. But Shirley MacLaine brought a lot of people into the field, and I thank her for that. However, her writings really weren't dealing with light people so much as the classic out-of-body experience that she experienced in the Andes in South America. And basically, what she was doing was reporting things that other people have reported, so there really isn't anything new or unusual about Shirley MacLaine's experience, except that it happened to Shirley MacLaine.
But you're not a skeptic about her writing.
I'm not a protagonist about her. She's not a scientist. She's entitled to her opinion. She can write anything she wants to. Basically, her books are nothing more than metaphysical diaries, basically, and she's entitled to it. I mean, she's not Kenneth Ring or Michael Sabom or Ray Moody, I can tell you that. And I don't respect some of the comments that she's made. For example, she once made a comment in a Playboy interview, which I read, which says that the crystals that were the source of energy, by the way, on Atlantis, and I'll agree with that for my regressions, are used on NASA space capsules. Let me tell you something. I work with NASA scientists. Some of them are patients of mine. There are no crystals on our space modules. None whatsoever. So statements like that are incorrect. They make the field, shall we say, laughable, and it does not help the credibility of the field. However, if you look at the good points about what she's done by bringing the numbers of people into the field via, I think the sales of all metaphysical books or New Age books in those days in the early 80s, something like increased by 35% after her bestseller Outer Limb came out. So in that case, God bless her for that. But she's not exactly somebody I refer to when I write a scientific article.
All right, good. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Goldberg. Hello. Turn your radio off, please.
Hi.
Hi, where are you calling from?
Oh, I'm calling from Seattle. My name's Linda.
Hi, Linda.
Hi, Linda.
Hi. I was wondering, in your research, do people in their past lives, do they have different genders, or even like in Hinduism, are they different species?
Well,
is there any learning reason for that?
Okay, I don't regress people to different species. Transmigration, if you're referring to the Tibetan and Hindu aspect, has never been confirmed by me. I've done over 30,000 regressions in over 10,000 patients, and I've never regressed anyone to be a head of lettuce yet. Everybody's always human. Some people are more human than others, however. But what I'm saying is that but they do change sexes, you change races, you change socioeconomic status, you reincarnate and choose the karmic subcycle, if you will, that will help you to manifest your own spiritual growth. That is the only point of being on the earth plane and being in a reincarnated body is spiritual growth. Everything else is secondary or tertiary. So if you have to be black or Asian or white or American Indian or South American Indian, whatever you have to be is what you'll be, and that's what you will choose the framework. However, you always have free will, and therefore you can make poor choices, which unfortunately a lot of people do, and that's why they run into the karmic problems that they do and have the proverbial karmic egg on their faces sometimes, the actions that they do.
All right, good. West of the Rockies, you're on with Dr. Bruce Goldberg. Hi.
Hi, this is Tim calling from Portland, Oregon.
Hi, Tim.
Hi, Tim.
And I guess we're having the worst snow in 25 years here today. So.
Wow.
But which isn't much for a lot of the part of the country, but Northwest we don't get a lot.
It keeps you listening to the radio, however.
Yes, at home warm and listening to the radio.
What's your question, Tim?
I've got two things. One is how do I find a good person in the area for regression, and the second is. Sometimes I'll be asleep and I'll just wake up, like bolt upright, and just wondering what causes that.
Well, okay, let me answer the first one first. I can't make referrals. There are a couple of pages in the back of my new book, The Search for Grace, as well as Past Lives, Future Lives, which give some recommendations. I can give you some more material if you contact my 1-800-KARMA-4U or 1-800-527-6248 number. My staff will be happy to send you information which will make your choice a little bit easier by giving you some background.
All right, listen, you hold it. Oh. You're so good at talking 100 miles an hour, you've got to slow down for phone numbers. So do it.
527-6248. All right?
That's good.
Now, what that will do is that will give you a little background. I'll send you out a packet which will tell you some of the things, a little bit about the field, and what you would do is take that information, read it over, and then you quiz anybody who alleges themselves to be a past life therapist. If they don't know that material, if they don't know the basics, then you don't want to be there.
Okay.
You always want to work with somebody who knows more than you, in the field. As far as waking up bolt upright, that is most likely from a dream, which is, again, can have fantasy components, or it could actually be an actual past life death of yours that you could be reviewing, or it could be simply you returning from the out-of-body experience that all dreams are. When you return from an out-of-body experience, it's almost like parachuting. And sometimes you land on your butt, and sometimes you roll over and land like you're supposed to.
So sort of whoosh, I'm back.
Right, whoosh you're back, and sometimes wish I wasn't back.
Cute. East of the Rockies, you're on with Dr. Goldberg. Hi.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Hi, where are you?
This is Jim in St. Louis.
Yes, Jim.
Dr. Goldberg, what can you tell us about your patients' progressions and their what do they know about the day when we will finally be confronted with, these non-human intelligence that, have been visiting us for so long, and where exactly our place in the universe?
You're talking about the extraterrestrial contact, then?
Yeah.
Right. Well, basically, if you're looking for the extraterrestrials to hold a press conference at the UN very quickly, it's not going to happen. It's about the 24th century when the extraterrestrials make the regular contact that will make them a part of our society.
How do you know that?
Well, because that's what patients tell me. I mean, in Past Life, Future Lives, I document about the next 500 years. And in the 24th century, apparently, it becomes more of what you might see on old Twilight episodes to the degree that they become literally a part of our society. We make a lot of travels to other planets. We have exchanges, scientific exchanges. We do all kinds of things that are become more of a regular basis. But the contacts, we're still going to have many contacts, as we do now occasionally, but they're not going to be the regularity. It's still going to be the people that think of it as fringy, or the scientists or the government trying to repress the information, the usual things that the Pentagon types do, but you're not going to have the regular contact until the 24th century.
Do you believe that our government now knows they exist?
Oh, absolutely. Are you kidding? I mean, if the incidents in New Mexico don't scare people, or in Area 51, or the government cover-ups and the Roswell incident, and I mean, this is it almost makes me ashamed to be an American, and I'm very patriotic. I work with people who retired from the government, of course. I don't work with active agents, but I work with people who've been involved in it. Let me tell you something. The government has so many things that they could tell and will not, because they're afraid of a panic, which I think right now is about non-existent.
Well, I'll give you this, Doctor. If our government was able to keep secret the fact that they fed radiation in milk to 6-year-old children, they could certainly keep the others secret.
Oh, surely. Well, they could always simply, what they've done is they could simply just do what they did. I'll tell you one thing, the government was very bright. I mean, I'm not very ethical, but very bright. What they did was they fed the news releases to the media and encouraged Hollywood with the 50s movies, the old Space Brothers routine, because they figured the more they make fun of it via Hollywood, the more money is made off of it, the less people are going to take it seriously. And in fact, they were correct. Now, of course, they lost, because now there's so much evidence cropping up, and Linda Howe's reports and others, and the idea of things surfacing in people's experiences. When you have ex-presidents who talk about their UFO experiences, what do you do now? Did you say it was all swamp gas in Atlanta? I mean, you can't keep the old scams going anymore. So now people are getting a lot more sophisticated, and there are simply too many cases and too much evidence piling up. But again, apparently our society isn't ready for it.
You sound a lot more sure these days to me of this sort of thing than you were when I first began interviewing you long ago, Doctor. Is that true?
Well, I mean, it's only been a couple of years, a year and a half or so, but I'm just starting to see, as far as, I don't have any doubt. I've never doubted the extraterrestrial contact, if you will, because of my work going back over 20 years, and I have cases of extraterrestrial contact going back about 17 or 18 years ago. What I have been more acquainted with some of my more recent patients have been simply the extent of the government cover-up.
All right, we got to hold it right there. Hold it right there. Dr. Bruce Goldberg is my guest. This is CBC.
Now with your calls to Dreamland with Art Bell from the Kingdom of Nye.
We do. I'm Art Bell. I want to remind everybody trying to get hold of the scallion tape. It's been irreversibly busy at the phone number that we've been giving you. I will continue to give you this number. If you cannot get through tonight, by all means, during business hours tomorrow, we're going to staff the phones with people, and you should be able to get through. So begin trying during business hours tomorrow at 1-800-917-4278. That's 1-800-917-4278. At that number, you can also get copies of this program and any guest interview we've done on Coast. We'll get to yet another very interesting facts in just a moment. All right, about 3 years ago, my mother died. Shortly after I had an awake experience. That's awake. I dreamt that she was sitting on a bed at my father's house. All my family members walked past her, but I stopped. I could even smell like fresh flowers. I could smell her like fresh flowers. I had such a calm feeling over me. All she did was project into me that she was okay and that my future was going to be fine and not to worry. She really impressed me with the fact that everything was going to be fine. I have since then sensed her presence near or about me on several occasions. Doctor?
What you're getting is your mother, your late mother, was trying to tell you that she is okay on the other side, and she was trying to see people when they cross into spirit, they tend to make contacts with people they felt the closest to, and or let's just say a very strong bond. And what she was just trying to show you is that there is life after death. It's nothing to fear. And she was also trying to give you a little precognitive data about your future, as well as to have you say really basically is like, please don't worry about me, don't bereave of me, go on with your life, and you have a bright life in front of you.
What do your colleagues, a lot of them, think about your view on all of this?
Well, you know, my colleagues, interesting enough, a lot of my patient referrals come from my colleagues. So I have psychiatrists, psychologists, MFCC, social workers who refer to me. The ones that may not agree with me or don't have my experience and deal with more conventional methods, if you will, they know me well enough to know that they may not agree with me, but they don't doubt my psychological stability or my approach towards it. They just may not agree with me, just like they have a First Amendment right and a right to have a different opinion.
There is, however, a lot more building respect for people now in your field than there used to be, isn't there?
Oh, sure. Well, you have you have people like Ray Moody and John Mack who are physicians. Oh, yes. You have myself. You have Kenneth Ring, a psychologist at the University of Connecticut. You have people, the Elizabeth Kubler-Rosses, and you have many people with real degrees and a lot to lose. See, we have a lot to lose if we're doing something strange. With all due respect to people like the Shirley MacLaines or other actresses who write books, they don't really have a tremendous amount to lose when it comes to licenses and the practices and things like that, whereas we as professionals do. More importantly, what's really important on my level here, I feel, is not just my own credibility and my colleagues, which is very high, thank goodness, but more importantly, the scientific backup of what we're dealing with is very important. In the field of psychotherapy, I was at a psychology meeting, and one of my colleagues who was very conventional, very, very conservative, and very anti what I do, he says, I don't really like what you do, and I don't believe it. And I said, well, you're entitled to your opinion, but, you must understand that out of all the 250-plus divisions of the American Psychological Association, the only division that's backed by a hard science is this field. Quantum physics, as hard as it is for people to understand, is a hard science, and that's what demonstrates the space-time continuum, the parallel universes, and all aspects of going back and forward in time.
Yes, but Doctor, there was a day not very long ago when somebody like you would have been professionally burned at the stake.
Oh, sure. Sure, that would have been about 30 or 40 years ago.
That's right. Not that long ago, really.
Not that long ago. Well, but basically, you're right. That's why cases like the Bridie Murphy case when it came out in '56 with Maury Bernstein, of course, he was a businessman, but there were people who were around that who were doing that, medical people who were trying to, being right into the corner when that case came out because they didn't want to be associated with it. But now, of course, things have changed. There is a field, just to show you the scientific credentials here, not only does the American Psychological Association have Code 270, which is parapsychology, but the most respected organization in the world for science has got to be the American Association for the Advancement of Science in Washington, D.C.
Yes.
And guess what? December 1969, over 25 years ago, they inducted into their brethren the field of parapsychology. It's been there. It's not been removed. It's respected. Duke University goes back to the early 1920s with its research. It is a hard science, mathematically based. In fact, it's more solid. Most of psychology, if you will, or therapy, is really in the same category as astrology as far as being a pseudoscience.
All right, we've got a lot of calls. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Goldberg. Hi.
Hi.
Where are you?
San Diego.
All right.
Okay.
Yes.
Hi, Wes.
Excuse me?
How you doing, Wes? Is your name Wes?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, good.
Okay.
Well, what's your question?
In your words, how would you define God?
Well, God is really the energy level that is really perfect, and we are striving to do that. We have a remnant of the God's energy. I describe God as an energy force, not as a man with a beard and a white cane. But the energy force that we have that represents our higher self or superconscious mind is actually a remnant of the God energy that we came from and will eventually go back to. So you see, this is very compatible with with just about every religious system I've ever studied. The only difference is the names and mechanism are changed to protect the innocent. But basically, God is nothing but the perfect energy that you will eventually reunite with, and actually have nightly reunitings with them, because when you go into your dream level, you do access your higher self, whether you know it or not.
But why do we leave him to begin with?
Why do we need it, you mean?
No, why do we leave him to begin with?
Well, I mean, the reason is very simply, I described before about the extraterrestrial concept, about the idea of these light people playing around with human bodies. Unfortunately, human nature, being what it is, has a tendency to kind of like do things that it's not supposed to do. And if you look around with the pollution of the environment and all kinds of medical things and using drugs, abusing drugs, we simply have a tendency to kind of like go astray.
All right, put another way, a short way, free will.
Free will is or the defense mechanisms, as we say therapeutically, is the reason why we are in the, as they used to say in Laurel and Hardy, what another fine mess you've gotten me into.
There you go. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Goldberg. Hi.
Hi, Art.
Hi, turn your radio off.
Okay.
Where are you calling from?
Granite City, Illinois.
Excellent.
I have a question. I've had this same dream, I guess, for about 8 years. I have it once a year. And it's this house that I go into, and it's got like 3 levels. Well, I guess probably for about 5 years the house is always real dark. There's no electricity. And then there's this passageway that you could crawl through, but I've always been too afraid to crawl through it. Mm-hmm. Well, then the last, I guess about 3 years ago, I did crawl through it. Well, there's always someone with me.
Yeah.
Well, I had it, I guess, about 2 months ago, and the dream was totally changed to where the house, it had electricity on, and it was being remodeled.
Mm-hmm.
And it was all, like the house was all cleaned and everything was new. Well, I had like this girl was with me, taking me through the house, and the passageway was opened and it became a hallway.
All right, so now things have changed. Now, did your life change? Was there some major issue that you were dealing with in your life that coincided with this dream opening up now?
I'm more spiritual.
Well, that could be part of it, because you see, when you have a repeated dream, even if it's annual, I don't know whether it was the same time of the year that you got this dream, but this means that you're not getting something and your higher self is trying to communicate with you. If you become more spiritual and become more, which is the point of being on the earth plane anyway, if you do that, now you're starting to get it. And if you get it, your dream now opens up just like the house becomes lit. And just because now you become more aware and enlightened, if you will, that's what you're doing in your life right now with the spiritual acclamation that you're making. So basically what you're doing is you got it, as they used to say.
All right, very good. I have an annual nightmare, Doctor. It occurs right around April 15th every year.
You and Leona Helmsley have the same nightmare.
On the wild card line, you're on the air with Dr. Bruce Goldberg.
Hi, how you doing? This is Mark in California.
Yes, Mark.
Yeah, he gave his explanation of God. What's his explanation of the devil?
All right.
Well, the devil really, we don't really have any evidence of a devil other than certain reports and things of theological nature. Basically, what the devil could represent is the negative thoughts people have when they read too many newspaper articles that are negative, or when they watch the 11 o'clock news too many times, or just listen to the naysayers that say the world's going to end and the sky's going to fall and all that kind of stuff. The devil really doesn't exist. The God concept does exist as perfect energy, but I'm not a believer in the demonic aspects or the devil. I've never seen it. even the attached entities that I work with my patients who've, not been very nice to them, but they haven't made them split pea soup, and they haven't taken their soul away, and they haven't put them into some dungeon of hell for eternity. I have not seen any evidence of that. So to me, the devil is just in your mind if you allow it to be, or if you happen to watch old Flip Wilson TV shows.
All right. What about talk radio, Doctor? Now, you didn't mention that, but I'll mention it. Talk radio concentrates mainly on the negative because we concentrate on the news. And if you read the news is mainly negative, and we talk about these things.
Right. Well, then
is it demonic?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say it's demonic. I don't think the news is trying to say take your firstborn and slit its throat, things like that. But don't forget, the people who write the news, if you reported the news, or not you, meaning specifically personally you, but if the news was presented with a more, shall we say, equal time of positivity to negativity, then I think that would affect a lot of people. There was a recent psychological study that showed that people who did not read the paper and watch the 11 o'clock news
are better
had
off.
about 35% improvement in neurotic levels.
I believe it. Unfortunately, positive things really are not news. With rare exceptions, positive things are not news.
Well, basically, nobody wants to read about how somebody had a good day or somebody didn't kill themselves on the way home from work. You're
That's
right.
So then we crave the negative.
Right, but then again, I guess what I'm saying is that we do crave the negative, and that, of course, represents television ratings and newspaper sales and things like that. But you see, I think it's because society has been programmed for negativity. You see, society, by definition, has literally not empowered people, but made them codependent. That's the big evil word here. And the codependency, when people need, why do people need to go to a therapist every week? They don't. Why do they have to go to a chiropractor to get their back straightened out every week? They don't. Why do they have to have Coca-Cola or coffee every day, or cocaine, or any other drug they're using? They don't. But if they're convinced that they do, and they become codependent, then that codependency marries itself to things like negative news.
Fine, but the question is, which drives which? I could do a 1-hour program weekly on nothing but good news. It would have, according to the ratings, about 2 listeners. So, in other words, we don't do things like that. The media does, what people want.
Well, but don't forget, right now we're doing a talk show. This is Dreamland. The topic and the theme for the show tonight has been very, I think, uplifting. This hasn't been a negative. This hasn't been a gloom and doom show. If anything,
I agree.
I'm representing the opposite of the scallions and the other predictors. I'm representing the opposite here by saying that I will stake my reputation. I've said on national TV and radio before that you're not going to have these gloom and doom predictions that people are starting to brainwash the public with.
Well, but I mean, what do you have to lose? If L.A. is obliterated, you're off the hook anyway.
Number one, my reputation, but also I have to lose the credibility of the field as well as a home and a couple of dogs and myself.
Oh, of course. Oh, I understand. All right.
But what I'm saying is that my point here is that here you've done 3 hours of a show that's been, if anything, uplifting. And of course, maybe you can't do this on your overnight show every week or every weekday night. But my point is that I think that if the public, just like if you market something in a certain way, you can literally change the public's taste by marketing things in a certain way. I think if the media was presented in a little bit different capacity, rather than my cup is half empty or not even a drop in there, I think people would be a lot happier. And I think that it may take a while, just like it takes a while for certain networks to beat their competition in the ratings and become the number 1 network after a while. But then again, in the 70s, who ever thought that ABC would be the number 1 network in the mid-70s? I mean, things can happen.
All right, things happen. That's right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Goldberg. Hi.
Good evening, Art.
Good evening.
Yes, Dr. Goldberg.
Yes, hello.
Yes, my name is Todd, and I'm calling from Mansfield, Ohio.
Okay.
And in talking about dreams, there was one, though, that had occurred to me, though, as a matter of fact, just this past January, though, and I've been trying to get it figured out, though, for some time. And what it is, it's not just, bits and pieces, though. To me, though, it seemed as though it was just the continuing story.
Well, is this a repeated story or a segment after a segment after a segment here?
Well, actually, let me go into it, though, with you. Basically, what it is all I can say, though, is it was started out with my watching a musical group perform live, though, that I knew from back in the late 60s.
All right.
And then it shifts to where they have finished performing, though, and one of the members comes down, and just by coincidence, I remember this person dying a few years ago anyway, or quite a few years ago.
Did they die in the dream?
No.
Okay.
But what happened was they, they come down and sit near where I'm sitting, though, and we get into a conversation, and I talk with this woman, though, and I ask her if she, I say, well, didn't you die, though? And she says, no, I haven't died, though. I've just been out of the spotlight for some time.
All right. Well, this person is obviously trying to communicate with you, all right? Is there some sort of message that she's trying to impart upon you other than the fact that she's not dead?
Well, I don't know, because the thing of it is I've never even met this person, though. That's
you haven't met this person?
No, I've never met this person. And then
how do you know she died then?
Huh?
How do you know she's dead then?
Because of news reports and that, though. I mean, from what I understand, she died back in the 70s.
Oh, this is a famous person, though, or a person?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I follow you. All right. Well, this person apparently is trying to communicate with you. Why, I don't know yet, but is there some sort of an ending to this where something has happened recently that has changed this or completed this stream?
Well, the only thing I know is that something compelled me later that day to have played on a local radio station that is nearby where I live, though, to a sawmill that was by this group.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know why, though, but something just compelled me to.
Well,
have
this
it played
is like a medium of communication. Apparently, I think what you're having here is a little bit different than your usual dream. I think this person is actually quite possibly trying to communicate with you. What I can suggest, there's an out-of-body experience tape that if you call my 1-800-527-6248 number.
Slower.
Okay, 1-800-527-6248. If you call that number, I'll send you information about both my books, Past Lives, Future Lives, and The Search for Grace, but also there's an out-of-body experience tape which will help you not only to facilitate your own out-of-body experiences, but this, along with the superconscious mind tape, can help you to access and to communicate on a two-way level with this probably departed spirit. I mean, this is a woman who actually clinically died a few years ago, or back in the 70s, I think you said, that you can actually communicate. I think this has got a lot of positivity for you here. I don't want you to be afraid of this at all.
All right, look, we're about out of time. Let me just ask you this.
Sure.
Bruce, what's next? What are you going to do? You going to write another book, do more television, another movie?
I'm actually developing a television series right now.
A series?
A reality show based on this work. And I'll be doing more lectures, and I'll be continuing with my patients and doing more television, radio interviews, and writing more scientific articles, as well as I don't have plans for another book right now. My new book just came out. The Search for Grace just came out in October, actually. But I will definitely keep you posted about what I do, as you know. And I keep on, you might say, business as usual, except on a higher spiritual level.
And be assured, we will have you back on Dreamland again.
I always love reincarnating with you, Art.
Doctor, thank you.
My pleasure.
Take care, Dr. Bruce Goldberg. And indeed, it was a pleasure to have him on Dreamland this evening. All right, we're out of time. I'm sorry, that's it. We are controlled by the clock. I do want to say this. If you're trying to get the Scallion tape, which 1 trillion people are trying to do, and you can't get through tonight, call beginning tomorrow during normal business hours, 1-800-917-4278. On behalf of everybody, and there are many, who make Dreamland possible, I'm Art Bell. Thank you. Good night.
Put in a box. Things seen at the edge of vision, awakening a part of the mind as yet not mapped, and yet things every bit as real as the air we breathe but don't see. This is Dreamland.
It absolutely is. Sunday evening and another Dreamland. Hi, everybody. I'm Art Bell. Good to be here. As usual, Linda Howe will be here from Philadelphia. And following Linda Howe this evening, we're going to enter the world of Tesla. Now, this is something that we have never explored before, and I know not what awaits. We have never really looked into Mr. Tesla. I know there are a lot of rumors, maybe even myth about Tesla and Nikola Tesla, and we're going to try and find out tonight what the truth really is. Our guest is going to be J.W. McGinnis. He heads the International Tesla Society in Colorado Springs, Colorado. He ought to be a guy who would know. So we'll get to all of that in just a moment. I've got a letter from a listener that might be of some interest to a number of people. Some people that have seen these triangular craft or other types are suspecting there might be some kind of military surveillance technology. These folks could be right on in guessing about this possible new technology. These people felt these craft were somehow scanning houses and buildings in their neighborhood, searching for something. Well, the craft have been seen shooting beams down on the roofs of houses and a mist arising from the roofs where the beams cut the roof. Triangle craft, and reported from about 46 now, per the UFO reporting center in Seattle. One theory is they are using some kind of microwave device to look into the houses and search for weapons. The disarming of America syndrome. Well, guess what I just read in the Sunday paper? You guessed it. New radar device puts micro power to work for future. It sounds like science fiction, but it's 21st century reality. Tom McEwen, a nuclear engineer at Lawrence Livermore Labs, has invented a radar that will make the detecting system an everyday part of life. The patented hand-sized radar, which emits microwaves that can penetrate anything but metal, is safe and inexpensive. His invention, Micro Power Impulse Radar, is unlike any other radar now being used and vastly different from radar used to detect aircraft. The new radar is distinctive because it can display an accurate three-dimensional image on a screen. Wow. It is sophisticated enough to detect a hidden terrorist breathing on the other side of a wall. The radar operates at a level of emissions no more dangerous than that of a cellular telephone. The detector can also be used for finding metal pipes and wiring in walls, and a commercial version for contractors is going to be available as early as August and priced about $100. So, this radar can literally see into buildings, could be used to find metal objects like guns, hand grenades, and so forth, and tell how many people are in a house and exactly where they are in relation to the weapons. Nifty little device for the military, police, or criminals. This is just now going public, so you can bet the military and the intelligence community had first dibs on developing some new toys with this awesome new technology. And that came to me across the Internet, so there you've got it. In a moment, Linda Howe. Weeks 3 now. To Linda Howe, back in Philadelphia. Linda, good evening.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
I was really interested in your report about the issue of triangular craft putting beams down in 40-some states reported.
Yes.
Because in the Greensburg Tribune Review reported yesterday that on Friday, this most immediate Friday, at approximately 1:45 in the afternoon, 2 people saw strange floating objects over Jeanette, Pennsylvania. And one man named Philip Solomon said that at first I thought someone was flying kites because they looked sort of triangular. But when I got a better look, you could tell that they were not kites. Solomon said the objects appeared to be white and floated above the clouds, which is probably rather high. And at the same time, he saw hundreds of confetti-like objects floating around the triangular-shaped objects. This is over in western Pennsylvania. Margaret Cugino, also living in that area, watched the objects for about 5 minutes and said, quote, "They zipped up, down, sideways. I don't know what in the devil they were," unquote. Pennsylvania UFO investigator Stan Gordon said that the night before, which was last Thursday on March 2nd, several southwestern Pennsylvania television stations and emergency centers were deluged with calls from people reporting weird light beams between 8 and 11:15 p.m. coming down to the ground over a 5-county area. And since my report about CIA development of a technology to affect the retina of the eye so that aerial craft will appear invisible, I have heard from several people with more information about either disappearing helicopters, which I will have some more reports on in the future, or objects that change shape suddenly in the sky. One is a Dreamland listener named Tina Hofflander of Reno, Nevada. On January 6th this year at 2 o'clock in the morning at a location southeast of Doyle, California, in the mountains below Eagles Peak, she suddenly awoke. She told me what happened, and again, it involves a change to a triangle, and here she is now.
Tina of Reno.
And I looked out, and I saw what appeared to be a window in a home, a large bay window with red and green twinkly Christmas tree lights surrounding it.
Mm-hmm.
And I looked again because where this was, there is no house there, and especially not up in the air.
Mm-hmm.
It was about a mile away, and I stood just absolutely transfixed, and neither one of my pups were disturbed. And I thought, well, this is really, maybe it's some kind of an optical illusion. So I stepped out on my front porch, and I looked again. These lights were very stable. It did not move. Yet within the blink of an eye, it went from green and red to a solid white color and into a horizontal triangle.
I have your good drawing from your letter, and for listeners, you've got a rectangle that has those red and green lights around it, and then if people could imagine taking a triangle and lying it on its side, that would be what it transformed into, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Exactly. And the thing that amazed me is that I had no fear whatsoever. Neither one of my dogs were concerned about it, and it did not make a sound, nor did it move. Like I said, it went from the Christmas tree lights going clockwise to this solid white light and changed shape.
Right.
And whatever's going on in these mountains, I think they are interested in. I was informed that there is a military base in this area. I do not know the name, but there's an old ammunition dump that supposedly the military is destroying this old ammunition.
Mm-hmm.
And there are times that you can hear this, the bang or the boom of exploding ammunition. But here lately there have been a lot of movement with helicopters. They have no markings. They have no numbers on them. And they kind of go back and forth across this one mountain range, and there's absolutely no reason for them to be here. One person said they thought they were logging, but all they're doing is trailing this, like a cable, a very long cable. There was a large one and a small one, but not at any time in 2 months did I see any logs or anything else. So, I'll tell you something that's really strange, Linda, is that after all of a sudden, for 2 solid months, there was it's like a Huey, the double-bladed helicopter, the large one,
right,
and it was painted red and white. There were no markings on it whatsoever. I have a pair of binoculars because I'm always looking for the wildlife, and then there was a smaller helicopter. Same color, both were constantly going back and forth, trailing these cables. And
now, when you say trailing, were they actually hanging in the air, or were they sort of floating in the air behind the helicopter?
They were coming out of the bottom of the helicopters, probably at least, I'd say, 200 feet of cable dangling behind these helicopters, but they were attached to the choppers themselves. But immediately after these helicopters stopped coming around, there were 2 green Huey helicopters, as the military would use, no serial numbers. I only saw them one time. They went over the mountain where these other 2 helicopters had been going, and 2 days after that, there were 2 jet fighters that flew through this valley, and there has been no activity since.
In that area, Art, where she has been seeing this combination of this strange light transformation activity from the rectangle to the triangle, and then followed by this military activity, is in the Eagles Peak area which is directly east of Pyramid Lake, Nevada, and not too far south from the Alturas, California area and via Nevada, where I've reported this past year about many strange triangle-shaped and disc-shaped objects that have been sighted.
Boy, Linda, it was my one great sighting. I saw that triangle craft before I began hearing a lot of triangle reports, and now every other UFO report these days involves a triangle.
Right, and I have that case that I reported on that went back to the early 70s of a triangle that the man estimated had to have been longer than a football field that was moving rapidly over that remote mountain area. And the issue of whether we're dealing with United States government technology or a non-human intelligence technology or U.S. government technology based on some sort of alien technology is probably one of the bigger questions right now.
Well, it is. I saw the thing myself close in, Linda, and I couldn't answer that question myself. There'd be no way. I was left wondering exactly the same thing.
Well, if there's anybody listening who has any information confidentially or on the record, I would appreciate it if they would get a hold of me, and I would like to give my address and my fax number, and I apologize to many people last week. I gave out the wrong number for my fax number, and I apologize for the frustration. I will make sure that you have the right fax number right now. It is area code 215-491-9842. That's my fax number, 215-491-9842. And
should I ask what number you don't give the number you did give out, but
right.
What was it, yours or somebody else's?
No, it was an office number.
I see.
But there were many people trying to dial faxes, and I felt badly that I had personally scrambled the number.
Oh, okay.
And the address is Post Office Box 538 in Huntingdon Valley, Pennsylvania, and the zip code is 19006. I have gotten some extraordinarily interesting information, Art, concerning this whole issue of disappearing helicopters, and I will continue to follow up and try to learn more and keep reporting as I can learn, and hopefully you and I can continue to exchange information on these triangles and the beams. It's quite interesting that this is now suddenly being reported such a broad region of the United States.
Yes. Wonderful. Thank you, Linda, and we'll look for you next week in Philadelphia or somewhere else.
I should be here in Philly.
All right, excellent. Thank you, Linda.
Thank you, Art.
That's Linda Howe, and triangle craft. That, as you know, ladies and gentlemen, was my one big sighting. I saw one of those. So when people talk about triangle craft, it definitely gets my attention, and that now is going, I would guess, on about a year and a half, something like that ago. All right, in just a moment, coming up, Mr. J.W. McGinnis, who is the president of the International Tesla Society, and I'm very much looking forward to this because I don't know a lot about Nikola Tesla, so we're going to find out together about both Mr. Tesla and Mr. McGinnis. Fine. All right, we've only got, as we usually do, a few moments before the bottom of the hour. But I don't have a lot of information on Mr. J.W. McGinnis, so first of all, let us say good evening, sir. Are you there?
Yes, I am, Art, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to be on your show.
Well, I did so as a result of a letter you sent suggesting the audience might want to know about Nikola Tesla, and I certainly agree, and that's why we have you on. But I don't know a lot about you personally, Mr. McGinnis, and perhaps you could tell the audience in a couple of minutes here who you are and why you're doing what you're doing.
Okay, well, Art, I had my formal training in radio engineering, and I grew up in Minnesota. I lived in the St. Paul area. I later moved from Minnesota down to Iowa. Had lived in Nebraska for some time. Had also spent some time on the East Coast. And finally settled down in the Colorado area. This is after, searching about different areas of the country where I thought I might want to live.
Sure.
I finally found this area, and I was just really sold on it. Since I've been here, I've worked as a national sales manager for a computer company out of Palo Alto, California. And then following that, after working there for about approximately 1 year, I had a kind of a family tragedy. I lost my daughter in just a terrible automobile accident. And I knew then that I wasn't really happy with what I was doing or where I was going. And I was looking for something else, something that would, where I could, feel proud of what I was doing.
Yes.
So I became acquainted with the International Tesla Society. At that time, they were in their, it was their third or fourth year after being founded in 1984. And I came along in 87 and then became president in 88. I like this organization because it's basically a volunteer type of organization. It was originally composed largely of engineers and physicists and other people that were in the scientific field.
All right, we're going to have to break it off there, and we'll pick it up right on the other side of the bottom of the hour. J.W. McGinnis is my guest. He's president of the International Tesla Society. Also a notable birthday. It's Michelangelo's birthday tomorrow, which means if you've got a computer infected with a Michelangelo virus, you're in trouble. Check it out tonight.
From the Kingdom of Nye, you're hearing Dreamland with Art Bell. To participate in the program, call toll-free 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-8255. First-time callers, area code 702-727-1222. Or the wildcard line at 702-727-1295. This is the CBC Radio Network.
It is indeed. Two other numbers for you. One is the East of the Rockies number when we get to it here, which is 1-800-825-5033. 1-800-825-5033. And my fax number, if you would like to fax in a question related to Tesla, the number is area code 702-727-8499. That's my fax number, area code 702-727-8499. And now, J.W. McGinnis, once again. Oh, wait a minute. We'll put you over here, Mr. McGinnis. There we are. Mr. McGinnis, you're back on the air again.
Okay. In a quick summary, our organization was founded 10 years ago with the focus on bringing some recognition to Tesla in areas where he's not given the true credit that he deserves. And as we as an organization grew, with a lot of help from our volunteers who just seem to come to the plate all the time, we decided to expand ourselves and start publishing a magazine, and then to go further and open up a bookstore where people could get the materials that you just can't normally get through normal channels when you reach out to get books, especially those books that would fall into what we would call the scientific field. Although the bookstore now carries hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of titles, we do have one of the best selections of scientific material that you can find anywhere. This has helped produce a revenue stream for our organization, which has clawed out a name for itself over these past 10 years, and we've reached a stage now where we are the world's fastest-growing science interest organization. And by that, what I'm talking about is an organization that's dedicated to science, not necessarily Tesla science alone, but in all fields of science, be it in medicine or transportation or the environment. We felt the true issues were not being expressed and that the truth was not forthcoming from our government and from many of the agencies that our government runs.
Okay. Let's focus on Nikola Tesla for now, if we could, and we'll get to the rest of this. First of all, who was Nikola Tesla?
Well, first off, and I always get questions about this, his lineage is always questioned. Was he Croatian or was he Serbian? The man was a Serbian. His father was a Serbian priest. His mother was a Serbian woman. Her name was Mandic. And these are facts. However, those people that are Croatian can claim him, because in the village in which he was born, in Simlja, in an area that at the time was known as the Austro-Hungarian Empire, when it later became a federation that was known as Yugoslavia, the area where Tesla was born did indeed wind up into the geographical bounds of Croatia. It's enormously important that people know that Tesla is beloved by everybody in that part of the world. And it's surprising, excuse me, it's surprising sometimes when we see all of these violent outbreaks taking place from a land that produced such a great inventor and great humanitarian as Nikola Tesla.
All right. Well, they're fighting about everything else, so why not that?
Yeah.
All right. Well, so then, how did all this begin with Tesla? I mean, what kind of a childhood did he have that led him into this this later career?
Well, he had a very auspicious childhood. He had a childhood in which he learned how to invent. He learned how to envision. And he got a lot of his creativity from his mother, who was an inventor herself. And back in that day of the early and mid-1800s, women had a very severe time. Their tasks were very hard and so forth. And Tesla's mother was a person who was very clever, that found neat ways in which women could deal with some of the heavier loads of the time, like filling all the kerosene lamps and the stoves and so forth.
The old expression, necessity being the mother of invention, I think, right?
Right. And being a woman of great craft herself, she notices Tesla as he's at a very young age. He developed what was to become later known as his bladeless pump. This was at a time when Tesla was but 5 years old and had designed a device that would spin in water. Certainly, most children at one time or another, you'll build these little paddle wheel devices. You'll put them into water with the hopes of it spinning up. It never does. And it doesn't for a fact of what we call saturating the buckets. Well, with this device that Tesla had, he lowered it down into the water with just a flat piece of wood in a cylindrical shape. It was on an axis, and it spun up right away. His mother was right on the spot. She saw what he did, and, I mean, she hailed it right off because she knew herself that nobody had ever done this before. And this was when he was 5 years old. With the encouragement that she gave him, he became the greatest inventor the world has ever seen.
So that's how it began. There's a lot of myth, I think, around Nikola Tesla. I will have people that will call my shows all the time, Mr. McGinnis, and they will say, Tesla did this or did that, attributing incredible things to him.
Yes.
What in fact is true about Nikola Tesla? They will say, for example, he invented a way that everybody in the world could receive electrical power through the air.
Well, there's two different schools of thoughts on that, and he had two distinct different ways of transmitting this electricity, not necessarily through the air all the time, but through the earth itself.
All right.
The earth can become a superconductive property quite easily.
How?
Well, as an example, let me first say that copper is a good conductor, Art.
Oh, yes, it is.
But it does have its fallacies, and one of them is that any time you drop too much voltage onto it, it's going to reach a state that we call saturation. It just won't carry anymore.
Right.
All right, well, we have a big business worldwide, and it's the silicon chip industry. Now, what makes silicon chips so valuable? Art, one of the main things is this. The more voltage I drop on to that silicon chip, the more conductive it becomes. Did you hear that? It becomes more conductive.
More conductive, yes.
Okay. Now, the Earth itself is comprised of about 98% silica. So the Earth itself becomes a very, very highly conductive medium, far more than what copper is itself. And when we would start to exchange these large volumes of electricity that Tesla had talked about, you would be having electricity transported very, very economically right through the Earth's crust itself.
Through the Earth? Well, you're suggesting it would be an efficient...
it would be superconductive.
How can you demonstrate that?
Well, he demonstrated it here in Colorado Springs way back in 1900. And what he had constructed here was a laboratory, and at the focus of this laboratory was his magnifying transmitter. This was a device that could deliver an immense amount of electricity at any one given spot. Mm-hmm. Although it was never measured, the figures are to go all over the place, up to 100 million volts. You take your pick, somewhere in that area. Well, anyway.
You're talking about very high voltage at low current?
At low current. And what Tesla did here is after he had prepared his experiment and he was ready to show the world that he could transmit this electricity using no wires, He called in the public. He called in the reporters, and he stationed them at his laboratory located here in Colorado Springs.
Yes.
And then north of Colorado Springs, about 26 miles along one of these foothills. And I have to tell our listeners that Colorado Springs is a mountainous area. And there's a difference between the mountains and the foothills. But the foothills are the preceptors of the mountains themselves.
Okay.
On the top of one of these foothills, he set up a bank of 250 50-watt bulbs. And then 25 some miles away down here at Colorado Springs, he waits till night. He fires up his magnifying transmitter, and he injects a tremendous amount of voltage into the ground plane. Art, once he did this, he created a pressurized field here.
What is that?
Well, here we have all of this Earth's crust, and we have everything static, and then suddenly we're pouring in millions and millions of volts of electricity. This is going to cause a pressurized field, and immediately upon doing this, the lights were visible from his laboratory in Colorado Springs. There was a beautiful yellow haze. Now, electricity itself, Art, has but one mission, and that mission is to go to ground. So simply putting all of this electricity in the ground is not what made those lights light up.
What did?
Okay, well, what Tesla did devise was an apparatus. And, Art, this is amongst many other things that I'll be talking about as we go along. But this was an apparatus that Tesla had devised, which had the ability to attract the positive ions out of what used to be referred to as the electrosphere. We call it the ionosphere now. But he took these positive ions, attracts them down in a pencil sequence beam, a very narrow beam, down to a charged ground plane. So once we have these positive ions coming down, then in combination with the pressurized field...
Wait a minute, you're going too fast for me. He brought positively charged ions down
to the charged surface
in a narrow beam. From what?
From the Earth's ionosphere itself. The Earth's ionosphere.
Okay, how do you do that? I've got to understand one before I can understand the other.
Well, how did he do it is still a mystery to all of us, because this is one of the items that was seized by the FBI in 1943, and we haven't seen it since.
Seized by the FBI?
Seized by the FBI upon his death in January of 1943.
Oh my.
Okay, this is what gives so many people so much to talk about.
Sure.
Is number one, we have the case of our government withholding information from the public, and if it made sense, Art, I could understand it. But the man's been dead for 50 years. And in spite of that...
Well, is there any indication that his technology is being used or was developed further based on what was seized?
Oh, yes. I think our government has exploited his technology from the very beginning. And Tesla developed a relationship with the government early on in this century. Way back in 1917, he met, at that time, the Assistant Secretary of the Navy, one each Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and had developed various technologies for the Navy. Now, Tesla has been credited with the discovery of coherent light, or, put simply, laser technology.
Okay, well, I don't want to get away from what you were beginning to develop. I just wanted to try to understand it, and so that with some technology that we still don't understand.
We still don't understand it, and because the keys are being held by those agencies that have appropriated this material.
All right, so anyway, he brought down this beam from the ionosphere with positively charged particles.
Right.
And then what?
Well, it completes the circuit. We have a negative charge coming from the ground plane, and we have a positive charge coming from outer space. Or
from a ground plane. You mean the Earth, or do you mean simply the Earth, or a ground of some sort of ground?
The Earth is what would be used under his original concept. He was to have one of these magnifying transmitters variously at about every 50 miles. They would be effective in a 25-mile radius. Okay,
but again, you say from the Earth. Now, did he have some sort of ground plane, ground wires run in the Earth to establish a ground, or how did he do that?
The Earth is acting as a capacitor. The Earth is charged now, It has all of this juice in it, and now we're going to bring a corresponding charge down to it, and that will complete the circuit, and there will be light. And that is what he demonstrated here in Colorado in 1900, and this is something that has never been repeated by nobody. Unfortunately, the very craft in which he developed with this here is just amongst a lot of other papers that were seized by the FBI upon his death in 1943, and I feel it gives rise to a lot of people that will speculate out of hand and maybe out of heart. They won't have the real information, if you know what I mean.
Sure. In 1943, by what regulation or law did the FBI seize all of this stuff?
Well, this is what is strange about it, Art. I've been working on a book, and I probably won't be finished on it for a couple of years yet, but I've pretty well read everything that everybody has had to say about them. And for the most part, all of the literature seems to be pretty good, but I do think there's some areas where there is some weakness, and I hope to fill them up.
To Mr. J.W. McGinnis, president of the International Tesla Society. So, Mr. McGinnis, let me ask you, you've studied this more thoroughly than any of us have. Do you believe that he did this?
Transmitted electricity with no wires?
Yes.
Oh, absolutely. That's been confirmed, very thoroughly. Because when he did it, he called in engineers, he called in newspapers and so forth. He was very dramatic in the way that he did his testing. He wanted the public to be as part of the scene as well as professional confirmation. And he had all of that in everything he did.
Well, you say it produced that many miles away a glow. Was there anybody there actually confirming that?
Oh, yeah. On the other end there was, sure.
There was.
Yeah. And, you're talking 50-50 watt bulbs. You're talking 250 watts.
I thought it was 250 50-watt bulbs.
250 50-watt bulbs, so...
Okay.
Multiply that, and what do we have? We have, that's quite a bit of wattage to be producing.
Yes, it is. Was it produced efficiently, Mr. McGinnis? In other words, how much...
I do believe, I'll tell you how efficient it was. When he finished up, Art, when he got to his final plan, all of this would have operated under its own initiative. No power coming from anywhere. The Earth itself, as Tesla had explained, is nothing but a huge, huge capacitor. The Earth is just swimming in energy. And Tesla found a way that unlocked those keys where we could get this energy available to us. And he did it in a lot of different ways. That was the wireless transmission, through the Earth, but he also dealt in radiant energy. When we're talking about radiant energy, Art, we're talking about air that is in the aether. You take a cubic yard of air in front of you. Einstein has said it, and Tesla has said it, as well as dozens of others. There's enough energy in that cubic to split this planet in half. So when we find people that say, well, gee whiz, you're getting power out of the air, you're going to run out of it very fast, you're not. I mean, we are just, in an ocean of this energy. It's everywhere, and it's strong. And Art, right now, one of the things that we do on an annual basis is we have a science conference, and this year we have our extraordinary science conference. Basically, what we do is I travel around the country. I'm looking for talents that are out there that are, putting their money where their mouth is. There's so many of these people that are rip-offs. They make these claims, and then when somebody stands on their doorstep with a meter, suddenly there's a big gulp, and they don't want to go through with the test. But separating them from others, there's a lot of talents out there. What we try to do is to give them that platform so the public can be aware of them, and so that it can accelerate the transformation of that product into reality.
Mr. McGinnis, there is nothing the world needs more than energy. We expend a great deal of money and sometimes go to war, as we may soon have to, over oil, which is energy. Yeah. If we had this technology, why in the hell would we keep it secret?
Well, Art, there are such things as selfish interest, and I know we have enough time this evening to explain a couple of different areas where...
So the oil companies have sort of taken all this and they're keeping it secret.
Well, they're not keeping it secret, but look at how they're doing it. They are going to have us go right to that last barrel of oil. Then we'll get over to gas, or natural gas, which, we are the Saudi Arabia of. It's all like it's planned, and it's all like it's regulated. But these people that get out there and show some innovation and so forth, they are not the ones that are able to capitalize on the government's largesse. When the government gives these grants out, they have some very, very mean restrictions on them. And sometimes it means that that party who has developed that technology may have to turn it over to EPA and let the EPA assign who gets the technology.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, the government can put your technology in your number one competitor's hands, and you can't do a thing about it. We've got some cockeyed laws that hold back this innovation.
Yes, I know we do, but I don't know that explains this. We still have a big private sector out here, Mr. McGinnis, a great big private sector, and people love money, and if there was a way privately that was discovered to transmit power through the air or to gather power from the ionosphere, I just can't believe that somebody would not have by now done it.
Well, it seems, and it's almost, it goes beyond the idea of conspiracy. It's almost blatant when you start to see a government agency hold back information that could be very, very positive and very helpful to us in developing that technology.
Yes, Mr. McGinnis, but there is more than just the government out there. There is a private sector as well. We'll come back and discuss this after the top of the hour. We've got our top of the hour break. J.W. McGinnis is our guest. He is from the International Tesla Society. He's actually president of that organization. There'll be more in a moment. This is Dreamland. Mr. J.W. McGinnis. Mr. McGinnis, are you there?
Yes, I am, Mark.
Okay. We were talking about how this technology, and I would like to understand
how it stays suppressed.
How could it stay suppressed? In other words, why wouldn't somebody develop it today, some private entrepreneur, inventor someplace, and say, hallelujah, I've got it. We'll go to the newspapers and the networks, free energy, or energy, if not free, at least distributed through the air, nearly free.
Well, we haven't reached it yet, Art, but now more than ever, I think we're finally at a state where there's many people that have various promising technologies that they're at the 2-yard line. They need to get punched across. One of the things that holds them up is that they don't get scientific platforms. They don't get that boost that they might need from the government to finance a particular test, and they don't because of regulation, and we often see suppression through regulation. Mm-hmm. But many times they don't get through, Art, because they simply just don't have it. They've got something that might be efficient. As an example, at a conference that was held last year, we had a fellow from New Zealand that was bragging how his thing was producing thousands of times over Unity, but yet, and if it ran without being under load, it was running over Unity, but once you put a load onto it, you found it had an efficiency of about 23%, which is, pretty good for an electric motor, but it's not anything near the claim. Well, one of the things that the Tesla Society does is we try to investigate it and see who has got it. But I have personally come across one technology. It's known as super steam technology, and I presented it to our local power company. And the lead engineer said, well, gee whiz, that sounds great. Why don't we plan on doing a 10-megawatt system, which would take care of approximately a block of 10,000 homes. And after sizing up equipment and getting, everything that you needed, the process was just underway when we got a letter from the chairman of the utility department that canceled the order.
Why?
Well, said that before anything is done, it should go through the Edison Foundation. Well, with the competition between Tesla and Edison, that's the last place I'd want to run it through, and why would I?
You're saying that competition is still today going to block the development of practical technology?
Well, again, if you're going to be Tesla and you give it over to General Electric for them to apprise, for them to make the decision, in spite of the fact that you have a certification from the American Society of Mechanical Engineers, which vouch for its reliability and so on and so forth, why would we need to go through General Electric? It wasn't called for, but it is just one of the methods that are used from time to time. They're different stories, but they basically get down to putting the person on a treadmill that they can't get off and they can't ever win. Instead of saying, okay, here's the facility, put your machinery in here, go to work. That is what they needed. And, of course, they wanted to see a prototype model. And, of course, those were constructed and tested, which proved, the reliability and function of the device. But why is one of the things that has me continually in, a quandary.
All right. Here's a fax from somebody. Hi, Art. To help people understand your guest, please ask him to list Tesla's inventions that are now essential everyday components of modern life. These include almost every basic element of AC and multi-phase electronics, as well as radio and fluorescent lighting. What actually is Tesla responsible for? Can you give us a short list?
Well, Tesla is responsible for radio. Tesla is responsible for the Tesla coil, a coil that has so permeated society that no car, no bus, no train or plane would operate without it, no space shuttle, no radio, no television, no computer, so on and so forth. That's just one item. But he also had other items that got into neon lighting, got into X-ray, got into devices that were used for therapy on sore muscles and other injuries that the body might have maintained. His inventions just go on and on. The power delivery system that we use worldwide is Tesla's. It's the AC power transmission system.
You said he was responsible for radio. Where does Marconi fit in here?
Marconi got disallowed. Marconi, on 3 different occasions, applied for priority in radio and was turned down by patent examiners. And again, Marconi had a special influence. His influence was Thomas Edison. Art, the law at the time was when you get rejected by the patent office, you've got, I believe it's 90 days to resubmit for priority. In the case of Marconi, it was 1 year. And then because of a letter that was endorsed by Edison, which gave him a special privilege. So he endorsed Marconi's attempt. Marconi was turned down the second time, then waited for 3 years, and again, through influence, was allowed to submit his patent application again, and again it was turned down. But they found a way to cheat Tesla out of his residuals, out of those royalties that he deserved in radio. The only people that were paying him were the German radio stations that employed his technology. RCA and Sarnoff and Edison and Marconi and the rest of them were intent on depriving Tesla of any royalties, and they did it because the U.S. Supreme Court finally ruled in July of 1943 that it is Tesla who has priority in radio, not Marconi. But by that time, Tesla was dead for 6 years.
Too late, yeah.
It's typical.
All right, here's another one. Hi, Art. Great show as always. Would you ask your guest the following questions? I had heard that Tesla had invented 2 other machines. One, which could treat diseases like cancer, and one that could perform long-distance mind control, and that this machine was used by our government during the Waco seizure. Now, that's exactly the kind of thing that I would probably say, were it not for you, Mr. McGinnis, what a myth.
Well, I think the idea that they were employing it specifically at Waco, I would disagree with it, but I know that our government is doing things on an electronic basis that could fall into the realm of mind control.
Well, the question, though, is, did Tesla develop mind control?
Well, I think he had all, and we know that there are certain frequencies that we can excite, and we can cause behavioral differences.
Irritation, yes, low frequencies.
Well, we have low frequencies, but there's high frequencies, too, and there are bands that the FCC has ruled out of bounds. You can't get a license for them. I don't want to say what bands they are because it could contribute to somebody playing where they shouldn't. But in any course, our
you've made me awfully curious. Come on, tell us what bands they are. Really? I mean, it's not secret information, is it?
Well, it's the information that isn't normally given out, and it's withheld. I got the information from a fellow that worked with the CIA and told me what these bands were.
Tell us.
Well,
I really don't care. I
don't have them written down before me, but what I could do is fax them to you, and I'll do that tomorrow.
Will you, please?
Sure.
I'd just soon have them made public. I mean, if it's true, then maybe somebody will experiment. Maybe somebody will determine if it's true or not. I'd just soon get it on the air. Anyway, fine. Fax them to me.
Okay, I'll do that for you, Art. And I want to be exact on them. Otherwise, I would just guess and say they're in the plus 300 megahertz range, but...
Well, we have plenty going on in the plus 300 megahertz range. The government operates in that range. Amateur radio operators in 400 megahertz plus.
But there is a narrow band that falls between the 3 and 400.
Oh, is that so? That you may be exactly right. Government frequencies, I believe, end just short of that, and there is a rather empty band in there. You're right.
Yeah.
All right, I'll look forward to that, and I'll make it public.
I'll give you those frequencies, because I guess you're right. People ought to know about them. But this is something that we have a number of satellites, for instance, that they're constantly bombarding everything beneath them with a radio signal, and some of it can be harmful and can be persuasive. It can change your behavioral pattern.
All right, now there's a great controversy, Mr. McGinnis, in America now about just the regular carriers of electricity, and people are suggesting that it may cause cancer.
Oh, absolutely. You're talking about electromagnetic fields.
That's correct.
And I have found some physicians that disagree with that, but I would invite any physician that would like to learn about it to come into our laboratory here in Colorado Springs, and just with the simplest of tools, I can show them what is occurring with these low-frequency electromagnetic fields. Because they do get into our body, they penetrate our body, they oscillate our molecules, they develop this false heat in our body, our body switches on.
Yeah, we're literally being cooked at low level.
Yeah, we're being cooked, and at the same time we're strangling ourselves, we're flooding our systems with platelets and antigens and so forth, trying to fight a ghost that doesn't exist, or a disease that doesn't exist. It's only a magnetic field, if you know what I mean.
All right, well, it would make some sense to me that if electrical fields can cause cancer, maybe there is some manipulation of them that might cure it as well. Did he do any work in those areas?
Yes, he developed resonant frequencies, and what we find is that we can take a variety of different cancers, and they do have a resonant frequency, and how you deal with them is you deal with them with a mortelic frequency. You put it the same frequency, you elevate it, you overpower it, and what happens is the cell itself is destroyed, leaving intact the sublubrious tissue that connects with it. But
so you're suggesting you can find the frequency, for example, of a tumor cellular material, and radiate that frequency and destroy the tumor while not destroying adjacent healthy
That's exactly what
tissue?
I'm saying. There's an outfit in Florida that's working on it right now. They're called Geraldo International, and I believe they're on the stock market.
Oh, that's fascinating.
Yeah.
That's fascinating.
Unfortunately, they couldn't carry out their tests in this country.
Naturally.
They're doing them over in Belgium at the request of the king over there, or the queen, whatever it is. But they want to get this technology, and we stifle it so many times. You know, when people are in these dilemmas where they don't have a choice, I mean, tomorrow may not come, so why don't you let them try it? We find people that are withholding technology under the premise that it could have long-term degenerative effect. Well, if you're not alive, you're not going to worry about that long-term thing, and often what we're demonstrating is that these people that are on the alternative rim, these people that have been told they're cuckoo, that they just might have something, and that even the most critical disease can be dealt with an alternative approach that goes into our diet, into our supplements, and into the electricity around us. And I myself am an advocate of a resonant frequency that would destroy the cancer cell, and there are people out there doing it, and it is something that will be released. I don't know how much longer they can hold the technology back. It's just one of a number of them that are available to us, and you know, I think the cure or control of cancer is about as important as anything. Cancer has torn apart more homes than anything that you can think of.
It surely is true.
And it's cost us as taxpayers enormously, because they're not all insured, and often these people they run out of insurance, and then we as taxpayers pick it up. In charity cases, we have no choice.
Well, present radiation and chemotherapy that is used to fight cancer is a real blunderbuss technology. It does indeed do a job against cancerous cells, But frequently it does a job, of course, against the healthy cells as well.
So out the immune system?
That's right. So anything that would focus specifically on a particular cellular material would be incredibly helpful.
Well, I agree with you there, and I feel that they continually repeat a failure. They continue to go along with this chemotherapy, and then they're using these high doses of radiation that are going to leave the prospective patient worse than they were when they went in. I would just as soon die a pleasant death, you know. I'll just take my time and see how long I last.
Well, I don't know. Given a choice of that technology or nothing at all, I might opt for that technology. All right, please, here's yet another one. Please ask your guess.
Okay.
If Tesla dealt with what today is being called subtle energy, that is, energies that exist within space and time, but not limited by space and time. Now, I'm not sure I know what that means.
Well, Art, you're talking about somebody that when they're talking about subtle, they're almost talking what we would call spiritual. The ability to inflict your will at great distances with no power at all, just your wish to have something done, and it's done. This is something that is innate in human beings, all human beings. And it's the very wise human being that finally learns how to capture this ability and to use it profitably or positively. But it is a force that is just as important as an atomic bomb. Subtle it may be, but nonetheless it grows into a hurricane just as much as the butterfly flapping its wing, and then just through propagation it causes a hurricane.
Control, you're suggesting, of another's mind at a great distance?
Yes, even that. The first thing that I think we have to take into account is just how complex our minds are.
Let me understand. You were actually talking about controlling some material object at a great distance, an actual physical control, Mr. McGinnis?
It goes into all fields, not only, physical beings and controlling that, but also controlling thoughts. And they talk about these, what we would, I guess you would call them phase conjugate beams. We could talk about scalar waves, that the waves in themselves are harmless until they get to where they cross.
First of all, what is a scalar wave? I've heard a lot of people refer to scalar waves. What are they?
It's one of these real hard things to define, because for years and years people were even saying they didn't exist, and you're talking to somebody who felt that way. This is a wave that is so subtle, you don't see it, but you cannot hide from it. It'll go through any metal, it'll go through anything, and it'll arrive at any predisposed place that you want to send it.
What is the form of energy, Mr. McGinnis?
Well, let me tell you my experience that changed my mind, because I harped on this, and I said, hey, this is, I feel people are just getting a little carried away. In fact, it was very critical of Tom Bearden, who first wrote about it. But I was in Tucson, Arizona. I was at a their auditorium there, and I was giving a lecture, and then following the lecture, I had this fellow that just, he just kept asking me to sit down and listen to him, and I was almost annoyed with him, and he said, well, damn it, he said, what do I have to do to get your attention? And I asked him if he was a member, and he became a member immediately, and then he showed me this device, Art. It was about the size of a cigar box.
Hold it. This is a good hook. We're going to hold you right there. We're at the bottom of the hour. This object was the size of a cigar box, he said. But what was in the box? This is how we hold you through the breaks. And here comes one right now. You're listening to Dreamland. This is CBC.
From the Kingdom of Nye, this is Dreamland with Art Bell on the CBC Radio Network.
Yes, it is. Good morning, everybody. My guest is J.W. McGinnis. He is president of the International Tesla Society. Follows the work of Nikola Tesla. And beyond, I might add. We'll learn more about that. The story of what's in the box, though, is coming up in just a moment, as well as much more. And we will begin taking calls. So when I give out the numbers here in a moment, sit up and pay attention. Before they string me up, Mr. McGinnis, what was in that box?
Well, the box had 2 items in it. One of them was a little holder for a 9-volt battery. You've seen those before.
Of course.
And then he also had a small little wand device that had a caduceus coil on it. To help you with that, if you can think of that emblem for medicine.
Oh, of course.
Stakes going up.
Yes.
They crisscross each other.
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, this is a caduceus coil. This was in there. And then in one half of this box was an area that was squared off, and right in the middle of it was a small Mobius strip. This is a stranded wire. One circle of it was right there, and it had next to it a couple of switches, for there were 3 settings, as well as one switch that seemed to act as some sort of an attenuator.
Okay.
So the fellow asked me, he says, well, I'll tell you what you do. He said, it doesn't work for everybody. He said, but for most people it'll work. If you put your finger into the central part of where that Mobius strip is, and then carefully, very slowly, start to attenuate it with that one knob, you will get a sensation. Well, I did that, and I turned it, and suddenly I got this feeling, went through my body like if you've ever had your crazy bone struck.
Sure.
Well, this was the whole body from top to bottom was just resonating like you couldn't believe, and I jerked my finger out immediately. I couldn't believe that.
I'm sure.
And then these sensations, they declined very slowly, but, after about 15 minutes, my lips were still numb. They were still
that's weird. I'm sure you had a few choice words for this fellow.
Well, what I did next is, because I was curious, I said, well, how far can this operate from? And he says, well, once it's attenuated to your circuit, there really isn't any distance. So I'm at this auditorium, and it must be a whole block. Way down at the end of this hallway is a big ice machine, a Pepsi machine, and a Coca-Cola machine.
Mm-hmm.
And so I told him what I was going to do is I was going to go all the way down there, and this caduceus coil, this was meant to be used as so that you could give it direction. So it would only go exactly where this here was pointed. And so he plugged that in, and I went way down to the other end of the hallway, and I got behind these 3 machines. And I felt this thing go right across my body, just, starting from my one shoulder as it went over to the other. I could just feel the whole thing, and I got weak all over. It scared the life out of me because I started to think that if the government had something like this here, and I do believe they do have this type of equipment, there's virtually there's nothing a human can do to resist anything that somebody would want to put you through.
Well, now, wait a minute. What happened to this guy? Where is he?
Well, this is what happened to him. I was impressed, and as I said before, I travel around the country, and I get to these different areas, and always somebody out of nowhere. Well, this guy shows up, and I knew I had to see him again, and I had his address and so forth. So I arranged for another fellow to go down and visit him and try and get this technology. And this fellow went down there, and this guy lived about 70 miles out in the desert from Tucson, Arizona. I mean, he was way out there in the middle of nowhere.
Yes.
And when my associate arrived there, he spent a whole day with him trying to get him to repeat this or to explain this phenomena. And this guy was very tight-lipped about it. And then after that, the guy goes back for the second day, and by that time, he was really interested to know what was going on. And it was at that point that this fellow admitted that he himself didn't make this device, that this party that lived about 5 miles away from him, another isolated group, had made this device. So he goes over to the other place, and they were very reluctant to give any information out about it. And they have remained mum about it. They did not want to share it with anybody. But I can tell you this much, it worked, and any time from now on that somebody asks me about a scalar wave, I, from personal experience, can tell you.
Okay, he represented that with scalar wave?
Yes.
Wow.
And this thing was just totally overpowering. And keep in mind now that this thing was, the power basis for this was just a little
9-volt battery. I've got you. All right, look, we've got to get to the phones. Let me quickly give out the phone numbers, and away we go. If you have a question for Mr. McGinnis, J.W. McGinnis, president of the International Tesla Society, come now. First-time callers, area code 702-727-1222. I wonder if we could go down there and find those people. The wild card line is area code 702-727-1295. Toll-free west of the Rockies, it's 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, it's 1-800-825-5033. Again, east of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. Once again, Mr. McGinnis. Mr. McGinnis, are you ready?
I am.
All right, here we go. East of the Rockies, good evening. You're on Dreamland with Mr. J.W. McGinnis. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Yes.
Hi, how you doing? I've been listening to your show.
Where are you calling from, sir?
Ohio.
Ohio, all right.
Yeah. I had a friend who made me a Lokowski MWO oscillator.
Yes.
And I had severe allergies all my life. I've been to the doctorologist and hundreds and hundreds of dollars in shots and that, but nothing cured it. But this machine, I used it the frequencies, and my allergies are completely cured.
Huh.
And
how was it applied?
I have two antennas, circular antennas, and I just sit between the antennas.
Now, that's remarkable. Have you ever heard of anything like that? Or is that Tesla technology, Mr.
Well,
McGinnis?
it is basically Tesla technology, but it was brought forth by George Lahovsky, a great Russian scientist. I'm trying to think of some period, but it was early 1900s or late 1800s when it was first introduced. But that device itself, I use it myself. I have one that I suspend over my bed. It's not charged with any exterior electricity at all. I'm just using the magnetic field coming off of the Earth itself. And I use it rarely, but when those times arrive when I'm really low on energy and I just can't seem to go or anything else like that, I'll hang that over my head and I'll be up, 2 hours earlier than what I...
No offense, Mr. McGinnis, but, this sounds a little like the kind of thing the FDA agents usually rush in and raid and haul away and call the people quacks. I've seen these kinds of things.
Well, this is a device that they certainly wouldn't raid because it isn't powered with anything, number one. But number two...
Not even a 9-volt battery, huh?
No, it has no power at all. So, you can look at it as something as an aesthetic piece. I didn't have much faith in it at first when it was given to me, and then I finally decided to use it. And the thing that I noticed about it was a big increase in energy, but I did notice that after I had been using it for like a week or so, that I was over-energetic, and I was just at a hyperactive. So
really,
I only use it now when I'm really drug out and ready to be put to bed. Then I'll put that thing over my bed, and I will get rejuvenated extremely fast with it. And
well, that's remarkable. Let's keep moving here. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with J.W. McGinnis. Hi.
Hi, Art. Hi, Jay.
Hi, how you doing?
Where are you calling from, sir?
I'm calling from San Jose, California.
Okay.
And listening to you through 1120 in Oregon. I forget the call letters.
KPMW.
Okay. Two questions. Number one, I've read in the Tesla's biography, A Man Out of Time, by Margaret Cheney. Are you familiar with that, Jay?
Yes, I am.
Great book, and I've read it a couple of times. In that book, it says that Tesla... I believe he had contacted people from not of this earth, so to speak.
No, he felt he had contacted or had contact with people from Mars. And it's a very interesting story about Mars because Tesla was sure that he had received some signal from Mars. And of late there seems to be an extraordinary amount of information about Mars. But in researching the whole topic and going back to when Tesla was first talking about making communication with intelligent life, on a different planet, there was this French Astronomical Society. These here were all of these people that, focused on nothing but the heavens themselves, and they put up a $100,000 reward for the first person, or 100,000 franc reward, for the first person to contact somebody from another planet that had intelligent life. Now, there were a series of scientists that had all picked out different planets, and no planet was picked or selected outside of Mars except by Tesla himself. And that planet was deliberately eliminated from the competition. In other words, you could make intelligent life connection with anybody in the
except
in our
Mars?
galaxy, but if it came from Mars, you wouldn't get the money. No.
Now, how could they accept Mars?
Well, I don't know how they did it, but they did it. And in reading some of the old literature that I have had here, that was one of the things that struck me as kind of, well, here's an organization that, for one reason or another, doesn't want to give Tesla one chance in heck to collect on the $100,000.
Interesting. Richard Hoagland has done a lot of research with regard to the monuments
the monuments on Mars, the face on Mars. And
yes.
As a matter of fact, I have a fairly good connection with those people at the Goddard Space Flight Center and some of the other places, and there seems to be a lot of artifact up there that would lead one to believe that, yes, indeed, at one time or another, there was intelligent life on that planet, and
that's right.
Possibly, just maybe possibly, and I could get into that scenario later, perhaps those people that were there are actually us that are here. And I'll let you think about that one for a little bit. But
do you have any information as well on the moon? There's really something interesting going on right now. After the U.S. went to the moon, and we have studied it to death, and, the general feeling was it's nothing but a big rock, and not even a special rock at that. For a decade, we've been more or less disinterested in the moon, and now all of a sudden, we're sending probes to the moon. There's just a new moon probe announced. We're sending up space shuttles that are focusing telescopes on the moon. What the hell's going on the moon?
Well, there's quite a few things that are going on there, Art, but from several different angles. First off, some of the early photography that was released from the different vehicles that circumvented or went around the moon and so forth.
Yes.
There are some items that have shown up on the photography that they cannot explain, and in one of the earlier books, and Art, I've forgotten the name of it right offhand, but it had something to do with anomalies on the moon.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
But this thing was published before NASA had a chance to cover their tracks, but when it went back to the publisher to be reprinted, those that had caused this controversy are no longer available through that book. But I will also...
You mean, are you saying the photographs that caused the controversy?
Well, one of them looked like a tracked vehicle had gone up and through this one crater that was there. There were other figures there that could have been, and I say could have been, areas where people had shelter, Quonset huts or some other type of building.
Buildings, indeed.
People had somehow found a way to get into the soil and had constructed some buildings where they evidently were safe from the environment outside. But this was picked up with some of this early photography, and now it isn't available anymore, but I think I've got one of the original books.
Oh, no, you're right. Richard Hoagland has had much the very same thing to say, that a number of the photographs that were available now are not available.
That's only one side of the coin, but the other side of the coin deals with energy. You see, the moon itself is actually, if we were going to have free energy tomorrow, we could have it easy enough. We've been to the moon before. We can return there again. The job isn't that big, but what we need to do is to harvest this helium-3 that is constantly being embedded into the soil of the planet. What we need to do is to, first of all, situate a couple of ovens there that can cook out that helium-3. Once it's cooked out and in a gaseous form, if it's put onto a vehicle, just a vehicle the size of the space shuttle as an example, if we just brought that back, that cargo bay full of helium-3, this would give us all we would need for safe, fusionable energy for 1 year for this whole country. Wow. Because using this helium-3 is a big sidestep that we don't have to take if we have to rely on the technology that we have here earthbound.
All right. We've got a lot of people wanting to get in. I've got to pay attention to them. On the wild card line, you're on the air with J.W. McGinnis. Hi.
Good evening, Art. Good evening, Mr. McGinnis. This is
Greg
at Mountain Home.
Mountain Home, Idaho?
You bet.
All right.
It's been a while. Mr. McGinnis,
In the area of energy and production of energy by the Earth, I was wondering if you've been following any of the research that's being done that they talk about. When I was living in Alaska, apparently 2 years ago, Senator Stevens got a large appropriation for about $25 million to buy a Cray supercomputer for the University of Fairbanks. And they were studying, there's an Asian professor up there by the name of Dr. Noguchi or something like that that's been studying the possibility of extracting energy from the Aurora Borealis. Have you been following that at all?
Well, I have been in that particular subject. Covers a lot of area. It goes right into HAARP. But basically, what they're talking about here, when you're seeing those northern lights, this is all cosmic energy that is coming into the Earth. You see what happens when the sun is radiating all of this energy. Much of it is being obfuscated by the magnetic field of the Earth itself. But when we get to those areas where the poles are, that's where this cosmic energy can then enter into, which it does, and then it is swept up. Now, what these are electrons with no nucleus, so they're very free-flowing. And when you look at those Aurora Borealis, Aurora Borealis, at any rate, what you're looking at is tremendous amounts of energy that are just lying there and could be harvested. I don't think we have to take those dramatic steps to do it. I think there's enough energy that can be extracted from the Earth, and the man who told us how to do it was Nikola Tesla, and this is part of the information that is still being withheld from us on Nikola Tesla and how he had devised this plan so that anybody, no matter where you were at, could draw out as much electricity as what you would need right from the planet itself.
Can you discuss HAARP?
Well, we're talking about HAARP, but not to get into that specifically. I'd rather reserve that for just HAARP.
Well, okay, but briefly, we have quite a bit of information about Project HAARP, Mr. McGinnis, and we've been sort of following it. We received information that it is a kind of a two-part project. Part one would attempt to affect the ionosphere by discharging large amounts of RF energy into the ionosphere, and part two was an attempt to map the inside of the Earth. Now, is that your understanding?
Well, that's only part of it. Some of it was in controlling the communication ability and then filtering out just exactly who we want to give communication access to.
In other words, saturating in some way the ionosphere?
Well, exactly what happens is there's a number of transmitters there. I don't know if it's 3 or 4 or 5. But what they want to do is to attack these energized ions that have been the byproduct of some previous nuclear explosions that we've carried out in the...
All right, I'm sorry, but we're at the top of the hour. We're going to come back and jump right into this, believe me. Project HAARP, and we're going to ask about that. Anybody fooling with our ionosphere and our ability to communicate, we need to talk about that a little bit. We'll be right back. This is CBC. J.W. McGinnis. Mr. McGinnis, tell us more about what you know about HAARP. It's in Alaska, and they've got some large transmitters, and they're trying to see if they can stop communications on many frequencies and let those who they wish to communicate. Is that correct?
Well, it's not quite that way.
Somehow you're not very strong. There's not another...
Yeah, I don't know what has happened here.
Oh, that's better.
Quite weak.
Oh, that's better.
Okay.
That's better. Thank you.
Okay.
It's like there was another phone off the hook or something.
Yeah, it seemed that way to me. I was barely hearing you. So
okay.
We're okay now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, actually, if we're talking about it, it isn't that they can filter out so much as to this is going to destroy all communication, but then they will use a spread spectrum type of communication to replace it. All of this information I'm giving you is I'm not the expert on it, Art. However, we at the Society, through our magazine, Extraordinary Science, are publishing a very lengthy article about it in this next issue of Extraordinary Science, which we will be publishing later this month. It should be out first part of April.
All right, I guess we better tell everybody, how do they get in touch with you? How do they get Extraordinary Science? How do they become part of the Tesla Society? How do they do that?
Okay. Art, for the convenience of the audience, we have an 800 number that I'll give out here.
Go ahead.
It's 800-397-0137, and we have two different ways of communicating with those that are interested. One is to enroll somebody as a member, have your credit card handy, or to apply for our information packet, which includes our resource guide. This is over a half a pound of literature that will get into about every book that you can imagine that covers science, as well as it'll give you the information that you'll be looking for if you're in the middle of a project. We've got the books that'll do it, and they're all listed in that. It's only $5. With that, we're sending out a coupon that will replace that $5, but with the cost of postage these days and the jump in our printing cost, we had to put some figure on it. So it's $5, but we're going to give it back.
All right, so it's 1-800-397-0137.
0137, correct.
All
And
right.
they'll just call, be patient with us. We expect a lot of people to be contacting us. We'll get back to them as soon as possible.
All right, is that during business hours or 24 hours? or
Well,
what?
it's 24 hours. We do have an answering system that will pick up all the calls, but it'll only hold about 50. So if you don't get information back right away, just keep on trying. We'll get a hold of you. We don't let anybody slip.
All right. So that's one aspect of HARP.
Okay, so the thing about HARP that I wanted to point out is that it's a stepchild of some of the work that Tesla was doing back in 1899 up to 1908, when it's speculated that Tesla may have caused that big explosion there, the Tunguska explosion in 1908. That's the one where they didn't know if it was a meteor came down and destroyed 200 square miles of forest and tundra. Or
is that not the generally accepted explanation?
Well, it is, except they've never found the meteor. They've never found the crater.
True.
They don't know what has caused it all. But the thinking is right now that it may have been Tesla and the work that he was doing on his magnifying transmitter that was causing the problem. But it did give the basis for what the government is now trying to do. Tesla had stepped away from it, but before this HARP project came up, we had Project Argus and Project Starfish. And they preceded this whole thing. In 1959, the Navy exploded 3 atomic bombs. They're the 1 kiloton fission type.
Mm-hmm.
This was at about 480 kilometers above the South Atlantic in the Van Allen belt, closest to the Earth's surface. In addition, they exploded 2 more hydrogen bombs. These are the fusion devices, 160 kilometers above Johnson Island in the Pacific.
What were they trying to do?
Well, the program was billed as the biggest scientific experiment there had ever been undertaken, and it was set up by the Defense Department and the Atomic Energy Department. Its purpose was apparently twofold. It was to assess the impact of high-altitude nuclear explosions on radio traffic and radar operations, electromagnetic pulses, EMP they call it, and to increase the understanding of the geometric field and the behavior of charged particles therein. The explosions created new inner radiation belts encompassing almost the entire globe and injected sufficient electrons and other energetic particles into the ionosphere that the effects are registered worldwide. They thought this here would be in a small, contained area.
And you're saying that these particles are the particles that Project HARP is trying to manipulate?
Right.
Oh, no kidding.
They will be exciting it. Following that Project Argus, we had Project Starfish. That happened in '62. Again, these experiments, and these are American scientists. These people should be concerned about what is going on out there. The Van Allen belt, we're not really sure of everything that it is doing and how it is benefiting us. But to be just unleashing these tremendous bolts of energy in those areas leads you to believe that somebody in the Defense Department or the Energy Department or the government itself is intent at somehow making some grand play where they will somehow be in charge of the communication systems and other systems worldwide that are very reliant. We're talking about energy systems that can be shut down through the magnification of this project. It's a very, very complicated project. It shouldn't be dealt on without, having ample time to get into all of the specifics.
Mm-hmm.
But I am going to tell you that at our conference that will be held in July, we will have a staff of experts here that will be making a presentation about HAARP, as well as we are on the forefront of publishing anything about it in our Extraordinary Science magazine, which I said will be out later this month.
Okay, does that magazine come to you when you become a member of the Tesla Society, or can you get it without becoming a member?
You can get it at Barnes & Noble bookstores, and they're at B. Dalton bookstores and Tower bookstores. But the best thing is to become a member. That way it doesn't cost nearly as much. Our magazine sells for $8.95 on the rack, and this way here you get 4 of them for $25, along with our newsletter, which is the hottest newsletter in science anywhere.
Well, you've certainly given me so far a better explanation of HAARP than I've had from any other source. A couple of questions, and we've got to get back to the phones. Hi, Art. Ask your guest about the man-made earthquake that took place on Long Island, New York. Does that have something to do with...
Well, it wasn't Long Island. It was Manhattan Island.
Manhattan Island?
Yes, and this was Nikola Tesla, and this was Tesla's oscillator. Art, this was a device that was about the size of a pack of cigarettes. And with it, the internal power sources were unaware of what they are, because this, too, was a device that was seized by our FBI when Tesla died in January of 1943. But originally speaking, Tesla was going through Manhattan and had run across a group that was tearing down some buildings, and he said, you guys are working too hard. What you really ought to do is have a device like this. And he took this thing that was the size of a cigarette box and applied it to a building, and immediately the whole island started to shake. I mean, it was shaking and quaking all over the place, and then Tesla removed it from the building. When it was reported in the New York Times, they had a headline, and it just said, earthquake, Manhattan Island, and then at the bottom of the story, they said, no, it was no earthquake. It was just Nikola Tesla, again, experimenting with some of his new devices. Well,
that really sounds like myth.
It almost does, except the articles don't lie. And
says who? Look, I've dealt with reporters, Mr. McGinnis, for a long time, and I suspect in your position you have too. And I've done lots of interviews that later lied. That's true, but the way the story was done and the witnesses and so forth that were carried out in the story, it didn't seem like any flim-flam, and I don't think most people that get an opportunity to read that would arrive at that conclusion. But again, Art, it's a piece of technology that we the people should enjoy. It's a piece of the technology that Tesla never really put to paper where somebody could discover how he was doing it. But at the given rate of these oscillations in this package, it was supposed to exceed the speed of light. And in that case, now we're talking of something that is oscillating somewhere in the area of 1 trillion cycles per second. Let me give you a theory, just based on everything you've told me about Tesla. So much of his invention seems to be technology that either we cannot reproduce today, or has been snatched away from the government, or is otherwise cannot be demonstrated today. It's almost as though Mr. Tesla was communicating with somebody or something from somewhere else. And what about that?
Well, listen, in our day-to-day lives can have a monstrous effect upon us. And a demonstration of this here is in resonance and power. Anytime that we develop a specific resonance and we can allow that resonance to propagate, it gets stronger and stronger, it can become an immense force both for energy and transportation and destruction.
So you're saying we may be doing these things not knowing what we're exactly doing?
Right.
Okay, all right, that makes sense. We've got to get back to the lines here. Eastern Rockies, you're on the air with J.W. McGinnis. Hello.
Hi, Art. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for making it. Where are you?
St. Louis.
St. Louis, okay.
When he was saying before about they had a contest a long time ago to see who'd be the first one to contact a planet, but they ruled out Mars.
Yes.
You know why they did that? It's because they thought Mars would be too easy. Remember, that was when they were doing the things with, what's his name, with the telescope when he was drawing the canals. He thought he was seeing canals, so they all thought there was life on Mars, so let's see if we can find it anywhere else and like that.
I see.
Well, okay.
That sounds about right, though, doesn't it?
Well, it does sound about right. I don't exactly agree that Mars was the easiest one to contact. My goodness, at that particular time, the planet that people were really focused on was Venus, which was the morning and evening star, and still is at certain times of the year. But Venus was getting far more attention than what Mars was at the given time.
Venus is easy. I got a guy down the street here says he's from Venus. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with J.W. McGinnis. Hello.
Yes. Good morning, Art, or evening. Yes, I have a question to ask, gentlemen.
Oh, that's fine. Where are you?
I'm in Albuquerque, New Mexico.
All right.
My name's Ed.
Yes, Ed.
And also, I'm an engineer. I'm in the technical. I never could understand why there was so much animosity between Edison and Tesla. There was just so much hatred and dislike.
Well,
and I could never understand that.
Which apparently is still going on today in some ways. Why all the animosity?
Well, let me tell you, when Tesla came to this country, it was his biggest ambition to go to work for Thomas Edison. He had a letter of introduction from Edison's manager in Paris, where he had already worked on Edison's dynamos and made them much more efficient. He comes to this country. Edison had kept him waiting for a week, and I don't have any bone to pick about that. But then when he finally did meet Tesla, he read the letter from his manager, which said, I'm paraphrasing, Dear Mr. Edison, this is Nikola Tesla, a man like you, that can change the destiny of man. And when Edison is looking at Tesla, here's a guy just 30 years old, and he had already encompassed the world with his ingenuity, a lot of it unjustly, by the way, but at any course, he reads this letter and cannot believe that his own manager was saying this guy could change the destiny of man. And so he looked at Tesla and said, if I was to hire you, just what would you do for me? And Tesla said, the first thing I would do is to make your DC dynamos much more efficient, your DC generators much more efficient. When he said that to Edison, he was actually slapping him in the face, because the thing in engineering, as well as all other parts of life, is its concept.
Oh, it's true.
And what was happening with Edison, he had seen his DC generators, and when these were in operation, they were throwing sparks all over the place. When Edison was looking at it, he was going, look at the enormous power here. We got sparks flying all over. But as Tesla looked at it, he saw it as wasting all of this energy in spark, and the spark should be converted to energy. So we knew that where Edison had his Achilles heel, it was in that DC generator. He went about to work on it. After about 2 years, he had it finished. He had finished actually 26 different models of Edison's generators, put them on the table, and Edison had thanked him for doing this revision on them and making them much more saleable.
But the bottom line answer, for the sake of brevity, is professional jealousy.
No, it wasn't that. What happened was, and I forgot, I neglected to tell you this, is Edison was so sure of his dynamos that he had told Tesla, he said, if you can make these more efficient, I'll give you $50,000.
Ah, money.
So then Tesla said, I appreciate you thanking me for improving the dynamos here, but...
Well, where's my 50?
Where's the 50? And Edison looked at him and said, the problem with you, Tesla, is you foreigners don't understand American humor. I was only kidding about 50,000.
Only kidding, huh?
And Tesla quit him immediately and went to work for the New York subway system. But what I want to do is to bring up a little context here. I have talked to the man that does the promotions for the Edison Foundation, a fellow by the name of Charles Hummel. And I had talked to him about this issue, and he said, J.W., you're out of context when you think there's a lot of hate between these two men. He said, you told me about the concept about the motor. I'm telling you about the concept of hate. He said, it doesn't exist. And then produced a letter for me between Edison and Tesla It was an invitation for Tesla to go to Edison's daughter's wedding, and it was a very warm and sincere type of letter, which leads me to believe that perhaps they were the strongest of rivals at
perhaps
some time
so.
or another.
JW, we've got a break here at the bottom of the hour.
Okay.
Did Tesla have anything to do with weather changes?
Well, that's what HARP is destined to
all
do.
Right,
Yeah.
good. There's a good hook. Stay right there. All the rest of you, stay right there, and we'll be right back. Find out about the weather. This is CBC.
From the Kingdom of Nye, we continue with your calls on Dreamland with Art Bell. Call Art now toll-free at 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-TALK. First-time callers, area code 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. Or the wildcard line at area code 702-727-1295. 727-1295 in the 702 area code. Now again, here's Art Bell.
I'm only going to give this one time, so you better listen very carefully to get a copy of this program. And by the number of faxes and calls coming in, I can imagine you're going to want one. To get a copy of this program, please call 1-800-917-4278. Once again, 1-800-917-4278. All right, now back to Mr. J.W. McGinnis. Mr. McGinnis, everybody bitches about the weather, and so far that we know of, with the exception of dropping... iodized pellets or something, that nobody's been able to do anything about the weather. Did Nikola Tesla have something going?
The answer to the question is you can control weather, Art, and you can do it with these huge magnetic fields. I mean, everything on this globe, every grain of sand, everything is magnetic. Everything is going to conscribe to the laws of magnetism, laws which are still being discovered today.
It's true.
But what I want to point out is the pain and folly that we often have when we have these unbridled scientists that are given large research grants. They go about into areas that angels fear to tread.
Like HARP?
Yes, like HARP. As early as 1962, I want you to know, at that time, the leading astronomers on this planet were protesting strongly against the irresponsibility of these experiments.
Should we be trying to get Project HARP stopped?
Well, I think it's time that everybody should contact their local representatives. I know I have. I know many of our members have. And as we travel around the country and we lecture on this, Steve Ellswick, who is a true expert in this area, is focusing on it. And we have to do something about this rampant government frenzy that they'll step into these areas where they should not, because the dangers of this whole thing, I mean, this is word from the leading American scientists of the day, and what they said is that it will take many hundreds of years to understand the Van Allen radiation belts, and before they'll even restabilize at their normal levels, because already as many as atomic bombs as what we've thrown up there, the Soviets have done the same. You know, that's the way it works. We blow off one, they're going to blow off one.
That's right.
And they have. So they've got the whole thing up there pretty cluttered, and now what they want to do is to heat it up. And they want to heat it up with this HARP system. It's supposedly a government ionospheric study, but as benign as it may seem, it offers so much more other potential. What's being constructed is the world's largest ionosphere heater. And what we're talking about is burning 30-mile diameter holes into the atmosphere. And during this operation, the electromagnetic interference is so intense that pilots now, they've already been warned to learn how to deal with these periods of time when their instrumentation will be disrupted. Furthermore, the emissions are so strong that the facility itself has to be in a very remote area.
Mr. McGinnis, do you know what frequency ranges will be disrupted?
I know that our researcher has that, Art. I wish I had that information in front of me. I know it's going to be in our article, and I haven't had a chance to read the article myself yet. But
I wonder about the shortwave spectrum.
I'm sure it's going to be included.
All right. We're going to have to do another show and get into this. Sounds like you could do a whole show on that. Here's a fact. They're kind of interesting, and I want to know what you think of it. Hi, Art. Some time ago, around 1985, myself and my brother found something in a small storage room in the mountains. This, by the way, comes from Montana. The room, we thought at the time, looked just like a radio or maybe a TV relay station. But as we approached the area, we could hear a kind of high-pitched frequency, for lack of a better word. We kicked the door open, that's called trespassing, by the way, and got inside. We found several little probes that were attached to a dish pointing east, I believe. Being the curious types, we touched several things in this room and experienced a feeling much like what your guest described, and my lips and soft palate in my mouth were numb for about 2 hours, length of time we took to ride back home. About a week after this, several of our neighbors said they received visits from men in dark blue cars asking about the property that this station is located on. Things like who has access to the area and who the other people in the area are. It was weird, and I've never thought about it till now. Thanks. And he's a ham radio operator, as am I, in Billings, Montana. What do you think they found?
Well, I'll tell you, they could have easily have found some sort of transmitting device that may have been working. The idea that intrigues me is that it did have a probe on it, did have some directional quality to it, and then when they say they have intercepted that wave, they're experiencing what I've experienced.
Exactly.
Could be some early work in that field, Art.
And then, you know, very interesting. You got guys in blue suits. They don't move for small reasons, you know.
No, and they do show up at the most inopportune times. I've had literally hundreds of stories of people that have had these so-called calls where they've been so-called warned not to, elucidate on what they're doing, or they've been told to get out of the business if they're in, something like medicine or energy or something that might do us all some good, by the way.
All right. We've got to move quick. We don't have a lot of time. Here's another one. Did Tesla have any involvement with the Philadelphia experiment or Montauk in New York?
Well, I'm going to tell you the information as I know it. The specific experiment that occurred in 1943, no, he didn't have any relationship to it. He did demonstrate his technology, what we call radar invisibility.
Yes.
In 1933, off of the coast of New Jersey, there was a shallow inlet, and in this inlet, he positioned two large coils on each side of the inlet, and then got from the Navy a small admiral's barge or a small boat. It was like about 65 feet long. Now, 5 miles off of the coast, they set up a radar picket ship to do a sweep to pick up the craft if they could pick it up, which they did. And then they energized these two large coils, and this was the beginning of what I feel is the Philadelphia experience, because they activated the coils. They tried to pick the ship up by radar. It did not show up.
Yes.
Because of the interference, but the strange part of it is the ship disappears and never sees daylight again.
I'll tell you, I've had the technology involved with the Philadelphia experiment explained to me, and a lot of it sounds like Tesla technology.
Well, anything that is dealing, Art, when we talk about death, we're always talking about, the higher realm. We're always going up. We're always going up. And the feeling that I have from some people is that perhaps, what happens with us when we do move on is that we move into a much higher frequency realm, and therefore we might be sensitive to these higher frequencies, and we might be able to do things with these higher frequencies that we don't really realize we know enough about.
Mr. McGinnis, called by some another dimension?
Yes, that would be the best way to relay it. And I think people can pass in and out of these. And I think, although I'm not in any kind of mood to let you think that I go to channelers or anything else, I do believe that these people that have these strange stories that I'm reluctant to accept, they should be given a voice and they should be heard. They might have something there that...
Well, that also is my feeling. That's why we have this program, Mr. McGinnis. On East of the Rockies, you're on the air with J.W. McGinnis. Good evening.
Yes, Art. This is Mark calling from Collinsville, Illinois.
Yes, Mark.
KSD.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm listening to you on my car radio, and I'm getting a real faint signal. And Mr. McGinnis is a great guest. Is there any chance you're on the audio satellite I could possibly pick up?
Yes, of course. Telstar 302, transponder 15, 6.2 wideband audio.
What was the last?
6.2.
I'm in business.
You're in business.
Thanks, buddy.
You bet. Take care. Sorry you didn't get it earlier. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with J.W. McGinnis. Hi.
Hi there. I have a question. This sounds kind of mundane, but this is Scott calling from Seattle, KVI.
Yes, Scott.
What's the form of that natural energy that Mr. McGinnis spoke of earlier?
Natural energy. Oh, you mean the positive ions. Is that what you're talking about?
Well, he was speaking of some of the natural energy that Tesla was purported to have researched were by...
Okay, well, that's right. I asked the same exact question, and to that there is not really an answer, is there?
When we're talking about natural energy, we're talking about the energy withheld, or within the Earth itself. And there's plenty of energy in there, earthquakes alone, volcanoes, etc. But even on the exterior of this planet, one of the things that we like to observe are these large energy discharges. We call it lightning. And lightning actually works with the Earth in reciprocating this power back and forth between the exterior and the interior.
Makes sense.
But to give you the immensity of this lightning, at 1 inch of spark at sea level is equivalent to about 12,500 volts. Now, in excess of 100,000 feet, it's a humongous amount of power to get spark 1 inch. But our space shuttle observed a...
Thank you. I was just about to ask you about this. Now, this was energy, was it not, that was actually shooting into space?
Well, right. This magnetic field of ours, it can go both ways, but it is an enormous amount of vital energy that we have all around us. But I was just talking about this one charge over 100 miles long. If you're figuring that at 1 inch in excess of 80,000 feet being equivalent to maybe 500,000 volts, imagine what a 101 mile long strike would be equivalent to.
Right.
And this is energy that strikes the Earth, and the Earth responds to it when it strikes the planet itself. We have an exchange of this energy. That's why Tesla knew that there's no reason for us to have any qualms about energy, and it ought to be good, clean electricity is what it ought to be.
Of course, there's always the problem of how you convert instantly discharged large amounts of energy to usable stored energy.
Well, that's where our planet comes in, because the planet itself is one huge capacitor. It's holding on to all of these charges, and it's reluctantly giving up that charge. But if we had Tesla's technology, we could unlock those secrets. We could get it out with not much of a problem at all, from what I can determine.
Poetically, you could suggest the planet overfloweth with energy, and when it does, it discharges it in ways that we've now verified with the space shuttle.
Oh yeah, it's one of the greatest observing pieces of equipment they ever came up with, and it's one thing where I don't mind putting my tax dollar. It's paid for itself for sure.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with J.W. McGinnis. Good evening.
Yes.
Turn your radio off, number one.
Yes.
And number two, tell us where you're calling from.
St. Louis, Missouri.
St. Louis, all right. Go ahead.
Am I talking to him now?
Yes, you are.
Oh, okay. I'm been curious for quite a while. You were talking earlier about mind control.
Yes.
I'm very suspicious of paranoid schizophrenias. I've had a feeling for a long time that it's experimental purpose, that they're doing with people. I have a son who's paranoid schizophrenia, and he talks about things, and he's told me things that I've heard of before I ever heard of you speak about them on the radios.
Yes, all right. Well, that's, in other words, people who are diagnosed as paranoid schizophrenic, is it possible, Mr. McGinnis, that some of them are simply being affected by some of what we've been talking about this morning?
They could very well be a victim of somebody who, through some benign reason would do that. But also they could be affected by the electrical fields that they're living in on a day-to-day basis could be exasperating a poor situation. We are electric from stem to toe, and,
yes, sir.
We are going to respond to these electrical and magnetic charges, and I think the first place that ought to be examined is, first of all, the environment. Are they living in an area where there's an unusual amount of electrical activity, because that could be affecting them as well as
anything else. That'd be a very interesting study, as a matter of fact. On the wild card line, you're on the air with J.W. McGinnis. Good evening.
Good evening. This is Fritz calling from Phoenix.
Yes, Fritz.
Jay, what is the association with J.P. Morgan, who was supposed to finance some of the research and then pull the carpet out of Tesla? I mean, he sort of double-crossed him.
Okay, well, he didn't really double-cross him. What happened is this. J.P. Morgan had financed Tesla's Niagara Falls system, the greatest electrical power transmission system in the world. Later on, when Tesla wanted to bring forth the wireless transmission of electricity, now this guy was not much of a businessman. I got to tell you, Tesla didn't really do it right there, because he was always spending his own money instead of other people's money, like most people do. But in the course of developing his wireless transmission system, he ran out of money. He asked for a loan from Morgan. Morgan evaluated his technology, and after about a week or so had told Tesla, look, it's great, something I'd be interested in, but there's one thing I don't see here. I don't see where you put the meters, so when people use this power, they pay for it. And at that point, Tesla saying, well, you give the people the power. When Tesla said that, of course, it dried up, but Tesla never took no for an answer, and he did go back in a short period thereafter, and he put a stack of technology down on J.P. Morgan's desk, and this technology was heating units, cooling units, electric airplanes, electric cars, all sorts of technology. And I told J.P. that he would give him one half of the royalties if he could only get another couple of $100,000. J.P. Morgan, having everybody on hook, west of Niagara Falls to Chicago and south to the tip of Florida, was very reluctant to give up that power, and so he turned them down. It was a business decision, but there is some other skullduggery that occurred.
Well, that's a classic question. Where do we put the meter? What? No meter?
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand. All right, we're very nearly out of time, and the phones are going wild. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with J.W. McGinnis. Where are you calling from, please?
From Montana.
Montana. All right. Quickly, your question.
My question was, did Tesla do experiments on mind reading, detecting another person's thoughts?
Instead of affecting them, Mr. McGinnis.
Well, he did feel that we were all connected one way or another mentally. Worldwide, all species are connected. And if I don't feel good, you don't feel good. Or if you, compose enough negative activities, it's going to have an effect on everybody. So it wasn't really mind reading as much as coupling, getting on to a level where everybody is striving to make life more tolerable for everybody else.
All right, we're way out of time here. Let me give you an opportunity once more to give out your telephone number and address and what you've got there.
Okay.
So go ahead.
All right. Our information packet is free. You can call 800-397-0137, and we'll send it out to you right away. But if you want our information packet along with our resource guide, it's $5. Have your credit card ready. If you want to join the revolution in science today, the International Tesla Society, it's $25, and you can do all of this by calling 800-397-0137. If you don't get anybody to speak to you immediately, leave your phone number or your address if it's just a request for information, and we'll deal with you right away. But if for some reason you don't hear from us, try us again, 800-397-0137, and we'd be glad to tell you more about our organization and what we do in science.
Well, you have been a great guest. I have just one other fast question. You've got to give a very quick answer to it. I've been dying to know. A couple of scientists up in Utah thought they had cold fusion. Now we hear they didn't. Now and then I've heard, well, we did. Do you know anything about cold fusion?
Well, yes, I did a story on it right after it first came out, and there were some 50 universities that did similar studies and were successful. But then the tempo grew, and there were more and more people finding other reasons why it didn't work. I'm not so sure that they didn't do it themselves, but I think that they had a lot of input from some other people that when they step back from them, they're missing a part of the puzzle. The puzzle is, can we do cold fusion? Answer is yes. Are these the men that are going to do it? Answer is questionable.
Questionable. All right, Ms. McGinnis, you have been a wonderful guest. There was not enough time. We will have you back again. Be assured of it. Okay. Good luck with your telephones.
Okay, and thanks again, Art. We really appreciate it, and good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody is right, and I will give out Mr. McGinnis's number one more time. It is 1-800-397-0137. 1-800-379-0137. 1-800-379-0137. To get a copy of this program, it's 1-800-917-4278. On behalf of all who bring you Dreamland and your local radio station, thank you, and good night, everybody.
This has been Dreamland, a program dedicated to an examination of areas in the human experience not easily nor neatly put in a box. Things seen at the edge of vision, awakening a part of the mind as yet not mapped. Yet things every bit as real as the air we breathe but don't see. Please join us again next week at this time for Dreamland.